It's only when you get older that you realize sometimes having a good bowel movement can be something to brag about. It was the spring of 1979. Chen Qi pulled up his pants and stepped out of the public restroom in Minquang Hutong, drawing a satisfied circle in the air with his finger. He had just taken excellent dumps, smooth, satisfying, and uplifting. At 19, his heart was pounding with renewed vitality. His still-unused sponge tissue responded eagerly to abdominal pressure, a long-forgotten sensation. It was 9 in the morning, already past working hours. The Hutong was unusually quiet. This alley was 100 meters long and 3 meters wide, tucked unassumingly into Dechelon. But 30 years earlier, it had been a famous food street home to Rua Binless belt-shaped pancakes, Fushunzai's marinated beef, Kang's old tofu, Nyanga Qian's rice cakes, Baodu Feng's offal, Baoziyang's dumplings, all contributing to Dashelon's reputation as Beijing's most bustling district. Chen Qi walked a few steps and arrived at number 12 courtyard. A sign read, "Dormitory for Xinhua bookstore employees." Once lived in by Zhang Henshui, the courtyard had 7 inner courtyards and was spacious enough. Zhang stayed here for 3 years while writing home of powder and money before moving to Nanjing. Over time, the house changed hands and became a dormitory. Of course, as a dormitory, it wasn't well organized anymore. Dozens of families shared water sources. Everywhere there were makeshift coal sheds and storage rooms, filled with pots, pans, clutter, and chaos, everyday life at its messiest. The phrase lively human touch is usually said from a position of privilege, looking down on hardship. If you're actually living inside it, you sure won't find it poetic. Chen Qi hated this broken-down place. His parents had already gone to work. He entered the house, washed his hands and face, then looked into the mirror above the sink, one decorated with the words "The East is red." It reflected a young man's image. His hair wasn't the popular side part style, but cut short like tiny upright spikes. His eyes were bright, lips slightly thin, giving his handsome face a rebellious edge. Standing around 178 centimeters, he was quite tall for the era. How tall? Guo Fuqing was around 165 centimeters, Lu Dahua 169, Jackie Chung 173, and Leon Lai at 179 was considered genuinely tall. If the others seemed tall to you, it might be because they wore special insoles in their shoes. Chen Qi, Chen Qi. Suddenly, a girl burst through the door, shouting. She had shoulder-length hair, rosy cheeks, rough skin, and a tall frame. Dressed in gray cotton clothes and black cloth shoes with red soles, her feet must have been at least size 41. Why are you still loafing around? Hurry up, we have a meeting. I don't feel like going. Lazily, you wanted to lie back down. If you keep acting like this, they'll have to criticize you. You came back to the city, but now you're becoming a passive, backward element. Comrade Chen Qi, pull yourself together. Don't give up just because of a temporary setback. The organization will find you a job. Comrade Huang Zhening, please don't cling to our revolutionary friendship. Let me fall into decadence. Enough nonsense. Let's go. Huang Zhening had both volume and strength. She yanked him up without hesitation. With no choice, Chen Qi slowly put on his coat and slipped on his own pair of black cloth shoes with red soles. They each mounted their classic 28-inch bicycles, first riding out of the Hutong, passing through the recovering Dechelon area, winding through Zushika Street, and heading eastward. The Beijing of 1979 drifted by them like a series of slow-motion vintage photos. The sky was grayish, the streets wide due to sparse traffic. Bicycles rolled freely down the center. On either side stood low, worn-out buildings crammed with utility poles and tangled wires. The crowd wore dull tones: blue, gray, army green, except for the occasional white uniform of a police officer, adding a rare splash of brightness. Along the road, people were planting trees every few dozen meters. 2 years ago, the UN Environment Program had declared Beijing a city on the edge of desertification. It was true the sandstorms in spring were brutal. This year brought another round of yellow dust, prompting Xinhua News Agency to publish an article titled "Sand Approach Beijing." Coinciding with the 5th National High-Level Cadre Conference, March 12th was officially declared National Tree Planting Day. This was the very first year. The entire city was planting poplar trees, meaning future springs would not only bring sandstorms, but also flying poplar fluff and willow catkins. After cycling about 5 kilometers, they reached the east side of the Temple of Heaven, where a building loomed ahead. Chongwen District Workers Club. So many people? All the unemployed youths in the district must come. No, they're called awaiting employment. Right. Awaiting employment seems like new terms are being invented these days. Chen Qi muttered to himself. In front of him stretched a sea of people, mostly young men and women, expressions gloomy, dressed drably, glancing around restlessly, waiting for the doors to open. Huang Jing, an extrovert who had never heard of social anxiety, grabbed a skinny, glasses-wearing youth nearby. "Comrade, we just got here. Did you hear any news?" "As a matter of fact, I did." The young man whispered, "I heard Chongwen is piloting a new program starting with us. They're pushing hard for production and service cooperatives." "A cooperative? That's a collective unit." Her eyes widened comically, nearly popping out behind her glasses. She lowered her voice. "No way collective units pay low wages, offer poor benefits, and no welfare at all. People laugh at them. You are all high ideals and righteousness back in my place. Why so pragmatic now?" Chen Qi asked. "If it's a formal unit, even if they assign me to clean toilets, I'd be happy. Collective isn't official. Don't laugh, your parents wouldn't want to lose face either, would they?" "I don't care." Just then, the crowd stirred, surging forward in waves. Someone shouted for order. The club doors were finally opening. Zhening dragged him inside like a fierce General Zhang Fei, somehow managing not to fall behind. Inside was a massive hall capable of holding 1,000 people, 2 levels, a stage at the front suitable for performances or movie screenings. A banner hung across the stage. Chongwen District Government on-site meeting on solving employment issues for unemployed youth. They found seats. Soon, several officials took the stage, and the meeting began. In early 1979, 20 million people nationwide were unemployed, over 10 million educated youths returning from rural areas, 2.3 million urban laborers, plus 1.05 million graduates and demobilized soldiers. Beijing faced an especially dire situation: 400,000 unemployed youths, or 1 person per 2.7 households. That ratio was terrifying, worse than the post-pandemic era. People often romanticize this period, believing that if you studied hard and graduated from a vocational school, you could easily land a job with guaranteed placement. True jobs were assigned, but only if there were positions available. Rural resettlement started in the 1950s, mainly to relieve unemployment pressures caused by the first baby boom. Then, after the return of those educated youths, overlapping with the second baby boom, a new wave of jobless youths emerged, restless, idle, prone to fights and crime. Social instability loomed large. So solving employment was the nation's top priority this year. The officials droned on, and Chen Qi listened carefully. In essence, the plan boiled down to 3 points. 1. Allow parents to retire early, letting children take their positions. 2. Assign government departments and companies to hire a certain number of unemployed youths, encouraging long-term temporary workers, advocating for 1 job split between 2 people, and meals meant for 3 shared among 5. 3. Develop collectively owned enterprises, expand opportunities, and relax employment policies. Children taking over jobs, temp work, slacking on the job, flexible employment. So this is where it all started. With service industries basically destroyed, of course there aren't enough jobs, we need to revive them. And by the late 1990s, the third baby boom hit, then universities expanded enrollment. Life was easier later. Live streaming, delivery apps, ride-hailing services covered everything. Chen Qi chuckled, but then sighed softly, lost in thought. Damn short-form dramas ruined me. I used to be a successful millionaire, and now I'm dumping urine buckets in this shabby alley. Where do I even complain? Indeed, he was an outsider in this era. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to come here at all. The modern world was great Wi-Fi, Bilibili, Douyin, food delivery, high-speed rail. Even sex workers could be ordered via app with nationwide dispatch. Xiaomi even made cars, and Lei Jun opened the door for you personally. Chen Qi had lived into his 40s in his past life, a veteran internet commenter since the BBS era. He worked hard, then started businesses, became a major figure on Weibo, built a multi-million follower video empire, invested in films, hosted live streams, dated influencers and cosplayers. Not rich, but free, never a wage slave. Through ups and downs, he survived the pandemic. But times were tough everywhere. Jialing losing weight was national news. He chased trends others chased, even worse ones, backed by capital. Big tech monopolized everything, small companies struggled. His stock portfolio collapsed. He gambled everything on short-form dramas, failed, and woke up here after a night of heavy drinking. His parents worked at Xinhua bookstore. Originally, he had a little sister who died young. The original Chen Qi had been sent to the countryside after middle school. Huang Jing was his comrade in arms. Her parents also worked at Xinhua. They lived in the same compound, and she had a younger brother. After returning to the city, the original Chen tried multiple exams but failed. He proudly joined the ranks of the unemployed. Priority should be given to those older and longer unemployed. After today's meeting, community cadres will visit every household. Production and service cooperatives will be established to ensure every unemployed youth finds a job. Please trust the organization, but also adjust your mindset. Times are changing. China and the US have even established diplomatic relations. There's no hierarchy in jobs, work has no class distinction. You can serve the motherland anywhere and contribute to the four modernizations. The leader spoke with conviction, while the audience sat in confusion. Chen Qi yawned loudly. Chapter 2. Reluctance to relinquish the urinal. Every speck of dust that descends upon the individual in this era is akin to a sharp scythe. As the meeting concluded, the throng did not surge forth with the same fervor as when they entered. Rather, they resembled a sluggish stream, lacking the pressure to flow, moving slowly and hesitantly. In their prime, they ventured to the countryside, enduring arduous years, only to return to the city without employment, each face etched with confusion and concern. Uncertain of what the future held, Huang Zheneng had also grown taciturn, awkwardly pedaling his bicycle before finally inquiring, "What positions do you think we will be assigned?" "I have no idea. Aren't you the least bit worried? Did they not say the streets would send representatives? We can just wait at home and find out when the time comes." Huang Zheneng fixed his unwavering gaze upon him, suddenly exclaiming, "I've noticed you've become quite peculiar lately. In the past, your thoughts weighed heavily upon you. Your face would reveal every contemplation. Now, however, you seem carefree. At 19, one ought to mature a bit. Isn't it nice to be a little more carefree?" Chen Qi deflected, saying, "I'm heading to the bookstore." "Are you coming?" "I'm not going. I'll ask someone else to gather more information." "Well, I shall take my leave." He waved his hand, and with a push of his foot, the bicycle, a sturdy model, sparked and thundered as he returned to Dashilan. Dashilan, stretching less than 300 meters from east to west, housed the finest offerings of the entire capital: Donglishan, Tongrintang, the cloth shoes of Niliansheng, the silks of Ruofuxiang, the tea from Zhangyuan, the pickles of Lubiju, the films at Dagwanlu, and the snuff from Tainawezi, among a plethora of others. However, amidst the human tide, these venerable brands had undergone name changes and were gradually being restored. In addition, there remained a theater known as Guangdalu, where, years hence, a man named Guadi Gang would perform. Xinhua Bookstore was also located in Dashilan, merely 100 meters from Minquang Hutong, making it convenient for one to transition from home to work. The main branch of Xinhua Bookstore was a state-owned enterprise at the bureau level, with its city and district county branches akin to subsidiaries. Chen Qi secured his bicycle and entered the store, observing a bustling crowd gathered around the shelves of social science literature. A few years prior, the bookstore was permitted to sell only 9 types of books, 6 of which were works by revolutionary leaders. Following the National Science Conference in 1978, social science books began to proliferate. In truth, what was so captivating about them? Yet, the people were inexplicably ravenous for knowledge. A young girl was engrossed in a geographical atlas, while an elderly gentleman, who appeared to be an intellectual, was perusing the English version of Travels in China. Additionally, magazines featuring serialized novels were exceptionally popular, drawing people in like moths to a flame. Chen Qi stealthily approached a woman from behind and suddenly called out, "Mom, goodness, you scared me to death, you little rascal." The woman turned, appearing to be in her 40s, slender and still possessing her former grace, his mother, Yu Xiuli. "Is the meeting over?" "Yes, it is. Come here." She pulled Chen Qi aside to a corner and asked, "What was discussed?" "I gathered that the gist is to focus on collective cooperatives to place us unemployed youth." "Collective cooperatives, you say? This simply won't do." Yu Xiuli furrowed her brow and remarked, "Alas, we too have received notification that children can inherit the family business. Your father is a salesman, constantly on the move, while I maintain a more stable presence in the shop. Perhaps I should consider an early retirement to free up a position for you." "Why retire so early at just over 40? To dance in the square with the elderly?" "What dance? Whatever it may be, I can manage on my own without your help." "Manage? Nonsense. Working in a collective unit diminishes one's status, offers meager wages, and makes finding a partner all the more difficult." "But I am handsome. Finding a partner will not be an issue for me," he asserted confidently. To which Yu Xiuli wholeheartedly agreed, for indeed, her son was quite handsome. "Let's not dwell on this now. We shall discuss it later this evening." Chen Qi preferred to avoid further debate on the matter and redirected the conversation. "Mom, I noticed that geographical atlas seems quite intriguing. Could you please purchase a copy for me? I would like to peruse it at home. All you do is read frivolous books." Yu Xiuli chided. Yet she entered the shop and soon emerged with a geographical atlas, advising, "Once you return home, Do not wander about. Wait for your father to come back so we can have a thorough discussion. The large courtyard contained 7 inner courtyards. Chen Qi's family resided within one of them, occupying approximately 20 square meters, with his parents in the inner room and a bed set up for him in the outer room. There was no heated bed during winter. They burned honeycomb coal, and power outages occurred sporadically. Bathing was either done at a public bathhouse or at home, which was cumbersome, requiring the boiling of 3 pots of water, one for each person, with one person sitting in a large basin while the others waited outside. The restroom was communal, with each household providing a chamber pot for nighttime use, which they disposed of in the morning at the public toilet. Wang Fei had even disposed of such a thing, indicating that she too had risen in the night. The Xinhua bookstore was a respectable establishment, yet it paled in comparison to large factories, where the workforce was the envy of many, enjoying comprehensive support from birth to death. Chen Qi's family consisted of 3 members, both parents earning a living, with a monthly income of around 100 yuan, resulting in minimal financial pressure. Some colleagues had elderly parents and 3 or 4 children, which was truly burdensome. At present, the price level was such that rice cost 0.19 yuan per jean, pork 0.75 yuan per jean, and cabbage 0.03 yuan per jean. The critical issue was the lack of supply. Resources were scarce, and purchasing anything required tickets. Without tickets, even money could not procure goods. The topic of tickets has been discussed ad nauseum and need not be elaborated further. By now it was midday. The sun finally broke through the grayish-yellow clouds, casting a hint of spring warmth into the room. Chen Qi sat at the table, idly flipping through the geographical atlas, which featured numerous introductions to the nation's famous mountains and rivers, as well as its topography. While others at the meetings appeared somewhat befuddled, he understood clearly. The objective was to integrate these individuals into collective enterprises, to repair furniture, create clothing, popcorn, or establish a collective dining hall, essentially, to find them meaningful work. This approach was indeed sound. In 1949, Beijing had 73,000 service industry outlets, yet now only a little over 10,000 remained, even as the population had increased, leaving the demand for living necessities far from satisfied. These individuals were perfectly positioned to fill the gap, ensuring that no one would go hungry. The inception of collective enterprises was fundamentally aimed at addressing employment issues, with property rights remaining nebulous and a plethora of historical legacies to contend with. Yet in the capital, it stands superior to individual enterprises, which develop at a relatively slower pace. It is only next year that they will truly embark on their journey. While others may shun collective enterprises, he finds solace in their transitory nature, serving as a temporary refuge. As for long-term aspirations, during the early days of reform and opening up, there were but a few paths to tread. One could masquerade as an intellectual indulging in scar literature, seek refuge in an organization, venture south to engage in speculative trading, or immerse oneself in the film industry, courting the likes of Gong Shui, Zhu Lin, Li Jianxuan, Tao Huimin, He Qing, Shen Hong, and Lin Fongbing, only to meet a tragic end. He, of course, opted to pursue what he excelled in. Indeed, it was a remarkable era of paradoxes. Yet such thoughts felt distant. First, he must escape this dilapidated alley, for he had no desire to end up in a disgraceful predicament. With a sense of relief washing over him, Chen Qi casually flipped through the pages until he landed upon a scene of breathtaking beauty and towering grandeur. Lushan? A smile graced his lips as he nodded. A natural celestial cave, an abundance of splendor upon perilous peaks. Lushan is truly a splendid place. Chapter 3. The glory of labor unbeknownst to him. Dusk had approached. Chen Qi glanced at the time, gathered the few pages of his manuscript, and tucked them beneath his bed. As the gentle rays of the setting sun graced the table, the once quiet courtyard buzzed to life, the ringing of bicycle bells, the laughter of children, and the clattering of vegetables being chopped melded together, while wisps of smoke wafted through the air. "Mother, you're back. What delicious treats did you bring?" "Nothing special, just some cabbage, potatoes, and pickles." Yushili returned home promptly from work, immediately shedding her coat and diving into her tasks. While directing, put the pickles on a plate, and take out the leftover tofu from this morning. "How should I prepare the tofu? Should I serve it with the pickles?" "Serve it your head. Just blanch it in hot water and mix it with the sauce." There were 2 types of pickles, pickled cucumbers and sweet and spicy radish slices, both from Lubiju. During the tumultuous times, Lubiju was known as the Hongji Pickle Store. In 1972, when Japanese Prime Minister Tanaka Kakui visited China, his delegation expressed a desire to tour Lubiju. and it was only after Wu Hao's intervention that the old sign was reinstated. The small kitchen. Attached to the exterior of the house was a modest structure made of bricks and tarpaulin, filled to the brim with a stove and a cupboard. Beside the kitchen was a neatly stacked area for storing coal, also covered with tarpaulin, a hallmark of cleanliness. In contrast, the more careless households would leave their coal scattered, resulting in puddles of murky water on rainy days. Chen Qi offered to help, though he had only been there for a few days, and held no emotional ties to his parents. Their kindness prompted him to reciprocate. As Yushili busied herself with the meal, she stole occasional glances at him, bemused by his sudden transformation from a listless figure into an industrious young man. As twilight descended, the meal was served, and Chen Qi's father, Chen Jianjun, returned home. In his 40s, he was tall and slender, exuding a refined demeanor. Although his clothes were worn, they were neat and clean. With a fountain pen tucked into the pocket of his shirt, Chen Jianjun worked as a salesman. The Xinhua bookstore was the largest book distribution entity in the nation. To publish a book or magazine, one had to liaise with various salesmen, who would make an initial assessment based on the content and provide a figure to the bookstore, say, 1,000 copies. The bookstore would then order that quantity, with further adjustments made according to market reactions. However, as time progressed, the role of the salesman evolved into one of sales as the publishing industry opened up, eroding its monopolistic status. Dad, did you go to a meeting? I did. Well, let us discuss it after dinner. Chen Jianjun smiled gently, his demeanor consistently refined, never having uttered a harsh word in his life. Dinner was simple: potato noodles stewed with cabbage, tofu, and pickles. It wasn't a matter of affordability but rather availability. Urban residents were rationed only 150 to 250 grams of pork per month. During the difficult years, the capital's annual pork supply per capita was a mere 425 grams, with other regions faring even worse, lacking even that meager amount. Both of Chen Qi's parents had received an education and inherently held a certain standard. They refrained from discussing business matters during meals. Once they had finished eating, Chen Jianjun inquired, prompting Chen Qi to recount the details of the meeting once more. What are your thoughts? As he was about to respond, an unexpected voice called from outside. Is Chen Qi at home? Oh, Aunt Wang. Please come in. Please come in. What brings you here? The visitor was an elderly lady with graying hair and a warm smile, a representative from the neighborhood committee. She settled herself comfortably and remarked, "We had a meeting this morning, and in the afternoon we will be assigning tasks. The street has entrusted me with the responsibility of finding work for 13 individuals. I thought I would check in, especially since you are the first household I'm visiting. How considerate of you to come out at this late hour," I expressed. Yushili poured her a cup of water, intending to inquire about a matter that had been on her mind. She said, "Aunt Wang, I heard the children mention the establishment of a production service cooperative. You know that collective enterprises have never received much attention. I'm not saying that collective enterprises are inherently bad, but our street has a garment factory. Can't they accommodate some workers? Oh, how navi. Do you have any idea how many unemployed youths there are in the Chongwen district?" Aunt Wang exclaimed, slapping her thigh and gesturing dramatically. 80,000. Where on earth is the government supposed to find 80,000 job openings? Everyone is in despair, from the top down. Many of these individuals are already 25 or 26 years old, having been out of work for several years. We must prioritize their placement. As for that garment factory, we managed to squeeze in just over 100 people after much discussion, so don't hold your breath for more. What do you suggest they do then? Chen Jianjun inquired. Here is what I think, Aunt Wang said, taking a sip of water. Qianmen is a prime location. Locals love to stroll there, and visitors from other regions frequently come to see the sights. Each year, countless outsiders come on business trips and inevitably stop by. Yet, amidst all those shops at Qianmen, there isn't a single one selling water. When these people arrive, they can't even quench their thirst. Buying North Ice soda costs 15 cents and requires a ticket, which many are reluctant to part with. I've witnessed people using garden hoses to drink water. So, we've been considering setting up a stall to sell tea. Surely, there would be buyers, she concluded. Sell tea? The parents exchanged incredulous glances. This is utterly inappropriate. We are both educated professionals working at Xinhua bookstore. And now our son is to sell tea? In the old society, that was a task for the lowest of the low. How low exactly? In Rickshaw Boy, it is depicted that an old man, unable to pull a rickshaw, had no choice but to carry a load along the street selling tea, barely scraping by. How tragic. Selling tea is already beneath even the likes of Xiangzi. At least he had a place to stay, rented, a vehicle. He had bought 3, all gone now. and a wife who died in childbirth. Aunt Wang, are there truly no other job opportunities? There are technical positions available. Does your son have carpentry skills? None. How about sewing? Not at all. Can he stir a pot and cook? Absolutely not. Well, there you have it. Once again, the parents exchanged glances, feeling a pang of shame. So, their son was indeed a failure? Even more infuriating was that the so-called failure appeared to be enjoying the conversation, as if it wasn't about him at all. All right, you two discuss this amongst yourselves. I must move on to the next household, Aunt Wang said, rising to leave. The three of us sat in silence for a moment, and Yushili finally broke the stillness, asking, "Speak up. What are your thoughts?" "I comply with the organization's arrangements. I will do whatever I am told," Chen Qi remarked. "Would you sell tea if asked? It's just a short distance from the front gate to the bookstore. My colleagues would surely mock me." "You can't, as your colleague's child is selling tea alongside me." Yushili nearly exploded with indignation, exclaiming, "Stop your banter. I will apply for early retirement tomorrow, and you can take over my position. I don't need you to retire. If you do, I will set up a stall overnight." "Xiao Qi, please speak honestly. Why do you want to go?" Shin Jianjun, who had been silent until now, inquired. "There is no particular reason. I merely believe that labor is honorable, and I can contribute to my country wherever I am. It is your outdated mindset that looks down upon tea sellers." Shi Chuanxiang, despite his humble job of cleaning excrement, became a national representative and a model worker. "What is wrong with me selling tea? In the future, I, too, might stand in the Great Hall and shake hands with leaders. Good heavens. Chen Qi's party spirit shines brightly. Shi Chuanxiang was a sanitation worker from the Chongwen district, and during the National Day in 1966, he ascended the Tiananmen Tower. Teachers shook his hand, Wu Hao toasted him, and General Zhu served him food, saying, "Old Shi, you do heavy labor. You should drink more and eat well." At that time, there was a surge of enthusiasm for voluntary sanitation work, with university faculty, students, writers, journalists, and actors lining up to join him in his work. It is said that a female student from Tsinghua, unable to get a spot, pretended to be Shi Chuanxiang's adopted daughter and ultimately fulfilled her wish of working alongside him. Previously, elementary school textbooks featured the story of Shi Chuanxiang. I wonder if they still do. That was indeed the golden era of the working class. Nowadays, if anyone promotes the glory of labor, the crowd, Tue. Chen Jianjun found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing this irrefutable statement, glancing at Yushili, suggesting, "Shall we have another child?" This one seems simple-minded. The spirit of dedication is often spoken of in theory, when it comes to oneself or loved ones. To selflessly give is what defines a role model, yet many cannot achieve that. The conversation faltered, and they resigned themselves to sleep. With no television at home and frequent power outages, there was little entertainment besides a battered radio. The courtyard gradually fell silent, the moonlight casting shadows on the curtains, and spring insects chirping softly. Chen Qi lay on the bed in the outer room, listening to the hushed whispers within, undoubtedly still deliberating over work matters. He truly did not wish for Yushili to retire early, as he knew he would not remain in his position for long, making it a waste. Moreover, he had little interest in the job at the Xinhua bookstore. Generations of tobacco workers, generations of oil workers, generations of electricians, and generations of bankers. What about me as the third generation of bookstore workers? Chen Qi turned over and closed his eyes. In truth, whether selling tea or doing something else was inconsequential. He was prepared to flee at any moment with his bucket in hand. Chapter 4. My desire for advancement at 6:30 in the morning. Chen Qi roused himself from slumber. The cacophony outside was relentless, with the hustle and bustle of cooking and preparing for work making sleep impossible. He reached for his nylon socks, slipped them on, and tucked his thermal pants into them. These socks, adorned with a blue checkered pattern, had a pronounced heel. They were durable and easy to wash, vibrant in color, elastic, yet regrettably not moisture-wicking, leading to an unpleasant odor. Especially in winter, he would place his feet on the stove to warm them, producing a sizzling sound. Such a pair of nylon socks cost around 2 to 3 yuan, a luxury most could scarcely afford. In later years, cotton products became expensive while synthetic fibers became more affordable. The reverse was true back then. The renowned Daichi fabric was, in fact, polyester. So what did the impoverished wear? They donned cloth socks, lacking elasticity and prone to slipping, often secured with 2 ties around the calf, reminiscent of ancient attire. Monks and Taoists also wore such cloth socks. As the textile industry evolved over the years, nylon socks became commonplace, with those born in the 70s, 80s, and 90s having surely worn them. a popular rhyme of the time proclaimed. Hanging trousers and little white shoes, nylon socks peeking through, which was quite the fashion statement. Stay at home and don't cause trouble. If you need anything, come find me at the bookstore. After breakfast, as their parents departed for work, you shrilly admonished him like a mother hen. To them, their child would always remain young. At 20, still warned against opening the door to strangers. At 30, still treated to delightful snacks. Chen Qi continued his life as a left-behind child. Yet, he was busy, securing the door, unearthing sheets of manuscript paper from beneath his bed, and sitting at the table to write, occasionally referencing the geographic atlas. In his previous life, he had worked at a media company, later embarking on entrepreneurship, having penned numerous works of varying lengths. His writing prowess was commendable, but he intentionally softened his style now, for he wished to take advantage of opportunities. In this era, cultural individuals were in high demand, enjoying generous compensation. Whether for novels or screenplays, if a magazine or film studio saw potential, they would invite the author to revise, covering travel expenses, lodging, and even providing daily stipends. For instance, Yu Hua, then an inexperienced dentist, submitted his work to Capital Literature. The editor called him long distance, praising his writing but suggesting a more optimistic ending. Yu Hua eagerly agreed, promising to make it bright from start to finish if they published his work. He eagerly accepted the invitation, enjoying complimentary meals at the magazine's guest house, receiving a daily allowance of 2 yuan, and after a month, he returned home not only without losing money but with a surplus. However, Chen Qi deemed a month far too brief. His exploits of taking advantage were calculated by the year. When calculated annually, a struggling magazine would suffice, but film studios posed no issues. Those screenwriters often resided at film studios, masters of exploitation. Thus, Chen Qi was crafting not a novel, but a literary screenplay. The remuneration for screenplays was significantly higher than that for novels, unless one was dealing with a lengthy novel. I do not wish to reside in an alley. I desire the comforts of a guest house. He immersed himself in his work, striving to avoid the embarrassment of a bedpan, when suddenly, Huang Jing's voice drifted from outside, tinged with a hint of distress. Chen Qi, are you there? Yes, I am here. Ah, what has happened? He opened the door to find the young woman with tear-streaked cheeks and a despondent expression. He quickly ushered her inside and inquired, what is the matter? Yesterday, Aunt Wang came to our house, discussing the sale of tea. To my astonishment, my parents agreed. But why did they consent? They both work at the same establishment, and there is only one succession slot, which was already determined to be for my younger brother. He just graduated from high school, failed to secure a place in further studies, and is currently unemployed at home. Woo-woo, I do not wish to sell tea. Huang Zhaneying wiped her eyes, unsure whether her tears were shed for the tea selling or for her parents' favoritism. Chen Qi, possessing a somewhat limited capacity for empathy, could not fully relate, yet he maintained a playful demeanor at appropriate moments. So, it appears you will be selling tea? Yes. That's wonderful, I will join you. He expressed his excitement, stating, I was quite anxious about managing it alone. With you by my side, I feel reassured. You are far more adept in a confrontation than I am. Look at you, speaking as if you're the male. Huang Zhaneying retorted with a pout. I am rather fragile, unlike you, who resembles Zhang Fei. However, I actually have high hopes for you in this role. Your personality is vibrant and charismatic, and you possess intellect. During the Q-cutting incident, you were the leader among the educated youth. It is unfortunate that you lack the opportunity to showcase your abilities. Now that we are forming a cooperative, I believe you are more suited than anyone else. This is a vast world with immense potential, and I wholeheartedly support you. Some individuals prefer to rely on others, while others find solace in being relied upon. Huang Zhaneying, belonging to the latter group, felt slightly embarrassed by the praise and replied, But we are only selling tea. What can we achieve? There is much more to it. Chen Qi rose to glance outside, wary of eavesdroppers, and spoke in hushed tones. Aunt Wang mentioned that there are 80,000 unemployed youths in the district, correct? Yes, but what of it? Do you comprehend the magnitude of social risks if these 80,000 individuals remain unemployed? Huang Zhaneying pondered before responding. I understand that the government places great importance on employment. It is not merely important, it is of paramount significance. Let me explain. Policies are quite flexible and can shift in response to the larger context. In order to facilitate employment, the government has relaxed numerous restrictions. Do not think that selling tea is merely selling tea. For instance, could we also sell some sunflower seeds? What about adding some salted broad beans? Perhaps we could procure a few chairs for customers to rest. We could even consider organizing performances, renting a space, and establishing a formal shop. Or, if we broaden our perspective, with the establishment of the Shiko Industrial Zone in Guangdong and the normalization of Sino-American relations, foreign goods will continuously flood in. Could we not acquire some merchandise to sell? Well, Huang Zhanaying gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't that speculative trading?" Ah, remember what I said earlier. In the face of larger circumstances, one may need to compromise. Of course, do not take it to extremes. A small adjustment here, and there will likely go unnoticed by the authorities. What we need to do now is to maintain the right mindset and not view tea selling as a disgrace, regardless of the winds blowing from all directions. I shall remain steadfast. Goodness, how do you know all of this? I possess a modest understanding of leisurely reads, although I cannot fully comprehend them. I find them profoundly impressive. Huang Zhanaying is remarkably fortunate. She has partaken in the first grand opportunity presented by Chen Qi after his arrival, spontaneously cultivating an entrepreneurial spirit. She exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Do share more with me in the future, Comrade Chen Qi. I am eager to advance." Meanwhile, Chen Jianjun and Yu Xiuli have been tirelessly seeking avenues for their son's employment. However, the labor market is exceedingly competitive, with desirable positions already claimed. And they are unqualified for the mediocre roles, while the inferior ones are fiercely contested. The situation evokes a palpable sense of despair akin to that of a 985 master's degree holder earning a mere 5,000 yuan monthly. At this very moment, it mirrors a time long past. Regardless of the circumstances, each household faces its own challenges. Nearly 2 days later, all 13 unemployed youths contracted by Aunt Wang agreed to sell tea. Other streets in the Chowan district also began to establish cooperatives, engaging in various trades such as bamboo curtain weaving, knife and scissor sharpening, engraving, hand-knit sweater production, and painting doors and windows, among others, flourishing just as in any previous mobilization. Meanwhile, a handful of individual entrepreneurs emerged in the streets and alleys. They operate without licenses, lacking public recognition, akin to rats lurking in the shadows of this sweeping reform. Chapter 5. Setting up stall in early April, another morning dawned. After the family had their breakfast, Chen Qi donned a set of gray attire, complemented by a cotton shirt beneath, and his feet were clad in those black-topped, red-soled cloth shoes, brimming with enthusiasm. He was eager to sell tea, yet his parents wore expressions of dismay, almost as if they were about to stage a dramatic scene. Why must you forsake a stable job to engage in such folly? I know your temperament all too well. Do you have the audacity to shout out for customers? You won't even be able to count the money they give you. With tears and snot streaming down her face, Yu Xiuli lamented, to which Chen Qi retorted, "Mother, don't portray me as a fool. I am far more astute than a monkey. Just be cautious. If it becomes too difficult, do let us know." Chen Jianjun advised with a note of concern. Finally, Yu Xiuli insisted on placing a cotton hat on his head, but Chen Qi adamantly refused, believing it would diminish his attractiveness, with a ceiling of Qin Guanchao and a floor of Zhao Binshan in appearance. Huang Zhanaying had been waiting quietly nearby, her parents seemingly indifferent in comparison. Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively, and Huang Zhanaying followed silently behind him, creating a stark contrast. To those in the know, they were off to sell tea. To those unaware, it might appear as though the turtle man had finally gathered 800,000 in bride price and was about to marry. The meeting point was at the Arrow Tower in Xianmen. It was merely a few hundred meters away, and the two arrived in about 10 minutes. This central axis of the capital includes the Forbidden City, Tiananmen Square, the Monument to the People's Heroes, and the Mausoleum of Mao Zedong. With the Arrow Tower located just south of Xianmen, from the flagpole at Tiananmen Square, it is hardly a distance of 1.5 kilometers, placing them firmly within the core area. The Arrow Tower, constructed during the Ming Dynasty, stands 38 meters tall and is quite magnificent, featuring a large archway through which the People's Liberation Army marched into the city in 1949. Chen Qi, Huang Zhanaying. At this moment, on the eastern side of the Arrow Tower, the 11 unemployed youths had already gathered, bustling about under the direction of Aunt Wang. Spotting them, Aunt Wang called out, "Come and lend a hand. Set up the bowls and get the stove going." Without hesitation, Chen Qi rolled up his sleeves and got to work. The preparations for selling tea were minimal. Everyone pooled together 40 yuan to purchase 2 large teapots, tea leaves, and 50 coarse porcelain bowls, while the table was borrowed and the stove constructed on site. Yes, they were building a stove right at Xianmen. This was hardly extraordinary. There were even vendors selling radishes at Tiananmen Square. The tea leaves were the cheapest grade, priced at merely 2 cents per bowl, No mistake, just 2 cents. A bottle of Beijing soda was 15 cents, deemed a light luxury. What about the larger bowls of tea, which were of significantly inferior quality? Naturally, they would adopt the pricing model of Pinduoduo. Chen Qi observed the flurry of activity, although he himself was not particularly engaged. "Goodness, I am utterly exhausted," he exclaimed, feigning fatigue as he wiped his brow. "Aunt Wang, may I have a bowl to sample?" She obliged, saying, "Although our tea is inexpensive, it quenches thirst. Passers-by seek refreshment rather than flavor. Come, you all must be weary. Take a moment to rest." Aunt Wang, a capable woman, poured several bowls of tea for everyone to share. Chen Qi lifted the large bowl, and the rough texture immediately struck him. After tasting a sip, a wave of nostalgia surged through him. It reminded him of a time in his previous life when he spent 10 yuan on half a jean of Biluakan tea from Taobao. The flavor was characterized by a resounding bleh, a concoction of mere tea leaves and stems. His companions, however, seemed unfazed, having grown up with this blend. What constitutes high-quality tea? The impoverished residents of old Beijing could not afford fine tea, yet had a penchant for it. Hence, tea merchants cleverly branded this inferior product as premium tea leaves, allowing the poor to enjoy tea while preserving their dignity. Truly authentic. The renowned Zhang Yiyuan in Dashilan still sells this high-grade dust. As they busied themselves, a crowd began to gather. Since the Qing dynasty, Xiamen has been a bustling hub. With a plethora of shops, convenient transportation, bus stops, a car station, and a subway station, opened in 1971, alongside a foreign-affiliated hotel, the Xiamen Restaurant, where luxury cars line the entrance. The current population of Beijing stands at 8.97 million, not including the countless visitors on business trips, overseas guests, and compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau, resulting in an incessant flow of people. Men, women, and children don gray, blue, and army green attire, layered 3 deep, resembling NPCs in a game, with question marks floating above their heads. One step forward could trigger a quest for tea in large bowls. When Huang Zhanaying and her companions regained their senses, they were met with this spectacle. Then, they all faltered. "Aunt Wang, what should we do?" "Shout out. We have a sign." "Even with a sign, we must shout. That's how trade works." "Without a shout, how will we attract customers?" "Shout, shout, shout." The 12 individuals, including Huang Zhanaying, resembled those clear yet naive university students of a later era, none of whom had ever engaged in such a task. And they felt too embarrassed, let alone in 1979. Even in 2024, many would hesitate to set up a stall and shout out. Aunt Wang, with her characteristic composure, stated, "Don't expect me to help. I can only assist you once. You must rely on yourselves. Hey, what are you selling? Why is there not a sound from you?" The onlookers recognized their discomfort, offering neither kindness nor malice. They were merely entertained and began to jeer. Huang Zhanaying glanced at Chen Qi, who was preoccupied with counting ants. With a determined bite of her lip, her face flushed crimson and her teeth chattered. Large bowl tea. 2 cents a bowl. Boom. Even though the sign read large bowl tea, 2 cents a bowl, and despite the crowd being somewhat prepared, the exclamation still erupted like an explosion. This shout resonated like the first bottle of Coca-Cola in China, the inaugural television advertisement, the first poster featuring a swimsuit, the first disco, the first song by Teresa Ting, and the first red dress, each a wave merging with the masses, gradually coalescing into a tide of reform. Someone from a few paces away inquired, "Comrade, which unit are you from?" "Dashilan Production Service Cooperative." "Do you need a ticket?" "No ticket." This exchange served to confirm their legitimacy. The crowd grew increasingly restless, and the questioner seemed hesitant, yet ultimately took a step forward. He resembled a middle-aged official, carrying a bag and speaking with a distinct Shandong accent. "Bring me 3 bowls." "Certainly." Huang Zhanaying quickly signaled to his companions, who, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly poured water. The tea, resembling a yellow broth, was poured into large, coarse porcelain bowls adorned with blue floral patterns, steam rising in wisps. Lacking experience, they should have first poured it out and covered it to keep the tea warm, making it immediately drinkable. The middle-aged man touched the bowl and found it scalding. He casually struck up a conversation. "We've been searching for half the day without finding a drop of water. Your tea stall is splendid. We are grateful. We serve the people. Are you here on business?" "Indeed, we are from Shandong. Welcome to the capital. If you have time, do explore the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and the Summer Palace. They are quite remarkable." Huang Zhanaying gradually regained his composure, allowing his true self to emerge. The middle-aged man had 2 companions, each downing a bowl. and feeling unsatisfied, ordered 3 more. He then produced 2 5-cent and 2 1-cent coins neatly arranged on the table. Ah, what a fitting use of the word arranged. Thank you for supporting our work. You are always welcome to return. Huang Zhanaying's hand trembled as he took the coins. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and a profound sense of accomplishment, he had just sold 6 bowls of tea. The 4 coins clinked delightfully as they were tossed into the cash box, and a similar expression of joy appeared on his companion's face. Meanwhile, Chen Qi was still preoccupied with counting ants. Chapter 6. This is not bullying honest people. Your tea stall is indeed quite convenient for the public. I would like a bowl. I am from Tangshan, who came up with this brilliant idea. It's truly remarkable. You want to disband this cooperative tomorrow, will you? Oh dear, there are so many people at the front gate. Having a tea stall is quite delightful. This must be jasmine tea, right? I could tell at the first sip. Let me share a tip. Brew a large pot in advance and pour it into the teapot for serving. Keep the stove warm. And you can open for business every day. With a pioneer leading the way, the crowd hesitated no longer. In this day and age, even spitting on the ground attracts a crowd, let alone something as novel as this. Regardless of thirst, everyone comes for a bowl as it only costs 2 pennies. No one complains about the taste, yet many still look down on such cooperative enterprises. Though no one officially appointed her, Huang Zhanaying naturally became the linchpin, deftly balancing tea in one hand and collecting money in the other, all while chatting with customers, scarcely pausing for breath. Sistering, sistering, a young man suddenly dashed over, saying, "One pot is already sold out. Should we brew another?" Sold out. Huang Zhanaying rushed over to take a look and indeed saw the pot was empty. Initially harboring little hope, she was pleasantly surprised by the number of buyers and exclaimed, "Get brewing, quickly. We can't afford to run out." After giving her orders, she turned to see Chen Qi, and an anger flared within her. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "What is the matter? Everyone is busy, and you're just squatting here?" "I'm busy too." Chen Qi, squatting like an old dog, pointed to his head and replied, "I'm calculating something. Don't disturb me." "You." Huang Zhanaying truly wished to give him a kick, but out of revolutionary camaraderie, she refrained and turned back to the customers. Meanwhile, Chen Qi continued to squat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the flowing crowd, observing the frequency of passers-by, their attire. Whether they were walking, cycling, or driving in cars, even looking for foreigners. The ownership of this tea stall is quite ambiguous. Initially, 40 yuan was pooled together. Everyone received a share, and the street committee also took a portion. In principle, it was co-owned by the street and all members, but at this point, there were no specific regulations, and it was tacitly understood to belong to the street. Currently, Granny Wang claims that the street bears all profits and losses, with each person receiving a monthly salary of 36 yuan, regardless of profit or loss, with revenues submitted to the street. However, such cooperatives are generally profitable. Shared profits and losses can lead to unequal distribution and dissatisfaction, so next year, the state will issue a document changing it to self-financing. Chen Qi did a rough calculation. With each person earning 36 yuan, totaling 13 individuals, the monthly salary amounts to 468 yuan, plus operational costs. Let us estimate it at a maximum of 600 yuan. A bowl of tea costs 2 pennies. Selling 30,000 bowls would yield 600 yuan, equating to 1,000 bowls a day. Come on, this is the front gate. Selling 1,000 bowls daily is not an issue at all. This humble tea stall has immense potential. Chen Qi was contemplating making an exit, leaving Huang Zhanaying alone, which weighed on his conscience, hence he pondered how to improve the business, ensuring he could depart with a clear conscience. The crowd arrived in waves, each more captivating than the last. Before long, it was midday, and Aunt Wang, observing their growing proficiency, had already departed. Huang Zhanaying finally found a moment to rest, bringing over 2 pieces of coarse grain bread and settling onto the ground with a sigh. "Ah, I am utterly exhausted. Is this truly lunch? What else could it be? This is exceedingly meager." Chen Qi accepted a piece of bread, took a bite of its dry, coarse texture, and inquired, "We aren't even graced with fish or meat, let alone a bit of pickled vegetables? Pickles? I'll ask." Huang Zhanaying approached a young woman, who returned with a small chunk of pickled vegetable. Casting a sideways glance at Chen Qi and muttering an atonement for him to overhear, "Everyone else is busy. Yet a select few choose to cut corners and act as if they were lords." Humph. Chen Qi couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. He reminisced about his school days, when he was one of those select few in the eyes of his teachers, while his friends were dubbed as some students, and even worse, They humorously referred to themselves as the school's F4. Quietly, Chen Qi tore the bread apart and stuffed in the pickles, crafting his own oversized coarse-grained pickle sandwich. Huang Zhenaying observed him and remarked, "I've noticed something. Your craving for material indulgence seems to be growing. You often complain about this and that. What is it you desire? A car? A mansion? A resurgence of capitalism? I lack such abilities. That's the wisdom of future generations," he quickly replied, shaking his head. "By the way, how many bowls did you sell this morning?" "No time to count. Business has been good. I'm feeling quite motivated now." "Oh, and you'll need to get back to work soon. People are beginning to voice their discontent. Unity is essential," Huang Zhenaying advised. Yes, work indeed." Chen Qi chuckled as he munched on his oversized coarse-grained pickle sandwich, accompanied by a large bowl of tea, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The food was so unpalatable that he nibbled delicately, more gently than a girl's tongue. Just as he had consumed half, a commotion erupted nearby. Huang Zhenaying sprang to her feet, rushing over to find a large crowd gathered, with several frivolous youths at the forefront, laughing and joking. "Where do these drifters come from?" one of them exclaimed. "What drifters? Show some respect. They are called individual entrepreneurs. I heard individual entrepreneurs are just those released from prison." Oh dear. The term drifter had first appeared in a 1950s document titled Instructions to Discourage Farmers from Blindly Migrating to Cities, thus birthing this derogatory concept. Huang Zhenaying bravely stepped forward and addressed the leading youth, raising her voice. "What are you doing? If you're not here for tea, then please move along." The young men, dressed in attire that clearly indicated their privileged upbringing, exclaimed, "Wow, this woman is fierce. No wonder she is an entrepreneur." "You know nothing. They are not entrepreneurs. They belong to a cooperative." "Oh, so they are part of a cooperative." The group erupted into laughter. Their sarcastic taunts echoed, and to my astonishment, laughter erupted from the crowd, with no one stepping forward to intervene. This was a shared sentiment, as everyone recognized the disparities in employment. State-owned enterprises offered secure jobs. Collective institutions were met with disdain, and private individuals, alas, they were regarded as even lesser than a mere dog. It is impossible to guarantee the goodness of every individual, especially amidst the overwhelming prejudices of our era. My companions, unable to tolerate the mockery, began to speak out. "How rude you are. How can you speak like that? Indeed, we are engaged in legitimate work." "What legitimate work? You're merely unemployed youth." As if we were unaware? This was merely a means to place you in any available position. Who would have thought someone would resort to selling tea? Wait, will you be banned by tomorrow? Pack your belongings and leave. What were the lyrics to that song again? The leader of the group, with a gleam in his eye, began to sing with increasing delight. Abalagu, oh, oh, oh. This was a tune from a 1950s Indian film titled The Vagabond, known as the Song of Ras, which had once captivated audiences in our country and was recently re-released to great acclaim. The melody was infectious, spreading through the streets and alleys. Su Jingqing drew inspiration from it, crafting The Girl from India, and by Zhan Tong even sang it in The Legend of Wuling. The older generation had all heard it. Translated, it means, wandering everywhere, wandering everywhere. Upon hearing this song, a young girl in the team burst into tears, while several boys turned pale, unsure of how to retaliate. Huang Zhenaying's eyes widened in anger, ready to flip the table in fury. Her fist trembled, and the fleeting sense of accomplishment she had felt was obliterated by the scornful jests. Yet, beneath her anger lay a deep-seated insecurity. Why was it her lot to sell large bowls of tea? As a young woman, a tumult of emotions surged within her, and her eyes reddened as she fought to hold back her tears. "Comrades, which institution do you represent?" At that moment, a voice emerged from the corner of the tea stall, followed by a languid young man who stood up and took a few steps forward. Inquiring once more, "Which institution are you from?" "What do you mean by that?" The leading youth retorted defiantly, and as the stranger approached, he sneered even more. "What? Are you looking for a fight? A fight? No. I merely wish to speak with your superiors and ask them in your presence whether your faculty truly harbors such disdain for the working class. Is it true that you, as educators, disregard unity and belittle your brothers and sisters, reveling in a sense of class superiority? You dare." The expression of the leading youth shifted dramatically. "Who dares more, I wonder?" Chen Qi pointed behind him, stating, "Look here, we are from the Dashilon Production and Service Cooperative, a total of 13 individuals. You have insulted us as drifters, as if we were released from prison. Do you have any idea how many unemployed youth are in this city? 400,000. 400,000. And you have insulted them all. You are the one to blame." Chen Qi gave a thumbs up and continued in rapid succession. The newspapers have declared that the employment of unemployed youth is a state policy, a matter of utmost importance this year. From the leaders to the grassroots workers, tirelessly laboring, we have painstakingly carved a path for everyone. Yet, what is the outcome? In the end, we are subjected to the disdain of you wretched individuals, beset by sarcasm and ridicule. What is wrong with our tea selling? We earn our livelihood through honest toil, and we take pride in it. Those of you who scorn tea vendors and belittle the working class, were your ancestors landlords? Or perhaps capitalists? How long has it been since the fall of the old China? Are the three mountains of oppression re-emerging? Do you seek a restoration of capitalism? You must cease this nonsensical chatter. The other party's face turned pale, retreating in small steps. Chen Qi took a decisive step forward. Seizing him and raising his voice, we, 13 individuals, have neither stolen nor robbed, with unwavering loyalty to our homeland. Wherever the organization requires us to be, we shall go. Yet you besmirch us with your vile words. Have we misinterpreted the organization's directives? Have we erred in serving the people? Should we not be forthright? Should we not demand that the organization provide us with suitable employment? Is there any reason in the world for such a notion? Speak. Which unit do you belong to? Today, I shall post a public notice at your workplace for all to see. Chen Qi gestured emphatically, the veins on his neck protruding. Channeling the spirits of Zhang Mozi and Master Tang in that moment, shouting until his voice was hoarse. Is this not an affront to honest individuals? Chapter 7. The Journey of Life. The vastness of the heavens and the earth, yet the hat reigns supreme. As Chen Qi hurled his hats, his adversaries found themselves swiftly depleting their vitality, their health diminished to a mere whisper. Had this been a few years prior, such words alone would have warranted public humiliation. Grasping his opponent by the collar, he demanded with an intensity that pierced the soul, "Which organization do you belong to? Today, you have insulted the working class, and you shall not escape without an explanation. Let go. Release me." The leader among them appeared to recall certain memories, his complexion paling as he struggled futilely. "I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Would you care to regain that spirit?" Chen Qi chuckled. "My brother, my esteemed ancestor, I was wrong, utterly wrong. I should not have provoked you. I spoke in jest. Please, allow me to depart. To characterize these individuals as truly malicious would be an overstatement. Rather, they were frivolous and lacking in decorum. As events spiraled beyond their control, panic gripped them, and their only desire was to flee. What are you all huddled for? Step aside." At that moment, a police officer clad in white uniform parted the crowd and stepped forward. Upon witnessing the scene, he felt a chill. Yet another brawl? It was understandable that such thoughts crossed his mind, for in a city with 400,000 unemployed youth, how many disturbances might arise daily? The higher-ups had insisted upon utmost caution in handling such matters. "Officer, it is as follows." Chen Qi relinquished his grip and took a step forward to explain. The officer listened with an impassive expression and responded, "Regardless of your grievances, it is best to communicate civilly and refrain from any pushing or shoving. This is Qianmin, frequented by foreign guests. Please be mindful of the repercussions. We certainly do not wish to trouble you, but he has insulted us. We seek to communicate with their organization through the proper channels. We will not resolve this privately, nor will we resort to violence." The officer scrutinized him for a moment, then glanced at the 12 young individuals behind him. They represented not merely a dozen people but an immensely formidable collective. The officer turned to the man and demanded, "Which organization do you belong to? Speak up. Which organization?" The individual hesitated, mumbling a vague response. "The plastic factory." "Very well, I understand now. Thank you, officer." Chen Qi stepped back voluntarily. Then he spat disdainfully. "What airs do you put on, plastic factory? You are no steel mill, with millions of readers across the heavens. And that Qin Huairu, that brazen figure." Once those individuals fled in desperation and the police departed, he was immediately elevated to a status akin to that of a hero. In a brief span, his companions experienced a whirlwind of emotions: anger, helplessness, astonishment, and elation. Life's ups and downs were truly exhilarating. "Chen Qi, you are remarkable. Wow, how do you articulate so well? I was at a loss for words. Truly impressive. Hidden talent indeed. You are a master." The girl who had previously offered him pickled vegetables now altered her demeanor, exclaiming with excitement, "From now on, you need not work. We shall take care of it. If you wish to lounge, feel free to do so all day." "Why would I lounge all day? I have hemorrhoids." Chen Qi waved his hand and approached the cash box, saying, "You all continue selling. It has been half a day, and I will calculate our earnings. This time, No one complained about his lack of contribution. Each person resumed selling the large bowls of tea with a clear yet naive enthusiasm, as though they believed the past had been forgotten and that they would no longer face discrimination. A group of novices. He shook his head and began to tally the coins in the cash box, which proved to be quite tedious, consisting mainly of 1 and 2 cent coins. A wave of melancholy washed over him. As a boss, how could I be reduced to counting pennies? After a lengthy period, he finally calculated the earnings, a total of 68 yuan from selling over 1,000 bowls of tea. Indeed, it was the early days of reform and opening up. In those times, even selling dung could make one a millionaire, and selling sunflower seeds could lead to a fortune. He confided this information to only Huang Zhining to prevent the others from becoming overly exuberant and loose-lipped. Subsequently, on his first day of work, he began to request leave. I am feeling unwell and would like to take half a day off. My apologies. Go on, take care of yourself. It's all right. We're here for you. They replied, their attitudes having made a complete turnaround. Well then, I shall take my leave, Chen Qi declared and exited. Turning back for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. What a bunch of innocent novices. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Qi returned home, where his parents were busy with their daily work. He glanced at his script, which was mostly completed, with only a little left to finalize, approximately 50,000 words in total. Having been delayed by the tea-selling venture, he did not wish to dawdle any longer and immediately immersed himself in his writing. The pen danced across the paper, producing a simple yet poignant love story. While uncomplicated, it was a narrative that could shock many in an era reluctant to discuss such matters. When he finally lifted his head, satisfied with a deep breath, he conducted a quick review, placed the manuscript into a brown paper bag, and labeled it, to the Beijing Film Studio Film Creation Magazine. Due to various interruptions, it had taken him 10 days to complete the script, and Chen Qi felt a surge of excitement. He was finally going to stay at the guest house, which was quite nice at the Beijing Film Studio. Despite being in the same city, one could still enjoy free accommodations, a long-standing tradition. Is Chen Qi at home? Is Chen Qi at home? Suddenly, Aunt Wang's breathless voice echoed in the spring breeze. The elderly lady hurried in, nearly bursting with excitement, clearly having received the news. Upon entering, she caught sight of her grandson flipping through a brown paper bag and exclaimed, "What do you have there? What do you have? This? A big character poster. Oh my goodness." Aunt Wang nearly fainted and hurriedly added, "You really wrote it. You must be careful. What's wrong with writing a big character poster? You should be quite familiar with it." Right? It is precisely because I am familiar that I am apprehensive. At my advanced age, I can hardly withstand your incessant turmoil. Upon receiving the news, I hurried to find you. Aunt Wang, with her heartfelt concern, spoke as if to her own beloved grandson. I've heard all about the events that transpired. What is the fuss? Someone merely jested a bit, yet you remain relentless, even resorting to writing big character posters. Is that something one can just scribble? I found her words quite displeasing. Was it mere jest? That was a direct insult aimed at the noses of our 400,000 unemployed youths. Ask yourself, are we not obedient enough? We have not engaged in brawls or inappropriate relationships. You mentioned selling tea in large bowls, and we complied, treating you with respect as our elder. But why should others denigrate us? We have borne the brunt of their insults. We are the victims. Why do you not support us but side with them? I feel wronged. Chen Qi rubbed his eyes, his nose tinged with emotion, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. I understand your struggles, she said. You have no idea. Chen Qi interjected. Even if we heed your advice and let this matter rest, can you assure us that it won't happen again? Are you not aware of the discrimination we face when selling tea? If such incidents recur, will we continue to endure, to tolerate, until it finally erupts? Erupt? Oh, the elderly lady shuddered, as if she were confronted by a deluge of crimson. What do you mean, young man? How do you propose we address this? Firstly, those individuals must receive punishment. Secondly, they must publicly apologize. Publicly apologize? In front of the people at the tea stall? You are certainly risking the reputation of their organization, and they will undoubtedly refuse. I do not care if they refuse. I will resort to writing big character posters. No, wait a moment. Let me communicate with their organization. Can you wait for my response? Very well, I shall acquiesce. But only because you have asked. Chen Qi reluctantly agreed, and Aunt Wang departed, her mind burdened by high blood pressure. In truth, he did not wish to write big character posters. Such actions invite trouble. Yet, he was uncertain whether that wretched plastic factory could be intimidated, so he prepared for both outcomes. Chen Qi was no inept fool. Today's matter was far from resolved. As long as they continued selling tea, discrimination would persist. Fundamentally, there must be a transformation in societal perception, but that is an arduous task. Perhaps a simpler solution would suffice. Let the tea stall gain fame. If it becomes renowned, especially with leadership coming to inspect, it would serve as an additional layer of protection. In these extraordinary times, words can be as sharp as blades, capable of both harm and elevation. Moreover, I too seek recognition. One must seize the moment to attain fame. Chen Qi sat down, took up a fresh sheet of paper, and after a brief contemplation, wrote a title, The Journey of Life. Why does it seem to narrow with every step? After completing it, he lifted his head and continued to write, truly inspired, with thoughts flowing like a torrent. Chapter 8. The Path of Life. Early the next morning, Chen Qi once again skipped work. Departing from Minquang Hutong, he pedaled north along the central axis, passing the Forbidden City, Beihai, and Shikahai, until he arrived at the HD district. Thunder rumbled as he rode, and onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for the bicycle he was riding. Who would allow such a bike to be treated so carelessly? Chen Qi snorted in response. The bike that others cherished, he rode standing up. Not only that, but he also employed a rather unconventional riding style, reminiscent of a child whose short legs necessitate a peculiar posture. The journey was not short, spanning approximately 12 kilometers. Upon reaching the Jimen Bridge at the North Third Ring Road, he found himself amidst the North Film Studio and North Electric, in a region teeming with universities, including Beiyou, Beishida, and Beiyang. Beyond that lay Jichuan Road, the very site where Commander Yao had once fought. This was the third location of the North Film Studio and the one he was most familiar with, featuring architecture in the Soviet style, with a statue of 3 workers, peasants, and soldiers standing proudly at the entrance. In 20 years, a fellow named Wang Baoqiang would come to loiter here. He secured his bicycle and approached the reception office, tapping on the window and calling out, "Good day, sir. Who are you looking for?" The old man inquired. "I've come to submit a manuscript. I live in the South City and thought it would be quicker to deliver it myself rather than trouble the postal workers." The old man took the brown paper bag, glancing at it with an expression of indifference. Such occurrences were commonplace. Just as he was about to set it aside, Chen Qi cheekily offered half a pack of cigarettes with a grin, saying, "Sir, please enjoy a smoke." "All right, just leave it there." The cigarettes were called Dakiaman, priced at 2 yuan a pack, pilfered from his father, Chen Zhanjun's stash. Dakiaman was considered a mid-range brand at that time. Zhonghua cigarettes were classified into large and small, with the larger version priced at 2 yuan and the smaller at 2 yuan, typically reserved for special allocations. There was also a brand from Tianjin called Hangda, also at 2 yuan a pack. The old man, quite practical, accepted the cigarettes in lieu of service. He lifted a small blackboard and swiftly wrote a note. "Literary department, film creation, has submissions." "Thank you very much," Chen Qi said, hopping back on his bike and speeding off, darting toward the China Youth Daily to submit his piece on the path of life. He deliberately avoided the People's Daily. They were unlikely to publish such articles, whereas the Youth Daily was sure to do so, as it was more appropriate for the audience. The China Youth Daily currently boasted a circulation of 2 million copies, making it the most widely distributed newspaper in the country. In summary, he spent the entire morning delivering manuscripts, only finishing around noon. He leisurely rode back along the central axis and paused in front of the Memorial Hall for Educators. The hall was inaugurated and opened to the public on September 9, 1977. He remembered his first visit to the capital in 1998 with his family, coinciding with the World Cup. He had visited the Memorial Hall then, recalling the layout. The front hall featured a statue of the educator, while the back housed a crystal coffin. It seemed that there was always a long queue, with many visitors, particularly those on business trips from afar, appearing sorrowful and dressed in black. After all, he had only passed 3 years earlier. Chen Qi stood outside for a moment, contemplating, but did not enter. He later returned to the tea stall, playfully apologizing to everyone, claiming he had a stomachache. No one took it seriously, especially since he had already made a name for himself the day before. There was still no news from Aunt Wang. It was unclear whether there had been genuine communication, false pretenses, or if they were still deliberating. In any case, he had submitted his manuscript. The China Youth Daily, founded in 1951 and temporarily suspended, resumed publication in 1978. It serves as the official newspaper of the Central Committee of the Communist Youth League, primarily targeting a youthful readership. The call for contributions from educators has garnered significant influence. Recently, the entire newsroom has been buoyed by excitement, as they have astutely identified a previously banned book titled The Second Handshake, which they have condensed to 60,000 words and are serializing daily, occupying a quarter of a page. This has sparked a fervor, with readers eagerly anticipating each installment. Queues have formed at newsstands, and some fervent readers even shattered the glass of a post office in Shanghai. The novel explores themes of leadership, intellectuals, love, and international relations, topics that were taboo in that era. The author was once sentenced to death, but fortunately for him, before the sentence could be carried out, the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee convened. Eventually, the novel was published in book form and sold over 4 million copies, a record that stood for many years. Xiaoli, what do you have? Letters from readers. Another sack? More than that. In the editorial department, a young editor placed a full sack of letters on the ground, then rushed back in with 2 more sacks, panting, "I can't do this anymore. I'm an editor, not a laborer." This just shows our readers' enthusiasm. Indeed, even our circulation has significantly increased. Everyone felt a sense of pride. Who could dispute that they held the highest circulation in the nation? However, the second handshake would soon conclude its serialization. What new focal point could they explore? What about the youth cooperative? It's the hottest topic right now. It could work, but I've read many articles on it. They're too dry. We should make it resemble government documents. People prefer vibrant and sincere narratives. I have an idea. An older editor suddenly stood up, holding a letter, and said, "This just arrived today. You all should take a look." "Let me see." The young editor took it, and upon reading the title, The Road of Life. Why does it seem to narrow? Oh, a piece of lyrical prose. He became intrigued. In such a turbulent era, who would dare to express their emotions publicly? Therefore, everyone had held back for so long. Finally, a crack had appeared, leading to a natural outpouring of feelings, both personal and an appreciation of others' expressions. I am 19 this year, just beginning to embark on life, yet I feel an overwhelming fatigue, as if I have reached my limit. As a child, I often heard tales of how the steel was tempered in the diary of Lei Feng. Although I could not fully comprehend them at the time, the deeds of heroes inspired sleepless nights. I meticulously copied the famous line from Paul regarding the meaning of life, when reminiscing about the past. He does not regret having wasted his youth nor feels ashamed of his mediocrity. Onto the first page of my diary. Having completed my journal, I transcribed it into his second notebook. How much encouragement those words once provided me. Subsequently, amidst the tide of humanity, I returned to the city, where I was assigned to a collective street cooperative. Alongside 12 companions, we set up a tea stall at the front gate, embarking on a journey of self-sufficiency. I harbored an aspiration for truth, goodness, and beauty, yet disappointment soon enveloped me. Societal prejudices rendered our modest tea stall a formidable challenge. On our inaugural day, despite our shyness and unfamiliarity, we toiled diligently, only to be met with ridicule from employees of a nearby plastic factory, who derided us as vagrants and ex-convicts, even belting out mockery in song. One girl was brought to tears, yet we felt powerless to change our circumstances. Deep down, we recognized the truth in their words. Our self-esteem diminished in comparison to those employed in state-run enterprises. We did not seek lavish rewards. Mere sustenance through our labor was sufficient. However, the internal anguish and confusion grew daily, becoming increasingly unbearable. I often pondered the purpose of life. Was it for noble ideals or the realization of self-worth? These concepts seemed distant and unattainable. Some claimed that the times were advancing, yet I could not grasp their robust momentum. The path of life appeared to narrow with each step. Nevertheless, I found the strength to persevere. At present, I may not articulate the essence of life's meaning. However, through my own experiences, I believe in the significance of cultivating an inner spiritual sanctuary. It can shine like the sun, illuminating even the darkest corners of our existence. This sanctuary may take the form of literature, painting, poetry, music, or even carpentry, sewing, fishing, and so forth. As long as it constitutes a realm uniquely ours, embraced with passion, it will bestow upon us strength. From a young age, my love for literature has served as my guiding light. Esteemed editors, I pen this letter not in pursuit of remedies or solutions from you, but to connect with the youth across our nation, as I believe our hearts resonate in unison. I hope to inspire countless young souls navigating confusion and uncertainty, encouraging them to break free from temporary adversities and face the vast ocean, where spring blooms with promise. This letter circulated within the editorial office, each reader exhaling a gentle sigh. Moved by the simplicity of the prose and the depth of emotion expressed, the author's longing for home. Indeed, yet more so. It articulated the author's state of bewilderment and the driving force to move forward. It was penned with sincerity, truly heartfelt. How splendid. It will undoubtedly strike a chord. Shall we not mention the tea stall at the front gate? Ah, tell the reporters to hurry and conduct interviews. Tomorrow, I must see this in print. Chapter 9. The Interview Creek. A red and white Skoda bus came to a halt near the front entrance. At this time, Czechoslovakia was still aligned with the Red Camp, officially known as the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic. Many of the imported trucks and buses were products of Eastern Europe, and Skoda was later acquired by Volkswagen. Chen Qi, a seasoned journalist from the China Youth Daily, struggled to squeeze his way out, wiping the sweat from his brow and adjusting his cotton shirt to appear more presentable. He had been with the newspaper since its revival, but retirement was on the horizon, as the editorial team was sparse and focused on nurturing the next generation. Xiaoyu. Hurry up. We're here. Yu Jiajia sprinted a few steps to catch up. In her early 20s, she possessed a certain charm and had just taken over her father's position as a novice reporter, clutching a bag containing an invaluable camera. Xiaoyu. You'll need to ask a few questions later. Huh, I don't know what to ask. How could a reporter not know what to inquire about? I brought you along to gain experience, so think carefully. After walking for a while, they arrived at the eastern side of the Aero Tower, where indeed a tea stall was bustling with activity and a multitude of customers. Chen Qi did not reveal his identity, but instead joined the queue, saying, 2 bowls of tea, please. Certainly. That will be 4 cents in total. Huang Zheneng efficiently took the order. Chen Qi lifted a large bowl, inspected it, took a whiff, and then sipped, chuckling, is this jasmine tea? Yes. The water quality in the capital is poor, but jasmine tea is not particular about the water, making it perfect for street vendors. Oh, you seem to be quite the connoisseur. Are you a local? Huang Zheneng engaged in customary small talk. Do you have this many customers every day? Pretty much. More and more people are discovering us now. Everyone is very supportive. After chatting for a while, Chen Qi smiled and extended his hand, stating, hello, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chen Qi, a reporter from China Youth Daily. And this is Comrade Xiaoyu. We are here to conduct an interview. Interview? Why would you want to interview us? Huang Zheneng stammered, bewildered. What is going on? Oh my, China Youth Daily. Upon hearing this, the other patrons gathered around, filled with excitement, as print media held immense authority during this era. And being a journalist was a highly coveted profession. With his vast experience, Chen Qi managed to regain control of the situation, asking, may I inquire who is Chen Qi? In unison, 12 pairs of eyes turned towards the right side of the tea stall, where a young man was crouched, counting money from a box. Are you in charge of finances? Chen Qi mused internally, walking over and extending his hand. Hello. Are you the one who wrote to the newspaper? Hello. My apologies for not noticing you earlier. I was just tallying up the accounts. Chen Qi quickly stood, a hint of shyness and tension on his handsome, bashful face. Scratching the back of his head, he said, yes, I wrote the letter. I never expected you would come to interview us. Your letter is quite delightful. Shall we engage in a casual conversation? Very well. The customers have also begun to stir with excitement. Oh, is that a reporter? Will it make it to the newspaper? Could it be that we might also find ourselves in the paper? The crowd has swelled further. Huang Zheneng, with remarkable foresight, fetched several stools, and Chen Qi, undeterred, took a seat and inquired about the situation. Could you elaborate on the conflict that day? It was the very first day of our opening, during the lunch break. I was enjoying my meal when suddenly I heard laughter. Upon investigation, I discovered it was those workers from the plastic factory, mocking us for no reason and even singing a wandering song. Several young ladies were driven to tears. What happened next? Fortunately, the police arrived in a timely manner to put a stop to it, as we were all quite young, the eldest among us being merely 21. With many young women present. Had the police not intervened, we truly would not have known what to do. Chen Qi responded candidly, his expression tinged with bitterness. They were rife with societal prejudices, and that day, some comrades even considered withdrawing, but we managed to persuade them to stay. Yu Jiajia was moved. Had she not taken over her current role, she might have ended up in the cooperative sewing and mending. Chen Qi continued his inquiry. What do your parents do for a living? They work at the Xinhua bookstore. A commendable establishment. Why did you not take over their position? Chen Qi hesitated for a moment, then replied, they wish to retire early. On one hand, I understand that this is a commendable choice that would greatly benefit my life, yet on the other, I remind myself that it is rather unambitious. Unambitious? Consider this. My parents are merely in their 40s. Having retired so early, what will they do next? And I'm only 19, with strength, intellect, and a long road ahead of me. I cannot accept that my personal desires would lead my parents to sacrifice their future. Chen Qi's determination was palpable. Sheng Yongji was equally moved. What a fine young person. Most individuals are quite amiable, particularly those visiting on business, who commend our tea stall for its convenience to the community. On our opening day, we sold over 2,000 bowls. There are far too few commercial service outlets in the capital, and I believe the cooperative can fill this void. Though the prevailing mindset of the people is difficult to alter, leaving us with a sense of inferiority. As the conversation deepened, Chen Qi appeared to shed his nervousness, speaking with increasing ease. Sheng Yongji felt it was time to pass the opportunity to Yu Jiejia, signaling her to pose a question. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Jiejia asked, "What is your vision for the future?" "At present, I simply wish to establish the tea stall successfully. I have a passion for literature and film and aspire to write something of my own." "Is that what you refer to as a spiritual sanctuary?" "Indeed. My spiritual sanctuary has rescued my heart countless times during periods of despair and gloom. I remain filled with hope for the future, believing that my peers will also be surrounded by blossoms, and I have faith that our nation will continue to flourish. Just like the line you penned about facing the sea with spring blossoms?" Yu Jiejia replied with a smile. I merely scribbled that." Chen Qi scratched the back of his head once more. Sheng Yongji held a profoundly favorable impression of the young man, humble, thoughtful, and grounded, with a promising future ahead. He embodied the essence of a traditional intellectual, generously offering guidance to ambitious youth. "We have read your letter and found it quite moving. We have decided to publish it. However, the title seems somewhat inappropriate. While you began with some somber reflections, the latter part is uplifting, and you also express your determination to forge ahead. Hence, titling it The Path of Life. Why does it grow narrower? Might not be suitable. I suggest altering it to The Path of Life. How should one navigate it? This would better align with the content and reflect a more engaging attitude towards the readers." "You are right. It should be this way." Chen Qi immediately concurred. The title mattered little to him. He had chosen that rather bleak phrase merely for its novelty. The original title referred to an article scheduled for publication next year in China Youth magazine, which narrated his various grim experiences, culminating in a near-suicidal moment. This article had gained considerable notoriety, sparking a nationwide debate on the meaning of life. However, Chen Qi had not plagiarized. His writing was essentially a promotional piece, advertising tea stalls and plastic factories, while simultaneously crafting a positive image of himself as an aspiring youth, essentially building a persona. "Very well. I shall discuss this with the editor upon my return," Sheng Yongji nodded, affirming that a youth willing to heed advice is indeed a commendable one. He then inquired, "Would you like to adopt a pseudonym?" "A pseudonym? Would Rainy Night, Blade in Hand be suitable?" "What? No, I cannot think of a fitting pseudonym. I shall use my real name." "That works too." Subsequently, the two proceeded to interview their companions. However, the group appeared rather disheveled, chattering incoherently like a flock of ducks, too much noise with scant substance. In the end, Sheng Yongji captured several photographs of them in the tea stall before waving goodbye. As soon as the two departed, their companions surrounded them excitedly. "Wow, we're going to be in the newspaper. Chen Qi, I am in awe of you. You and Sister Yingzi are truly a perfect blend of intellect and strength. With your leadership, we are bound to succeed." Upon hearing this, no one found anything amiss. Unbeknownst to them, they had collectively accepted these two as their leaders. Chapter 10. The emotional blogger of 1979. After dinner, the sunset cast a beautiful glow over the courtyard. Yet tranquility was but an illusion, overshadowed by the trivialities of daily life. Inside the house, Chen Jianjun was mending a fountain pen by the fading light, while Chen Qi accompanied Du Xiuli in winding a ball of yarn. The three of them sat in silence. The only household appliance, the radio, broadcasting Yuan Kuoqing's storytelling of the snowy wilderness. At this moment, the old gentleman had not yet delved into romance of the Three Kingdoms, focusing instead on revolutionary tales. What year was his granddaughter born? It seems it was 87. That would make her 8 years younger than me, quite a significant gap. Sigh. Her grandfather sings the Xia Daegu. Perhaps I should forge a connection with him and later adopt her as my own granddaughter? Speaking of which, Lu Shishir grows increasingly beautiful with age, especially after having a child. She possesses so much more charm than in her youth. Chen Qi, while winding the yarn, found his thoughts wandering across decades, as if experiencing quantum fluctuations. Once the storytelling concluded, a health education program commenced, followed by a replay of the day's news at the end of this month. The Ministry of Culture would hold an awards ceremony in the CPPCC auditorium for outstanding films and young creators. This marked the second time since 1956 that such honors were bestowed by the government. Upon hearing this, Yushili suddenly perked up, for she was a devoted film enthusiast. Lu Shaoqing will surely be there. And Tang Guiqiang too. The film offerings these past 2 years have been splendid. Chen Chong and Li Xiaoming are stunning. That Chen Pai Sai from look at this family is rather amusing, isn't he? I heard his father is Chen Chong. No need to hear. It's true. Oh, the Chen family is indeed a repository of talent. Yushili remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Chen Qi, feeling offended, retorted, Mother, you've wounded my pride. Oh no, that is not what I meant. I was not referring to you. Yushili quickly retracted, anxious not to bruise her eldest son's pride as he sold tea. Is Chen Qi home? A voice called from outside, unmistakably belonging to Aunt Wang, who, like an NPC, would occasionally drop by to discuss the progress of tasks. She entered, smiling. Ah, the three of you seem to be doing well. I need to speak with the young man about something. What is it? Chen Qi inquired. Nothing major. I just want to update him on the tea stall situation. Chen Qi followed Aunt Wang outside. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, Aunt Wang wore a troubled expression, saying, Young man, I assure you I am not leading you astray. I have indeed communicated with the plastic factory, and they are taking it seriously. After deliberation, they will surely provide you with an explanation. Deliberation? Naturally, they must convene to discuss. Do you think they can make decisions on a whim? Every matter requires thorough consideration. Don't be impatient. Just wait a couple more days. All right, I can wait a little longer. I appreciate your efforts. Aunt Wang was somewhat surprised by Chen Qi's newfound amiability. Offering counsel, one should extend grace where possible. In my view, a private apology would suffice. Indeed, Chen Qi chuckled, bidding farewell to Aunt Wang before returning to the house to continue winding yarn. In the early hours of the morning, while the vast capital remained in slumber, some individuals had already begun their industrious endeavors. At the entrance of the printing factory, under the dim glow of a few lamps, freshly printed newspapers were loaded onto vehicles, destined for various government offices and sales points within the city, while others were sent to suburban counties and further afield to the postal service for distribution to other provinces. Among them, a batch arrived at a newspaper sales outlet in the West City. Xiao Yulan had risen early, packing her own provisions, and made her way to the weaving cooperative organized by the street committee. There were over 20 young women engaged in hand-knitting sweaters, with customers providing the yarn. Business thrived. Within just a few days, they had received over 60 orders, leaving them overwhelmed. Coming from a modest background and possessing an honest disposition, Xiao Yulan followed the arrangements of the organization diligently, maintaining a consistently positive work ethic. As dawn broke, she arrived at a street corner. The sales point was already open, with the People's Daily and Guangming Daily neatly displayed. Although she typically refrained from purchasing newspapers, something caught her eye. A bold headline read, the path of life. How should one walk it? Intrigued, Xiao Yulan paused, contemplating the notion of life's journey, which she had never truly considered. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she approached and requested a copy of the China Youth Daily. 5 cents. She fished out a handkerchief and produced a banknote, receiving the newspaper in return. Continuing along the street, she came upon a dilapidated courtyard, designated by the street for their workspace. She was always the first to arrive, opening the door and tidying up, earning an extra 3 yuan each month. Xiao Yulan entered and sat on a broken crate, squinting to read by the faint light. At 19 years of age, she felt she had just commenced her journey into life. In her childhood, she had heard tales of how the steel was tempered in Diary of Lei Feng. It seemed as though she was reading a letter penned by a young person, detailing their brief life experiences, childhood, adolescence, and youth. The writer recounted their return to the city, where they also joined the cooperative and faced discrimination and mockery while selling tea at the front gate, grappling with feelings of inferiority and confusion. They pondered, what is the purpose of life? One must construct their own spiritual sanctuary, illuminating even the darkest corners of existence. Yet, the writer still believed that life was filled with sunshine. Holding the newspaper close, Xiao Yulan read each word with rapt attention, though they had never met. The sentiments expressed resonated deeply within her, as if they were intimately familiar. The letter's author exuded such positivity and authenticity, concluding with, I hope you face the sea, where spring blossoms. Tears streamed down her cheeks, blurring the ink on the page. She had never contemplated, nor had anyone ever spoken such words to her. Face the sea, where spring blossoms. What is the purpose of life? Suddenly, Her heart was struck by a gentle force, awakening her from a long slumber, revealing a void in her existence. Yulan, why are you crying? Who has upset you? At this moment, another companion arrived, inquiring with concern. I reassured her, stating that I was merely touched. She handed over a newspaper, and the friend, bewildered, began to read it as well. After a while, she looked up, her eyes reddened. Yulan, why are you showing me this so early in the morning? What are you all reading? One by one, our companions gathered, each succumbing to the emotions stirred within them, soon resembling rabbits with red eyes. Truly, no one had ever expressed such sentiments to us. This comrade is of the same age as us, facing the sea, with spring blossoming. How wonderful it is. Though we have never met, his words have resonated deeply within me. The young women nodded in unison. Indeed, they have touched our hearts. In Dongqing, a cooperative with 17 members engaged in the monotonous task of sealing envelopes. All of them were young. Yet each day spent sealing envelopes was more draining than working on an assembly line, leading to a pervasive sense of lethargy. However, today was different. Everyone had gathered around, fixated on a newspaper. What do you think the meaning of life truly is? One queried. I found myself at a loss for words, having never pondered the question. I also do not know, but surely sealing envelopes holds little significance. I resonated with this comrade's perspective. Were those selling tea truly better off than us? We are still young, unaware of what the future holds. Maintaining an optimistic outlook and enriching our spiritual lives is of utmost importance. Hey, one suggested. Why don't we write a letter to this comrade, expressing our gratitude for voicing our sentiments? Great idea. Quickly, bring me a pen. The China Youth Daily is a major publication, essential reading for government institutions daily. In a small office in Haidian, a young man finished reading the newspaper and the interview transcript, remaining silent for a time. Eventually, he unfolded a sheet of writing paper and could not resist the urge to write. Comrade Chen Qi, greetings. I was deeply moved by your story in the newspaper, and I cannot help but feel ashamed of my own choices. Faced with the opportunity to inherit my parents' legacy, I lack the courage you possess. I hear your cooperative is located near Qianmen. I would love to visit but fear being too forward. So I first write this letter to the newspaper in hopes that you will see it. If possible, I would cherish the opportunity to meet and discuss. We surely have much in common. I look forward to your reply. In Beijing, at the Dahuang Wireless Instrument Factory, Zheng Yuanjie, aged 24, utilized his skills from repairing airplanes in the military. After his discharge, he was assigned here, where his daily task involved regulating water pumps. 1 pump. 2 buttons, press green to release water during work hours, and red to cease water flow at the end of the day. For this, he earned a monthly wage of 40 yuan. Within the factory, he developed feelings for a young woman, yet she deemed his elementary school education insufficient, urging him to pursue a university degree and become a cultured individual. Zheng Yuanjie pondered this seriously, concluding that taking the college entrance examination would be an act of self-deprecation, thus allowing the relationship to naturally fade away. Zheng Yuanjie feels that he is not a cultured individual, to the extent that he believes he has lost the right to choose a partner. Thus, he contemplates how to embody a cultured persona without relying on academic credentials. The answer is singular, writing. At this moment, he glances at today's China Youth Daily, perusing an article that, though lacking an emotional resonance for him, profoundly touches him with its depiction of confusion and bewilderment. Each generation grapples with its own uncertainties, a shared sentiment. Chen Qi. Zheng Yuanjie commits this name to memory, then returns to his leisurely endeavors, crafting his fairy tale Hai Hei on Honest Island. In Gaohua Town, Anhui, at Gaohua Middle School, 15-year-old Cha Haisheng suddenly shudders, inexplicably sensing that a fragment of fortune has been snatched away. He shakes his head and resumes his studies, preparing for the Gaokao in July. Indeed, at the tender age of 15, he is set to take the college entrance examination, and he has aspirations of enrolling in the law department at Peking University. The China Youth Daily boasts a national circulation of 2 million, with the capital and its surroundings as its primary market. On this day, at least hundreds of thousands have encountered this letter and interview. The populace has been stifled for too long, yearning for a breakthrough. Although this outlet has only slightly ajar, they fervently circulate, discuss, and even actively seek engagement with it. It is akin to a delectable loaf of bread, enticing the famished. Countless individuals have taken up their pens to write to the newspaper, sharing their perspectives on life, eagerly hoping that this peer author will respond. Except for the leaders of the plastic factory number 2, who are clutching the newspaper, their faces turning a shade of green. Chapter 11. Fame comes early. Since the inception of media, Only the forms have evolved. The essence remains unchanged. The short essay pinned by Chen Qi bears no distinction from the content produced by influencers on platforms such as Weibo, Xiaohongshu, Douyin, and Bilibili. All engage in rhythmically orchestrated narratives, inciting emotions, and attracting traffic to achieve their personal objectives. He adheres to the emotional influencer archetype, one that evokes poignant sentiments of male silence and female tears. In his essay, he critiques the plastic factory number 2, suggesting that, following conventional practices, the factory should initiate public relations efforts, remedy the situation, and potentially transform negative perceptions into positive ones, perhaps even profiting from live commerce. However, the current climate diverges significantly from the past. The populace lacks the requisite mindset, and the environment is no longer conducive to such strategies. It feels as though I have encountered a streak of misfortune over 8 lifetimes, being entangled with these employees. At Plastic Factory number 2, the factory head, newspaper in hand, smokes like the neighboring Wu Lair, brimming with grievances. His frustrations are indeed valid. By procedural standards, convening a meeting for discussion presents no issue. In this era, the working class is akin to royalty. Such trivial matters result in worker disciplinary actions. Who would consent to that? Decisions cannot be made unilaterally. They must be deliberated. Yet, before any conclusions could be reached, the opposing party deviated from expected protocols and delivered a decisive blow. Once the story hit the newspaper, notoriety ensued, and with it, heightened scrutiny from superiors. Now we're in a predicament. Not just those few individuals. Even I shall face consequences. What are we to do now? What can we do? The factory head, agitated, declared, our team will promptly reflect on this matter, convene a meeting for serious introspection, and prepare a written report for submission. The higher-ups will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate. As for those individuals, they are to be suspended from duty, awaiting disciplinary action. After a moment of contemplation, the factory head abruptly donned his coat and stated, I shall personally visit and communicate with the dazzling street officials. At Xiamen, east of the Aero Tower, 12 young tea servers were taking turns to rest at noon. Why 12? Because a few individuals had, once again, unceremoniously taken leave. Through days of diligent practice, they swiftly amassed experience, pouring the tea first, covering it with glass sheets to keep it warm, thus allowing patrons immediate enjoyment while shielding it from dust. Sales surged, with yesterday's tally reaching an impressive 3,000 bowls. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. Huang Zhanaying emulated the few who had slacked off, tearing open a bun to stuff with pickles, creating a colossal pickle sandwich, exclaiming, it feels like the crowd is growing. We can hardly keep up. Indeed. Noon had arrived in the blink of an eye. Where has Chen Qi gone? He claimed he had a stomach ache and is resting at home. Why does he always have a stomach ache? Just slacking off. Huang Zhanaying took a sip of water and remarked, a reporter came to interview us yesterday, saying it would be in the papers today. I've been too busy to even glance at it. I must buy a copy after work. Yes, I want one too. We took a group photo yesterday. I want to show my mother to spare her the incessant remarks about my lack of ambition. I wonder what he wrote. It seems so mysterious. Don't push. A piercing scream interrupted their conversation. Huang Zhanaying sprang to her feet, initially believing that trouble was brewing once again. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered a throng of young men and women gathered in front of the tea stall, their expressions brimming with curiosity and eagerness. Clearly not there merely to sip tea. Is this the place? The only tea vendor in the front. One exclaimed, is this where Comrade Chen Qi works? Our cooperative specializes in making mattresses. I thought our conditions were tough, but it seems yours are even more rudimentary, exposed to the elements without so much as a shelter. Huang Zhanaying was left utterly perplexed and called out, what are you all doing? If you're not here to drink tea, please step back. To her astonishment, her words incited even greater commotion. Is Comrade Chen Qi here? We wish to meet him. I read about him in the newspaper and came all the way from Hadian. He is unwell and has taken the day off. She stammered. What illness does he have? Is it serious? How did he fall ill so suddenly? Where does he live? Can we visit him? They pressed on. Indeed, I have so much to say. It's not serious. His parents are taking care of him. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to visit. Let me convey your sentiments instead. You've all come such a long way. Please, have some tea. Huang Zhanaying's eyes darted about, and she waved her hand. Her companions, in perfect synchrony, began pouring water. As the saying goes, since you are here, you might as well enjoy some tea. Einstein. Naturally, one should partake in the tea, and after having done so, it would be impolite not to pay. Huang Zhanaying feigned reluctance as she accepted payment, Though she expected only a handful of visitors, to her surprise, the crowd continued to swell, all seeking Chen Qi. Some even bore letters meant for him, turning Huang Jing into a celebrity agent managing a horde of fervent admirers. 2 bowls, please. I'd like one as well. Your work is not easy. After all, our cooperative is in the East City, and we are all revolutionary comrades supporting one another. Everyone, please form a line. Don't push. What was intended to be a peaceful lunchtime had devolved into a chaotic scene as they spun around, eagerly anticipating the end of the workday to purchase a newspaper and read the latest updates. At the same time, at the China Youth Daily newsroom, nearing closing time, an editor dropped a sack of letters onto the floor in disbelief. The youth today are incredibly enthusiastic. Just today, after the article was published, hundreds rushed over to submit letters, all discussing that piece. Are these for us or the author? Both. Get Lao Sheng to come and take a look. Before long, Sheng Yongji arrived, casually selecting a letter to read. It began, "Greetings. Comrades of the newspaper, I was deeply moved after reading your article, How Should One Walk the Path of Life? And felt compelled to share my thoughts. Though I beg your forgiveness for my audacity." The author mentions the need to establish one's spiritual home, which is indeed a valid point, but I cannot fully agree. I perceive that confining ideals solely to the realm of inner self-fulfillment is rather narrow. As youth, in the prime of our lives, we ought to aspire to realize our own value, thereby contributing to the greater good of society and our nation. Indeed, the youth are brimming with ideas. Sheng Yongji nodded and remarked, given the popularity of this topic, let us select some letters that present differing viewpoints to feature in each issue, allowing everyone to express their thoughts and foster a discussion. Indeed, our editorial team shares this sentiment. It has been years since we have witnessed such an atmosphere. As the saying goes, new era, new vigor. In a moment of exuberance, the group rejoiced, being intellectuals. They felt deeply reflective about the recent past. Many had voices yet lacked the platform to express them. Sheng Yongji returned with a stack of letters and instructed, Xiao Yu, keep an eye on that tea stand. There may be leaders coming for an inspection, so remind me when the time comes. Understood. Also, follow up with that author to see if there are any updates. Of course, responded Yu Jieje eagerly. My dear son, now I understand the immense grievances you have endured. On the other side, after work, Yu Xiuli embraced her eldest son upon entering, weeping profusely, while Chen Jianjun stood nearby, feeling both gratified and burdened. Chen Qi rolled his eyes, noticing his mother's flair for the dramatic while his father remained stoic. Having penned an article, he felt it was sufficient to shed a few tears indoors. Why then parade his sorrow in the yard? Was it merely for the sake of showcasing to the neighbors? The effect was palpable. Dinner preparation ceased as neighbors encircled their home, forming a crowded semicircle, rendering him a spectacle. Xiuli, this is a momentous occasion. Cease your tears. Indeed. Your son has published an article in the newspaper, far surpassing my own. Just yesterday, mine nearly got caught for holding a girl's hand. Oh, Xiao Chen. Have you received any honorarium? How did the interview go? Might leaders come for an inspection? I always said this child excelled at writing from a young age. Yet rural duties distracted him. Listening to the neighbors' animated discussions, Chen Qi felt as tranquil as still waters, indifferent like a passenger on a tram, oblivious like a husband dozing in the living room, deaf like a colleague in the break room, and carefree like a parent escorting a teacher home for tutoring. Were he another young person, he might have succumbed to the allure of fame. Yet he understood that he had not yet attained the corresponding social status. He had merely written a letter, all with superficial acclaim. Nevertheless, this represented a promising beginning. One must seize the opportunity for recognition early on. Chapter 12. Finally staying at the guest house after much commotion, the neighbors finally dispersed. Yu Xiuli, for once, did not prepare a meal, and after some persuasion, Chen Jianjun agreed to dine out. Thus, the three of them hurriedly mounted their bicycles. Why the haste? The state-run restaurant strictly enforced a closing time of 7:30 p.m. for its master chef, and no amount of pleading would change that. Even foreign guests were not exempt. They were often left waiting outside. Upon arriving at a restaurant, they were fortunate to find it not too crowded. After paying, they ordered a dish of sautéed sliced meat for 2 yuan, a plate of stir-fried tofu with green peppers for 4 yuan, an expensive commodity indeed, and a bowl of spinach and egg soup for 2 yuan. They also ordered 4 tails of dumplings, which in that era referred to 4 tails of dried flour, not the same as in later times. Chen Jianjun expressed a desire for a bottle of Moutai, only to be rebuffed by the server. Alas, it was the first proper meal Chen Qi had in over 10 days, and while he ate, he mused aloud. I wrote a lackluster letter and then dined out. When I truly achieve fame, will you not reserve the Beijing hotel for me? To which Yushioli confidently replied, if that day comes, I shall surely make it happen. She believed today marked her son's pinnacle of success and boldly added her own encouragement. I read your article. It is quite commendable. Chen Jianjun modestly praised, adding, I wholeheartedly support your aspirations. Never neglect your inner world. If you have a passion for literature, write more. It is a means of self-improvement. Chen Qi responded absently, busily devouring dumplings and meat, before adding, Mom, please order another plate of meat. This isn't enough. Comrade. I would like another serving of stir-fried shredded meat. Yushioli called out. Alas, the chef is about to clock out. Can't you see the time? The server retorted, causing Yushioli to withdraw her hand sheepishly. Chen Jianjun hesitated to speak, and Chen Qi remained silent, wary of provoking the staff. No unreasonable reprimands of customers allowed. Upon returning home, Aunt Wang was loitering at the gate. Oh, the three of you dined out? Such a delightful occasion calls for celebration. I must have a word with Xiaochen. The change in address was notable. She had previously referred to him dismissively as the kid, but now he was Xiaochen. And soon he would be Teacher Chen. Chen Qi lingered, and once assured they were alone, Aunt Wang said, I won't beat around the bush. The leaders from the plastics factory came specifically to the street to resolve this issue. They intend to discipline those involved. They acknowledge their wrongdoing. So I suggest we let this matter rest. What do you think? Your words are rather grave. I feel somewhat guilty, he replied. It was not Chen Qi's cruelty that prompted this. Being criticized on the first day of business could not go unpunished. If a single example was not made, future incidents would be inevitable. The other party had admitted fault, and he did not wish to linger on the matter. He paused briefly before asking, Aunt Wang, do you know what products their factory manufactures? Plastic products, I presume, like sandals? Sandals? Plastic sandals? Indeed. In summer, everyone loves to wear them. They are cool and even water-resistant. If I weren't so old, I would want a pair myself. A fine product indeed. Chen Qi's eyes brightened as he proposed, I have an idea. Perhaps the factory could provide us with a few pairs of sandals. Not too many, just enough to ensure our supply is sufficient this summer. When the leaders come for inspection, we could say a few kind words about them. What do you think? Everyone was quite certain that the leaders would inspect, as it was a typical occurrence. Aunt Wang furrowed her brow, but we are in the tea-selling business. Sandals have no relation to us. I must remind you, it is already April, and the weather is warming up. Once summer arrives, our tea business will plummet. What will you do then? With a grim expression, Aunt Wang continued. What exactly is our cooperative meant to be? It feels a bit chaotic. Regardless of what it is, let us first give it a try. Uplifting everyone's lives is the fundamental principle. If the plastic factory finds it inconvenient, they could write off the losses. Surely they have a monthly loss rate? They could sell to us at a lower price, which would not be against the rules. Shall I speak to them then? Thank you for your trouble. Aunt Wang departed. Chen Qi entered the house, where his parents were still in high spirits, chatting for quite some time. Eventually, the night grew quiet. He lay on the wooden bed outside, reflecting that while selling large bowls of tea was good, the profit margins were low, accumulation was slow, and it was heavily influenced by the seasons. There was a pressing need to broaden his sources. As summer approached, he would first acquire sandals, followed by popsicles and raincoats, establishing a preliminary foothold in the market. The department stores had a surplus of goods that could be negotiated. However, he decided not to pursue that matter further. He felt he had done enough to reach this point. The topic of the meaning of life quickly evolved into a widespread discussion. Letters from all corners of the country flooded into the youth daily, each presenting differing viewpoints, some of which were indeed profound. The newspaper busied itself with printing these letters daily, resulting in a surge in sales. In the following 2 days, Yu Jiajia visited him twice, delivering letters in large sacks while also providing him with 14 yuan as remuneration for his contributions. During the period of humanitarian turbulence, there were no payments for submissions. Authors would submit their works, and in return, they would receive a postcard, which could be exchanged at the Xinhua bookstore for a copy of a leader's work. Notable authors like Qin Zhangshi and Jia Pinghua had submitted their works without ever seeing a dime. In 1977, writers felt it was time to demand payment, leading to the government issuing a new standard. Literary works would earn 2 to 7 yuan per 1,000 words, while translations would earn 1 to 5 yuan. In 1980, the rates were slightly increased to 3 to 10 yuan for literary works and 1 to 7 yuan for translations, and the printing fee system was restored, allowing authors to receive a percentage based on the number of copies printed. By 1984, the rates had risen again to 6 to 20 yuan for literary works and 4 to 14 yuan for translations. It can be said that remuneration for contributions has always been modest, unless one wrote extensive works totaling millions of words. The first commercialized author was Wang Shua, who boldly began demanding royalties. However, these standards applied only to newspapers, magazines, and publishing houses, excluding film script payments for the time being. Chen Qi's article spanned 2,000 words, earning him a modest remuneration of 14 yuan. Initially, he felt a sense of vanity and pride, perusing the letters with the gravitas of reviewing official documents. However, his interest waned swiftly. To be frank, the quality of those letters left much to be desired. Although the young women expressed enthusiasm, they remained rather conservative, none of them including a photograph, which left him unenthused. After all, he was the type of man who, after 30 minutes of online chatting, desired to glimpse a leg, and after a day of conversations, craved a view of a bosom. In any case, the discussions persisted. Yet, the fervor of this instigator was evidently diminishing, akin to that of a fleeting internet celebrity who enjoys but 15 minutes of fame. Chen Qi remained unfazed, though he found himself perplexed. It had been several days since he submitted the script, and he wondered why he had yet to receive an invitation to stay at the guest house. He had briefly worried that something might have gone amiss, but fortunately he had not strayed from his original plan. "May I inquire if Comrade Chen Qi is at home?" One evening, a lean man with pronounced eyebrows, resembling Tu Honggang, knocked on the door of the Chun residence and introduced himself. "I am an editor from the literature department of the Beijing Film Studio. My name is Liang Shaosheng." Chapter 13. When the Mountain Flowers Blossom. Liang Shaosheng, a native of Harbin, is 30 years old. He has an elder brother, 2 younger brothers, and a sister, and his family faces considerable financial hardships. Upon graduating from secondary school, he joined the production and construction corps, laboring in timber transportation. Though arduous, this work allowed him to earn 40 yuan each month to support his family. It was during this time that he began his literary journey, becoming a key artistic figure in the military. In 1974, a professor from Fudan University came to recruit students, offering only 2 spots in the Chinese department. Liang, leveraging his writing talents, successfully gained admission to Fudan University. After graduation, he was assigned to the literary department of the Beijing Film Studio. He was not unappealing in appearance, and his career was promising. Ordinarily, securing a partner would not pose a challenge. However, being a genuine person, he always conveyed during blind dates that he bore a heavy family burden, with his parents' health deteriorating and a significant portion of his salary sent home, alongside a brother suffering from mental illness. Thus, at 30, he remained unmarried, although his renown did not rival that of Mo Yin, Yu Hua, or Jia Pinghua. He is nonetheless a notable representative of contemporary literature, having authored works such as A Snowstorm Tonight and Annular Cycle. His literary legacy includes a television series in this world, starring Lei Jiayin and Yin Tao, based on his original work. Yet, he had yet to achieve fame, still considered a novice editor. "May I inquire who you are?" he asked. The literary department of the Beijing Film Studio. Liang Shaosheng's unexpected visit left Chun Jianjun and Yushili momentarily speechless, while Chen Qi expressed surprise, not anticipating his arrival. "Hello, Teacher Liang. I am Chen Qi." Liang, taken aback, scrutinized him briefly and inquired, "May I be so bold as to ask your age?" 19. Impressive at such a young age. He sighed, reflecting on his own 30 years, noting he was the youngest editor at the studio, yet here stood a prodigy. In the film industry, experience is paramount. Age signifies expertise. To write a script at 19 seemed almost a jest in the realm of capitalism. "Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you." He shook Chen Qi's hand and settled into a chair. "We received your script a few days ago and have been discussing it, which has caused a slight delay. Overall, we find it commendable, though there are areas needing improvement. I have come to request your revisions." Yushili opened her mouth but refrained from speaking, quietly listening to their exchange. The guest house has finally arrived. Chen Qi's heart raced with excitement, though he maintained a facade of surprise and uncertainty, unsure where to place his hands. "Really? Teacher Liang, are you truly asking me to revise my script? Has my manuscript been accepted? One could say it has passed the preliminary review. I am immensely grateful for that. I have no objections and am ready to start immediately." "There's no need to rush. The revision process is not a matter of a day or 2. It can take anywhere from a month to a year. Even once the revisions are complete, as we assemble and prepare for filming, the screenwriter must be present for ongoing discussions. Our studio has a guest house dedicated to accommodation and meals. Liang Xiaoxing smiled. So does that mean my son cannot return home yet? Yu Shili finally interjected. Oh no, he is free to manage his own time. Father, mother. Chen Qi turned to his parents, his eyes glistening with innocence and anticipation. Although they were utterly perplexed, they surmised that their son had written something noteworthy that had caught the attention of the Beijing Film Studio, a tremendous opportunity indeed. As supportive parents, they refrained from casting doubt or dampening his spirits, encouraging him to relish this fortuitous moment. Chen Jianjun remarked, Teacher Liang, it is an honor for you to recognize his work, and we wholeheartedly support this endeavor. That is splendid. Liang Xiaoxing nodded. You will need some time to prepare. Let us meet tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. I shall pick you up at the Beijing Film Studio. Very well. I appreciate your effort in coming here. After bidding farewell to Liang Xiaoxing, Chen Qi's parents closed the door, ushering him to the corner of the room as if preparing for an inquisition. Now tell us, what is the story behind this? How did you get involved with the Beijing Film Studio? What other secrets have you been hiding from us? Mother, please do not rush me. Allow me to explain. Chen Qi, with a flair for embellishment, began. About 2 weeks ago, I started writing. At that time, I had not yet secured a job selling tea. Though unemployed, I yearned to engage in something meaningful. As I have a passion for literature, I clandestinely labored over this script and submitted it to the Beijing Film Studio. I was uncertain if it would be accepted, so I kept it from you, fearing it might bring embarrassment. To my astonishment, it was indeed chosen. When parents discover their child's talent, perhaps even genius, what thoughts cross their minds? While others may not comprehend, you surely first experienced shock, followed by elation, immediately embracing this new reality. I knew it. Our son is destined for more than merely selling tea. This is a remarkable breakthrough. It is true what they say, that he has been underestimated. His talent was merely waiting for the right opportunity. By the way, I still have his writing notebook. Enough. The child departs tomorrow. You must prepare him, Chen Jianjun stated. What is the hurry? I shall take a quick stroll first. Chen Jianjun, feeling somewhat helpless, watched as Yu Shioli exited with the exuberance of a victorious general. Soon followed by their conversation outside. Shioli, why are you still awake so late? What are you up to? Oh. How did you find out that my child has written a script? The Beijing Film Studio, we shall be going tomorrow. If you had not inquired, I would have felt too shy to share this news. Chen Qi did not boast about his achievement. He only confided in Ma Wang and Huang Zhenying. Ma Wang, now desensitized, could hardly wrap her mind around the leap from the plastic factory to the Beijing Film Studio, a realm far removed from the everyday life of a grassroots street official. Huang Zhenying, while delighted for him, could not suppress her sadness. Comrade Chen Qi, our tea stall has only just opened, and you have played a significant role in its success. Business is thriving, and it is the perfect time to celebrate. Yet you are set to embark on a literary journey. I have heard that the artistic realm can easily sway towards bourgeois tendencies. Please do not be dazzled by its allure. Rest assured, Comrade Zhenying, my commitment to serving the people remains unwavering. Enough of this exchange of quotes. Let us speak of practical matters. Aunt Wang, unable to contain herself, directly inquired, Xiao Chun, will you return after you leave? What will become of your work relationship? I am merely revising the script, not transferring positions. I wish to remain with the cooperative. I shall forfeit my salary, considering I have not contributed labor. That is acceptable. But what of the plastic sandals? Didn't the factory agree to that? As the weather warms, they should be sold. I cannot be expected to handle everything. After all, I am not a leader. Moreover, I have faith in Comrade Zhang Ying's abilities. Rest assured, I shall diligently safeguard this position for everyone, Zhang Ying asserted emphatically. To be frank, Chen Qi truly did not wish to relinquish this tea stall. He envisioned gradual development, pondering the possibility of future success. Having imparted all necessary advice, he clasped his hands and declared, when the mountain flowers bloom in splendor, we shall meet again. Speak plainly, Aunt Wang retorted. Let me know when the leaders come for inspection. I must return. Chapter 14. The Northern Film Studio as the sun dipped towards the horizon. Chen Qi pushed open the courtyard gate, clumsily maneuvering his bicycle out. Yu Shioli, perhaps fearing he might go hungry, had not only brought along a large bundle of clothes but also a hefty bag filled with assorted snacks. In addition, his parents had managed to gather a considerable amount of tickets and slipped him 30 yuan. Before the end of work hours, the alley was unusually tranquil, save for an elderly man gazing from a distance. Chen Qi glanced back. Having resided here for a fortnight, he felt little attachment. Yet a tinge of melancholy stirred within him. As he mused, I have completed my novice stage. It is time to embark on a new journey. With that, he bid farewell to the familiar surroundings, mounted his bicycle, and pedaled away. Once he exited the bustling Deschiller, his spirits lifted. And he began to hum a cheerful tune. Big-headed son and small-headed daddy, a pair of good friends, a joyful father-son duo. In his childhood, he had always assumed that the mother of big-headed son was named Wronged Mother, only to later discover that she was Apron Mother, a misunderstanding born of a lack of subtitles. Their neighbor was Old Wong. 10 kilometers was no short distance, requiring a decent ride. In those days, venturing beyond the second ring road in Beijing felt like stepping into the countryside. However, Haidian was a different story, bustling with universities and lively with people. Its architecture quite respectable. Teacher Liang. Upon reaching the gates of the Northern Film Studio, Liang Shaoxing awaited him, exclaiming, be careful, carrying so much stuff? My mother worries too much, Chen Qi replied. We have everything we need here. Come down, and I'll give you a brief tour. Dismounting, he pushed his bicycle forward. Casting a glance at the old man in the reception room, who failed to recognize him, the lad who had once brought half a package from Dakiaman, staring blankly in return. The Northern Film Studio sprawled over a considerable area, revealing 3 main buildings. At the heart stood the central structure, a Soviet-style edifice adorned in red and white, comprising 3.5 stories. The literature department and the film creation editorial office occupied the 3rd floor, while 2 auxiliary buildings housed the editing and printing facilities. Behind the main building lay the sound stages, with logistical amenities situated beyond. I'll take you to the guest house first, Liang Shaoxing guided him. Chen Qi had visited the Northern Film Studio in a previous life. Many of the buildings were yet to be constructed, such as the Ming and Qing-style street, built in 1981 for the filming of Camel Xiangzi, which later expanded into a full street. Then there was the Roning Mansion, erected in 1986 during the filming of Dream of the Red Chamber, when the television adaptation was also in production, featuring the tender romance of Chun Xiaoxiu and Zhang Li. Additionally, a row of single-story houses by the iron railings had yet to be built. In 1997, Feng Xiaojiang had briefly resided there while directing contractor and client. To the side were the dormitories in a tube-style building, alongside the bathhouse and cafeteria, with the guest house located just north of the sound stages. Liang Shaoxing led him to a 7-story building, grinning as he remarked, in the early stages of film production, all departments, cinematography, art, costume, props, and so forth, reside here. They share rooms, 8 individuals to a room. Can you guess who gets a single room? The director? Indeed, the director is one. Who else? The leading actor? Ordinary actors also shared rooms of 8, while renowned actors had double accommodations. Only directors and screenwriters were afforded the luxury of single rooms, a tradition upheld across film studios nationwide. Liang Shaoxing suddenly felt a sense of pride, even though he was not a screenwriter. He remarked, there is a saying in our artistic community, the director is the god of a film, while the screenwriter is second only to God. Chen Qi appeared astonished. In the contemporary film industry, the paramount influence lies with the financiers, followed closely by their partners, children, and friends of all kinds. Having been tempered by experience, he remained largely unfazed. Upon their arrival at the guest house, a young girl suddenly raced down the stairs, greeting them enthusiastically. Teacher Liang. Chen Qi took a glance and noticed she was slight in stature, with naturally drooping eyelids that gave her a somewhat melancholic appearance. Her nose was quite prominent. While not conventionally beautiful, she was certainly recognizable and somewhat familiar. Where are you headed? I just finished a meeting and am heading home. Who is this? The girl's voice was slightly shrill. This is Chen Qi. He's here to revise the script, Liang Shaoxing warmly introduced, adding with a smile. She is the youngest actress in our troupe, only 18 years old. Her name is Kai Ming. Chen Qi nearly lost his composure. No wonder she seemed so familiar. She was indeed Kai Ming, the one known for her comedic performances. Standing before him was the 18-year-old actress, and the encounter felt rather awkward. Yet, she appeared entirely unbothered, extending her hand. Hello. It's impressive that you can revise scripts at such a young age. However, I must be off. Let's chat another day. She skipped away cheerfully. Doesn't she stay in a dormitory? She is a local. Her father is a university professor. And her mother is a chief physician. How could she possibly stay in a dorm? Dorms are reserved for single individuals, like me, who have a small room. Liang Shaoxing expressed a hint of envy. Chen Qi continued his inquiries. Has she acted in films? She has appeared in 3 films and has recently secured a 4th project. Oh, quite adorable, he remarked, scratching his head. The female stars he had encountered were all renowned names: Zhu Lin, He Qing, Chen Hong, and those from the Hong Kong scene like Lin Qingxia, Zhao Yaji, and Guan Jilin. Why was it that he met Kai Ming? He was not Guoda. The room was numbered 302, approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a single bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a wardrobe. On the table sat a thermos and a teacup, while an Eastern red mirror adorned the wall, beneath which was an iron rack holding a porcelain basin decorated with either a carp or peony design, the kind of enamel basin found in every household. Each floor had a communal restroom, akin to those in school dormitories, an old-fashioned flushing toilet with a long trough for urination, where a pipe dripped water above it, and a separate section for defecation, partitioned by a divider. It felt as though they were sitting in rows, separated by fruit. Of course, there was no private bathroom, but Chen Qi felt quite content. In these times, having a single room was a luxury. No more trips to empty a chamber pot in the night. The restroom was just outside. Chen Qi opened his large bag and began to organize his clothing. Liang Shaoxing eagerly assisted him. Noticing that he had brought no books at all, chuckling, "I assumed you would bring some books to read. I was looking forward to discussing them with you. Mainly, my family's books are quite old and have been read countless times. I plan to purchase some new ones. In fact, I prefer watching films to reading. I can recount each one in detail. Impressive indeed." "Certainly," Chen Qi remarked with a smile. "I can identify the lead actors of any film you mention." Liang Shaoxing seemed skeptical and replied, "Are you familiar with The Eternal Wife, a film from the 1940s? "Indeed. Who are the leads?" "The male lead is Xiao Shuai, and the female lead is Xiao Mei." Suddenly, a jarring blow from decades of internet cultural detritus struck this intellectual, leaving Liang Shaoxing's mind blank for 2 seconds. Utterly unable to process the information. After a brief pause, he attempted to inquire again, "What about the leads in our land? A Cuban film? The male lead is De Zhuang, and the female lead is still Xiao Mei." "Get lost," Liang Shaoxing thought, feeling exasperated. He relinquished the conversation and stated, "As per our custom, we shall cover your accommodation. However, for any meals beyond the 3 provided each day, you will need to fend for yourself. Your daily living stipend is 2 yuan until your task is completed." "May I inquire about my remuneration, Teacher Liang?" "That remains to be determined, as the final draft has yet to be established," Liang Shaoxing replied. "Tomorrow morning, you may go directly to the canteen. After your meal, come to the literature department in the main building, where we will hold a meeting." After arranging everything, Liang Shaoxing recalled, "By the way, there is already a film crew on the 3rd floor. The director is next door, a veteran from our studio who prefers tranquility. So do be mindful." "Which esteemed veteran?" "Director Chen Huaikai." "Wow." Chen Qi's eyes lit up. He asked the father of the great director. Chapter 15. The Love of Lushan. After Liang Shaoxing departed, Chen Qi found himself standing at the door of room 304 next door. He knocked 3 times, though it remained a mystery who established the convention of knocking thrice. "Come in." The door was unlocked, and with a gentle push, he entered the room. The layout was somewhat similar, yet the space was in disarray. The bed was strewn with manuscript papers, and the walls were adorned with storyboards. An elderly gentleman, around 60 years of age, was hunched over his desk, busily writing. He wore spectacles, his hair graying, and his features were well-defined, exuding a dignified presence. It was easy to imagine that in his youth, this esteemed director had been quite handsome, a poet in his prime, undoubtedly inheriting such traits. Otherwise, how could he have charmed the likes of Sister Hong, Sister and I, Chen Hong, and Du Kufeng? "Who are you?" inquired Chen Huai. "Hello, sir. My name is Chen Qi. I just moved next door and am here to revise my script." "Oh, the one about love, I presume? Please, have a seat." Chen Huai beckoned him to a chair, sizing him up with a friendly smile. "You are quite young. How old are you?" 19. Impressive for such youth. "I was only 21 when I first entered school." "Your family must reside in the city, correct?" "How did you know?" "Only city folk wear red-soled shoes." Chen Qi glanced down at his black shoes with red soles and offered a shy smile. These shoes were from Liansheng, available in both red and white soles. Colloquially known as Piener lawn. City dwellers favored the red soles, while those outside the second ring road sported white soles, an elitist hierarchy akin to luxury brands, where buyers of Louis Vuitton looked down upon those who purchased Gucci, and so forth. By the way, a certain leader was particularly fond of Liansheng shoes and even commissioned a pair of leather shoes in the 1990s, intending to step upon the soil of Hong Kong post-handover. Though he never had the chance. Those shoes are now part of the collection at the National Museum. "Are you having a meeting tomorrow?" "Indeed." "Oh, I have heard of your script. It sounds promising. I hope it passes. Thank you for your kind words. Chen Qi sat for a moment before excusing himself. He held no ill will towards the old man. He found him quite affable. If circumstances allowed, he would not mind engaging with him as an equal. Perhaps even forging a friendship across the generational divide. Someday, when the esteemed director encountered him, he might even call him little uncle. Chen Huai was a third-generation director. Part of the same lineage as Xie Jin, his fame modest, as he primarily directed operatic films and possessed a profound understanding of traditional arts. Thus, when directing Farewell My Concubine, he provided guidance and summoned an ensemble of renowned Peking opera stars, holding the title of artistic director. Rumors persist that Farewell My Concubine was not directed by him, but rather by his father, a claim that is misleading. Chen Qi firmly believed in substantiated criticism. He would not disparage without cause. Farewell My Concubine was indeed directed by him. As the screenwriter Lu Wei remarked, at that time, he was humble and open-minded, eager to listen to others' opinions, and this film brought together the most exceptional talents of the era, collectively crafting a classic. However, after receiving the Palme d'Or, the director perceived himself as part of the elite and ceased to heed others' voices. Lu Wei likened it to encountering a leader. The dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. The inn was enveloped in tranquility as the budding trees outside swayed gently in the breeze. Chen Qi had just completed his morning ablutions and brewed a pot of hot water, indulging himself in a foot soak within the confines of his room. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of his university days when he shared a rented apartment with his girlfriend. Back then, they were financially constrained. Confined to a modest dwelling costing merely 200 yuan, conditions not dissimilar to those he now encountered. The tenants were predominantly students, and every night was filled with the raucous sounds of revelry, each vying for attention. Chen Qi sighed. Having been single for so long. Even Kai Ming appeared strikingly handsome to him. I must be famished. Zhou Shuren. In this day and age, evenings devoid of entertainment led people to retire early to their beds. Chen Qi suddenly regretted not having brought along a few books, as the stillness was rather dull. With his eyes closed, he contemplated his thoughts for the upcoming meeting, pondering what his parents might be doing at that very moment. It was unclear how much time had passed before he drifted into a light slumber. April arrived, a season of transition between spring and summer. The dawn broke early, the dust having settled, presenting a rare and splendid vista. Chen Qi rose early, armed with a white identification card granting him free meals. As the cafeteria had yet to open, he took the opportunity to jog a few laps around the factory grounds. A few others were also exercising, though he did not recognize them. After his run, he found a large willow tree beneath which he stretched his arms and legs, resembling a form of exercise. Xiaochun, Liang Xiaosheng appeared, clad in a plum blossom-branded tracksuit, manufactured in Tianjin and designated for the Chinese sports delegation. Years later, Su Haifeng would don a similar red tracksuit to claim the first Olympic gold medal for China. Well, teacher Liang is quite well off to wear the plum blossom brand. Chen Qi remarked, this outfit costs dozens of yuan. I can only afford hand-me-downs. Liang Xiaosheng, evidently also engaged in exercise, noticed Chen Qi's peculiar movements and inquired, which set of radio calisthenics are you performing? I've never seen it before. It's not calisthenics. I read about it in a book called The 8-Part Golden Bell. As he spoke, Chen Qi demonstrated, bending his left knee into a lunge, leaning forward, and pushing his hands from the sides of his spine toward his waist. This posture was termed hands and feet solidifying the kidneys. Men suffering from kidney deficiency might find it beneficial. The 8-Part Golden Bell? Liang Xiaosheng was taken aback by the name, his demeanor shifting to one of concern as he whispered, is this some Buddhist or Taoist practice? Sort of, Chen Qi replied, but be cautious. Although attitudes towards religion have relaxed somewhat, it remains a sensitive topic. Just say it's something you practice for fun. Avoid mentioning the Golden Bell. Thank you for the advice. Chen Qi sincerely expressed his gratitude. This practice was indeed something he had engaged in during his previous life, performing a set of Golden Bell exercises in the morning and a set of longevity exercises in the evening. Sipping goji berry tea during the day, feeling invigorated. Alas, men over 40 inevitably become health aficionados. Despite Liang Xiaosheng's caution, curiosity got the better of him. And he asked, what benefits does this practice offer? It stretches the muscles and strengthens the body. Essentially, it promotes health. Would you teach me? Huh? Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback. Had the trend of Qigong already begun? If he were to involve himself, might he emerge as a master, bestowing blessings upon starlets daily? Certainly, he merely entertained the thought. Coming from the future, he was all too familiar with the so-called craze for Qigong. His practice of this particular form, the Vajra skill, was indeed solely for the purpose of enhancing his physical well-being. Thus, he proposed, "All right, let us engage in a friendly exchange this evening." "Splendid. I shall certainly be there tonight." Liang Shaoxing responded with palpable excitement. After a short while, the cafeteria opened its doors. In terms of scale, Beijing Factory could not be compared to larger factories, which boasted hospitals, schools, radio stations, and even later television stations. Nevertheless, the conditions here were quite satisfactory. And being a cultural institution, it possessed a unique character. After Chen Qi had his first breakfast, he thought he recognized a few familiar faces but refrained from approaching them, believing there would be opportunities for interaction in the future. After their meal, the two proceeded to the main building. On the east side of the third floor lay the offices of the literature department and the film creation platform. Film creation served as a venue for submitting literary works, an initiative similar to magazines found in other film studios. If a literary script were selected, it would be published therein. In those days, the concept of spoilers was non-existent, and the readership of such magazines predominantly comprised industry insiders. The role of the literature department was to select scripts, liaise with authors, revise manuscripts, and finalize them. Chen Qi entered a small conference room and waited a few minutes as individuals gradually arrived. There were not many, 5 editors in total, including Liang Shaoxing, led by a man in his 40s who spoke with a southern accent. His name was Jiang Huayan, the head of the literature department. "Greetings, Director Jiang." "Ah, splendid. I intended to visit you at the guest house last night, but unforeseen matters delayed me. Come, let me introduce you." Jiang Huayan was warmly inviting, leading him forward with a smile. "Shaoxing, you have met him. He is our youngest editor. This is teacher Shi Wenxin, who has been in this profession since 54, and is currently our most senior member." "Hello, teacher Shi." Indeed, she was quite the presence. Shi Wenxin was a petite woman in her 50s. Unremarkable in appearance yet exuding an intellectual aura. She politely rose and smiled in response. Chen Qi observed her closely, noting that her husband was Gu Suanjua, and their son was Gu Yu. This is. He paid little attention to the remaining 2 individuals, mentally categorizing them as passers-by A and B. With the introductions complete, the small conference room now housed 6 individuals. Jiang Huayan held a copy of the script, the very one Chen Qi had submitted, and remarked, "Upon receiving this script, we were greatly excited, though also somewhat concerned. After several days of discussion, we reached a consensus before extending you an invitation. Today, we shall have a formal discussion to explore its merits and shortcomings. Don't feel anxious, Shaoxing. Feel free to express your thoughts. Our literature department maintains rigorous standards, yet the atmosphere is quite relaxed. Please share your creative process with us. I may not articulate it well. I ask for your understanding, esteemed teachers." Chen Qi took the script and placed it before him. The cover emblazoned with 3 prominent characters, Lushan Love. Chapter 16, The Beginning of Free Indulgence. I have never visited Mount Lu, yet I have always yearned to do so. Be it the verses of Li Bai or the instructors ascending Mount Lu, I have memorized them since childhood. My parents worked at the Xinhua bookstore, providing me with an abundance of literature. On one occasion, I came across a geographical atlas, which beautifully depicted the renowned mountains and rivers of our homeland, including the enchanting scenery of Mount Lu. I was utterly captivated and found myself pondering the delightful stories that must unfold in such a splendid place. Perhaps a chance encounter between 2 young souls who fall in love at first sight. Following this inspiration, I meticulously crafted this screenplay. As Chen Qi concluded his tale, a gentle laughter filled the room. Ah, the youthful longing for love. Indeed, our perspectives differ greatly, rich in romanticism. Yet, this sentiment may well represent a segment of contemporary youth. Jiang Huayan nodded in agreement and remarked, "Young Chen, I have read your letter to the China Youth Daily. You are a thoughtful young man. We are delighted to witness the emergence of new talent in the film industry. When you expressed your desire to try your hand at writing, we were quite surprised, and upon reading your submission, we were even more astonished to discover you had penned a love story." Shi Wenxin interjected, "You must understand what it signifies to openly portray love in cinema. This has been our concern. After much deliberation, we ultimately decided to invite you here. In this new era, we ought to embody its spirit. Since it is absent in domestic productions, let us initiate it at the Beijing Film Studio. Among the numerous film studios in our country, Changing, Beiying, Shiying, and Bai, these 4 stand as titans. The Bai studio, affiliated with the military, is a separate matter. The other 3 are formidable, possessing extensive networks and remarkable audacity. having produced a series of audacious films during the uncertain times of the early Reform era. For instance, Beijing has released Look at This Family, a comedy from 1979. Additionally, next year we'll see the premiere of The Mysterious Great Buddha, starring Lushan Mountain, marking the first commercial action film. Not to mention The Second Handshake, also set to release next year, adapted from a prohibited book. As for Lushan Love, there is a writer from Jiangxi named by Beijing, who submitted a screenplay to Shuriying in July of this year. During the revisions, he utilized his spare time to craft Lushan Love. The narrative is quite simple. The daughter of a Kuomintang officer returns from America to the mainland, where she experiences an instant connection with the male lead in Mount Lu. However, due to the tumultuous era, they are forced apart. 5 years later, with the advent of reform and opening up, the female lead returns to Mount Lu, and their passion reignites. Yet, the male lead's father is an officer from our party, and they have crossed paths on the battlefield, causing the female lead to fear yet another separation. Surprisingly, the male lead's father approaches her, stating, "You are a good child who loves your country. Although your father is abroad, he remains devoted to the homeland. The nation's modernization requires unity and solidarity. We welcome him back." This narrative encapsulates the essence of its time. While it may seem awkward by today's standards, it was groundbreaking upon its release, igniting a nationwide fervor and standing as a landmark film. One could assert that if one were to chronicle the history of Chinese cinema post-reform, the initial entry would undoubtedly be Lushan Love. However, Chen Qi's version deliberately omits certain elements. Thus, Jiang Huayan remarked that upon careful examination of the script, its merits lie in its fluid prose and coherent structure, with some passages exquisitely penned, vividly depicting the scenic beauty of Lushan. Yet, therein also lies a shortcoming. The excessive emphasis on scenic description results in a lack of dramatic conflict and an authentic social backdrop, rendering the narrative somewhat superficial, driven by the allure of landscapes alone. Our suggestion is to introduce some conflicts to create narrative tension, enrich the protagonist's life context, and crucially, while you wish to convey romance, the ultimate focus must transcend to a grander thematic level. A grander level? A love for one's country? Quite close. Jiang Huayan's appreciation deepened, recognizing the young man's perceptiveness. Subsequently, another editor shared his thoughts, perhaps perceiving Chen Qi's youth and inexperience, offering hands-on guidance. Aware of their good intentions, Chen Qi exhibited utmost humility. After 2 hours of discussion, the meeting adjourned. Liang Shaosheng accompanied him outside, saying, "There are many people in the studio. Take your time to familiarize yourself. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. You need not rewrite the entire script. You can simply paste the new content together with glue, and once finalized, transcribe it anew. We all revise in this manner. In the end, the scripts become as thick as bricks." Imagine presenting such a hefty script to the leaders, proclaiming, "Look at how many times I have revised it." The impression points will be yours at the outset. Thank you for your guidance. Chen Qi chuckled, pondering, what is the fastest revision record here? 20 days. That particular screenwriter had urgent matters at home and had to return, yet managed to revise the manuscript overnight. In truth, we all understand that the conditions at the guest house were favorable, allowing for a bit of free lodging and dining. This is acceptable. We respect the screenwriters and are willing to provide them with such accommodations. As they conversed, they returned to the guest house. Chen Qi entered his room, locked the door, and officially commenced his life of frugality. Given that the fastest record was 20 days, he deemed that he could manage something similar, subsequently publishing and film creation to avoid any overlap with the original author. Once the script was finalized, he could begin preparations and assemble a team, allowing him to continue his frugal pursuits. After completing Lushan Love, he planned to write another, and then another, in an endless cycle of frugality. To be frank, while Lushan Love is a classic, he found it hard to engage with. Some classics are products of their era, while others possess an intrinsic timelessness. For instance, if asked to rewatch Shanghai Bond, the 1983 The Legend of the Condor Heroes, or Hui Yuanjia, he would undoubtedly find them cringeworthy. Yet, he could relish in the CCTV adaptations of the 4 great classical novels, which remain delectable even in contemporary times. Although Teacher Lu may not possess great character, the monkey remains endlessly fascinating. The Silver Horn King is adorably naive. Daiyu and Baotsai's initial romantic encounter is captivating. Lu Fengxian, having just acquired a batch of Western Liang's American equipment, is strikingly impressive, and Yang Ximin's portrayal is particularly compelling. So why then does Chen Qi still wish to pursue Lushan Love? In essence, it is a matter of the times. He hesitated to experiment with untested films. In 1979, he was burdened with a plethora of ideas that clashed starkly with the prevailing environment, which felt like a formidable threat. In a more open setting, he could have soared to great heights. Although I may have been a freeloader, I still made an effort to maintain appearances. Chen Qi pushed the window open, outside. The willows swayed gently. Seated at the table, he perused the script, which was filled with extensive revisions. Following the teachings of Liang Shaoxing, he procured glue and manuscript paper, composing a new segment to affix to the existing content. After adhering several passages, totaling a few hundred words, he snapped it shut. All right, today's work is complete. Chapter 17. The eternal maiden, your technique is indeed quite remarkable. Initially, I found myself sweating and breathless, but now I am increasingly acclimatized, and it feels truly delightful. The morning sun shines brilliantly as Chen Qi and Liang Shaoxing, having secretly honed their skills in the guesthouse room, descend with refreshed spirits. Liang Shaoxing, 11 years Chen Qi's senior, experiences no sense of age disparity. Being unmarried, he finds himself frequenting this place during his idle hours. Perseverance is paramount. If one commits for a year and a half, only then can one truly experience the benefits of stretching one's sinews, dispelling ailments, and enhancing vitality. Chen Qi, grinning, has resided here for several days now, diligently revising his work while occasionally seeking guidance from his mentors, embodying the archetype of a diligent and humble student. The North Film Studio, bustling with numerous film crews and single young men, offers the advantage of 3 meals a day in the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they queue for their meals. Chen Qi orders 3 steamed buns and a bowl of stir-fried liver, while Liang Shaoxing hesitates momentarily, opting only for a single fried dough stick. Why such a meager portion? Chen Qi inquires. I am not particularly hungry today. I shall make do with a bite, Liang Shaoxing replies. Chen Qi observes him silently before finding a place to sit. Liang Shaoxing asks, how is your revision coming along? Any difficulties? It's going well. My condition is improving. The teachers are quite patient. I will seek their advice again shortly. Make sure to consult Director Jiang. Teacher sure is absent today. What happened to her? It's about her son. Liang Shaoxing pauses, seemingly hesitant to engage in gossip. Chen Qi seizes the moment, encouragingly saying, who is not spoken of behind their back. I assure you, I will keep it confidential. Teacher sure has a son, 22 years old, yet still unemployed. The poor couple is quite distressed. Is he also a sent-down youth? One could say so. He was sent to Chongping to work in pig farming. I met him once. He is unremarkable in appearance, timid, and speaks in a soft voice. After returning to the city, he aspired to further his studies but was not admitted. And he also failed to gain entry into a drama troupe. His parents have been seeking connections everywhere. Today they are once again trying to arrange something. Her husband is good Suanzhong, isn't he? With the old gentleman's connections, he should be able to find work. Connections are the least valuable currency at the North Film Studio. After a few years here, I have come to understand this thoroughly. In the capital, every individual with a notable name boasts an impressive background. Just look at you. Your parents have enviable positions. I can hardly fathom my envy. Liang Shaoxing reflects on this sentiment. Gu Suanzhong is indeed well known, yet his credentials fall short within the artistic community. Take Qin Chang from the North Film Studio, for instance. He was selected as one of the 22 leading film stars of the new China, part of the pinnacle of talent. Chen Paisai, too, was sent down once, reduced to a mere shadow of himself from hunger, longing to return to the city. Chen Chang had to swallow his pride and beseech Tian Hua, who played Xiao in The White-Haired Girl, while Chen Chang portrayed Huang Shuren, with Tian Hua's assistance. They contacted the August 1st Film Studio, which, upon reviewing Chen Paisai's credentials, remarked that they were in need of actors to portray ruffians and would welcome him. Thus, this once-in-a-millennium talent found his way into the August 1st Film Studio. Gu Tsunzhong's situation is somewhat similar. He lacks exceptional qualities and comes from a less-than-privileged background, currently remaining an unemployed youth. Teacher Liang. As they engaged in conversation, a sudden call interrupted them. Liang Shaoxing looked up and exclaimed, Xiaolu, what brings you here? Is there another play? No, I just came for some food and drinks. By the way, I moved to the guest house today. A youthful face with prominent brows and bright eyes leaned in beside Chen Qi, flushed with a rosy hue, indicative of good health and normalcy. With a smile, she inquired, who is this comrade? Liang Shaoxing promptly introduced them. Oh, so you are Chen Qi. I have heard that a 19-year-old prodigy has joined our factory. It turns out to be you. Hello, I'm Lu Shaoqing. She extended her hand, and Chen Qi blinked, shaking her hand. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard much about you. Heard much about me? I suspect not many have missed my films, she chuckled, her demeanor radiating charm. I must go get my meal. She laughed heartily, her attire strikingly unconventional, barefoot in a pair of worn leather shoes, her heels dragging as she walked. Upon her entrance to the cafeteria, she became the focal point, effortlessly capturing the attention of everyone present. Yet, the gazes were often filled with curiosity, mockery, and a sense of spectacle. Indeed, she was the eternal maiden, still portraying youthful roles at 70, a legend among legends, Grandma Lu. She exuded an effortless charm, setting herself apart from the rest. I advise you to keep your distance from her. Why? Liang Shaoxing hesitated, speaking cautiously. Well, she has certain issues with her conduct. Really? Chen Qi's eyes sparkled. Now you have piqued my interest. He pressed Liang Shaoxing for more details, but she resolutely maintained her boundaries, revealing nothing further. In truth, Chen Qi's impression of Lu Shaoqing was rather scant. He knew only that she had a liaison with Jiang Wan, was involved in tax evasion, and had a penchant for playing youthful characters. However, he recognized that she was arguably the most formidable actress in the country. Zhang Zi may be fierce, but compared to Lu Shaoqing, she was merely a novice. After spending several days at the Beijing Film Studio and encountering numerous celebrities, Chen Qi was growing accustomed to his surroundings. Having eaten only moderately, he pushed 2 remaining buns forward. I can't finish these, if Teacher Liang doesn't mind. Please help me with them. No, I'm quite full. Liang Shaoxing quickly waved her hands. Just eat them. It would be a shame to waste food. He insisted. You know, not finishing 2 buns is quite unusual for someone your age. I've seen people your size devour a pound in one sitting. Reluctantly, Liang Shaoxing accepted, picking up a bun with her chopsticks and taking a bite. He certainly hadn't eaten his fill. A single yotiu could hardly suffice. But given his financial constraints, upon returning to the guest house, Chen Qi resumed his day of revising the script, gluing sheets onto the manuscript. Many at the Beijing Film Studio were now familiar with him. His youth at 19 and his romantic narrative combined made him quite remarkable. Everyone was eager to see how this script would ultimately unfold. With a daily allowance of 2 yuan, he had already managed to accumulate 10 yuan, yet found no place to spend it. Liang Shaoxing was acutely aware of his predicament. He must have sent his salary home again. He wished to offer assistance, but feared it might offend their pride. Discussing finances directly may not yield acceptance, leading him to conclude that he would have to settle for purchasing 4 tails of buns in the future. Liang Shaoxing was specifically responsible for his editing duties, and his schedule was typically sparse. After breakfast, he soon found himself playing chess with a companion. As they were engrossed in their game, a knock at the door interrupted them. Is Shaoqing in? Lu Shaoqing? Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback. Upon opening the door, he found her standing there. With a smile, she remarked, Teacher Liang is here too. How fortuitous. May I come in? Of course, please do. She entered with an air of confidence, casually surveying the room before taking a seat on the edge of the bed. Liang Shaoxing shivered, too startled to close the door, and he left it intentionally ajar. In these times, it was customary for men and women to converse in the same room with the door open, much like the later practices of green massage parlors. Issues of propriety were indeed significant matters. I heard you wrote a love story. I am quite curious. Would you share it with me? Are you interested in auditioning? Indeed. As long as the script is compelling, I do not wish to forfeit any opportunity. Her eagerness was unabashed. That may require an apology. Chen Qi held no particular feelings toward her, neither affection nor aversion, just neutrality. He stated plainly, the female lead is designed as a young woman in her 20s, experiencing love for the first time, raised in America. Your age and image do not quite align. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Nevertheless, I still wish to hear your story. However, before Lu Shaoqing could finish her sentence, her expression abruptly shifted. They heard the hurried footsteps of a man echoing in the corridor, accompanied by a call. Shaoqing? Shaoqing. Chapter 18. Everyone has their innocent days, Shaoqing. Shaoqing. The footsteps in the corridor grew increasingly closer, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the door. This door, left ajar to avoid issues of propriety, played a crucial role as the visitor turned, glanced inside, and strode in without hesitation. The man, approximately in his 30s, bore a decent appearance, albeit marked by a haggard visage and an unsettling restlessness, suggesting an unstable emotional state. So you're here again? Why are you staying at the guest house? Come, let us go home. He seized Lu Shaoqing's arm, but she forcefully shook him off, retorting, "I've told you, I'm here for work. Staying at the guest house is more convenient for filming. I've inquired, and you have no work at the moment. Stop this nonsense. I've prepared dinner. So let us go home. I'm not going back. Just leave." Cough, cough. Chen Qi, witnessing this scene, cleared his throat and interjected, "Excuse me, this is my room. Could you please take your conversation outside?" "My apologies, we'll leave right away." The man responded surprisingly politely, but then resumed his grip on Lushan. Their voices grew louder, attracting attention from the floor, and even Chun Huai Kai from next door came out to see what was happening. What a ridiculous situation. Chen Qi, feeling baffled by the interruption, took a few steps closer, intending to mediate, just as Lu Shaoqing forcefully broke free from the man's hold. The man's hand, propelled by inertia, flew up uncontrollably, and he collapsed to the floor. That is what experience looks like. A mutual brawl. "I'm sorry, comrade. It wasn't he intentional." The man mumbled in confusion, "Did I touch him? I don't think I did. How did he end up on the ground?" "Wang Li." Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but exclaim, raising her voice. "Are you trying to embarrass me in front of everyone? That is not what I meant. Please don't be angry. I just want you to come home with me." "Home? Home? Fine. I'll go home with you." "Out, out." Lu Shaoqing, now agitated, pushed her way out the door. As soon as they left, Chen Qi sprang up, clinging to the doorway to continue observing the spectacle, leaving Liang Shaosheng momentarily stunned. "I'll go home with you, but don't cause me any more trouble." "All right, as long as you return home. I'll do anything you ask." As their quarrel persisted, heads began to pop out of nearly every room, eyes glistening with curiosity as they descended the stairs. Soon, a buzzing conversation erupted, resembling a flock of birds flitting about in a field, animatedly discussing the unfolding drama. Chen Qi clicked his tongue and inquired, "Is that her partner?" "Yes, his name is Wang Li." "What went wrong here?" "That woman is quite troublesome, which is why I advised you to keep your distance from her." Liang Shaosheng replied. It was mentioned that Lu Shaoqing was formerly with the Chengdu Military Region Drama Troupe, while Wang Li was affiliated with the General Political Department Opera Troupe of the People's Liberation Army, introduced through mutual acquaintances. She was described as having a strong ambition, but in less flattering terms, she was labeled as someone who would stop at nothing to ascend the social ladder, while many remained content or resigned in their circumstances. Lu Shaoqing was singularly focused on utilizing film to elevate her status. However, with the constraints of the drama troupe, she devised a plan to entangle herself with Wang Li. She knitted a sweater and trousers for him, penned a letter filled with sweet nothings, and then boldly proposed marriage. Since Wang Li resided in the capital, Lu Shaoqing hoped that marriage would allow her to transfer there. In these times, how could a man withstand a woman's directness? Wang Li was overjoyed, and the couple wed. However, Lu Shaoqing's job transfer did not materialize. She had never truly liked him, and her indifference grew, even finding marital intimacy distasteful. Over time, Wang Li became increasingly paranoid, fearing that Lu Shaoqing might leave him, even locking her inside the house while he went out for groceries. Lu Shaoqing frequently used her filming commitments as an excuse to stay at a guest house, and disputes became commonplace. What is the contemporary view on relationships? Once a romantic relationship is publicly acknowledged, marriage is expected, otherwise, it is deemed scandalous. Even after marriage, divorce is a rarity. To contemplate, it is a monumental affair, one that could be discussed for years. Lu Shaoqing was audacious enough to gamble her marriage for a brighter future. What a formidable woman. Chen Qi could only give her a thumbs up. Comrade Huang Zhening was right. The artistic front is far too fickle. Liang Shaosheng sighed. Lu's professional competence is indisputable, but her personal life is rather troublesome. Do you know how much Director Wang spent to facilitate her transfer? How much? 80,000. Liang Shaosheng indicated the amount with his fingers, stating, "When we approached to discuss this matter, the Chengdu side demanded an exorbitant transfer fee of 80,000, and the director immediately acquiesced. Such decisiveness." Chen Qi was astonished. Of course, Director Wang is particularly keen on nurturing talent, especially young prodigies like you. If you craft this script well, opportunities will surely arise for you in the future. The following day, Lu Shaoqing returned once more, carrying a box of fruits as an apology for the previous day's events. The box was from Daxiankan, a well-known brand in the capital, often at odds with its counterpart in Suzhou. It contained 8 delicacies: peach crisps, jujube flour cake, sakama, and steamed sponge cake, all beautifully arranged in a wooden box tied with string, an ideal gift for visiting friends or matchmaking in these times. Families of moderate means would even purchase such treats during the new year. However, children, unable to resist temptation, often pilfered pieces, leaving the box empty by the time adults opened it, leading to inevitable punishment. Lu Shaoqing's gesture was a display of social grace. Chen Qi remained courteous, harboring neither fondness nor aversion. In their circle, who wouldn't wear a smile? Besides, Lu's professional acumen was impressive, and future collaborations seemed possible. The days of revising the script were largely uneventful, akin to his days spent idly at work. One evening in the cafeteria, Chen Qi noticed an inexplicable exhilaration among the staff. Meals were consumed with great speed, accompanied by hushed chatter. Liang Shaoxing was also bustling about, urging everyone, hurry up and eat. We need to move the tables. Why are we moving the tables? We're screening internal reference films tonight. Are they English films or Hong Kong films? Oh, you seem to know quite a bit, Liang Shaoxing remarked, intrigued. I've only heard of them. I've always yearned to see them. How often do you screen them? Approximately half a month has passed. Today, we are watching a Hong Kong film featuring martial arts. Ah, the martial arts scenes are truly captivating. Chen Qi swiftly prepared dinner and, along with everyone else, rearranged the tables in the dining hall. They neatly piled the tables to the sides, leaving a spacious area in the center, which they filled with stools, transforming the space into a rudimentary cinema. The internal reference film, known in full as internal reference piece, is essentially a special film offering akin to tobacco and tea. From leaders to military compounds and various artistic institutions, internal reference films are screened for select audiences. Inequality among people has always existed, for instance. While the majority struggle for basic sustenance in this era, certain groups have already begun to indulge in rock music, jazz, and the melodies of Teresa Tung. Naturally, viewing internal reference films must be done discreetly. Thus, as the sun set, the Beijing Film Studio resembled a covert base. Everyone queued quietly to enter the dining hall. With designated personnel keeping watch, and even sentinels on guard, conditions were quite rudimentary at that time. Later, dedicated screening rooms were established. Chen Qi flowed with the crowd into the dimly lit space, where a sea of heads obscured his view. Amidst his bewilderment, he heard Liang Shaoxing call out, "This way. This way." In the center, the editors from the literature department and their families had gathered. Director Jiang, teacher Shi. He greeted them one by one before casually finding a seat. A glance to his left brought him amusement. Beside him sat a youth in his early 20s. His excessively slender frame made his head appear disproportionately large, with small eyes and a receding hairline, exuding an air of timidity. On his right, however, was a young girl, around 11 or 12, with a broad forehead and captivating eyes, adorned with a charming hair accessory. "This is my daughter Jiang Shan, and this is brother Xiao Chun," Jiang Huayan introduced with a smile. The little girl regarded him, seemingly finding him quite handsome, and then called out, "Hello, brother." "Hello. Are you in elementary school now?" "Yes, I am in elementary school." "What do you do?" Jiang Shan asked cheerfully. "I sell large bowls of tea." "Huh?" Jiang Shan's expression was one of confusion, prompting Jiang Huayan to chuckle and provide an explanation. Meanwhile, the bashful youth, having mustered his courage, finally spoke. "Hello, my name is Guyu. My mother has mentioned you." "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Qi extended his right hand, and Guyu attempted to do the same, but due to the cramped space, his arm could not maneuver properly, resulting in an awkward handshake akin to a child with cerebral palsy. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Nice to meet you. I hear you are here to revise a manuscript?" "Yes, I am currently staying at the guest house." "What is your occupation?" He unwittingly broached a sensitive topic. Indeed, Guyu's face flushed with shyness and a hint of inferiority as he quietly replied, "I am preparing for an exam." "Huh." The more he stammered, the more Chen Qi felt inclined to tease him, along with that little girl named Jiang Shan, whom he also wished to playfully engage. Chapter 19. Drunken Fist Wang Yang. Now 63 years old, with his vision waning and hair graying, sat in the office of the North Film Studio's main building, peering through his reading glasses at the freshly printed editions of new film works and film creations. One was a publication from the Shanghai Film Studio, the other from the Amei Film Studio, akin to the film creation of North Film Studio, serving as platforms for script submissions. Each studio, subtly competing with one another, shared an unspoken understanding. If you produce a groundbreaking work, I shall endeavor to create an even more revolutionary masterpiece. None of these offerings were worthy of note. Wang Yang scoffed disdainfully after a cursory glance, rising from his seat and meandering down the stairs, headed towards the cafeteria. Along the way, everyone he encountered respectfully greeted him as Director Wang. The first director of North Film Studio was Tian Fang, the father of Tian Zhuangzhuang. Wang Yang, the second director, served for 35 years, retiring in 1986. Under his leadership, North Film Studio reached its zenith, adept at nurturing talent. The four major directors, for distinguished cinematographers, and three prominent actresses all emerged under his guidance. Liu Shaoqing was one of the three leading actresses, originally from another unit, whom Wang Yang had successfully recruited. He had innovative ideas about studio management. As early as the 1960s, he recognized the drawbacks of the large studio system and sought to implement a contracting system, akin to the Hollywood producer studio model, a concept that had yet to take root domestically. His vision was remarkably ahead of its time, although it did not come to fruition. Director Wang. Old Wang, why are you so late? Upon entering the cafeteria, Wang Yang settled into his customary seat, surveying his surroundings. I was scouting the dynamics of our brother units. All right, let us commence. With a resounding clap, the lights dimmed, enveloping the room in darkness. Almost immediately, the large screen illuminated, projecting the images of eager, expectant faces as the dream machine flickered at 24 frames per second. At that time, television dramas were just beginning to emerge, a literary fervor was stirring, poets were gearing up, and popular music was surging. Cinema reigned undisputedly as the foremost art form until its decline in the late 1980s, followed by a gradual resurgence in the new century. Today's screening featured a Hong Kong film. A man with a prominent nose, carefree and nonchalant, made his entrance. He was Jackie Chan, and the film was Drunken Fist. Earlier that year, Jackie Chan had made a stunning breakthrough with Snake in the Eagle's Shadow, and, riding the wave of success, he released Drunken Fist, which garnered a box office of $6.76 million, ranking second for the year, just behind Su Guanin's The Contract of Selling One's Body. This heralded the impending golden age of Hong Kong cinema. Although it was a year behind, the quality of Drunken Fist was indisputable, delivering a tremendous impact on the audience present. Directed by Yuan Wuping, Jackie Chan portrayed the character Huang Feihong, an idle troublemaker whose father enlisted the help of his friend Su Huazi to mentor him. Su Huazi taught him the Drunken Eight immortal style, ultimately enabling him to defeat his adversaries. The role of Su Huazi was played by Yuan Xiaotian, Yuan Wuping's father, whose portrayal of the beggar with a wine gourd later evolved into the character Jin Yuanzi in The King of Fighters. How impressive! The fighting scenes were truly captivating. What is this person's name? Jackie Chan? Ha ha ha, he was hilarious when he dressed as a woman. Everyone seemed to have entered a new realm, free from the burdens of work and the significance of cinema, truly appreciating a piece of art as an audience member. Of course, they dared not raise their voices, only whispering softly. Wang Yang was also quite pleased, yet his thoughts wandered further. He turned to the person beside him and inquired, "Are Fu Qi and the others still in the capital? Have they returned to Hong Kong? Has the matter regarding Shaolin Temple been settled?" "Yes. The Japanese are interested in purchasing it and have provided an advance payment. Fu Qi found someone to complete the script and has returned to prepare for filming, which is expected to commence in the second half of the year. I heard they are looking for actors from the Peking Opera Troupe." "The Peking Opera Troupe?" Wang Yang shook his head and gestured towards the screen, saying, "Look at their movements, flamboyant, visually appealing, fluid, and engaging. While the martial artists in the Peking Opera possess skill, their movements are too rigid and formulaic. The Hong Kong market is developing rapidly, yet they continue to adhere to outdated filming approaches. Personally, I have little optimism about it. There is nothing to be done. It's difficult for them as well." Indeed. The brother units in Hong Kong are also facing tough times. This project was specifically commissioned by Liaogong Chen Qi, which is no small feat. I hope everything goes smoothly for them. Wang Yang sighed and added, "Given the popularity of martial arts films, shouldn't we consider broadening our genre? We can't always produce films steeped in heavy drama, can we? That might pose a risk, wouldn't it? If we fear risks, how can we accomplish anything? Serious films are necessary, but so are entertaining ones. We should pursue both paths simultaneously. Let us keep an eye on the scripts moving forward, and if anything goes awry, I will take responsibility." The leaders were chattering away in front, while a select few murmured in the back. The group from the literature department unconsciously gravitated towards a certain individual, who, while watching, entertained them with comments and insights. This Huang Feihong indeed existed in history. He was born during the late Qing and early Republic, learning martial arts at the age of 3 and wandering the world with his father by the age of 7. Later, he opened a martial arts school in Guangzhou and simultaneously practiced medicine, establishing a clinic named Bao Zealand, serving as a martial arts instructor for the Guangzhou Navy. His father was named Huang Qiaying, whose master was Luosai, and Luosai's mentor was Master Zhishan. Master Zhishan was renowned alongside 5 notable figures, Shida Bai Mei, Daoist Feng Dao, and Miao Xian, known as the 5 elders of Shaolin. You must be joking. Why would there be a Daoist in a monk's temple? Jiangshan pouted. Oh, so you know a monk's temple cannot have a Daoist? Do you think me foolish? I attended elementary school. Shan, please speak respectfully. No rudeness allowed. Jiang Huayan admonished, but Jiangshan paid no mind. Chen Qi chuckled. Bai Mei originated from Shaolin, but later joined Wudong, which is associated with Daoists. However, the Shaolin is not from Hunan, but from southern Shaolin and Fujian. That Miao Xian is no ordinary figure either. He had a daughter named Miao Hua, who bore a son named Fang Shiyu. Remarkably, Fang Shiyu is 8 feet tall with an 8-foot waist, wielding a spear known as the Bloodwashed Silver Lance, charging in and out of the Qing army encampment. Wasn't that Zhao Zilong? Guyu marveled. All heroes are alike. Are they not? If Zhao Zilong could charge in and out 7 times, why can't Fang Shiyu? Even that Lu Laolao is not to be underestimated. He began with a serious demeanor, but soon lost his composure. Everyone was captivated, particularly Guyu, whose small eyes sparkled with admiration for this remarkable brother who, despite being 3 years his junior, possessed such vast knowledge and a thick mane of hair. Watching the film was one of the rare moments when they could indulge themselves. However, as is often the case, joyous times are fleeting. When Jackie Chan triumphed over his adversaries, the film came to an end, leaving the audience both elated by the splendid performance and melancholic over its brevity. Upon exiting the theater, they returned to the realities of life, which were marked by a blend of unity, tension, seriousness, and liveliness. The crowd filed out quietly, dispersing in small groups, softly discussing the brilliance of Drunken Master. In the dim light, Wang Yang strolled leisurely with his hands behind his back, and a voice, carried by the night breeze, drifted in and out of hearing. Why don't we have films as captivating as that? One inquired. The genres differ. They excel in creating entertainment films, while we have our strengths, such as military films, rural narratives, and works grounded in reality, all of which are equally compelling. Couldn't we also produce an entertainment film? Do you think it's that simple? After watching Drunken Master, which part did you find most exhilarating? Was it the training or the fight scenes? The reason it resonates with the audience is that it taps into their emotions. Imagine one day you encounter a master who imparts to you unparalleled martial arts skills, rendering you invincible. Wouldn't you be thrilled? I would be absolutely ecstatic, Guyu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Thus, the more one can identify emotional commonalities, the more captivating the film becomes. Wang Yang lingered for a moment, glancing at the young man who had been chattering away, before he meandered off. Jiang Shan had also been taken home by her father. Guyu accompanied Wang Yang to the entrance of the guest house, feeling a sense of reluctance to part ways. However, his shyness held him back from being forward. Fortunately, Chen Qi said, I often have spare time when I'm revising scripts. Feel free to drop by if you have nothing else to do. Great. Let us meet another day then, Guyu finally replied before departing. Chapter 20. The Elderly. The young, the sick, and the disabled. Given Guyu's temperament, he initially intended to ponder for a few days before visiting, yet unexpectedly, the very next day, Chen Qi took the initiative to invite him to a small gathering. Guyu regarded this invitation with importance, even taking the time to wash his hair. As dinner approached, he nervously knocked on door 302, and Chen Qi opened it with a bright smile. Just on time. Come in, come in. I returned home today, and my mother sent me some food. I figured I wouldn't be able to finish it all, so I invited you both to join me. I hope you don't mind. Please, don't say that. It's I who am intruding, Guyu responded courteously, noticing Liang Shaoxing, who smiled and said, You'll see, after spending more time with him, you'll realize he is the least finicky person around. Come, take a seat. Liang Shaoxing busied himself, opening several aluminum food containers. I persuaded the cafeteria's master chef to heat this up especially for us. Xiao Chen found a restaurant outside and even brought a pot of wine. Can you manage a few drinks? I can certainly have a few sips. Guyu's eyes sparkled. He was fond of fine wine, and upon seeing the dishes, his enthusiasm heightened further. There was meat and dumplings. The table was arranged with 2 sitting on the bed and 1 on a chair, using enamel mugs as wine cups, each pouring roughly 2 liang. Chen Qi chuckled. You know, I've saved almost 40 yuan, and today is the first time I'm spending it. That little shop is a commune cooperative, selling some loose liquor, though I'm unsure of its quality. Come on, don't be shy. Let us eat. In these times, enjoying a good meal was a rare pleasure. He, too, was away from home, and such a treat was a rarity. Liang Shaoxing had it even tougher, His family was in dire straits, and every resource was meticulously conserved. Thus, they immersed themselves in their meal, and it wasn't until they had eaten for a while that they felt inclined to converse, aided by the effects of the wine. Their discussions meandered, lacking any substantial significance. Yet for men, the act of drinking and boasting was a joy in itself. As the conversation progressed, it turned toward Guyu's work. His mood instantly soured, and he lamented, "I've applied to numerous organizations but have been unsuccessful. The commune where I was sent to work wants me to return, claiming the pigs I tended miss me, both the big ones and the small ones. Alas, I've lived for 22 years, and only the pigs remember me." Don't say that. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first temper their resolve. Didn't your parents mention they were helping you find something? Yang Xiaoxing replied. The General Federation's cultural troupe is recruiting, and there will be an examination. My father is currently guiding me through the performance, even selecting a piece for me titled Feeding the Pigs, saying it reflects real life. Honestly, I understand. I have no other skills. I can only tend to pigs. Then why not perform it for us? Let us see. Oh no. I couldn't possibly do that. It's far too embarrassing. Yu quickly waved his hands in refusal. Although we have only just begun to associate, I must say. Don't take offense, Chen Qi interjected. I believe your mindset is part of the issue. If you feel embarrassed performing in front of us, how will you face the judges? You inherently possess a mindset that perceives this as a shameful act. How can you expect to succeed? Yu stammered, wanting to argue but soon relinquishing the thought, feeling disheartened. Perhaps you are right, and I do feel anxious. I practiced well at home, but once I'm there, I just don't know what to do. To alleviate your stress, perhaps you could try deep breathing. I find that deep breathing brings me a sense of relaxation, suggested Liang Xiaoxing. I have tried it, yet it proved futile. Yang Xiaoxing scratched his head, admitting, after all, I am a writer, not a performer. Everyone feels anxious during exams. It is simply unavoidable. Chen Qi interjected, but then shifted his tone, stating, however, you might consider forcing yourself to relax through physical activity, whether it be marching in place, doing exercises, or jogging a few laps. Essentially, just keep moving. Is that effective? Yu inquired, puzzled. Surely you have experienced running? After each run, although fatigued, don't you also feel a sense of lightness, perhaps even satisfaction? That does seem to resonate, Yu conceded. Thus, you should give it a try. It will certainly relieve some tension. This is due to the endorphins and dopamine released during exercise, which enhance one's comfort and induce a sense of accomplishment. Yet, Chen Qi refrained from elaborating further. He raised his enamel mug and proclaimed, now, let us first toast to your successful examination. There is no doubt about it. Yang Xiaoxing echoed his sentiment. Yu, buoyed by the alcohol, felt his emotions swell, nearly to the point of tears. With your encouraging words, I am determined to pass this time. If I fail again, I would feel utterly remorseful towards both of you. The three shared a drink, their camaraderie palpable. Chen Qi deliberately nurtured this bond. Having spent some time at the Beijing Film Studio, he had been sociable yet had not formed any deep friendships. Most of his acquaintances were seasoned veterans or middle-aged individuals like Jiang Huayan, or formidable figures like Lu Xiaoqing. He felt too young, often regarded as a child by others. Yang Xiaoxing and Yu were more approachable, along with that young girl. Chen Qi had arrived in mid-April, and now, as May dawned, he knew it was time to finalize the script. Today was Tuesday, an afternoon designated for learning across various institutions, a time when production ceased and schools held no classes. This tradition had endured for many years, and with the advent of television, stations also opted to conduct maintenance on Tuesdays. Thus, the afternoon programming was absent, replaced by a colorful test card known as the PM 5544 television test pattern. In the afternoon, as the sun grew increasingly intense, heralding the arrival of early summer, Chen Qi took a brief nap. He then grabbed his script, now resembling a thick brick, and hurried to Jiang Huayan's office. Upon entering, he found Jiang Huayan absent, but his daughter was present, munching on sunflower seeds while working on her homework. Little Chen, where's your father? She asked. He has gone to a meeting. He will be back shortly. Jiang Shan glanced at the script in his hands and remarked, is that your script? I heard from my dad that it's a love story. May I take a look? What business does a child like you have with romance? Such matters are bourgeois. Chen Qi retorted. Bourgeois? Humph. I am studying English. Does that count as bourgeois? She replied, shaking her textbook, which was unmistakably an English language guide. Have you all started English classes? Chen Qi asked, astonished. Our school is a pilot program, she exclaimed. Last year, The Ministry of Education advocated for the introduction of foreign language classes starting from the 3rd grade of primary school. However, this initiative has not yet been widely implemented and remains in the pilot stage. Chen Qi, unfamiliar with this development, could only express his astonishment as he sat on a chair waiting for Jiang Huaiyan. After a while of boredom, he glanced at the young girl engrossed in her homework and suddenly asked, "Have you learned the word for pig?" "Of course, pig," she replied. "And dog?" "Dog." "What about chicken?" "Chicken." "Oh, chicken. How do you say beautiful?" "Huh, you can't stump me. Beautiful. Can you translate chicken is beautiful?" Jiang Shan furrowed her brow and attempted, "Chicken is beautiful?" "Ah, our translation should emphasize fidelity, expressiveness, and elegance." This sentence could be translated as, before Chen Qi could finish his playful banter, Jiang Huaiyan entered the room, saying, "Oh, Xiaochun, you're here. This afternoon, the entire factory is holding a meeting, and all departments must attend. We just finished ours. I just arrived as well. Let me show you the script. Shan, you go outside to write for now." "Oh." Jiang Shan reluctantly left with her backpack, while Jiang Huaiyan took the script and scrutinized it. After a while, he nodded and remarked, "The revisions are quite good. Your writing is very precise, aligning with our suggestions. From my perspective, it is already satisfactory. However, the factory's regulations require that all editors in the literary department jointly review it before the deputy factory director responsible for this area conducts a final assessment to determine whether it is approved. You need not worry, there should be no issues. Let's keep this script for now." With a smile, Jiang Huaiyan added, "Xiaochun, your age can easily lead to misunderstandings. I did not expect you to have such insight into writing. It's all thanks to the excellent guidance from the teachers. I merely excel in execution." "Strong execution? That term is rather novel. All right, you can head back for now. I will call for you again." "Okay." As Chen Qi exited the office, he saw Jiang Shan standing in the corridor, leaning against the windowsill while doing her homework. At 12 years old, she was not particularly tall, and her larger bone structure did not stand out much at this age. However, Chen Qi envisioned her future self, broad face, prominent features, and an innate charm that eschewed any hint of small-mindedness. Such actresses were exceedingly rare, and in the future, they would almost vanish, replaced by a sea of delicate faces and pointed chins. He stealthily approached her and suddenly exclaimed, "Ha! Ah!" Jiang Shan jumped in surprise, spinning around to yell. But Chen Qi was already gone in a flash. Returning to her room, she fumed, "Dad, that person is really annoying. He's not much older than you. He was just playing around. He is quite talented in writing. You should take the opportunity to learn from him." In Jiang Huaiyan's eyes, Chen Qi, at 19, could indeed be considered a child. Who would want to learn from him? "I plan to attend a foreign language academy." Jiang Shan huffed as she continued her homework. After writing for a while, Jiang Huaiyan had to step out for an errand. Suddenly, she heard a furtive noise outside. That irritating fellow had returned. He did not enter the house but merely raised his hand to toss a few pieces of candy. Those were the supplies Yushioli had brought for him, and exclaimed, "Enjoy the candy and study hard." With that, he vanished once more. Jiang Shan glanced at the candy. It was the locally produced red shrimp crisp candy from the capital, with a thin, crunchy shell and a distinctly layered filling that offered a delightful taste. After a brief pause, she decided to unwrap one and pop it into her mouth. Humph, why not indulge? Chapter 21, Transcendence. Transcendence. This technique is called the wild goose soaring high, bestowing auspiciousness. With arms outstretched, one mimics the flapping wings of a wild goose, moving up and down in rhythmic succession. In the afternoon, Guyo. A recent addition to the team focused on enhancing vitality and strengthening the kidneys, was practicing longevity exercises under the guidance of Senior Chen Qi. He executed each movement with meticulous precision, his body entirely tense. Chen Qi interjected, "Stop, stop, stop. Do not adhere to the standards of calisthenics for this. This is a Taoist practice for strengthening the body, emphasizing a tranquil mind and natural movements. Do not confine yourself to rigid forms, let your heart flow freely. Akin to a child at play, just find comfort in the motions. You claim you have no mastery of the arts, yet you are already delving into Taoism." Guyu retorted softly, "What mastery? Mind your tongue. Do not speak carelessly, lest you attract trouble." I understand. The teachings are not to be lightly shared. Do you seem to harbor some misunderstanding? Ever since he had watched Drunken Master, he had fancied that Chen Qi possessed some hidden martial secrets. Chen Qi chuckled, "After all, this is the realm of reality, not a low magic world. There are no born warriors like Chan Wei here. You practice the diamond skill in the morning and the longevity technique in the evening. Maintaining this regimen will benefit your frail constitution. You are quite weak. I will do my best, Guyu replied, seemingly afflicted by some innate deficiency, having been frail since childhood. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to feeding pigs during the queue, and with age, his condition had only worsened, rendering his speech slow and deliberate. When Chen Qi arrived, Guyu was nearing 70, having never fathered children. Some said the couple did not wish for offspring. Others claimed his wife was barren. And yet others suggested he himself was unable to conceive. Regardless, his poor health was indisputable. Xiaochun, while they practiced, Liang Shaoxing entered, saying, "Director Jiang is looking for you. Is it about the script?" "Indeed. All right then. I must take my leave as well. I shall return another day." Guyu, perceiving the moment, bid farewell. Following Liang Shaoxing downstairs, Chen Qi inquired, "Has the script been approved?" "How shall I put it?" "It has been approved in principle." "What does approved in principle mean?" "It's a bit complex. Director Jiang will explain it to you." Chen Qi was left in a state of confusion. Upon reaching the office of the literature department in the main building, he found all the editors present. Jiang Huaiyan, the director, occupied a small room within. He knocked thrice before entering. "Xiaochun, welcome. Please, take a seat." Jiang Huaiyan gestured for him to sit and poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he said, "First and foremost, congratulations. Your script has been unanimously approved, and the deputy director has also given his endorsement. We have positioned it as a romantic scenic film, showcasing the beauty of Lushan Mountain while narrating the love story of a young couple, interspersed with political undertones and contemporary ideologies. In principle, the Beijing Film Studio has affirmed its interest in your script." However, Chen Qi silently anticipated the next words, and indeed, Jiang Huaiyan continued, "However, we wish for it to be even better. Could you elaborate?" "This is our aspiration. You may feel our demands are excessive, but in the realm of filmmaking, perfection is an elusive pursuit. Of course, this is not a strict requirement. We can finalize the project now, but if you wish to elevate it further, could we perhaps add some unexpected twists to the plot, enhance the thematic depth, and evoke deeper emotions?" Chen Qi silently cursed under his breath, questioning the difference between this and working overtime voluntarily. The script he had finalized was already the story of Lushan love and history, yet unexpectedly, the Beijing Film Studio expressed dissatisfaction. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Different individuals possess varying standards of judgment. What is deemed acceptable by the Shanghai Film Studio may not hold the same merit in Beijing. He gazed at the expectant eyes of his counterpart, rolling his eyes internally, feeling as though he was being coerced into exerting effort when all he desired was to reap the benefits effortlessly. "Since you insist, I shall give it a try." "Indeed. I did not misjudge you." Jiang Huaiyan immediately brightened, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Our editors previously mentioned that they believed you would take it on. Please do not feel that we are intentionally making it difficult for you. Simply perform to the best of your abilities, and we will certainly require this script." Upon hearing this, Chen Qi felt a bit more at ease. It is important to value oneself. He then sighed, thinking, "Damn it. Am I being treated like a CPU in 1979? He returned to the guest house and encountered Chen Huaikai on the third floor. The elderly gentleman was preparing to shoot a Peking opera film titled Zhuge Liang's Morning, holding daily meetings with a parade of opera actors, none of whom he recognized. Noticing the script in Chen Qi's hands, he inquired, "Has it passed the review?" "Sort of," Chen Qi replied. "In principle, it has passed. But I need to make some revisions, hence the term sort of passed." "Haha." Chen Huaikai erupted into laughter, appreciating the classical humor of the situation. He said, "You're quite amusing, lad. According to our customs, when a script passes review, one must announce it with a shout. Good luck with that." "A shout?" "You will understand when the time comes." Chen Qi shrugged, entering his room, slamming the hefty script onto the table, venting his frustrations as a working individual. However, after washing his face, he regained his composure, sat at the desk, filled his fountain pen with ink, and for the first time, earnestly began to write. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, events began to deviate, prompting him to take this seriously. Lushan Love was originally quite mundane, apart from the extras. The entire film featured only 7 actors. The female lead was named Zhou Yun, and the male lead was Geng Hua. He reviewed the storyline and contemplated for a moment before deciding to introduce a new character, the male lead's sister, Geng Ying. Geng Ying, in her late 20s, appeared delicate, yet possessed a resilient spirit. With her father and husband persecuted, her mother bedridden, and a younger brother to care for. She single-handedly supported the family. Zhou Yun held American citizenship, her father being a nationalist officer. She had a relationship with Geng Hua, who was under investigation by the organization and temporarily detained. He entrusted his sister to convey his feelings to Zhou Yun. However, Geng Ying, prioritizing her brother's welfare, persuaded Zhou Yun to leave. Heartbroken, Zhou Yun returned to America, leading to a 5-year separation between the protagonists. 5 years later, following the reforms and opening up, the protagonists once again reunited at Lushan, officially solidifying their relationship. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun sought out Geng Ying for a conversation. This development enriched the narrative far beyond the original work, with the essence of this elevation resting upon their dialogue. Elevation, indeed. If you desire it, I shall grant it. I can lift you to the heavens. Chen Qi, while writing, hummed softly, as if transported back to a previous life spent laboring over manuscripts late into the night. He indeed wrote through the night, fearing to indulge in distractions lest unforeseen circumstances arise once more. In terms of execution, it was not particularly challenging. He was well-versed in this field and had been buffeted by the torrents of the information age, housing within his mind a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. He understood precisely what audiences in 1979 yearned to witness, and he was equally aware of the thoughts occupying the minds of the leaders of that era, enveloping love within the realm of politics and steering the political narrative with utmost correctness. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, sure. Early the next morning, Chen Qi knocked on the door of the literature department. Shi Wenxin was taken aback by his appearance. Xiao Chen, are you unwell? You look so haggard. No. I was up late revising my manuscript. You young one, why the rush? It's not like this is a matter of a day or two. It's fine. I'm young. What is there to fear about staying up late? It's nothing but the risk of sudden death. He handed the manuscript to her, feigning a slight dizziness before retreating. Shi Wenxin felt a tinge of guilt and remarked, seeing such promising talent, one should not apply undue pressure. That would be akin to pulling up seedlings to hasten their growth, wouldn't it? Who would have thought he would be so proactive, having previously been rather lackadaisical? Liang Shaosheng was equally astonished. Let me take a look first. Chapter 22. The main melody across time and space. Shi Wenxin donned her reading glasses and, cradling a script reminiscent of a fragrant meat pie, sought out the newly pinned passages. The first addition she noted was the character Geng Ying. Geng Ying single-handedly supports her family, embodying the archetype of a virtuous woman. Yet, she possesses a disagreeable side. She privately persuades Zhou Jun to distance herself from her brother, only to later claim that it was Zhou Jun who chose to leave. From the audience's perspective, she is undoubtedly loathsome, but from her own vantage point, she has committed no wrong. Shi Wenxin nodded in approval. This character was indeed a commendable addition, vibrant and compelling. While such tropes may be overused in later generations, they are far from extraordinary, especially considering the current socio-cultural milieu. For an extended period, character development in domestic cinema has been rather monochromatic. One is either right or wrong, good or evil, with little room for the exploration of human nature. It is essential to adopt an objective stance, as revolutionary struggles are not mere social gatherings. Such narratives are necessary. Shi Wenxin first acknowledged the significance of Geng Ying's character before continuing her reading, encountering a dialogue that compelled her to adjust her glasses instinctively. Leaning forward, she read it multiple times, unable to contain her excitement as she exclaimed, "Xiao Liang, you must come and take a look." Yang Shushing approached, taking the script from her. After a brief moment, he abruptly lifted his head, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "This edition is brilliant. What a novel perspective. What does it say? Let me see." The other two editors gathered around, and upon reading, they all laughed, saying, "I told you this young man has ideas. He is truly different from us older folks. Today's youth are extraordinary." Just then, Jiang Huan entered. Shi Wenxin smiled and said, "Xiaochen stayed up all night to deliver the manuscript. We've all reviewed it. Would you take a look as well?" "Oh, so soon?" "I forgot to tell him there was no rush. He should take his time," Jiang Huayan replied casually as he grabbed a chair and sat down. He perused the manuscript and finally read aloud. Zhou Jun and Geng Ying arrived at the Wangjiang Pavilion in Lushan. This pavilion, situated atop the Jianzi Gorge, is enveloped by mountains on 3 sides, with the northern side offering a splendid view of the Yangtze River. Geng Ying inquired, "What exactly do you wish to discuss with me?" "I must tell you, even if my father consents, my opinion of you remains unchanged. Do not entertain thoughts of persuading me." Zhou Jun responded, "Sister Ying, why do you harbor such strong prejudice against me? Is it wrong for me to have feelings for Geng Hua?" She retorted, "You see, it is not I who is biased against you. You speak incessantly of love and affection, lacking any sense of shame. We are not like you." After a moment of silence, Zhou Jun ventured, "Sister Ing, may I ask you something? Do you love your country? How could you even ask such a thing?" "Of course, I love my country," Gung Ing replied. "And do you love your parents?" "Certainly." "What about your brother?" "Of course." "And your beloved?" "I." Gung Ing suddenly froze. "Do you think they are the same? Or are they different? Aren't they all expressions of our most fervent and sincere emotions?" "Sister Ing, I cherish my parents dearly. I hold Gunghua in my heart. And I also love my homeland. My father often speaks of the magnificent landscapes here, the beauty in every blade of grass and every tree. Which is why I have returned. I yearn not only to behold Mount Lu, but also to explore the 5 great mountains, to witness the splendor of the Yangtze River and the Great Wall, and to marvel at the Yellow Mountain and the Yellow River. I aspire to travel far and wide, and I wish to visit Tiananmen. This, too, is my homeland. I am inclined to remain, not solely for Gunghua, but because I perceive this land as imbued with immense vitality. I am eager to embrace the spirit of the new era and to contribute my strength toward building a beautiful future. Sister Ing, tell me, is this not love in its purest form?" Jiang Huayan has risen from his seat. A peculiar expression of shock and exhilaration graces his face as he exclaims, "Audacious and utterly splendid. Lushan love, indeed. It must transcend mere personal romance, if one loves. Let it be of grander scale. Logically, it seems one should prioritize love for one's country over personal affection. Yet, love should not be categorized. Love is love. The most instinctive and sincere of human emotions. One can love another person, one has family, a nation, a people, and a magnificent land." Chen Qi has artfully repackaged the central theme, presenting it in a form palatable to the present day, yet it is sufficient to elicit exclamations of astonishment. "Old Jiang, what do you think? Shall we convene?" "No, I will seek out the deputy." "No, I will go directly to Director Wang. He cannot wait a moment longer." Script in hand, he strides towards the director's office. Wang Yang is sipping tea leisurely when the sudden entrance of Jiang Huayan startles him, prompting the remark, "What brings such fervor? Are we preparing for war with Japan? We are currently fostering Sino-Japanese friendship. Do not utter such words." Jiang Huayan slams the script down, declaring, "Aren't you keen on talent? Here stands a prime example. This script must be filmed." "Oh, it must be significant if you hold it in such high regard. Pray, enlighten me." "Certainly." And so, Jiang Huayan recounts the newly revised Lushan love, placing particular emphasis on a pivotal dialogue. Wang Yang rises quietly, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back. The narrative brims with elements, love, nationalism, America, and even a kissing scene. What a jest of capitalism, a kissing scene, a veritable minefield. What do people fear most? Despite the proclamations of reform and opening up, one can never be certain when the tides might turn. Hence, the greatest fear lies in a shift in direction, reverting to an era awash in crimson banners, at which point those engaged in such pursuits would face reckoning. Lacking the prophetic foresight of Chen Qi, Wang Yang does not possess the conviction that Lushan love will undoubtedly succeed, yet he embodies resolve, pacing the room several times before suddenly stopping. Raising his hand decisively, "Film it." Not only should it be filmed, but it must also be designated as a key project for the studio. If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility. With your assurance, we are set. Jiang Huayan's heart swells with fervor, suddenly feeling the stirrings of a trailblazer within him. He returns to the literary department, brandishing the script. It has passed. Splendid. It is destined to become a classic. We share in this honor. Xiaosheng quickly informed them. All right. Liang Xiaosheng hastily rose and rushed out, making his way to the guest house. Upon reaching room 302, he pushed the door open and exclaimed, "Xiaochen. It's approved." "What has approved?" "The script has been approved." Director Wang personally gave the word. "It's happening." Taking a moment to breathe, Chen Qi, who had been preparing for a nap, felt a wave of excitement wash over him. After all, this version was not merely a freebie. He had painstakingly pinned it himself. With effort comes the yearning for reward. "By the way, step outside." "What for?" "Just come out." Liang Xiaosheng called him outside, then knocked on the adjacent door. Chen Huaikai opened it, smiling. "What is going on? I heard you shouting." "Indeed, Xiaochen's script has been approved." "That is wonderful. Are you going to make a proclamation?" "Absolutely." Taking a deep breath, Liang Xiaosheng shed his usual restraint and, with all his might, shouted, "Lushan love. It has been approved today. Lushan love. It has been approved today." To pass the court signifies undergoing scrutiny in a court of law. Given the stringent script evaluation at the Beijing Film Studio, approval is exceedingly rare, akin to a trial in court. Each successful screenwriter, overwhelmed with emotion, cannot help but shout in celebration. If they do not, others will join in, sharing the collective joy, which has, over time, become a cherished tradition. As Liang Xiaosheng shouted, people from the third floor emerged. Soon, those on the upper and lower floors caught wind of the news. Congratulations! Congratulations! So young. I hear it's a romance film? Quite an achievement. Not only the screenwriters, but personnel from other positions also came over, seemingly transforming the film into a shared endeavor. In this era of filmmaking, it operates under a planned economy. Each film studio has annual quotas. For instance, the Beijing Film Studio typically produces 7 or 8 films a year, with occasional excess, but more often than not, they struggle to meet their targets. Some years, they may complete only 2 or even 1. This involves funding, scripts, personnel, policies, and more. Thus, each film project is hard-won, signifying that a multitude of individuals will soon be employed. The dynamics of who can participate and who cannot are fraught with hidden currents. The approval of Lushan Love indicates that preparations for production are underway. Directors, actors, and behind-the-scenes personnel are all watching keenly. Chapter 23. The high-paid class. After the script was completed, Chen Qi could still reside in the guest house. His role transitioned from screenwriting to collaborating on the film set, receiving a modest daily stipend of 2 yuan. The Beijing Film Studio would designate a director, who in turn would select the actors and prepare for production, a process that could be quite protracted. Without the pressure of meeting deadlines, financial backers' expectations, or the trivialities of fleeting popularity, the essence of their work centered solely on the creation of quality art. For instance, when portraying a farmer, an actor was expected to immerse themselves in rural life. To embody a worker, they had to spend time in factories, and to represent a fisherman, they needed to experience life at sea, understanding the nuances of fishing firsthand. Such endeavors were regarded as entirely commonplace, rather than as badges of honor. Some esteemed actors and later generations continued to uphold this tradition. Unlike the idolized stars whose portrayals often revolved around wealthy executives and pampered spouses, roles that hardly required any experiential immersion. Unless, of course, one were to depict a destitute individual, in which case we might witness the portrayal of someone earning a mere 3,000 yuan monthly in Shanghai, renting a riverside apartment along the Huangpu, subsisting on humble fare. In this era, actors did not receive compensation for their roles. They were affiliated with various artistic institutions, receiving a monthly salary. And filming was considered part of their duties, a national task, no less. Thus the notion of payment for performances was inconceivable. Nevertheless, they did receive a daily allowance, typically ranging from 50 cents to 1 yuan. Renowned figures such as Liu Shaoqing, Pan Hong, and Tang Guiqiang were all subjected to this same remuneration. However, by the 1980s, remuneration began to materialize. In contrast, within the film industry, screenwriters constituted the unmistakable high-income bracket, with their earnings soaring to impressive heights. For instance, in the 1950s, the state established regulations whereby songwriters were compensated 10 to 20 yuan per song. The authors of the widely sung 15th Night Moon received a mere 15 yuan, and later engaged in legal disputes over their rights. Poetry was compensated at a rate of 10 to 20 yuan per 1,000 characters, calculated every 20 lines, thus elucidating why poets often penned their verses in such succinct lines. Similarly, Gulong, whose payment was calculated by the line, cultivated a distinctive style, a cold night. A solitary lamp flickers like a bean. The remuneration for novels and folk arts was comparable, with the exception of film scripts, which commanded exorbitant fees ranging from 3,000 to 8,000 yuan per piece, an astronomical sum. By the 1960s, these figures saw a decline, yet remained unfathomable to the average person. For a feature-length screenplay, payments ranged from 2,000 to 6,000 yuan, while short films garnered 1,000 to 3,000 yuan. Directors received payments of 500 to 1,500 yuan for feature films and 300 to 700 yuan for shorts. Intriguingly, for music, a single composed song would yield a meager sum of merely a few dozen yuan. However, if one composed scores for films or penned songs, they could earn between 300 to 800 yuan for composition and 50 to 100 yuan for lyrics. Thus, it can be asserted that any connection to cinema assuredly placed one in the realm of high-income earners. The state consistently prioritized film, with educators personally critiquing productions such as The Legend of Wu Sun, primarily due to its dual role as a vehicle for ideological propaganda Jiang Huayan gently knocked on the door of the factory director's office and presented an application report, stating, "This is the proposed remuneration for the script of Lushan Love, which has received unanimous approval from our literary department." "Let me take a look." Wang Yang picked up the document, glanced at it, and replied with a smile, "It's reasonable, neither too high nor too low, and it will encourage young talent." "Is it approved then?" Jiang Huan inquired. "Yes. You may liaise with the finance department," Wang Yang confirmed. Jiang Huan acknowledged and continued, "Who do you intend to hire to direct Lushan Love?" "Ah, that's a difficult question." Wang Yang sighed, expressing his concern. "You've classified it as a scenic lyrical film, a genre that is unprecedented, with no experienced individuals available. If we were to engage an older director, I fear it might turn out too solemn, while the essence should remain youthful and vibrant." "Indeed. That aligns with our thoughts. Handsome men and beautiful women, picturesque landscapes, a heartwarming romance intertwined with fervent patriotism," Jiang Huan concurred. "Let us deliberate further. There is no rush." After a moment's pause, Wang Yang suddenly inquired with keen interest, "Xiao Jiang, what do you think of the young man who wrote the script? He possesses talent, a commendable image, and a humble disposition. His background is also respectable, devoid of any dark history. The other day, during the screening of Drunken Fist, I overheard him engaging in conversation, and he seems to have some insight into the entertainment genre. I've always wished for our factory to produce a wider variety of works, rather than solely gravitating towards somber themes. However, there are few who truly understand this realm." "Are you being protective of talent again?" Jiang Huayan chuckled. "Of course I value talent, but that young man is rather inexperienced, leaving me with uncertainties. I suppose we should observe him further." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Huayan returned to the literary department. He instructed Liang Shaosheng to seek out Chen Qi, and soon, Chen Qi arrived, saying, "Director Jiang, has there been another change with the script?" "Not at all. No need to be anxious. I merely wish to discuss the matter of remuneration," Jiang Huayan replied. "Remuneration?" Chen Qi's eyes brightened. His involvement with this troublesome script served two purposes: to secure accommodation and to earn money. Noticing his expression, Jiang Huayan teased, "I would have thought you might say it was for the service of the people, and that you would forego the remuneration. I am no saint. I expect a return for my labor. Besides, I wish to show my parents and bring them some joy. If I ever reach a state of complete detachment, I might indeed forego it." "Well, that's an honest sentiment," Jiang Huayan nodded, explaining, "As for the remuneration for screenwriters, it has always been a coveted subject. After a hiatus of over a decade, it has recently been reinstated, yet the state has not established new standards for us. We generally discuss it amongst ourselves. Previously, a script could earn 6,000 yuan, but that is no longer feasible. Nevertheless, we strive to consider various factors to extend you the most favorable terms. For adapted scripts, we will assess the author's influence and that of the original work. The greater the influence, the higher the remuneration. As for original scripts, the situation is similar. As a young author, it typically 1T be excessively high." I understand. Chen Qi nodded repeatedly, internally musing, 500? Or perhaps 400. At the very least, it must be 300. After much deliberation, we have decided to offer you 800 yuan in remuneration. Ah, he immediately flinched. Having once been a boss in a previous life, upon hearing 800 yuan, he felt an unexpected surge of delight. The matter of remuneration for scripts did not see a new standard established until 1984. For feature films, the payment was set between 1,500 and 4,000 yuan, while short films garnered between 750 and 2,000 yuan. At that time, these amounts were indeed substantial. However, by the 1990s, the wave of commercialization surged, leading writers to amass considerable wealth, while screenwriters still languished under those outdated standards. "Director Jiang, when may I collect my payment?" "Once the financial processing is complete. You can retrieve it shortly." "Excellent." Jiang Huayan, observing his delight, fully understood the significance. After all, it was 800 yuan. In 1979, the average monthly income for urban workers in the capital was a mere 61.8 yuan. Notably, this figure pertains solely to urban dwellers, excluding farmers, who were fortunate to earn 30 yuan a month, with some regions yielding as little as 10. For the time being, you will stay at the guest house. The factory will gradually arrange your matters and will call you as needed. Enjoy your freedom for now. Haha, since you currently have no assignments. Aren't you going home to visit? Of course. By the way, Director Jiang, will Lushan Love be published in next month's film creation? I would like to take it home to show my parents. Certainly. No problem. That's wonderful. Chen Qi felt relieved. It was now May, and by next month, in June, he would not clash with the original author. Upon exiting, he hurried to the finance department to collect his payment. The currency in use was the third series of the renminbi, with the highest denomination being only 10 yuan. Featuring an image of people's representatives emerging from the Great Hall of the People, colloquially known as Great Unity. Speaking of Great Unity, back in those days, Chen Qi, just in his teens, had stumbled upon a literary website filled with remarkable works. Each protagonist etched vividly in his memory. There were naive high school students struggling with poor grades, unfortunate female teachers victimized by men, the princelings of the underworld and business. Even Western knights, golden hairpins from Dream of the Red Chamber, Huang Rome post-childbirth, and Luo Bing mourning her deceased husband. 800 yuan. Encased within a thick envelope. Upon returning to the guest house, it was not long before Liang Xiaoxing and Guyu arrived, with Liang bringing along a small hammer. Leaving Chen Qi momentarily stunned. What do you intend to do with that? To help you save your money. With such a sum, aren't you going to put it away? I brought it just in case. One must be prepared for any eventuality. Chen Qi rubbed his nose, bemused by such heartfelt concern at his age, feeling unexpectedly touched. However, Guyu hesitated, unable to suppress his curiosity. May I take a look? Look at what? The money? Chen Qi casually produced the envelope, revealing a thick stack of banknotes. Oh my goodness! Guyu's eyes gleamed with envy, as if the money were his own, excitedly rubbing his hands together in circles. I've never seen so much money before. Chapter 24. Chenfugui at the East Arrow Tower of Qianmen, the tea stall remained unchanged, still bustling with 12 patrons. Yet Huang Zheneng was burdened with worry. A news article had once ignited interest in the stall, leading to a remarkable surge in profits. With over 3,000 bowls sold daily. With such popularity, others sought to replicate the success. Recently, another cooperative had boldly established a tea stall on the west side of the Arrow Tower, boasting 20 staff members. This new venture siphoned away a significant number of customers. And Huang Zheneng noted with concern that her daily sales had dwindled to just over 2,000 bowls. As the weather grew increasingly warm, a conversation ensued. Do you still sell tea in the summer? In summer, we chill it. It quenches thirst. Oh, that works, but I prefer ice pops. They are far more refreshing. Indeed, once it gets hot, we will stock ice pops. Come back then. After dismissing the customers, Huang Zheneng busied herself wiping the tables, her worries slightly alleviated. As the saying goes, plans are set for Liaodong. A certain individual had already made arrangements, even securing a reliable source of supplies. Warm a bowl of wine and serve a plate of fennel beans. At that moment, a light, gentle voice reached her ears. Without lifting her head, Huang Zheneng replied, I'm sorry, comrade, but we are a tea stall. If you wish to drink wine, there's a tavern just over there. Culture and personal refinement are integral to revolutionary struggle. Huh? Huang Zheneng looked up to see a familiar figure leaning on a classic bicycle, smiling broadly. Ah, Comrade Chen Qi. Comrade Zheneng. We have finally reunited at Jingyangshan. The two clasped hands tightly. Chen Qi has returned. Everyone, come quickly. Have you finished your script? How is it? Can it be filmed? Soon we will be able to see your work in cinemas. Friends gathered around as Chen Qi shook hands with each, speaking in lofty terms about the artistic front and the noble service of good cinema to the people, which elicited laughter and filled the air around Qianmen with joy. After the commotion subsided, they resumed their tasks. Huang Zheneng pulled him behind the tea stall, where they could now sit on small stools instead of the ground. You were away for only a few days, and district leaders arrived unexpectedly, without prior notice. I didn't inform you. They praised us and expressed strong support. Yet I saw little in the way of tangible action. They mentioned that city leaders would also visit, although the timing is yet to be determined. I thought I would wait until it was confirmed to reach out to you. That's fine. Your efforts are commendable. Chen Qi nodded. District leaders typically do not require personal meetings. It must be the city leaders. Brother Jiayin meeting with a provincial dignitary would merely be a formality. How is business faring? Not too well. Another tea stall is open to the west, and I've heard there's one at the Temple of Heaven as well. Tea stalls have become quite popular. Have the sandals arrived? 500 pairs have come, stored on the street. 500 pairs are hardly sufficient. We need at least 50,000. How audacious of you to think that the plastic factory could provide us with 50,000 pairs of sandals. After a brief discussion, Chen Qi stood up, clapped his hands, and called everyone over, saying, Comrades, you have worked hard during this period, and I feel quite ashamed. However, I am not a deserter. I have merely ventured onto the battleground of the arts. You are aware that I have been revising the script, and it has now been approved. I initially intended to celebrate with all of you, but I find myself without tickets. Therefore, if you can procure any tickets, please gather them together. I shall cover the expenses for a meal at a restaurant. The crowd erupted in applause, laughing. Writing scripts is indeed different. You sound just like a leader. Haha, from now on, we shall call you Director Chen. I must admit, Director Chen has a nice ring to it. I crave meat. Not greasy, but succulent meat. After lingering for a while, Chen Qi pushed his cart away. He made a special trip to the west side of the archery tower and noticed a bustling tea stall with about 20 people, lively and vibrant. The two groups were separated by roughly 100 meters, and the noise from one side could be heard distinctly by the other. According to Huang Zhanyi, although these individuals had set up a tea stall, they had not caused any trouble or provoked anyone. They were simply conducting their business. The street authorities could hardly object, as they were all part of the cooperative. After all, the tea was not a monopoly. 20 people is no small number, if they can be absorbed. It would strengthen their own ranks, adding to their influence. Chen Qi mounted his bicycle and wobbled away, pondering whether it was time for a spirited commercial battle reminiscent of 1979. Ah, the young lad from the Chen family has returned. Oh, he is back. Did his script get rejected? I wish it had, but alas, it was approved. My child graduated from high school and can barely string 5 words together in 2 hours. Where is the justice in that? Clearly, he possesses a natural talent. Such gifts do not adhere to reason. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Qi was once again the subject of scrutiny, akin to a monkey on display. Working at the Xinhua bookstore, despite the mundane nature of daily life, they at least read extensively, and with reading comes contemplation. Each person fancied themselves a fallen angel, harboring a touch of petite bourgeoisie within. Books and films constituted the 2 primary pillars of their spiritual existence. Yet, you tell me that my colleague's utterly unremarkable child has written a script that has miraculously passed muster? What happened? Did you activate Genshin Impact? Envy, jealousy, and a green-eyed rage akin to having undermined capitalism swirled among them. The courtyard housed 7 inner courtyards with over 100 residents, and the threshold of the Chun household was nearly worn down. Among 10 people, 3 were mere spectators, 3 were there to cast subtle jibes, and the rest were matchmaking. Shioli, I'm not saying this lightly, but your son is 19. You should promptly arrange his marriage to alleviate your worries. My niece works at a clothing factory, earning 40 yuan a month, and she is quite beautiful and tall, though she has a slight blemish on her face. Don't listen to her nonsense. That mole on her niece's face is bigger than a frying pan. I have a niece who is truly exceptional, resembling Lu Xiaoqing. Chen Qi quietly sat in a corner, maintaining a courteous smile, offering no opinions. Qin Jianjun chuckled, occasionally chiming in, as the conversation was currently dominated by Yu Xioli. Yu Xioli has long embraced her passions, navigating the intricacies of life in a modest 20-square-meter abode for over 40 years, savoring a newfound exhilaration that surpasses even the joy of her wedding day. The adage wealth does not return to one's hometown, akin to wearing fine garments in the night, resonates deeply. Chen Qi returned without any reservations, candidly sharing his earnings with his neighbors as they gradually departed. If one's family were composed of exceptional relatives, concealing a portion of the truth might be acceptable, but in a household filled with warmth and kindness, transparency is paramount. Moreover, with a mere 800 yuan at stake, he could easily earn that amount again. However, the impact on his parents was monumental. You have received such a substantial fee? They exclaimed in disbelief, questioning whether there had been a mistake at the Beijing Film Studio. Staring at the red and yellow savings book, emblazoned with the words current savings account alongside the emblem of the People's Bank of China, they were taken aback. The passbook, crafted from coarse craft paper, bore visible fibers. While the Agricultural Bank, Construction Bank, and Bank of China were gradually resuming operations with the establishment of the Industrial and Commercial Bank in 1984. I pondered that our household currently possessed only a radio. It would be prudent to acquire something substantial. A television would be a splendid addition, followed by a tape recorder to enjoy music together, and perhaps even a bicycle, ensuring we have 2 for our use. Alas, are you out of your mind? Yu Shuli exclaimed, slapping him lightly, scolding. A 9-inch black and white television costs 400 yuan. A brand-name tape recorder exceeds 200. You've only earned 800. Do you intend to spend it all at once? You spendthrift. Chapter 25. Teresa Ting, how come you were so well informed about the prices? It suggests that you have an intention to purchase. I do not wish to buy anything. I am merely browsing. Is that not permissible? Enough with the bickering. Allow me to express a few thoughts. Chen Jianjun typically refrained from voicing his opinions, but when he chose to speak, it indicated that his decision was resolute. As for the television, do not hold your breath. Given our family's limitations, it is utterly unattainable. Only those with connections can acquire such luxuries. And a bicycle is unnecessary. Your mother seldom rides, and I can use the one at work. I believe we should consider getting you a watch. You are not a child anymore, and having a timepiece would be quite convenient. Ah, that is indeed a good point. Wearing a watch will certainly enhance one's stature wherever one goes, you surely concurred. A watch sounds fine. Let us purchase one. Chen Qi nodded in agreement, for he believed that one's fortunes could be influenced by the items one adorned. Reflecting on his past life, he had once experienced dismal romantic prospects. But after acquiring a Patek Philippe watch and a Maserati, his luck had transformed dramatically. He often found himself besieged by women complaining about the car's air conditioning, leading to unwelcome situations. As for a tape recorder, Chen Jianjun scratched his head and suddenly chuckled. Truth be told, I also wish to buy one. I had intended to save some money, and the timing is just right. Chen Jianjun, do you have any sense of shame? To indulge your own desires with the child's money, where has your integrity gone? You surely admonished. All right. It matters not who makes the purchase. Let us settle on a watch and a tape recorder, Chen Qi remarked with a smile. How much will this all cost? It will vanish in the blink of an eye. You surely lamented. I shall earn more if it runs out. Today it is 800. But tomorrow it could be 8,000, Chen Qi reassured her. The prevailing impression of this era among the populace is one of poverty. Indeed, it is a time of scarcity, yet it varies by region and demographic. Certain individuals possess considerable wealth, such as workers in large factories, employees in favorable positions within state-owned enterprises, and officials of a certain rank. Their salaries are substantial, and they have few opportunities to spend, as their workplaces cover most expenses. Consequently, they can amass savings. However, on a national scale, particularly in rural areas, the situation is grim for farmers. Merely seeing a return on their labor over a year is a significant achievement. There are numerous brands of watches, among which the Shanghai and Siegel brands are quite renowned, with a local favorite being the BJ brand. A Shanghai watch typically costs around 120 yuan. Chen Jianjun had not yet procured a ticket for the watch, so he decided to purchase the tape recorder first. Last year, the Ministry of Commerce organized a delegation to Hong Kong, acquiring 10,000 cassette tape recorders at the price of 93 Hong Kong dollars each, later selling them for 200 yuan in China. At that time, 100 Hong Kong dollars were roughly equivalent to 30 yuan. People began lining up in the afternoon and continued until the following morning, causing the counters to be overwhelmed. Today is Sunday, a day of rest. At present, only single-day weekends are observed. It was not until 1995 that a dual-day weekend was established, and even by 2024, it has not been fully realized. The family of three set out together, making their way to the Wangfujing Street department store. This establishment is the first large department store of New China, where Zhang Bingui is employed. Is there anything he does not know? A candy vendor, a national model worker, and a representative of the people, he is more illustrious than any celebrity. He boarded the bus, where a kind soul offered him a seat. After a refreshing bath, a gentle hand assisted him with his back. In his time of grave illness, leaders of the nation came to visit him. Upon his passing, a statue was erected in the plaza, inscribed by leaders with the words, "A spirit ablaze, illuminating the land." The selection of goods here is unparalleled, particularly bustling on Sundays. A family of three joined the throng, not rushing to purchase but leisurely wandering about. The first floor housed vendors of snowflake cream and shampoos. Yet a special counter was dedicated solely to Zhang Bingui, who sold candy. Crowds surged forward, proud to obtain the confections he personally crafted. He possessed a remarkable skill known as a handful. When customers requested 2 taels, he would grasp precisely that amount. For half a jean, he would do the same. It is said he practiced diligently with small pebbles to hone his craft. Labor is indeed noble. In this era, such words carry weight. Zhang Bingui and Shi Chuanqiang stand as exemplars. Some claim they hold official positions, offering you a role that involves daily toil. What would you do then? Chen Qi, intrigued, attempted to squeeze through the crowd but ultimately gave up. After meandering for a while, he arrived at the counter selling tape recorders, where a surprising number of patrons gathered. Chen Qi felt a tinge of amusement. Wasn't the economy struggling? Why did it seem everyone was wealthier than him? Due to Sino-Japanese friendship. The first batch of foreign appliances to enter the mainland were Japanese brands: Panasonic, Sharp, Hitachi, Sanyo, and others. The tape recorders we know were capable of holding 2 cassettes, equipped with multiple speakers and notably large. Now, they have shrunk to single cassette models, compact yet sturdy, reminiscent of hefty bricks. The family was fortunate, encountering no shortages, ultimately spending 200 yuan on a Sanyo single cassette tape recorder. Goodness, such a contraption costs 200 yuan. Why not just steal it? It costs more than a bicycle. And we are not affluent families. Soon enough, you will squander all your wealth. Yu Xiuli incessantly grumbled, prompting Qin Jianjun to interject. Our family acquires a major item only once every few years. We do not shop daily. Both our salaries are decent. And our son is thriving. It is manageable. Indeed, one should spend when necessary. Chen Qi chuckled. You two have already surrendered to capitalism. It's hard to watch. While his parents wished to continue browsing, Chen Qi, weary, opted to depart with the box, drawing envious glances from passers-by, basking in the attention as the most stylish figure. Upon descending the stairs and exiting the main entrance, he was suddenly jostled. Startled, he feared a robbery, but upon turning, he found a shady character with beady eyes and a cap, his voice sharp. Hey, did you just buy that tape recorder? Sensing Chen Qi's wariness, the man smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm a businessman. Do you need tapes? Tapes. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you selling cassettes? Can we take a look? I won't go too far. I conduct long-term business and won't deceive you. Let us talk over there. The stranger led him to a relatively secluded corner, parting his coat to reveal an array of cassettes, akin to a machine cat's pocket, pulling out box after box. 10 yuan per box. Why not just steal them? They all come from the south. You see, I earn a meager living. The other party, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced, take a look at this. It's Teresa Tong. Currently the hottest sensation. Everyone in the south listens to her. Chen Qi flipped through the selections. The day you return, the smoke from the cooking fire again. Do not pick the wildflowers by the roadside. All were familiar melodies. The covers were simple, the packaging crude, yet it was, after all, a collection of cassette tapes. Do you have anything by Lu Wenjing? What about Su Guanjie? No Lu Owen either? You have nothing at all, and you dare to sell? You are quite the connoisseur. The other party was taken aback. Chen Qi chuckled. I'm just an ordinary passerby. Do you think I would pretend to be an innocent little lamb? The other party then slapped his thigh and said, all right then, given your expertise. It's 8 yuan per box, take it. Goodness, smuggling truly is lucrative. 8 yuan, enough for a person to live for a month. Were it not for his fortunate circumstances, Chen Qi would likely be scraping for food in the fields. He purchased 3 boxes of Teresa Tong's tapes and tucked them away, with 800 in manuscript fees. He received a supplement of 50 yuan, and before heading to the Beijing Film Studio, Xiuli even gave him 30, totaling 880 yuan, a propitious sum. Though he spoke of it, the money he earned was not meant for his parents. Rather, he intended to save for a bride. That evening, in the stillness of the night, Chen Qi secured the doors and windows, lit a candle, due to yet another power outage, and placed the brick on the table, turning the volume down. His parents sat solemnly on the bed, and in the flickering candlelight, an exquisitely beautiful voice, one he had never heard before, emerged. After tonight's farewell, when shall you return? Having finished this cup, please indulge in some small dishes. How often can one be intoxicated in life? What more is there to await, if not joy? Oh, let us raise another cup and drink to the fullest. Chapter 26. Director in the late 1970s, Teresa Tong's melodious tunes began to infiltrate the mainland. A small portion of her music arrived through tapes brought back by business travelers, while the majority was smuggled from the south. At that time, the originals were still in circulation, as duplicating them on single cassette recorders was cumbersome. By the early 1980s, blank tapes became the norm for copying. Devoid of covers or lyrics, people listened intently, jotting down lyrics as they went, passing them around through handwritten copies. For quite some time, Tong songs existed as underground music, clandestinely enjoyed. Some privileged youths would lock their doors, draw their curtains, and play Sweet Honey as couples danced provocatively. This so-called suggestive dancing was merely a tighter version of social dancing. Of course, there were bolder souls engaging in actual debauchery, but during the crackdown, they all met dire consequences. Ting's enchanting melodies were a revelation for the people of the mainland. She, alongside Yang Yueying, became the dream girl for countless older men. This refers to the previous generation. For those born in the 80s and 90s, nostalgia lies with the likes of Jay Chou and Stephanie Sun, the triumvirate of QQ music. In any case, Chen Qi acquired 3 tapes, successfully converting his father into an ardent admirer. His father quickly succumbed to the allure of these songs. locking the door each evening to indulge in them, humming along, much to Yushili's chagrin. Chen Qi had been back for a few days and had treated some friends to a meal. They pooled their resources, and with a total of 13 people, including Aunt Wang, they feasted for a mere dozen yuan, averaging 1 yuan per person. Yet, it was quite filling. Despite the trend of mistreating customers, the portions remained generous. One afternoon, in a storage room of the neighborhood office, Chen Qi rummaged through several worn boxes filled with brightly colored plastic sandals. The craftsmanship was rudimentary, uncomfortable when worn barefoot, yet they boasted vibrant colors, durability, and were resistant to dirt, making them suitable for splashing through puddles on rainy days. There were 100 pairs of adult male shoes, 100 pairs of female shoes, and 300 pairs of children's shoes. As they claimed that children's shoes sold the best, the market prices were as follows: men's shoes at 6 yuan, women's at 2 yuan, and children's at 1 yuan. Our purchase price was already quite low. The plastic factory offered them at a bargain, totaling only 200 yuan. Did you pay? Yes, of course. Remember, defer payment for a few months. If you can get it for free, do so. Chen Qi, tainting the noble heart of a socialist warrior, added, if we sell them, we can add 2 jiao to each pair. What? Why the price increase? We don't need receipts, so of course, it's a bit pricier. A mere 2 jiao increase is quite considerate. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhening quickly pulled out a small abacus from her bag and began calculating furiously, exclaiming, if we sell them all, we'll net over 1,000 yuan. Comrade Zhening, how many times must I tell you? Think bigger, broaden your horizons. These sandals can sell 1 million pairs in the capital during a summer. We need to stock up, buy as much as we can. Just then, a voice called from outside, Xiaochen? Xiaochen? Lao Liang? Chen Qi turned to see Liang Xiaoxing. I've asked many people. I finally found you. Come back to the factory with me. What is the matter? The director for Lushan Love has been confirmed. Upon hearing this, he immediately rose and called out to Huang Zhening. I'm leaving now, and swiftly followed Liang Xiaoxing out. Huang Zhening shook his head, realizing that the artistic front indeed corrupts individuals. It had barely been a short while. Yet he was already wavering. The Beijing Film Studio adopted a model learned from the Soviet Union, establishing 4 major creative collectives. Each collective comprises a core director, several other directors, along with cinematographers, art designers, prop masters, and more, forming a complete production team. The first collective is led by Shui Hua, known for works such as The White-Haired Girl, Lin Family Shop, and Eternal Life in the Flames. The second collective is headed by Cui Wei, who is celebrated for Little Soldier Zhang Jie and The Song of Youth. Chen Huaikai also belongs to this team as one of the other directors. The third collective is under the leadership of Ling Zifeng, famous for the Red Flag Chronicle and later Camel Xiangzi. The fourth collective is led by Qing Yin, known for Southward and Northward and The Red Lantern. These 4 individuals are the esteemed directors previously mentioned, collectively referred to as the 4 Greats. Later, 2 more were added, Xie Tieli and Xie Tian. This represents the pinnacle of creative talent at the Beijing Film Studio, which also boasts a group of formidable mid-generation directors, categorized as other directors. While other film studios covet such talent, the Beijing Film Studio can procure it in abundance, reflecting its robust strength. In truth, this model bears a formal resemblance to the producer teams in Hollywood. However, the distinction lies in the emphasis on directors versus producers. For the film Lushan Love, the Beijing Film Studio selected a mid-generation female director named Wang Haowei, known for her works Hai Xia and Look at This Family. At just 39 years of age, a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy's directing department, she accepted the task without hesitation a few days ago, promptly immersing herself in the script. Once she felt adequately prepared, she requested a meeting with Chen Qi. Wang Haowei, who was of modest height with ear-length short hair, was already seated in the small conference room, waiting. During this era, the proportion of female directors is remarkably high, with an astonishing rate of success. For instance, Yang Jie, the director of Journey to the West, and Kai Shaqing, who directed Romance of the Three Kingdoms, are both eminent figures. A notable example is the grand scene of the burning of Chibi, which involved 500 people and was the film's central spectacle, directed by Kai Shaqing. If this were to occur in later generations, would one not need to lose at least 300 pounds to accomplish such a feat? After waiting for a while, she heard footsteps from outside. Yang Xiaoxing entered first, followed by an exceedingly young man. This young man is none other than director Wang Haowei. This is Chen Qi. Hello. I apologize for the delay. I just returned home before hurrying over. It is I who should feel embarrassed for the intrusion, Wang Haowei said with a smile, shaking his hand. The height difference between them was quite pronounced, lending a somewhat comical air to their interaction. Chen Qi, always humble and courteous in the presence of these seasoned veterans, waited for her to sit before taking his own seat. The studio has assigned me this task, and I have been reviewing the script for the past few days, jotting down some insights. She picked up a notebook and remarked, "These are my notes. Let us converse first, and then you may take them home to review." "No need for that. I'm primarily here to listen to your guidance." It cannot be stated thus. The screenplay precedes the film. We must reach a consensus and unify our thoughts. Otherwise, the filming cannot proceed. I speak candidly, and you are welcome to share your thoughts as well. Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback. His soul, tainted by the stench of the cesspool, was suddenly confronted with purity, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed. Immediately, the two engaged in conversation. They first established the film's positioning as a lyrical landscape piece, intentionally avoiding the portrayal of the victimization by humanitarian torrents. Instead, the focus would revolve around the theme of love, love for people, love for the mountains and rivers, love for the homeland. The aim is to convey a positive and uplifting sentiment, embodying the emotions of constructing a new era. This stands in stark contrast to the prevailing trend of scar literature, which centers on the critique and reflection of humanitarian torrents, exuding a tone of melancholy. Frankly speaking, Chen Qi has never been particularly fond of scar literature. It appears we share a profound understanding. Many ideas seem to have converged. Wang Haowei, with a benevolent smile, remarked, "Well then, with the theme and ideology aligned, let us proceed to discuss the matter of casting." Chapter 27. Casting standards. The lead roles in the original film Lushan Love were portrayed by Zhang Yu and Guo Kaiman, both from the Shanghai Film Studio. Initially, another actress was slated for the part, but she was apprehended by the police for consorting with foreigners at an international hotel. Both actors, in their early 20s, displayed only competent acting skills, characterized by the distinctive stylization of their era. However, their youthful charm, coupled with a remarkable film, catapulted them to fame. Zhang Yu subsequently starred in Beijing Night Rain, Little Street, and other works, achieving immense popularity and sweeping the Golden Rooster Award, 100 Flowers Award, and Government Award within a single year, thus accomplishing a grand slam at a young age. She then went abroad. At that time, a rather amusing phenomenon emerged. Whoever was awarded the Best Actress at the Golden Rooster Awards seemed to immediately leave for foreign shores, creating a perception akin to that of a travel agency. Xie Jin was quite vexed, remarking, "We must refrain from awarding young actresses. If they attain such accolades too early, they will flee abroad. In our casting process, we typically prioritize actors from the studio. If none are suitable, we then look externally." Wang Haowei, upon discussing this topic, suddenly sighed. "To be honest, I've been mulling over those girls even in my sleep these past few days. Whether it's Lu Shaoqing, Li Xiaoming, or that young Kai Ming, none seem fitting. It's quite a challenge. What qualities do you believe the female lead should possess?" Chen Qi inquired. "First and foremost, she must exude purity. Secondly, she should possess a certain sophistication. We cannot select someone who is merely garish. She must embody the delicate charm of femininity. Moreover, as she is a Chinese expatriate in America, her portrayal must reflect that distinction. Every aspect, from makeup and hairstyle to attire and demeanor, must be meticulously considered. Yet it should not be overly extravagant, maintaining a balance between relatability and unattainability," Chen Qi suggested. "Exactly." Wang Haowei tapped the table, finding the conversation with the young man quite enjoyable and perceptive. "I have heard that actors often immerse themselves in life experiences before filming. How can one cultivate this sophisticated aura? One should arrange opportunities, such as staying at an expatriate hotel for a week to observe the genuine behaviors and conversations of real expatriates. Such a financial outlay? This is tradition. It is quite normal," Wang Haowei replied nonchalantly. "What are your thoughts, Xiaochen?" "I concur with your perspective regarding the female lead. As for the male lead, I believe he should possess a certain handsomeness." "Handsome?" Wang Haowei chuckled. "Why do you use handsome instead of beautiful? The male character is shy and somewhat passive in this relationship, easily blushing and becoming embarrassed. Therefore, he should not embody the rugged masculinity of a typical tough guy like Takakura Ken. He can be softer, leaning towards a more aesthetically pleasing appearance." "Aesthetically pleasing," Wang Haowei mused, jotting down a note. "Is there anything else?" "The timeline spans 5 years at the outset. The male and female leads are naive and inexperienced. However, 5 years later, they cannot remain so. I believe their appearances should evolve, becoming slightly more mature, and ideally, their personalities should mature as well." "Indeed, that's excellent. The male lead sister embodies traditional femininity. I do not have any particular thoughts on her, as there are likely many suitable actresses for that role. The two conversed for quite some time, and Wang Haowei was exceedingly pleased, laughingly remarking, I anticipated we would have many disagreements, yet I am pleasantly surprised by our consensus. Now, let us formally commence preparations. Should any issues arise with the script, I shall reach out to you. So, my task is nearing completion? Oh no, not at all. You are encouraged to voice your opinions across all aspects, and modifications may occur during filming, requiring your involvement. After a brief pause, Wang Haowei emphasized, this means you can participate until the filming is fully completed. Does that mean I can continue residing at the guest house? Haha. Wang Haowei burst into laughter, saying, do not feel bashful, for the studio. It merely translates to an additional salary for one person. If it leads to a remarkable production, Director Wang would be overjoyed. Upon returning to the familiar room 302 of the guest house, Chen Qi washed his face and, finding himself with some leisure time, decided to take a nap. He had heard that people from Shaanxi are particularly fond of afternoon naps, a trait ingrained in their very genes, much like the examination zeal of Shandong individuals, the comedic talents of Tianjin natives, or the hard-working nature of Sichuan girls. Awakening from his slumber, he noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. After washing his face again, he felt somewhat listless. Having completed the script, he realized he needed to occupy himself with something. Despite his seemingly languid demeanor, his mind was far from idle. He was contemplating his career aspirations. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. When Liang Xiaoxing entered, Chen Qi was perusing a book titled 900 English Sentences, a resource obtained from Yushioli. English was no longer a sensitive topic. A fervor for learning the language had swept through the populace. For instance, in Lushan Love, the female lead instructs the male lead to utter I love my motherland, a reflection of contemporary societal trends. He often feigned interest in the book to disguise his increasingly fluent command of English. Did you finish your discussion with Teacher Wang? Yes. It went quite well, and progress was swift. Only you could manage such rapid progress. You are unaware that in previous discussions between directors and screenwriters, disagreements have escalated to physical altercations. As the saying goes, literati often look down upon one another, and filmmaking is no exception. Everyone believes themselves to be exceptional. Yang Xiaoxing, seated casually with his legs crossed, noted that room 302 had become his second dormitory. By the way, Gu Yuming has an exam tomorrow and is practicing diligently at home, with his father personally accompanying him. The General Federation of Literary and Art Workers is recruiting. If he fails this time, there will be little hope left. He will be fine. He must succeed for the sake of those little piglets, Liang Xiaoxing added. After a brief moment, Liang Xiaoxing rose to leave. Chen Qi contemplated for a moment before following suit. As they walked through the courtyard, nearing the main building, he suddenly chuckled and quickened his pace. Ahead of them, Jiang Shan, with wide eyes, dashed off in the opposite direction. Why are you running? Don't come near me. You're so annoying. You didn't greet me. And that's quite rude. I shall inform your father. Ah, you villain. Chen Qi delighted in teasing the young girl, thoroughly enjoying himself, while Liang Xiaoxing sighed, noting that despite Chen Qi's generally mature demeanor, he too had a playful side. Upon entering the main building, Chen Qi sought out Jiang Huayan, not to lodge a complaint, but rather to borrow a telephone. In this era, telephones were indeed a rarity, with individual households lacking them and only large institutions possessing such devices. Not only did he indulge in free meals and drinks, but he also sought to avail himself of any opportunity presented. With brazen audacity, he dialed the number for the China Youth Daily and inquired, Hello, is this the China Youth Daily? Oh, I'm looking for reporter Yu Jiajia. After a brief wait, a female voice responded. Is that you, Comrade Chen Qi? Why are you calling me? I wish to inquire about something. I have heard that the Tianjin Daily has begun advertising. Has the capital's newspapers also opened up to advertising? No, Tianjin is Tianjin, and the capital is the capital. What is your intention? Lately, tea stalls have been proliferating, and we are facing significant competition. I wish to continue promoting our tea stall. How about this? Let us collaborate and produce a news piece together. What do you think? Chapter 28. Deception. Gu Yu has finally succeeded in his examinations and become a member of the All-China Federation of Trade Unions drama troupe. Overwhelmed with joy, he weeps with relief, knowing he will no longer have to return to tending to the pigs. His salary, a mere 18 yuan per month, is equivalent to an apprentice's pay. After several years, it may increase to over 30 yuan, but had it not been for the reforms, he would likely have remained at that meager wage for a lifetime. At that time, A slogan circulated, "Long live the 36 yuan," implying that wages would never rise. Eventually, Guyu transformed into a major star. Yet his employment ties remained with the All-China Federation of Trade Unions, ensuring he continued to receive a monthly salary. Occasionally, he participated in drama productions, a gesture of gratitude for the support he received in those early days. Many renowned stars have emerged from this troupe, including actress Serena and the once popular crosstalk performer Lo Song. After graduating from the Central Academy of Drama, Zhang Li also joined this organization. Regardless, Guyu now had a formal job, and he walked with newfound confidence. He contemplated treating Chen Qi and Liang Shaoxing to a meal, scrounging together a few pitiful tickets from somewhere. At a modest eatery, he ordered a plate of vegetarian dishes and consumed 4 steamed buns, 2 of which he devoured himself. By late May, the weather had grown increasingly warm. That morning, Chen Qi donned a polyester cotton shirt, cotton trousers, and his black shoes with red soles, pedaling his bicycle to the vicinity of Taoranting in Xuanwu district. The polyester cotton blend was stifling and did not absorb sweat, rendering it uncomfortable. However, due to the inferior textile quality of cotton garments, which were even coarser, he opted for the polyester cotton for a semblance of style. He parked his bicycle and leaned against a large willow tree, hands in pockets, waiting silently. Shortly thereafter, a bus pulled up nearby, and Yu Jiejia appeared, her bag slung over her shoulder. Since the publication of her article The Path of Life, how should one proceed? She had sent him several letters, and their acquaintance had blossomed. This time, as he took the initiative to invite her out, she felt both bewildered and exhilarated. Being young, she was not often involved in significant news, typically writing about mundane matters. "Why, you still look so dashing, dear journalist." "Ah, Comrade Chen, you too retain your charm." They shook hands, sharing a sense of eagerness akin to a weasel encountering a chicken. "Can this plan of yours succeed?" "What plan? It is exceedingly rudimentary, lacking any technical finesse. What if the newspaper finds out? You are the foremost journalist. The authority of explanation rests with you." After exchanging banter, they crossed the street and entered a row of low-rise buildings, where a sign read, "Beijing City School of Traditional Opera," established in 1952. This institution began as a private endeavor by a group of opera masters, with Mei Lanfang serving as chairman. Renowned figures like Hao Shouqing and Ma Yanliang have held the position of principal, and to support the school's development, various luminaries performed charity shows and volunteered as instructors. Eventually, it transitioned to a public school with government funding, gradually stabilizing. Lu Shishir attended this school in her youth to study ballet before gaining admission to the Beijing Dance Academy. Of course, at present, there are no dance programs, only Peking opera and regional drama. "Comrades, who are you looking for?" "Good day, sir. I am a reporter from China Youth Daily." Yu Jiejia presented her work credentials, feeling somewhat anxious as it was her first time undertaking freelance work. "Is your leader available?" she inquired. "Yes, indeed. I'll fetch them for you." The elderly gentleman at the reception, upon recognizing her as a reporter from the China Youth Daily, visibly brightened with enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, a teacher approached, exuding warmth and inviting the two inside. Chen Qi surveyed the school, noting its considerable size, complete with dormitories, though the buildings were quite old, imbued with a nostalgic ambience reminiscent of the 1950s. "I apologize for the humble surroundings. Would you care for some tea? Or perhaps just some water?" Upon entering the room, the teacher intended to brew some tea, but, unable to locate the tea leaves, offered an awkward smile. Yu Jiejia quickly gestured, "Please. No need to stand on ceremony. Do take a seat. Here's the situation. This year, there have been numerous youth cooperatives established in the city, as you may know." "Indeed. I am aware. A relative of mine has already joined one." A group of young individuals working tirelessly from dawn till dusk certainly face their challenges, including societal prejudice. Nevertheless, these cooperatives have undeniably eased the lives of the common folk, making tasks like purchasing water or sewing clothes significantly simpler. To express our respect, we conceived a small initiative to encourage these young people. This individual here represents the Dashilon Street Cooperative. Yu Jiejia introduced Chen Qi, who promptly extended his greetings, stating, "You must have heard of our cooperative. We sell tea at Xianmen." "Yes, indeed. I have read that report. What a delightful coincidence. Our intention is for your school to send a few students to perform at the cooperative, to lend their support and boost morale. We shall cover travel expenses and provide a meal at noon, while our reporter will assist in publicizing the event." "Publicizing? What do you mean?" "In the newspaper." "Oh, so you want us to be featured in the paper? You should have mentioned that earlier." The teacher's eyes lit up like light bulbs as he eagerly replied, "This is splendid. I'll go find the director right away." He hurried off and soon returned with a middle-aged man. After listening to Yu Judge's explanation, the director appeared quite pleased but inquired, "Why not invite the UE troupe and those renowned artists instead? Our cooperative comprises young individuals. Just imagine a group of spirited youths alongside a bunch of elderly artists. It simply wouldn't mesh. What we seek is a vibrancy of youth. This event is titled A Tribute to Youth, the Glory of Labor. I understand your perspective. It is indeed a performance of appreciation." "Exactly. How many days will this take?" "I will initially report on it to gauge the response, and if the outcome is favorable, we will draft an internal reference to submit to the leadership. This is about showcasing the new generation of youth and promoting a fresh ethos." Yu Jia, naturally gifted, found herself increasingly engrossed in her own words. The China Youth Daily is a publication of the Central Committee of the Communist Youth League, quite prestigious indeed. Who would have thought a reporter would be engaging in freelance work? The director had granted preliminary approval, but final decisions would require a meeting for further discussion. Thus, the two departed for lunch, returning in the afternoon to select participants. The school catered to 8 grades, with students aged 11 to 18, focusing primarily on Peking opera, Pingjiu, Tiujiu, and Hebei Bangzi. In later years, a collaboration with the Diyun Society led to the establishment of a specialized program in Xiangxing. The esteemed Gao Feng, known for his idol-like presence, was brought in as an instructor, a role few could fulfill. The Diyun girls supported him ardently. "We were unfamiliar with them. You may choose. But do keep in mind the importance of appearance, especially for photographs." Yu Jia whispered a reminder, and the teacher acknowledged this with understanding. Deliberating briefly before commencing the roll call, these children attended classes during the day and resided at the school at night, enduring subpar meals and scarce performance opportunities, resulting in a rather monotonous existence. At this moment, upon noticing a chance to perform, albeit for a cooperative, they were filled with eager anticipation. The teacher selected a few older students and then a few younger ones, ensuring representation from various specialties. Suddenly, he called out, "Liu Bei, here." A girl just over 10 years old raised her hand high, her expressive brows and large eyes radiating joy. Chen Qi scrutinized her with a nuanced expression and inquired, "Teacher, how old is this child?" "She seems rather young. She entered the school at 10 and is 12 this year, studying the Mei style, and her appearance is quite impressive." "Oh, very well, your choice stands." Chen Qi fell silent, unconsciously rubbing his nose. "One Jiangshan, one Liu Bei, what is this? Am I destined to raise children for the rest of my life?" Chapter 29. Journalism. Liu Bei's father was a director, and her mother was a theatrical actress. Her parents divorced when she was very young, and she was raised by her grandmother. Enrolling in a traditional opera school was her own decision, despite her mother's tearful protests against it. The allure of such a school lay in its closed nature. Once admitted, students would remain for 8 years, with guaranteed job placements upon graduation, freeing them from worries about their future. Perhaps it was this upbringing that instilled in her a remarkable sense of independence and strong personal opinions from an early age. The following morning, 6 young performers, under the guidance of a teacher, took a bus to the Qianmen Aero Tower. They had agreed not to wear makeup or costumes, intending to simply sing a few pieces. None of them anticipated any remuneration. The provision of meals was already a satisfactory arrangement. Nowadays, traditional opera performers are affiliated with specific organizations that manage ticketed performances, but this did not pertain to them, as they received a monthly salary. Any private engagements, where one accepts payment for performances, could lead to significant issues. Huang Zhening was exceedingly enthusiastic upon learning that several children were coming. "Have you had breakfast? We've especially boiled some eggs for you to enjoy," she exclaimed. "I'm not sure of your customs. Can you drink tea? If not, I can prepare some plain boiled water for you." With few customers in the morning, Huang Zhening utilized her loud voice to draw attention. "Come and take a look. Please stop for a moment, as today we have students from the opera school performing. This is both a way to give back to everyone and to create a lively atmosphere. We have managed to sell tea for so many days, thanks to everyone's support." Her call quickly gathered a crowd. In this modest venue, amidst the clamor below the centuries-old Aero Tower, a young performer, no older than 18 or 19, stepped forward, slightly nervous, and began to sing a segment from Mu Guiying Takes Command. In recent years, performances featuring emperors, generals, and romantic heroes had been suppressed, but now they were gradually being revived, leading to a coexistence of model plays and traditional performances. The resonant sounds of drums and horns stirred memories of ambition and valor. In my youth, I rode on the peach blossom horse, fierce and commanding, with the blood of enemies staining my skirt. With a single sword, I could fend off 1,000,000 troops. The performance, though tinged with youthful awkwardness and nerves, was met with thunderous applause from the crowd, who were eager for entertainment. From the late 1970s to the late 1980s, traditional opera enjoyed its last glorious era. In simple terms, the market was thriving, and opera performers held the same status and popularity as film stars, transforming opera from a niche interest into a form of mass entertainment. In later years, however, it became marginalized, surviving only in select regions, such as Hunan opera, which is said to be the only genre capable of sustaining itself without government funding. Yu Jejia snapped photographs to capture fleeting moments, each click marking a step toward her aspirations of becoming a prominent journalist. Suddenly, she paused and quickly tapped Chen Qi. "Hey, there's a foreigner." "Where?" "Over there." Upon looking, Chen Qi indeed spotted a blonde, blue-eyed woman eagerly pushing her way through the crowd. "You must be lucky, encountering a foreigner." It is worth noting that on January 1st of this year, formal diplomatic relations were established between China and the United States. During the visit of Chinese leaders to the United States, the kind-hearted Carter organized a cultural performance. The final act featured 100 American children of diverse ethnic backgrounds singing "I Love Tiananmen" in Chinese, which quickly became a delightful anecdote. Subsequently, a congressional delegation from the United States visited China, which included the then-Senator Biden, who also toured the Great Wall. This marked his first visit to China. And who could have foretold that 4 decades later, he would ascend to the role of president? China had begun to open its doors to American visitors, with various artistic groups, journalists, photographers, and a limited number of tourists gradually arriving. They captured numerous photographs to share with American newspapers. As our nation had become shrouded in mystery, enticing the world's curiosity, Eve Arnold was among them, a contracted photographer for an American image agency. She eagerly submitted her application upon learning of the opportunity to visit China. Her application was swiftly approved, and she received special treatment. Her visa was extended by 6 months, allowing her to explore the country as a tourist with arrangements made by the National Tourism Administration to visit any location of her choosing. Arriving in the winter, she photographed passengers at the train station, the Ming tombs in the snow, and female workers in factories, then traveled south to visit the Qingdao beer factory in Shanghai. After a grand tour, she had just returned and planned to capture the hudongs of Beijing before heading back to America when she encountered the scene before her. "I don't remember the stall being here when I arrived," she remarked. "No, it must be newly opened." "Huh, I must go ask." The accompanying translator, with a sense of resignation, followed her into the crowd. The country welcomed these foreign visitors to showcase the reformed and open China. While they were indeed captivated by grand spectacles, they were even more drawn to the smaller, intimate moments. Amidst the throng, a golden retriever wandered through, causing some astonishment. "Wow, a foreigner!" exclaimed one of the young performers, who, upon noticing Eve, became even more animated. As Eve approached the tea stall, curiously observing everything, Huang Zhanaying and the others grew tense, exchanging anxious glances. "Oh dear, a foreigner. Should we confront her?" "Hello, what are you doing?" she inquired. And the translator conveyed her question in Chinese, introducing her as an American journalist, reassuring them not to be nervous and to speak normally. "What should we say?" Huang Zhanaying, still inexperienced, appeared somewhat bewildered. Chen Qi stepped forward, smiling and waving. "Hello, do you speak English?" Eve asked. "Self-taught, just a little," he replied. "Well, you're doing quite well. Are you selling water?" Chen Qi wished to converse in English but found it too daunting, so he pretended not to understand, relying on the translator for communication. This tea is called Big Bowl tea. Though simple, it boasts a history of 400 years. During the Ming Dynasty, there were 132 trades. Selling Big Bowl tea belonged to the steaming trade. In the Qing Dynasty, a man named Pu Songling set up a tea stall at the village entrance to collect stories. "Keep it simple. How should I translate this?" He glared at him and said, "Moreover, do not speak nonsense." How could I possibly be unaware of the greatness of the Big Bowl tea? With international friends present, would I dare to lie? Just because you are unaware does not imply its non-existence. Chen Qi, embodying the role of a rather inept figure akin to the big wild goose pagoda, rambled on. "We only commenced last month. For us, labor is an immensely honorable endeavor. Now that the environment has opened up, we are eager to explore new avenues and have already achieved some commendable results. Today, we are hosting a small event, They are all students. Would you like to experience traditional Chinese opera? Sure. Eve nodded enthusiastically. Hurry, hurry. Chen Qi beckoned. Such a rare opportunity. Let us give this silly foreigner a performance. The first little actor stepped forward, nervously singing a few lines. Eve, unable to comprehend, remained unperturbed, filled with curiosity about everything in this country. Yet, Chen Qi, seizing the splendid opportunity, pushed Huang Zhenying forward, exclaiming, serve her a bowl of tea. Does she even like it? Regardless of her preference, just hurry up. Huang Zhenying reluctantly poured a bowl of tea. Thank you. Eve responded in simple Chinese, taking the bowl, examining it, and sipping. Instantly, her face contorted into distaste as she shook her head, saying, the flavor is quite peculiar. Thank you for your hospitality. May I take a few photos of you? Of course. After the photos were taken, the translator sighed in relief, glad that nothing had gone awry. He led Eve away, casting a warning glance back at Chen Qi. After all, this was an international guest. I got some shots too. Yu Jia just scampered over, saying, the moment she drank the tea will definitely make a great story. What title do you envision? Chen Qi inquired. How about American friend admires big bowl tea? Do your foreign-related articles require special review? Then let us go with that. Yet, he found it rather mundane. If possible, he preferred the title. Traditional big bowl tea conquers Americans. 2 sips, and she drained the bowl. Such titles were familiar, with many circulating online in later years. Like Chinese roast duck moves German father-in-law to tears or American brother-in-law devours 5 Chinese dumplings in one go. They attracted significant traffic. Initially, Chen Qi merely intended to use the opera performance to generate some buzz, but who would have thought such fortune would bestow a naive foreigner upon them? Now, there was no cause for concern. He glanced towards the tea stall on the west side of the Arrow Tower, noticing it was sparsely populated while customers flocked to their side. They too have their struggles. He did not wish to employ unscrupulous tactics, merely to elevate his own status. Once their business dwindled, he could absorb them and strengthen his own power. 13 individuals could transform into 33, thus enabling the negotiation of better terms. While discussing the article with Yu, she still possessed a shred of conscience, stating, I feel this slightly diverges from the truth. Let me ask you, did the little actors come to perform? Indeed. Was it voluntary? Yes. Were there any foreigners present? Yes. Did they enjoy themselves? Absolutely. Thus, you merely selected a portion of the content, and what you have written is indeed true. What is amiss? He shrugged his shoulders. This is what journalism entails. Chapter 30. Leadership. In the evening, 6 children returned to the opera school. Chen Qi accompanied them for a while and bid farewell to the teacher at the entrance, saying, Today has truly been arduous for you. On behalf of the entire youth cooperative of Dazzlin, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. The teacher replied, No need for thanks. The children have gained invaluable experience, which is excellent. After a brief pause, the teacher inquired, So, will we be needed tomorrow? Tomorrow, the article should be published, and we shall see the response. If the feedback is favorable, we may require your assistance once again. Should this evolve into a long-term activity, we certainly would not wish for your efforts to be in vain. Very well, see you then. The teacher understood his intentions and did not oppose. Leading the students into the courtyard, Liu Bei felt no fatigue. She had sung once in the morning and again in the afternoon, with a restful break at noon. Experiencing no pressure at all, she joyfully returned to her dormitory, where her 8 companions eagerly surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. How was it today? Was it fun? What did you all do? Was the lunch delicious? Silence. Silence. Allow me to speak. Liu Bei raised her hand, adopting a commanding presence in the dormitory, saying, At the base of the Qianmen Arrow Tower, there were so many people, at least 1,000. Just singing casually earned us thunderous applause. It was immensely exhilarating. Eventually, the Wooden Tea let us leave, and we nearly got crushed. The teacher exerted every effort to rescue us. The lunch was manageable. They cooked for themselves. Much like the cafeteria, radishes and cabbages, sufficient to fill our stomachs, and we didn't have to pay for transportation. Wow! Her companions exclaimed in unison, filled with yearning. Liu Bei rolled her eyes, then revealed the most exciting news. Guess who I saw today? Who? Who? Foreign guests. Foreign guests, indeed. Of course. A woman with golden hair and blue eyes spoke a language I couldn't understand. I sang a piece for her, and she replied, Good, good. Wow. If envy could manifest physically, Liu Bei would have been metaphorically pierced by a knife. The group of young girls chattered animatedly until the teacher arrived to check on them, at which point they settled down. Liu Bei lay on her modest bed, relishing the delightful day, wishing that each day could be as thrilling. Those older brothers and sisters were so warm-hearted, even sharing their eggs, and Xiao Chen, the older brother, was quite handsome. At the China Youth Daily, it was already 8 o'clock, and Yu Jie was still awaiting news at the newspaper office. The article involved foreign individuals and required special review. Only after approval from the relevant authorities could it be published. The current attitude towards foreigners was quite conflicted. There was a desire for them to come and observe. Yet remnants of revolutionary struggles against American imperialism lingered, creating a dual sentiment of welcome and wariness. In a few years, as foreign investment surged and the entire nation began to yearn for the Western world, the government would seek foreign currency and development, while the populace would perceive foreign lands as idyllic, leading the elite to emigrate and the intelligentsia to emerge. Readers, Yilin, Jean, Youth Digest. These 4 great literary works of the Reform era have been celebrated for 40 years. Why is there still no news? Could it be rejected? I should have never listened to that fool. Yu Jie muttered to herself. This manuscript can be approached from multiple perspectives. Chen Qi shares her angle, American friends experiencing the traditional essence of old Beijing, gathering joyfully with the educated youth and young performers, relishing Peking opera, sipping large bowls of tea, and expressing their admiration. Wonderful. No less than the common folk, even the leaders are enamored. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu. Over here. Over here. Suddenly, an elderly journalist bursts in, prompting Yu Jie to spring to her feet. So did it get published? Yes, indeed. You wouldn't believe where it ended up. Leaders praised it profusely. It's been marked for the front page tomorrow. What? Yu Jie gasps. The front page? This is remarkable. No young journalist from our unit has ever made it to the front page. All thanks to our esteemed teachers. A wave of exhilaration washes over Yu Jie, accompanied by a moment of clarity. Ah, so this is what they call journalism. Yesterday, the renowned Xiamen Large Bowl Tea Cooperative invited a group of young performers from the city's opera school. The young actors delivered splendid performances. Much to the delight of the onlookers, and an unexpected American guest arrived. Eve, intrigued by Chinese folk culture, enjoyed a segment of Peking opera and personally sampled the large bowl tea, which offered her a remarkably novel experience. In the end, Eve took special photos to commemorate the occasion before reluctantly departing. At the opera school, the director and teachers reviewed the article 3 times before reluctantly putting down the newspaper. If a reporter can get it published, especially on the front page, it's a big deal. Although our content may be a bit sparse, we have international friends. So it's understandable. Excellent. I believe this event should continue. It not only brings glory to our school but also provides our students with valuable experience. Now, take the students over there immediately. We didn't say they wouldn't perform today, did we? Strike while the iron is hot. Be proactive. At the Qianmen Aero Tower, there stands a newly opened tea stall with 20 patrons. They too are educated youth. The cooperative started a little late and were unsure what to do. So they decided to emulate the successful large bowl tea trend. Business has been decent for several days now. Pedestrians on this street come either from the east or the west, and there is nothing particularly special about large bowl tea. Whichever stall they see first is where they stop. However, today feels different. Comrade, would you like some tea? 2 cents a bowl. A passerby approaches from the west, glancing at the tea stall, hesitating momentarily. The educated youth promptly beckoned. We also serve jasmine tea, all fresh and clean. You'll still have to walk a few more steps to get to the other stall. The passerby remains unresponsive and continues on, and the youth, curious, followed to see that indeed, he chose the eastern stall. Comrade, how about some tea? Come, have a sip. As more people pass by, none linger. One individual, growing impatient, exclaims, they have a show to watch. Do you have anything like that? They have a foreigner enjoying tea. What do you have to offer? Of course, nothing at all. A group of them stands in despair. Dozens of large bowls arranged on the table, yet not a single one has been sold. Today hasn't even begun for them. What should they do? Not a penny earned. The atmosphere is truly vibrant. That Huang Zhanying possesses remarkable skills, conjuring up such a plethora of tricks. The crowd is filled with jealousy and admiration. As they listen to the resounding opera singing and thunderous applause, stirring within themselves a desire to take a glimpse. Ah, today, it is still Liu Bei and his 6 companions, exerting themselves with even greater fervor. Since the audience enjoys the performance for free, they must purchase a cup of tea. After all, with throats parched from shouting, they must quench their thirst. At the stalls behind, tea is being boiled pot after pot, and they can scarcely keep up. This is not mere tea in large bowls. This is akin to the honeydew ice city of 1979. I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly exhausted. Even a robust figure like Huang Zheneng is beginning to struggle, saying, I believe we need to acquire several large teapots, procure 50 large bowls, and obtain a few sizable barrels. Otherwise, we simply cannot meet the demand. We should also purchase a few tables and set up a new stall nearby. And sandals should be displayed as well. How's business in the West? It's desolate. Huang Zheneng even employed an idiom, stating, let them learn. They deserve it. Now they are experiencing hardship. Alas, one must possess a broader mindset. With so many tea stalls in the city of Xijioqing, it is indeed challenging. Everyone has their struggles. The strong never complain about the broader environment, for it is they who have marred it. Chen Qi never engages in business battles. He simply maintains an open heart, saying, listen to me, this should not be heard by outsiders. Their business will continue to decline. And when they can no longer sustain themselves, they may come seeking you to take over. If they do not, you should approach them, indicating a need for manpower and a willingness to welcome newcomers. Then, you can set your conditions, urging the government to resolve issues regarding business premises. Insisting on acquiring a storefront, the larger, the better. Simultaneously, we should expand our scope of operation, allowing us to sell a greater variety of goods. What? What do you mean? Do you wish to be a street vendor for life? In time, we shall not merely be a tea stall, but rather a comprehensive general store. Chapter 31. Leadership 2. If Chen Qi were to engage in business warfare, there are myriad unscrupulous tactics at his disposal. However, he prefers not to resort to such measures against his competitors, particularly given the changing landscape. Executions are rather commonplace these days. In a later era, a renowned cultural site in the capital, known as the Lushan Tea House, emerged in the 1980s. It offered 2-cent bowls of tea alongside high-end delicacies and performances of traditional opera. At that time, the youth were enamored with the pop culture from Hong Kong and Taiwan, showing little interest in theater, while the elderly found the prices too steep to justify a visit. Consequently, the Lushan Tea House faced financial difficulties, but eventually discovered a path to growth. It rebranded itself as a representative of Beijing's folk culture, performing for foreign tourists and garnering government endorsement. When foreign dignitaries visited the capital, they were obliged to stop by the Lushan Tea House. As tourism flourished, domestic travelers and ordinary foreign visitors flocked to the tea house, queuing to savor the iconic 2-cent tea. In later years, enjoying a bowl of tea became a trendy activity. Yet its roots trace back to the days when a group of educated youth, undeterred by discrimination and ridicule, set up tea stalls. Chen Qi envisioned 2 goals: to develop his establishment in the direction of the Lushan Tea House, and to expand his operations by establishing a department store. In essence, he aimed to revive the tea house to unprecedented heights, striking a decisive blow against his competitors. The influence of foreign patrons was palpable, and it was finally time for the leadership to conduct an inspection. Leadership inspections require meticulous arrangements. The higher the rank, the longer the preparation time. Some notifications are given months in advance, causing a flurry of activity as the staff scrambles to tidy up and improve conditions. All for a mere 20 minutes of attention. Fortunately, the current situation is somewhat manageable. Chen Qi initially believed that only a deputy from the city would visit, but was taken aback to learn that a senior official would be coming. This signified a notable elevation in status. Nevertheless, it was not entirely unexpected. In these times, the barriers between ranks are not insurmountable, and encounters with high-ranking officials are relatively commonplace. For instance, Yuan Kuching, known for his discourse on the romance of the 3 kingdoms, received personal audiences from prominent figures. After his day at Zongnanhai, Yuan Kuching calmly enjoyed a bowl of soy milk across the street. General Wang even penned him a letter, expressing his admiration. I am a devoted listener, and so is my grandson. I tell my children, Uncle Yuan speaks, listen to him. And thus they have found an excellent teacher for learning Mandarin. Thank you. The officials themselves are often quite casual, frequently visiting various locations unannounced. Such instances are numerous and need not be elaborated upon. In the early morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Huang Zheneng appeared outside, calling out, Chen Qi, Chen Qi, I'm coming. He hurriedly donned his shoes, still wearing that cotton shirt, and informed his parents before dashing out. Qin Jianjun and Yu Shili were enveloped in a profound sense of defeat, increasingly feeling that a lamentable barrier had formed between them and their son. Have you prepared everything? Yes, take a look. Huang Zheneng carried several wooden planks and a frame. Chen Qi inspected them and found them quite sturdy. Let us go. The two set off on their bicycles, laden with supplies, arriving at the Qianmen Arrow Tower. Their companions were already hard at work, sweeping floors, wiping tables, and cleaning dishes. The teachers from the opera school, eager to assist, had voluntarily come to help. Their enthusiasm was palpable, willingly offering their services without charge. Chen Qi took charge. As usual, placed the small blackboard up. The Peking opera masks hung in rows, while handkerchiefs were spread out carefully. Do not crumple them. Where's the English book? Here it is. Someone quickly brought forth a copy of 900 English sentences. Chen Qi handed it to a bespectacled companion, rich in scholarly demeanor, and said, "Do not feign reading. Rather, ensure it is evident that you are perpetually engaged in your studies. Teacher Chen, I am rather dull-witted. Please speak plainly." "Oh dear." Chen Qi pressed him down, tossing the book beside him, and remarked, "For instance, if you are seated here, preoccupied with washing dishes, but have an English book at hand, does that not create an image of diligence and thirst for knowledge? But I do not know English." "Precisely, that is why you must learn." "Indeed. Everyone gather around. Come. Come." Chen Qi beckoned for the group to assemble and proclaimed, "I too learned English on my own. I do not know much, but I will teach you some simple phrases. I have composed a few lines that are quite easy to remember, so listen well. Come means to arrive, and go means to depart. Not for yes and shake your head for no. To greet someone, say hello, hello, hello." Teacher Chen, why do you still carry a hint of the Tangshan dialect? It sounds rather close to America, does it not? Enough chatter, follow along, when foreigners come. You must be able to respond, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Once everything was arranged, he wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat and exhaled. Is this easy for me? Mental labor is truly exhausting. In the morning, the students began to sing as the tea stall opened. The crowd was still immense, not affected by the leadership inspection, but surely security personnel were present. Perhaps those buying tea were plainclothes officers. Around 10 o'clock, the crowd suddenly stirred. Following this, a few individuals approached, greeting the masses as they advanced. Their attire was rather plain, cotton long-sleeve shirts, gray trousers, and cloth shoes. The leader, a man in his 60s, possessed an unremarkable appearance. Yet he exuded the aura of an old revolutionary. His surname was Lin. A pragmatic individual, he had successively governed Shanghai, Tianjin, and Beijing within 2 years, often appearing as a firefighting leader. For instance, in Tianjin, following the restoration of the college entrance examination, there were numerous applicants. Yet many students who met the cutoff score could not be admitted. These individuals, once idle, became part of the current unemployed youth. Leader Lin directly initiated an expansion of university admissions, establishing several branch campuses, accommodating over 8,000 examinees. Did you think that expanding university admissions was a phenomenon of the 1990s? It is happening now. Upon arriving in the capital, he swiftly resolved the situation, allowing nearly 20,000 young individuals to enter universities, while also vigorously supporting cooperatives, making significant contributions to employment issues. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The drama school students temporarily formed a welcoming party, and Leader Lin, smiling and speaking with a Shandong accent, waved his hand. All right. No need for such a grand display. I have long wished to come and see. I have been delayed by various matters, and recently it has become even more urgent. As connections with foreigners have been established, quite impressive. If I do not come now, it would be too late. People from the district and the street were also present, accompanying him with a few remarks. Leader Lin was not fond of their chatter. He strolled around the tea stall, inspecting the teapot and the large bowls, before pointing at the Peking opera masks on the shelf and inquiring, "What purpose do these serve?" "We have recently collaborated with the drama school, and there are performances daily. Hanging these masks adds to the ambience," Huang Zhenying stammered. "Ah, quite an agile mind," Leader Lin remarked noncommittally, before inquiring further about the situation. Suddenly, he asked, "Which one of you is Comrade Chen Qi?" "Greetings, leader." Chen Qi stepped forward. "You are quite well known. I have read your letter and heard that you have even penned a script." It was written rather haphazardly. "Has it been adopted?" "Yes. The Beijing Film Studio has taken it." Very good, very good. The Beijing Film Studio is quite discerning, and their acceptance indicates the quality of your writing. We admire this spirit of perpetual learning and positivity." Leader Lin nodded, glancing at the 900 English sentences book. He could discern that prior arrangements had been made, yet he chose not to mention it. This place is adjacent to the Qinmen Hotel, which caters to foreign guests. In the future, we may host more international visitors. When receiving foreign guests, maintain a demeanor that is neither overly humble nor arrogant. Do not be nervous nor timid, for I shall not tolerate any disgrace to our nation. The older generation spoke plainly and candidly. Chen Qi chuckled. A few of us are self-studying English, although we are not very proficient. Oh, can you say a few phrases? We only know a few words, like hello and good. Haha, that spirit is commendable, by the way. Do you face any difficulties? Feel free to speak up. Huang Zhanei, recalling someone else's advice, quickly responded, no, we can overcome any challenges. Moreover, our business is thriving, and we are short-staffed. I hope to recruit newcomers and assist more unemployed youths. Excellent. Wonderful. Leader Lin, upon hearing this, genuinely smiled for the first time. The government is most concerned about the army of unemployed individuals, and he said, see, this is the spirit of the new generation in our new era. It must be encouraged and disseminated. He stayed for about half an hour, engaging the young actors in discussions about the performances. It was rare for the older generation to appreciate theater. My goodness, I was utterly nervous. Everyone had been tense, and Huang Zhaning's calves were cramping. Only after the leader departed did they feel a sense of relief. I don't even know what I was saying. Did I speak out of turn? No. Not at all. You performed admirably. Chen Qi encouraged her with a smile. Just one final step remains. Once the newspaper comes out tomorrow, paste the article featuring our conversation with the leader here. He slapped the little blackboard, declaring the task accomplished. Chapter 32. Audition. The preparations for Lushan Love and the tea stall progressed in an orderly fashion. Chen Qi traversed between the Beijing Film Studio, Qianmen, and Minhua Hutong, appearing languid, yet secretly relishing the fulfilling sensation of striving for his career. In June, summer finally arrived. The temperature seemed to soar overnight, rendering long sleeves unwearable. Gray and white short-sleeved shirts adorned the city. The women dressed similarly, with their shirts often embellished with delicate floral patterns. A sunshade and a pair of heeled sandals completed the ensemble, epitomizing the height of fashion. In this era, attire was closely linked to one's character. Simple and unpretentious was deemed virtuous, while flamboyant styles excluded one from accolades such as 3 good student or outstanding employee. At the Qianmen Aero Tower, the western side was shrouded in gloom, while the eastern side radiated joy. Huang Zhaning purchased 50 large bowls, several water storage jars, a few pots, and large tables that, when arranged, spanned dozens of meters. She displayed her sandals prominently, stocked ice pops, raincoats, and even prepared mung bean soup. The ice pops were housed in a box painted white for cleanliness, insulated with thick cotton blankets. 3 from bought a fruit-flavored ice pop. Options included bayberry, orange, and sour plum. 5 fan offered small bean, cream, and red fruit flavors. The most expensive was the double-stick ice cream, costing 15 for each. This cream ice pop was indeed genuine, requiring 200 kilograms of fresh milk for every 10,000 produced. In the future, one must scrutinize ingredient lists to determine whether it is fresh milk, vegetable cream, or cocoa butter substitute. Tomorrow, I shall not return. Are you off to the artistic front again? Yes, primarily because affairs here are resolved. Just follow my instructions. And I hope that when I return, I will see our own store. Chen Qi leisurely enjoyed a small bean ice pop, devoid of sentimentality, while Huang Zhanaying felt a tinge of melancholy, sensing the growing distance between them, a rift that threatened their former revolutionary camaraderie. Perhaps years later, he would call out to her as Run Tu, while she could only address him as Sir. Nonetheless, this realization instilled in Huang Zhaning a resolute determination. She was diligently studying 900 English sentences. All right, I must take my leave. Finishing his small bean ice pop, Chen Qi rummaged through the box and retrieved a double-stick ice cream. Hey, that's expensive. Take something cheaper. You're paying for this. I'm leaving. Chen Qi waved his hand and rode away. The others were unfazed, merely commenting on how Teacher Chun was once again being swayed by the allure of female stars, a sentiment that cast a shadow over their spirits. They understood that Teacher Chun and they belonged to different worlds. At the Beijing Film Studio, in a small conference room, the production team for Lushan Love had taken shape. Director Wang Haowei and cinematographer Li Chunsheng, who was also her husband, formed a couple reminiscent of the Yang Jie duo from Journey to the West. The production manager, assistant director, art, lighting, and other roles were also confirmed. Chen Qi sat in a corner, his presence minimal. Wang Haowei's invitation for his participation was a gesture of respect. Yet he knew he needed to maintain a degree of modesty. At that moment, Wang Haowei confidently occupied the main seat, clutching a stack of documents. Let me begin with an important matter. Director Wang has allocated a budget of 700,000 for Lushan Love. 700,000. This amount is significant, indicating that the film is viewed as a key project within the studio. A buzz of excitement ripples through the crowd. Chen Qi remains silently contemplative. 700,000 is still insufficient to cover the losses from my short film. The reason for such a substantial budget is twofold. Firstly, we intend to conduct on-site filming in Lushan. Secondly, the leading lady is a Chinese American, and we aim to emphasize her cosmopolitan appeal by providing her with exquisite attire. Where shall we procure these garments? Shanghai? Guangzhou? Those cities lack the necessary flair. I believe we should source them from Hong Kong. Enlisting the assistance of comrades Fu Qi and Shi Hui, Chen Qi blinked and quietly inquired, "Who are these two?" "They are comrades from the Hong Kong Great Wall Film Company." A nearby individual paused and added, "They are truly distinguished figures." Chen Qi's expression conveyed admiration, as did the reactions of others when mentioning these two individuals, who elicited a palpable sense of reverence. Once we finalize our leading lady, we will reach out to them. Now, each person has received a dossier containing a list of potential actors we have recently identified, including candidates from various drama troupes and prestigious institutions such as Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama. As Chen Qi reviewed the materials, he recognized many names. From the Central Academy of Drama, class of 1976, Su Yajin. From Beijing Film Academy, class of 1978, Zhou Lijing, Wang Yu, Zhang Tailin, Fang Shu, Shen Damping, and Lu Dong. Chen Baoguo from the China Children's Art Theater, and Chen Chong from Shanghai International Studies University, Tang Wuqiang from Beijing Film Studio. Upon seeing the list, he promptly crossed out Chen Chong's name. He then eliminated Chen Baoguo, noting his rigid facial features and stern demeanor, deeming him unsuitable. After further consideration, he crossed out Wang Yu, who portrayed the original Tang Xing in Journey to the West, as his dark complexion and robust features did not align with the character's essence. These were his personal thoughts, unbeknownst to others. As the group looked on, someone raised a question. "Director, isn't the list of potential leading ladies rather sparse? It's predominantly male actors. We have made every effort to find candidates, but the pool is limited. I will enlist my friends to assist in scouting for more options, and we shall reassess in due time." Wang Haowei tapped the table and stated, "Starting tomorrow, they will gradually come to the studio for auditions. We are not deterred by inconvenience. Rather, we fear making the wrong choice. If you believe several candidates are suitable, we can simultaneously nurture multiple groups and see which one excels. Let us adjourn for now. We shall witness the true talent tomorrow." After breakfast, the students from the acting class lingered in the cafeteria, aware that auditions would take place that day, though unaware of the specific names. Zhang Fiki, Xie Yuan, and Zhang Tailin, who shared a close bond, sat together and whispered, "Do you know what the play is about? It seems to be a romantic story. Alas, we are in dire straits." Xie Yuan lamented, his expression one of despondency. "Zhang Fingyi and I bear no resemblance to the protagonists of a romantic film. We would be more suited to a thriller. However, I am quite the opposite. I should certainly be able to attend." The esteemed Zhang Tailin, exuding satisfaction, had yet to adopt a gruff demeanor. In his youth, he was indeed strikingly handsome. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Who do you think the girls are?" "Is that even a question?" Xie Yuan replied incredulously. "As for others, I have no knowledge, but there's definitely Fang Shu." "Indeed, there is Fang Shu. Zhou Lijing must be present as well." They directed their gaze towards a girl sitting alone in the front, alongside a boy who was also solitary. These two appeared somewhat out of place, yet possessed a remarkably unique aura, standing out vividly amidst the group, like a crane among chickens. The girl's name was Fang Shu, and the boy's name was Zhou Lijing. Chapter 33. The younger generation Fang Shu, now 22 years old, is the daughter of a prominent leader in the Ministry of Culture, and her mother is affiliated with the Central Conservatory of Music. At the tender age of 7, she portrayed the character of Xiao Luobitu in the production Living Forever in the Flames. Are you familiar with Xiao Luobitu? He is a figure from our textbooks, having sacrificed himself at the age of merely 8, making him the youngest martyr in China. In 1978, she gained admission to Beijing Film Academy. Having already appeared in Look at This Family, tall and strikingly beautiful, with a respectable family background, she was treated like a princess among her classmates. In the 1980s, she enjoyed immense popularity. However, she was somewhat naive in matters of love, marrying Tu Honggang only to divorce him later, subsequently retreating from the limelight at an early age. Zhou Lijing, age 25, is also a handsome and charming figure, once one of the most celebrated young actors of his time. He has starred in various television series, including Life, New Star, and The Floral Wreath Beneath the High Mountains. He is associated with the Gansu drama troupe, continuing his education while drawing a salary. With a commendable appearance and a strong sense of self-worth, he possesses a proud and aloof demeanor, often speaking candidly, dismissing the boys in his class, and even showing some disdain towards the teachers. Nevertheless, his outstanding qualities earn him the indulgence of his instructors. The two maintain an air of tranquility, appearing composed and self-assured. Soon enough, the teacher arrived and called out, "Fang Shu, Zhou Lijing, Wang Yu, Zhang Tailin, Shen Damping, Lu Dong, follow me." A buzz of excitement arose among Zhang Fengyi and Xie Yuan, who expressed their envy, tugging at Zhang Tailin, who quickly protested, "Let go of me. You're delaying my rise to stardom." Wang Yu, somewhat surprised, stood up with delight. Among the girls, Shen Damping and Lu Dong were even more thrilled, skipping out eagerly. Shen Damping had appeared in numerous productions, including a recent role as Aunt Shui in Crazy Storm. Lu Dong had less acclaim but had featured in the CCTV version of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer as Ning Zhangze. The teacher led the 6 students out of the school gates. They opted to walk rather than take a vehicle, and along the way, the teacher advised, "Today is our exclusive showcase. Tomorrow belongs to the Central Academy of Drama. I heard they are only selecting one, so your chances are quite promising. Make us proud. Zhou Lijing. Remember to be courteous. The Beijing Film Studio is filled with established directors and veterans. Don't tarnish your reputation." Upon entering the Beijing Film Studio, they headed straight to the conference room in the main building, where Wang Haowei and others had been waiting. Chen Qi, as the screenwriter, had also secured a position among the esteemed seniors, taking a seat at the edge. In this era, casting actors primarily hinged on physical resemblance. For instance, if the male lead was to embody loyalty and integrity, one would seek an actor with prominent features. Conversely, the female lead should evoke a sense of vulnerability, necessitating a delicate and soft appearance. Physical likeness was the first criterion, followed by the ability to portray the character convincingly. However, such a method inevitably constrains the casting options, limiting the available choices. In contrast to later practices, which do not demand strict physical resemblance but rather a spiritual kinship, like the portrayal of the instructor by Gu Yu, as opposed to Tang Guiqiang's interpretation. Naturally, the ultimate role must possess credibility, avoiding portrayals like the robust Lin Daiyu in the new adaptation of Dream of the Red Chamber, or the frivolous Cao Cao in the new Three Kingdoms, which utterly miss the essence of the characters. Thus, the selected candidates must first exhibit youth and beauty, handsome males and lovely females. Greetings to the director. Greetings to the esteemed teachers. I'm Fang Shu. The first to enter was Fang Shu, who had previously collaborated with Wang Haowei in Look at This Family. She introduced herself with great poise and recited a passage written by Chen Qi. "I still want to see the Yangtze River and the Great Wall, Huangshan and the Yellow River. Sistering, isn't this all love?" Chen Qi earnestly assumed the role of a judge, jotting down a few notes. Once she left, Wang Haowei asked for opinions one by one and finally inquired, "Xiao Chen, what do you think? She is beautiful and possesses skill, but her image is somewhat unsuitable. Her features do not align with our traditional aesthetic. They convey a certain aggressiveness, giving the impression of a strong woman." Aggressiveness? That's a novel observation. "I think she is quite good. Shall we proceed to the second round?" That could work. Following this, a succession of young actors entered to audition. Chen Qi maintained a steady demeanor, but nearly faltered upon seeing the emperor, who was once a popular young star in the 1980s. After obtaining a master's degree in England, he ventured to Hong Kong to further his career, famously portraying Jin Huan Erling Chao Xiong in Immortal Crane Divine Needle, nearly overshadowing Guanjilin. Subsequently, he starred in My Fair Princess, embroiled in numerous romantic scandals. He silently marked a large cross on his script, devoid of personal sentiment, purely an objective assessment. Lastly, there was Zhou Lijing. He was aloof yet not foolish. He did not overstep at the Beijing Film Studio and performed his audition with sincerity. Chen Qi marked a check next to his name. After the auditions, a brief discussion was held. Wang Yu's complexion is too dark. It's difficult for him to appear handsome. Let us set him aside. Both Zhou Lijing and Zhang Tailin are commendable and can proceed to the next round. Personally, I feel that Zhang Tailin exudes a certain frivolity that renders him incapable of portraying shy, bashful characters. Zhou Lijing, I find acceptable. As for Fang Shu, I maintain my previous reservations, Chen Qi remarked. What about Shen Damping and Lu Dong? Wang Haowei inquired. Do you wish to hear the truth? Of course. They are too ordinary, Chen Qi replied, shaking his head. Honestly, I too find them ordinary. Among the general populace, they may appear beautiful, but they fall short for a role in Lushan Love, far from sufficient. I anticipated that finding a leading lady would be challenging, but I did not expect it to be this difficult. We shall continue to observe. Wang Haowei sighed. At that time, the national power supply was quite poor. And the capital was no exception. Each courtyard shared a single electricity meter, and families kept candles on hand. This situation did not improve until the 1990s. The cassette recorder that Qin Jianjun had listened to for several days finally succumbed to battery failure, leading him to reluctantly part with it, allowing Chen Qi to take it to the Beijing Film Studio. The studio had a unique nature, with relatively stable power supply. In other words, it was a chance to enjoy amenities without cost. That evening, room 302 was tightly sealed. Liang Shaoxing and Gu Yuru, as if enchanted by heavenly music, lounged in chairs with closed eyes, listening to smoke rising again, as twilight enveloped the earth. They pondered the wafting smoke, wondering where it was headed. That sensation, that intoxication, could easily mislead one to think they were under the influence. Meanwhile, Chen Qi sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to mend his trousers, one hand holding a needle, the other a thread. The elders have often remarked, when a thread fails to penetrate a needle's eye, one may moisten it with their tongue to straighten it and facilitate its passage. You all have had your fill. The tape has been rewound thrice already. It is time for you to depart. Just a little longer, just a little longer. You interjected. I have to serve as a judge tomorrow. I cannot afford to indulge in your games. How is the casting progressing? Liang Shaoxing inquired. There are numerous candidates for the male lead, but finding suitable women is quite challenging. What precisely are you seeking? We need a certain type, a kind of goddess. Do you comprehend? Not at all. The two responded in unison, shaking their heads. She must possess beauty, yet also evoke a sense of yearning, making all the men who view the film enviously admire the male protagonist, thinking, if only I could encounter such a woman. I would gladly embrace death. That is the sentiment we desire. Gu Yu and Liang Shaoxing exchanged glances, the moment laden with subtlety. Chapter 34. Metaphysics. In the subsequent days, everyone continued to watch various theater troupes at the Central Academy of Drama. Among the creative team of Lushan Love, some members found Fang Shu quite impressive. Wang Haowei also felt it was worth giving her a chance, so he paired Fang Shu with Zhou Lijing, asking them to come to the Beijing Film Studio daily to discuss the script, conduct research, and further audition. Zhang Tailin and Chun Baohua had already been eliminated from consideration. Qin Chong made a special trip from Shanghai. Having gained recognition from her role in Little Flower, she had enrolled in Shanghai International Studies University the previous year, majoring in English and American literature, before moving to the United States in 1981 and marrying a Hollywood acting coach. Initially, everyone had high hopes for her, but after the audition, it became apparent that she did not live up to expectations. At her young age, her baby fat prevented her from exuding the essence of a leading lady, resulting in her elimination as well. One morning, Chen Qi arrived at the conference room early. As was his custom, he would typically sweep the floor, wipe the tables, and sometimes prepare tea. In terms of position, he was a screenwriter, but being the youngest, it created a rather contradictory dynamic. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to it. His popularity was steadily rising. That day, to his surprise, he found someone already seated in the room, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt, engrossed in writing something. Ahem, hello, comrade. Oh, hello. The other person looked up and quickly stood, revealing a handsome face with rosy lips and white teeth. Particularly striking were his bright eyes that seemed to shimmer. His physique was impressive as well, tall with fair and delicate skin. Chen Qi chuckled, moving forward to shake hands. Chancellor, when will you lead us in the northern expedition? I have my excavator all ready. The individual before him was none other than the dashing and charming heartthrob, Tang Guiqiang. Greetings, I am Chen Qi, the screenwriter for Lushan Love. Pleasure to meet you. I've long heard of the talented young scholar at the Beijing Film Studio. Today's encounter certainly lives up to the reputation. Tang Guiqiang's voice was resonant and magnetic, exceedingly pleasant to hear. He warmly invited Chen Qi to take a seat, smiling as he remarked, I had some free time, so I thought I would come early, but it appears I arrived too soon. Everyone else has tea shown up yet. They'll be here shortly. They're likely having breakfast now. You came over from the August 1st Film Studio? Yes, I've been staying at the guest house at the Beijing Film Studio. The two engaged in conversation, with Chen Qi admiring Tang Guiqiang's complexion. Wow, your skin is truly remarkable. In an era when most people's skin was generally rough, he possessed an extraordinary gift, with skin fairer and smoother than that of many women. During the filming of Little Flower, it happened to be his birthday. And when Chen Qi asked what he wanted, he replied, "I love cream. Could you get me a cream cake?" Subsequently, Chen Qi would often say, "My brother here has skin softer than mine. He must be eating a lot of cream." At that time, society idolized tough men like Takakura Ken, often teasing Tang Guiqiang, especially after his performance in Princess Peacock in 1981, where he exuded tenderness with his exquisite features and fair complexion, a rare beauty indeed. The moniker creamy young man soon spread, causing him considerable distress as he endeavored to break free from this typecasting. However, his efforts bore little fruit, and he remained labeled as the creamy young man for many years until the emergence of Zhuge Liang in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Subsequently, he portrayed both a teacher and the Emperor Yongjing, firmly establishing his status. Objectively speaking, his acting is commendable. His initial portrayals of teachers were quite satisfactory. However, as he took on more roles, his performances began to feel formulaic. Additionally, with age, his constant depiction of emperors and nobles resulted in a monotonous style, revealing a subjective lack of ambition and a noticeable decline in his craft. During a conversation, Tang Guiqiang sensed something amiss and inquired, "Comrade Xiao Chun, why do you keep staring at me? I simply find your skin to be exceptional. Do you have a skincare regimen?" "Skincare? This must be innate," Tang replied. "If it's innate, that is truly remarkable. As for me, I struggle. My skin feels a bit rough. And I've even developed some acne with the changing seasons. Oh dear, you young man," Tang Guiqiang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Two grown men discussing skincare. What an absurdity. Fair enough. Let us cease this discussion. Nonetheless, your skin is indeed impressive for reasons unknown. Chen Qi felt an urge to laugh at him and considered teasing him. Fortunately, Wang Haowei and others arrived, providing much-needed relief to Tang Guiqiang. The relationship between the Bai Studio and the Beijing Film Studio was exceedingly cordial. The former often lacked directors, while the latter had an abundance, frequently assisting in film productions, with actors occasionally exchanging roles. Today was markedly less serious than before, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Everyone sat casually as Tang Guiqiang remarked, "Director Wang, I appreciate you inviting me. I've perused the script for Lushan Love and have a query. At 27, am I perhaps too old for this role? But you appear quite youthful." Wang Haowei chuckled. "We've already considered this aspect. Primarily, it's about the image. As long as it feels appropriate, it suffices. Moreover, there's a 5-year age gap between the leads, which naturally allows for maturation over time." "Oh, I am grateful for your consideration. Shall I proceed with an audition?" "Certainly, let us communicate extensively to find the right chemistry. Though I must clarify, I cannot guarantee your casting." "Of course, I am not a novice," he replied. After a brief exchange, Tang Guiqiang took his leave, casting a glance at Chen Qi, who had left a deep impression on him by initiating a discussion about skincare. The youth of today after his departure. The meeting continued. Wang Haowei stated, "Fang Shu and Zhou Lijing have been paired. As for Xiao Tang's image and qualities, they are undeniable and worthy of consideration. Yet, we still require a female actress to complement him, creating 2 potential pairings for us to evaluate. Pan Hong, Jiang Lili, Zhang Weixin, Li Shilu's mother, a dancer?" Various candidates were suggested, yet either they had scheduling conflicts or their respective units were unwilling to release them. Ultimately, no conclusive results emerged. After the meeting adjourned, Chen Qi returned to the guest house, closing the door behind him. He paused, pulled out a chair, and spread out his writing paper. He too sensed the slow progress. Acknowledging that the situation was partly his fault, the relocation of Lushan Love from the Shanghai Film Studio to the Beijing Film Studio had altered many dynamics. "Alas, I must resort to the art of casting by intuition," he finally conceded. Reflecting on the current landscape, he pondered the actresses of this era. He Qing, merely 15 years old, was with the Zhujiang Kunku Opera Troupe. Chen Hong was even younger, at 11, serving as a cultural committee member in elementary school. Tao Weiman, at the tender age of 13, must have just joined the Yu Opera Troupe. Though these 3 are young, they possess great potential for future endeavors. Chen Qi noted this down in his script. Additionally, He Saifei, Ru Ping, Dong Zhizhi, Zhou Jia, and Lin Fabing are all rather too youthful. Lushan Love spans a period of 5 years, transitioning from the early 20s to late 20s, and thus does not necessitate the casting of inexperienced actors. What about Li Jinxuan? Chen Qi suddenly recalled her name. She is likely studying in the stage design department at the Shanghai Theater Academy, albeit lacking any performing experience. Nevertheless, he made a note of her for future consideration. Where's Julin? Is she working at some health research institute? possibly to portray the role of the noble mother in Lushan Love. As he thought of Zhu Lin, another name naturally came to his mind. These two individuals have become subjects of much discussion among netizens in the new era. After a moment of contemplation, he circled a name in his script. It shall be her. Chapter 35. Gong Shui. Director Wang. On this day, after a meeting, Chen Qi called out to Wang Haowei. Xiao Chen, is there something on your mind? Indeed, I chanced upon a magazine yesterday that introduced a film titled Ritual Red, produced by Beijing Studio. The female lead is both pure and beautiful, perhaps suitable for Lushan Love. Oh, Wang Haowei became attentive and inquired, please elaborate. Her name is Gong Shui. I am not certain of her affiliation, but she plays 3 roles in the film. 3? Yes, she portrays a mother, a daughter, and a fairy, all of them. Regardless, I find her image quite appealing and felt it prudent to recommend her. Gong Shui. I shall remember that. I will inquire about her immediately. Alas, it must be quite taxing for you, worrying over casting. As a member of the crew, it is my duty. After Chen Qi departed, Wang Haowei promptly reached out to Beijing Studio. You are inquiring about Gong Shui? Oh dear, we went through considerable effort to secure her for the role. The other party began with a complaint. She is from the General Political Department's drama troupe. 2 years ago, we sought her for the Lantern, but they would not release her. When we began planning Ritual Red, we considered her again, yet the General Political Department still refused, citing her commitment to a performance in Yunnan. Ultimately, she sustained a fracture and could not attend, spending her recovery in the hospital. We delayed the shoot by 4 months, tirelessly negotiating and leveraging connections until the General Political Department finally relented. What must she be, a fairy, to warrant such pursuit? Wang Haowei chuckled. Haha. You will understand once you meet her. This conversation thoroughly piqued Wang Haowei's interest, prompting him to reach out to the General Political Department. The drama troupe was quite formidable, so he approached cautiously, first contacting a friend named Che Xiaodong. Che Xiaodong, an actor from the troupe, had played the Golden Horn King in Journey to the West, provided voice work for Higher Brothers, and portrayed General Liu in Bright Sword, often embodying this character as a specialty actor. He had a daughter named Che Xiao, an amusing coincidence in their names. Che Xiaodong brought several photographs of Gong Shui. Upon viewing them, Wang Haowei comprehended why Beijing Studio was willing to wait 4 months for her. This is a unique era. Chen Qi appeared carefree, yet in truth, he was quite astute. For instance, in his pursuit of English, he merely clutched a textbook each day, creating an illusion of diligent study. If he did not disguise his efforts, he could effortlessly converse in English. Heavens! Did one think that opposing spies was child's play? The years 1979 and 1980, though merely a year apart, presented drastically different circumstances. The 1980s were wild, and the 1990s even more so. That was an era of unabashed audacity. Furthermore, regarding Lushan Love, while it may seem bold in content, it was merely catering to the tastes of those in higher echelons. As for casting, had the crew not progressed so sluggishly, he would have remained silent. Wang Haowei was highly proactive. She bypassed the General Political Department's drama troupe and privately invited Gong Shui to visit. Thus, on that morning, the creative team reconvened in a small conference room, awaiting the arrival of their prospective candidate. Chen Qi sat in the corner, feeling a sense of anticipation. The internet often spoke of the illustrious Zhu Lin of the North and Gong Shui of the South, the twin stars of the 1980s. Yet, such a phrase did not exist at the time. It was later conjured by netizens reminiscing nostalgically. Gong Shui was indeed a prominent figure, while Zhu Lin was somewhat less so, primarily known for her numerous television dramas, buoyed by the royal aura of her character in the Kingdom of Women. Since he was present, he felt compelled to meet each of the beauties of this era, for it wouldn't do to keep encountering Kaiming alone. After a brief wait, he suddenly heard voices outside, seemingly inquiring about something. Following the sound of footsteps, the atmosphere at the door shifted, and a figure emerged before the crowd. Wang Haowei and the creative team turned their attention towards the entrance. She arrived clad in military attire, wearing a hat and a pair of white sandals, standing at an average height of around 163 centimeters. Her feet were delicately small. Strands of hair peeked from beneath her hat, appearing slightly wavy, framing a face that was petite in size. Her arched brows, beautiful eyes, and finely shaped lips, which revealed a set of white and even teeth when she smiled, were indeed rare and striking. Everyone was familiar with the term bright eyes and white teeth. Yet the precise image was often vague. At this moment, upon seeing her, the words suddenly sprang to mind. Hello, Director Wang. Greetings to all the esteemed teachers. she greeted, a hint of nervousness evident as she bowed upon entering. Hello. Please, take a seat. Wang Haowei urged her to sit, smiling as he remarked. I invited you here privately today. Teacher Che must have spoken with you? Teacher Che mentioned it to me. I appreciate your consideration, she replied. Just as she settled into her seat, she felt an urge to rise again, but Wang Haowei waved his hand reassuringly. No need for such formality. I feel rather awkward. Let us just have a casual chat. Would you mind removing your hat? Certainly, she agreed, reaching up to take it off. Wang Haowei's eyes sparkled even more as he inquired, I hear you are from Shanghai? Yes, I was born in Shanghai, she confirmed. What do your parents do? My father is a photographer, and my mother is an artist. After graduating from high school, I went to Jiangxi to work in the fields. Jiangxi? Wang Haowei blinked in surprise and continued. How did you end up at the General Political Department? I first applied to be a cultural soldier in the military. And at that time, the General Political Department's drama troupe was preparing a play titled Mountains and Rivers, and I was selected to stay. Last year, I filmed tribute to the Red at Changing Factory. The room grew quiet, with only the sounds of their exchange breaking the silence. Her soft-spoken nature contrasted sharply with the more boisterous demeanor of others, causing everyone to unconsciously lower their voices. Sitting there with her legs together, hands resting on her thighs, and her back straight as if in an examination, she seemed composed and earnest. Are you familiar with Lushan love? Not very much. Teacher Che mentioned that it is a love story. That's about right. There is love in it, as well as patriotic sentiments. By the way, I heard you were 26 years old. Are you married? Not yet. Have you had any romantic experiences? I've been in the army all this time. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she admitted her lack of experience. Wang Haowei chuckled once more, prompting her to recite a passage from the script. After savoring the words, he inquired, would you be interested in participating in Lushan Love? I would be most eager to take part, provided the opportunity is afforded to me. Very well then. Please take a script home to study diligently. I will handle the communication with the theater troupe. However, let me be clear, I cannot guarantee your participation. This is merely a preliminary audition to prepare. Thank you, director, and thanks to the esteemed teachers. She rose again to bow respectfully. Allow me to introduce you. This is our esteemed playwright, the renowned prodigy, Chen Qi. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Gong Shui was taken aback by his youth, but still offered her respectful address. The two exchanged a gentle handshake before she met the photographer, the assistant director, and others. Then took her leave. Now, let us convene. First, we seek purity, and second, sophistication. Purity goes without saying, but sophistication needs some refinement. What defines sophistication? If you mean an innate elegance, such a quality is exceedingly rare. In truth, with the right attire and a fashionable hairstyle, one can embody sophistication. The audience is unfamiliar with the appearance of American expatriates. Should we adhere strictly to their standards, we might falter. We must align with the aesthetic sensibilities of the Chinese people. In any case, let us proceed. Fang Shu and Zhou Lijing will be a pair, while Gong Shui and Tang Guiqiang will form another. Bring over the costumes from Hong Kong to gauge their essence. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. Chen Qi felt somewhat speechless. In this era of filmmaking, capturing a single shot in a day and taking an entire year to complete a film has become commonplace. One could argue this reflects a meticulous approach to art, yet it also bespeaks inefficiency, as everything necessitates extensive meetings and repetitive discussions. He had come to fully appreciate this reality during his tenure. Clutching his notebook, Chen Qi immersed himself in thought as he exited the conference room. The influence of the playwright remains limited. I am determined to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Chapter 36, Journey to Mount Lu. The North Film Studio, deeply rooted in the capital, enjoys a certain prestige, unlike other film studios. With a bit of persuasion, the general political drama troupe readily released some personnel. Thus, the actors Fang Shu and Zhou Lijing, along with Gong Shui and Tang Guiqiang, officially checked into the guest house. This is indeed the true function of the guest house, to provide services for the film crew, rather than allowing a few individuals to take advantage of the situation. Not long after, costumes from Hong Kong arrived. Historically, Love at Mount Lu had provided Zhang Yu with 43 outfits, each appearance showcasing a new look that dazzled the youth of the nation, earning immense popularity. However, during this initial preparation phase, they could not afford such extravagance. So Fang Shu and Gong Shui each received 3 sets. Morning arrived, and the summer sun rose early. The master chef at the North Film Studio canteen was exceptional, skilled in various cuisines, even roasting duck. With summer upon them, He introduced sour plum soup and mung bean soup, serving each person a bowl. Here is a spot. Let us sit here. Fang Shu dished out her meal and found a seat by the window. Gong Shui smiled and nodded, allowing her to take the lead. It was curious how they were placed together, the two women, for years apart, one a spirited girl from Beijing and the other a delicate beauty from Jiangnan. Made for a pleasing sight. In a moment, they would be trying on costumes, and she had heard they were all procured from Hong Kong, leaving her somewhat eager. Fang Shu tugged at her short-sleeved shirt, frowning as she remarked, "Look at our outfits, could be for either a man or a woman. I've never worn women's clothing in my life. You'd look great in anything. I know that, but you're equally lovely. Thank you. Can you refrain from being so terse? Although we are rivals, we could still be good friends." Fang Shu held little regard for her classmates but had a fondness for Gong Shui, whose gentle demeanor reminded her of soft cotton, making it difficult for her to exert her strength. This girl had always been bold in love and hate. She had married Tu Honggang, 10 years her junior, and bore him a daughter, only to be abandoned by him. Oh, what a delightful sight, a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, Guyu gazed longingly into the distance, and Chen Qi nudged him, saying, "Don't wear that expression, it's rather sleazy. I'm just observing. I wouldn't dare speak to them." Guyu glanced around and lowered his voice, to speak honestly, but the factory boasts 3 beauties. We mere mortals cannot appreciate their elegance. These 2 ladies are different. Just look at everyone else. They're not even close to my level. What are you all whispering about? Just then, Tang Guoqiang approached with his meal, and Chen Qi casually remarked, "We were discussing the costume fitting. The ladies get to wear beautiful clothing, while you don't. That hardly seems fair. It's just clothes. They are merely superficial." Tang Guoqiang patted his chest and, with his uniquely magnetic voice, declared, "A true man must stand tall and dignified, not reliant on such trifles. A man born of heaven and earth cannot dwell in the shadows for long. Can he? Oh, well said, Xiao Chen. You truly are a gifted scholar." Indeed, it was El Fengstin who remarked, "Drifting through half a lifetime, I lament not having encountered a wise ruler." Tang Guoqiang, sipping green bean soup, shared news he had gathered, stating, "I conversed with Director Wang, and he mentioned that once the roles are finalized, we shall set off for Lushan to immerse ourselves in the environment while filming. We aim to capture the beauty of the landscape, and winter would not suffice for that." "You seem quite assured," he noted. "I dare not be presumptuous, yet I must candidly admit that my experience is rather extensive." "Indeed, who else could it be but you?" Chen Qi retorted, casting a glance at Zhou Lijing. This gentleman sat alone, dining in silence, devoid of any inclination to engage or build rapport. Zhou Lijing was once a celebrated figure in the 1980s, but in 1994, tragedy struck while he was filming away from home. His wife, left alone, was brutally murdered by a group of laborers hired for home renovations. Zhou fell into a prolonged depression, his mental state deteriorating, and when he returned to the industry, the landscape had irrevocably changed. After the meal, everyone gathered in the studio. The studios of the future are impressively grand, boasting state-of-the-art equipment, all uniformly beautiful. However, the Beijing Film Studio's facilities are mere red brick buildings with antiquated windows that require hooks to remain open. Wang Haowei and others were present, while makeup artists busily attended to Gong Shui and Fang Shu. Chen Qi wandered, inspecting several outfits, a fitted white suit, a white blouse adorned with purple flowers paired with red flared pants, and a sleeveless dress, along with various accessories, hairpins, and high heels. Is this truly the height of fashion? He mused. Flared pants, a true hallmark of the era. While others view it as trendy, I perceive it as a nostalgic revival. All right, change outfits, and everyone else step aside. Be considerate. A makeshift dressing area was created with black curtains, yet the gentlemen exited together, returning shortly with a collective gasp. Before them stood 2 youthful and radiant women, adorned in the puff-sleeve blouse and red flared pants. Zhou Lijing, Tang Guoqiang stepped forward for some photographs. The 2 groups of actors paired up, the camera clicking away. Wang Haowei frowned, scrutinizing Fang Shu. In simple attire with braided pigtails, she exuded innocence. However, once adorned with heavy makeup and fashionable clothing, she transformed into a striking mature woman, enhanced by her height of 172 centimeters, which lent her an air of assertiveness. Wang Haowei recalled Chen Qi's description. Turning his gaze to Gong Shui, he noted that while her makeup appeared slightly unnatural, it could be refined. The overall impression was paramount. And in that regard, she surpassed Fang Shu, possessing a charm that was truly rare. Change to the next outfit. Now on to the next. After 3 ensembles had been tried, Wang Haowei felt a sense of clarity. Thus followed a series of meetings, repeated discussions, until the cast for Lushan Love was finally confirmed. The female lead, Gong Shui, as Zhou Yun, and the male lead, Tang Wuqiang, as Geng Hua. The supporting actress Zhang Jinling, portrayed by Geng Ying, is the elder sister of the male protagonist. At 28 years of age, she is 1 year senior to Tang Wuqiang and possesses a down-to-earth and mature demeanor, embodying the traditional image of a diligent and self-sacrificing woman. It is often remarked that the 3 leading ladies of Beijing Film Studio, Liu Shaoqing, Li Xiuming, and Zhang Jinling, share a commonality in their robust facial features, contrasting sharply with the more delicate and refined actresses from Shanghai Film Studio. Once the casting was finalized, Gong Shui was sent to the International Hotel for a week to immerse herself in the local lifestyle. One cannot deny the significant investment made in film production during these times. Subsequently, the meetings continued in an endless cycle, and just as Chen Qi felt overwhelmed, the crew was finally ready to embark on their journey to capture the breathtaking scenery of Mount Lushan. Time was of the essence, as they needed to complete the filming before winter set in. On the eve of their departure, at home, another power outage occurred, and candles flickered on the table. While lighting candles was a luxury often sparingly used in rural households, where homemade kerosene lamps were the norm, comprising a glass bottle with a hole, a cotton wick, and kerosene to provide light, today they opted for the warmth of candlelight. Yushioli, tidying up his clothes, expressed her concerns. You've just returned to the city, and now you must journey far again. I've heard that Jiangxi is filled with sent-down youth, and the bride price is hefty. Don't let them keep you there. Who would want to stay with Beijing Film Studio? She added. That's uncertain. You never know which way the winds may blow. Chen Qi rolled his eyes and reassured his mother, I will definitely write to you. This is a national duty, and as a screenwriter, I must accompany the crew. There's no avoiding it. You can take that tape recorder with you. Listen to Teresa Tang when you miss us. Such a strong paternal love. Chen Jianjun remarked. Chen Qi smiled, his heart tinged with a bittersweet longing. After all, he had developed deep feelings during his time at home. Dad, Mom, I've been at Beijing Film Studio all year, and now I must embark on another journey. Unable to stay by your side. That's my fault. Oh dear. His words brought tears to both their eyes, momentarily enveloping the family in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Chapter 37. My sole desire is to serve the people. Boom. Boom. Beneath the blazing sun, a green train sped across the vast plains at a brisk pace of 100 kilometers per hour. Chen Qi felt quite satisfied. Although green trains were quite common, steam locomotives had yet to fade into obscurity. Should fortune turn against him, he might find himself enduring a sluggish crawl at 50 kilometers per hour. At this moment, he found himself on the second day of his journey, standing at the junction of 2 train cars, swaying gently with the clattering sounds and inhaling the relatively fresh air. In his previous life, he had traveled extensively on green trains, so he was quite accustomed to them. However, life is unpredictable, and certain events take one by surprise, such as a child suddenly relieving themselves in such close quarters. In the height of summer, the green train was filled with the unpleasant odors of sweat and feet, along with shouts and excrement. What a delightful chaos. The crew of Lushan Love, consisting of over 180 individuals, had taken flights with their precious equipment, leaving the rest to rely on the train. A plane ticket cost over 60 yuan. Who could afford that? Little Chen? Hiding away, are you? Tang Wuqiang approached, seemingly unable to bear the stench, and deftly produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one. No, I don't smoke. At your age, you should try one. I really shouldn't. It's bad for your health and addictive. Addictive? I've been smoking for over 10 years and haven't become addicted. Tang Wuqiang was a seasoned smoker. After lighting one, he exhaled clouds of smoke and remarked, first time experiencing life on a film set, huh? It's always like this. You'll get used to it. Meetings are much better. Last time I flew to Shanghai for a meeting. You've flown before? Of course. On the plane. They provided me with 5 Zhonghua cigarettes and even gifted me a bottle of Mount I. A whole bottle? Indeed. I finished it as soon as I arrived at the hotel. You're still young. You'll have plenty of opportunities to fly. Yes, I am still young, Chen Qi chuckled. It was early August now, and he had arrived at the end of March. Unbeknownst to him, over 4 months had slipped by. He had written a script, earned 800 yuan, and set up a tea stall. These were his recent endeavors. His initial aspiration was simply to improve his life. Flying, smoking Zhonghua, drinking Mount I, and being surrounded by beautiful women, all trivial pursuits in a rather base sense. However, having finally crossed over, he naturally harbored other ambitions. Tang Wuqiang chain-smoked 3 cigarettes before carefully stowing the pack away. The two navigated through various knees, shoes, and heads before returning to their seats, where Wang Haowei, Gong Shui, and Zhang Jinling were gathered, all appearing somewhat drowsy. They would not arrive at Lushan until nightfall, and Chen Qi could no longer resist the fatigue. He leaned back against the chair and dozed off. After a while, he opened his eyes to find Gong Shui waking up across from him. Their gazes met briefly, resulting in a moment of awkwardness as she averted her eyes. Everyone else was in a daze, leaving just the two of them awake. They were not particularly familiar with one another. Should they converse or remain silent? She was an I person, while he was an E person. One could fall into the sea, but words must never fall to the ground. Did you visit Lushan while you were on the work team in Jiangxi? He inquired. No. I was in Yangxiao Commune in Fenyi County, quite far from Lushan. I possess a slight advantage over you. I once participated in the rural labor movement in the outskirts of Beijing. At that time, the policy dictated that the later arrivals were sent to the suburban areas, while the earlier ones migrated to the northeast and Inner Mongolia. Now, that was true hardship. You are familiar with Liang Shaoxing from the literature department, are you not? He was stationed in the Heilongjiang Production and Construction Corps, primarily tasked with hauling timber. Just imagine his petite frame laboring under such conditions. Oh, my. Please do not speak so lightly. He must have endured considerable suffering, Gong Shui remarked with a subtle smile. Indeed, the Northeast is characterized by vast expanses of open plains and untamed forests, concealing who knows what, leopards, tigers, and the dreaded human bear. What is a human bear? It is a bear larger than the average, covered in lumps of flesh, walking on two legs like a human. Wild boars are fierce, but they are no match for the human bear, which can effortlessly tear a wild boar in two. Really? Gong Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Absolutely. The human bear reigns as the king of the northeast forests. Wherever it roams, there are treasures and perhaps even zombies. Zombies? Yes, monsters. Monsters? Gong Shui blinked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if her 20-plus years of understanding the world had just experienced a thrilling upheaval. Do such monsters truly exist? I cannot say for certain. Speaking too much may lead to accusations of feudal superstition, and I might be silenced, Chen Qi replied. One must not speak in half-truths. We must be forthright. Tang Wuqiang interjected from the side. I am utterly bored on this train. Why not regale us with a story? Zhang Jinling suggested. Chen, do you have any scholarly references for your claims? Wang Haowei inquired. Wait, when did you all awaken from your slumber? Chen Qi shook his head in disbelief. I naturally trust you all, but there may be ears lurking nearby. We can discuss this in private another time. Furthermore, I have already divulged too much. The mysteries of heaven are beyond comprehension, so I shall say no more. He spoke enigmatically, leaving others unwilling to press further. Wang Haowei, however, was intrigued. Chen, I have noticed that your knowledge is quite eclectic, covering peculiar subjects, yet you seem indifferent to current literary trends, such as Lu Xinhua's homeroom teacher or Lu Xinhua's scar. Many are penning similar novels these days. Oh, I am not particularly fond of such literature. Why is that? To elaborate would lead to an endless discourse. Suffice it to say, I prefer the mundane. I mean the popular. Do you not find the popular to be shallow? What defines shallowness? What constitutes profundity? Who establishes the standards for shallowness and profundity? I only recall a saying, literary creation must serve the people. Chen Qi suddenly became earnest. If I were to engage in writing, I would prefer to compose works that resonate with the masses, serving the people. The works that resonate with the masses. Wang Haowei nodded. There is merit in that. If inspiration strikes, do not hesitate to put pen to paper. However, I must remind you that the majority of contemporary journals primarily seek serious literature, emphasizing depth of thought and literary quality. Writing in a colloquial style may hinder your chances of publication. I am merely jotting down thoughts, and you exaggerate my efforts. Engaging in conversation can indeed make the journey seem swifter. As evening approached, the attendant wheeled a cart down the aisle, the sound of its wheels creaking. It was laden with towering aluminum lunchboxes, each containing a meat and vegetable rice dish, priced at 35 cents, no ticket required. Indeed, during this era, meals on trains cost less than 40 cents without necessitating a ticket. For those seeking a more luxurious experience, the dining car offered freshly prepared meals, crafted by skilled chefs. It is said that once, a renowned chef from the prestigious Tsuhua building in the capital, inspired by whimsy, prepared an array of Western dishes in the dining car, Russian and French soups, and fried cream rolls, leaving everyone in awe. Chen Qi ordered a boxed meal and dined alongside his companions. After finishing, they endured another 3 hours of travel, Darkness enveloped the landscape, and at last, the attendant announced, "We have arrived at Shahiji Station." Shahiji Station is what would later be known as Lushan Station. The crew disembarked in a haphazard manner, and the chilly mountain breeze was both stifling and refreshing. Chen Qi gazed into the dim light, the misty night obscuring his view. A vehicle arrived to transport them, and they boarded in a disorganized fashion, resembling a group fleeing rather than a film crew. Eventually, they arrived at Lushan shortly after 10 o'clock that night. Chapter 38. New Ideas in 1895. The British missionary Lee Delhi acquired, through dubious means, the perpetual lease of a 4,000-acre plot on the slopes of Mount Lu, naming it Guling. This locale eventually came to be known as Guling. Guling transformed into a summer retreat for Westerners in China, experiencing an unexpected and rapid development. By the time of the Republic of China, Mount Lu had become the summer capital of the Kuomintang, with Chiang Kai-shek visiting 77 times. At that point, Guling boasted a chapel, a cinema, a library, a hospital, a school, tennis courts, bathing facilities, a photography studio, a bank, a newspaper office, and more, presenting a stark contrast to the outside world. Following the establishment of the People's Republic, Mount Lu's status remained unchanged. Educators frequently convened central meetings there, and senior leaders often came for recuperation. Thus, Mount Lu bore a significant political connotation, making the story of love at Mount Lu, which intertwines the narratives of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, particularly fitting. At noon, in the Guling Hotel, Chen Qi awoke after a long, comfortable slumber. He stretched and opened the curtains to reveal the charming Guling town, nestled among mountains, with a refreshing breeze distinct from that of the capital. What a splendid place. It is no wonder people flock here. After freshening up, he ventured outside. In that era, filmmaking was a national endeavor, and most locations were highly cooperative, with local authorities offering substantial support to the crew. As was customary, he had a single room, while Wang Haowei also occupied a separate room, with others in either double or shared accommodations. Descending the stairs leisurely, he arrived at the dining hall, where Tang Guiqiang, Gong Shui, and others had just begun their meal, accompanied by a master chef who was animatedly recounting a story. It was September 1970, shortly after a conference here, when they suddenly called us all outside. I had no idea what was happening, but when I looked, oh, guess who I saw? Who did you see? Chen Qi interjected as he took a seat. I saw him, the master chef exclaimed, clearly pleased with his audience. Right there in that open space, at precisely 2:14 p.m., I remember it vividly. He was quite tall and even waved at me, expressing his gratitude. But alas, I was so stunned that I forgot to respond. Did you take a group photo? Indeed. We did. It's hanging on the wall. I stand right behind him. His presence lingers in my memory, truly unforgettable. How has it been 3 years already since he passed? Do not be too sorrowful. He surely would not wish to see us in tears. We must remain spirited. The revolution will undoubtedly succeed. Yes, you are quite the insightful young man. Oh, you haven't eaten yet. Let me get you some food. Thank you. The master chef, filled with a sense of emotional fulfillment, departed joyfully. Meanwhile, the others shot him sidelong glances. What are you doing? Are you performing a comedy act? Do you think you can just drop words like that and get away with it? Chen Qi remained unfazed, glanced around, and inquired, where is Director Wang? Out scouting locations. Then we have nothing to do? We need to delve into our characters. You are free for the moment, Tang Guiqiang replied. Oh, have we made any progress in that regard? Tang Guiqiang furrowed his brow and remarked, Ah, Xiao Chen. I can't help but notice that everything you utter carries an air of frivolity. Those who regard me with earnestness appear sincere, while those who do not convey a sense of levity, this, I assure you, is not my concern. He hesitated momentarily, causing Gong Shui to stifle a laugh as she lowered her gaze. The master chef personally brought forth a feast comprising steamed buns, rice, a stir-fried dish, and a bowl of soup. Chen Qi, while savoring his meal, engaged in casual conversation with his colleagues, for as a scriptwriter on set, he often found himself with little to do. It is commonplace for film crews to encounter last-minute script changes. In less discerning productions, directors and actors make adjustments themselves, while in more meticulous settings, it is imperative for the screenwriter to revise the script. The role of a scriptwriter on set today differs greatly from that of the future. Contemporary scriptwriters often find themselves at the mercy of celebrity stars or are employed as personal scribes. Though I shall refrain from naming names, one might think of Song Dandan. Additionally, some luminaries bring their own scriptwriters whenever they enter a production to assist in refining the script. This refinement, however, is not aimed at enhancing the overall flow of filming. Rather, it seeks to emphasize their own roles, extracting any scenes that might allow them to shine and reconfiguring the narrative accordingly. For instance, a supporting character might possess an extensive monologue, yet if a star deems it superfluous and obstructive to their performance, it may be mercilessly excised. Consequently, the entire production can become disjointed, leaving editors grappling with incoherence, while the star departs with their fee, leaving the production team in despair. They must then enlist further assistance to re-edit the film, incorporating voiceovers to render the storyline somewhat coherent. Such occurrences are the norm within the entertainment industry. Thus, Chen Qi earned the respect of the director and the entire crew. Deeply moved, he was eager to contribute his efforts. In this era, tourism was non-existent, with domestic travel only accessible to foreigners and overseas Chinese. Ordinary individuals seized business trips as an opportunity to glimpse scenic spots, which sufficed as their notion of travel. Lushan stood devoid of tourists, enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, its undulating peaks adorned in verdant hues. After their meal, the group meandered about, wandering through the quaint town of Guling, as if wrapped in an expansive ink-wash painting. They also took a moment to admire the Meilu Villa, once the residence of Chiang Kai-shek, later occupied by instructors as well. Chen Qi was particularly intrigued, contrasting it with his memories during his previous visit. The area was filled with ghost houses and sanatoria. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he dashed towards a structure before him, a building constructed of stone, clearly aged, bearing the inscription Guling East Valley Cinema. Once a chapel erected by foreign devils, it had been transformed into a cinema. In those days, Chang and the old witch would often stroll along this street, and I was but a child, receiving sweets from them. In hindsight, my awareness was lacking, my thoughts misguided. Those were indeed counter-revolutionary confections. The accompanying staff expressed their indignation, vehemently condemning Chang, as they were all aware of the implications of that single sweet. Let us take a photograph, for it is not every day we visit, Chen Qi suggested, gazing at the cinema. Excellent. I brought my camera specifically for this occasion, exclaimed one crew member, eagerly rummaging through their bag to reveal a seagull camera. Old Tang, step into the center. Zhang Jinling, you are tall. Kindly refrain from standing at the front. Xiao Chen, position yourself beside Gong Shui. Pay attention. With a click, a group of over a dozen individuals captured a moment together, their spirits lifted by the rare opportunity for travel. As night descended, the mountain breeze wafted through the window, swirling within the room before escaping through the crevice of the door, rendering the fan unnecessary. The natural cross breeze provided unparalleled coolness. Chen Qi, clad in a tank top and shorts, sat at the table, his paper and pen ready. With no immediate tasks at hand, he contemplated writing something anew. Due to time constraints, he had previously neglected to delve into Lushan love, but now, with no rush, he could freely express his thoughts. Perhaps he would embark on crafting a novel. Turning that into a script could yield dual rewards, though the remuneration for a novel may be modest. Even the smallest gain holds value. What to write? The current trend of scar literature? He shook his head, finding it utterly vexing. His conversation with Wang Haowei on the train was far from mere pretense. He genuinely wished to serve the people, creating works that resonate with the masses, thereby paving a path for the future. Arriving in this era, he recognized that certain ideologies diverged from contemporary thought. To simply go with the flow seemed pointless. Perhaps a martial arts tale? At this time, martial arts narratives were considered lowbrow literature, and he was uncertain if any magazines would accept them. Suddenly, a series of soft sounds emanated from upstairs, interrupting his thoughts. After a brief pause, the noise resumed irregularly. Though not loud, Chen Qi found disturbances intolerable while in contemplation. After enduring the interruption for a while and noticing it showed no sign of abating, he hastily donned a pair of long pants and ascended the stairs with determination. Chapter 39. The Story Meeting. Knock, knock, knock. He stood at the door of the room upstairs, rapping 3 times. The commotion within abruptly ceased, followed by a creak as the door swung open, revealing a fresh face devoid of makeup. Comrade Xiaochen, Gong Shui, clad in a sleeveless white dress and adorned with white high heels, exhibited a hint of shyness and fluster, as if she had been engaged in some clandestine activity within. Oh, you live above me? Chen Qi was genuinely unaware. Did you need something? I was just about to write something when I heard a noise from upstairs, so I came to check. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Not at all, not at all. I'm merely curious. What were you doing in there? Gong Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, I wanted to practice wearing high heels. I've never worn them before. Oh, this requires some dedicated practice. for those unaccustomed. Stepping into them can feel akin to walking on stilts, and it's easy to twist an ankle. I apologize, I won't practice in the house anymore. Not at all. You make me sound overly sensitive. Well then, I shall take my leave. Just as Chen Qi was about to turn away, he suddenly recalled something and inquired. By the way, you are from Shanghai, right? Do you happen to know about a magazine called Story Meeting? Story Meeting? Gong Shui pondered for a moment and replied. Are you referring to Revolutionary Story Meeting? Are these two the same? They should be. I read Story Meeting when I was young, and it later transformed into Revolutionary Story Meeting. Do you know how the magazine is faring now? I mean, does it accept submissions of popular fiction? I'm not entirely sure, but I can inquire for you. If you are in a hurry? No rush. Thank you in advance. The two exchanged a few words at the doorway, with Chen Qi hesitant to enter and Gong Shui certainly not permitting him inside. At their respective ages, the dynamics of their conversation were delicate. He felt the need to maintain propriety. Chen Qi patted his face, steeled himself, and departed. Gong Shui closed the door gently, tiptoeing as she removed her shoes. After only a brief walk, her foot had twisted slightly, causing her discomfort. She contemplated for a moment, then sat at the table, massaging her ankle with one hand while the other reached for paper and pen to write a letter to her parents. Her family resided in Shanghai, making it easy to gather information. Following the reform and opening up, the environment for literary creation gradually relaxed. Central and provincial literary journals resumed their publications, and various local entities began to establish magazines, even at the county level. From the late 1970s to the early 1980s, a fervor for magazines swept the nation. It was relatively easy to start a magazine during this period. Any organization could do so. By 1981, there were 634 types of literary magazines nationwide. However, the mainstream literary discourse was predominantly dominated by major journals such as People's Literature, Sprout, and Harvest, which pursued serious literature, emphasizing profound thought and strong literary quality. Reflecting the zeitgeist, this approach was not without merit. However, akin to the realms of music and cinema, over time, certain individuals have come to regard themselves as synonymous with the mainstream, condescendingly defining newcomers. Those who conform are seamlessly integrated into the mainstream, while those who dissent are deemed non-mainstream. That said, the multitude of magazines, with their varying degrees of quality, has rendered the market chaotic. Firstly, it has significantly encroached upon the space available for mainstream publications, leading to a decline in sales. Secondly, it has resulted in a wastage of paper. This is no jest, as we are currently facing shortages of various materials, including paper. Consequently, the authorities initiated a purge of poorly produced local magazines and, in 1984, enacted regulations mandating that they become self-sufficient and no longer receive funding. In a bid for survival, these local publications gravitated towards popular literature, commencing the publication of martial arts, romance, and thriller novels, which in turn contributed to the flourishing of popular literature in the 1980s. As of now, however, the landscape is markedly different. Currently, 99% of the focus is on serious literature, and if there exists a mere one of the alternative, it can only be attributed to Story Club. Publications such as Readers, Jian, Yilin, and Youth Digest have emerged as the four renowned titles since the reform, yet Story Club surpasses them all. It has set a record with a staggering circulation of 7.6 million copies in a single issue, achieving the pinnacle of global periodical distribution. Prior to the year 2000, it consistently sold around 4 million copies per issue, and even in an era when many presumed it to be defunct, it still robustly maintains a monthly sales figure of 50 to 60,000 copies. Chen Qi does not perceive submitting work to Story Club as beneath him. On the contrary, he finds it rather appealing. At this moment, he returns to his room, where silence now reigns above. Seated at his desk, he continues to refine his thoughts, contemplating the creation of a martial arts novel, although the term martial arts has fallen out of favor, being replaced by action. A Journey Through Time or The Legend of the Tang Dynasty's Twin Dragons. Perhaps a tad too risque, and the extensive length is something I can hardly memorize. The abandoned disciple of Qingyun's sect, Han the Old Demon, that delves into the realm of immortality. Perhaps I shall revisit that in a few years. Ghost blows out the light. I fear I might face execution within 5 minutes for inciting grave robbing. Shaolin Temple? Suddenly, this name springs to mind, leading him into contemplation. The Shaolin Temple project is likely already underway, so it would be unwise to replicate it. Yet there is potential in crafting a narrative inspired by Shaolin themes. He is unaware of the outcome of Gong Shui's inquiry, but he resolves to write nonetheless, believing it to be of great utility. With his resolve solidified, he takes up his pen. The sound of writing fills the air beneath the lamp. Over here. Over here. Move quickly. Excuse me, madam. Could you please step aside a bit? We might capture you in the frame. 3 days later, the crew of Lushan Love officially commences filming. In this era, of course, there are no incense offerings or rituals involving pigs' heads as practiced by Hong Kong gangs. Chen Qi feels uncomfortable idling, so he comes over to assist with the equipment. Lushan is home to the illustrious Beiladong Academy, where Zhu Xi once fervently promoted culture and education. The academy features a stream, tumultuous and swift, with a large stone resting therein, aptly named Pillow Stone. Above the stream lies a bridge known as Pillow Bridge. The characters for Pillow Stream are inscribed in Zhu Xi's own hand. The crew possesses only one camera, seeming rather modest. Yet it is important to note that the Beijing Film Studio produces several films each year, often commencing multiple projects simultaneously. Having one camera per film is already quite a luxury. Journey to the West is rather humble, with a single camera supporting 25 episodes. Today is sweltering. Even the mountains offer no respite. After moving his belongings, Chen Qi stood on the bridge, wiping the sweat from his brow, as a crew member chuckled, without any shade. Of course it's hot. There are trees over there. I shall seek some relief soon. Ah, those mountain peaks are quite intriguing. He pointed to the northern summit, which had a unique shape, reminiscent of 5 elderly men seated on the ground. Oh, the 5 Elders Peak. 5 Elders Peak. Chen Qi scratched his head, feeling a sense of familiarity. It dawned on him later that Tong Hu, the master of Zilong, was indeed stationed at 5 Elders Peak. A frail old man who transformed dramatically, a golden Saint Seiya of the Libra constellation. Speaking of which, Zilong is rather inept in a fight. He merely resorts to eye-poking, while Ashun seeks his brother, Ice River yearns for his mother, and Seiya is merely a lovesick fool for Saori. Yet, Aiki remains the strongest. All right, let us prepare. We shall run through the scene first. The film is precious. Every opportunity to save counts. Before filming officially, we must rehearse several times to meet the standards. Today's scene depicts the initial encounter of the protagonists. Zhou Jun visits Lushan, standing on the bridge, aiming to photograph the Pillow Flow Stone. However, Geng Huan inadvertently intrudes upon her frame, leading to their first conversation. We shall film Tang Guiqiang's part first. He is dressed in a long-sleeved shirt with rolled-up sleeves, paired with military green trousers and black cloth shoes. With abundant experience, he approaches with a book in hand, sitting on the Pillow Flow Stone to read. Perfect. That went smoothly. Wang Haowei nodded in satisfaction and called, Gong Shui, prepare. Gong Shui visibly tensed. She wore a light purple, flowered puff-sleeve blouse, red flared pants, high heels, and a small hat. Her naturally curly hair had been styled to accentuate the waves even more. Indeed, she epitomized the saying, clothes make the person. Dressed thus, she exuded a certain cosmopolitan charm, one that aligns with domestic aesthetic sensibilities, not the American hedonism associated with drugs, promiscuity, rock music, and biker culture. Let us rehearse the scene. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Gong Shui, with a bag slung over her shoulder and a map in hand, was searching for the Pillow Flow Stone while referencing her guide. She needed to descend the path, walk onto the bridge, and glance at the stone to complete this shot. However, as she walked in her high heels, Wang Haowei furrowed his brow. After a couple more steps, he abruptly shouted, Stop! Stop! Gong Shui, what are you doing? Chapter 40. Teacher Chen. Many harbor a misconception that older generations of actors possess inferior acting skills. In truth, their abilities are not lacking but rather constrained by the limited variety of films and roles available to them. The noble and virtuous forever embody nobility. While the cunning always portray treachery, the Japanese invaders remain steadfast in their portrayal. Given the opportunity to showcase their talents, however, one can witness remarkable transformations, as exemplified by Chen Chong, who immortalized 2 iconic antagonists, Huang Shirin and Nan Batian. Although his image seemed fixed, he later collaborated with Chun Paisai in a series of comedic films, revealing a charming old gentleman distinctly different from his previous roles. Similarly, Feng En, initially known for portraying virtuous characters, later captivated audiences as director Wu in Latent, showcasing a romantic allure that was striking. To become a proficient actor, both innate talent and diligent effort are indispensable. Gong Shui, lacking formal training and having merely played minor roles in a theater troupe, had only starred in one film. Her shortcomings evident despite her appealing appearance. At this moment, when Wang Haowei called out, she immediately panicked, exclaiming, Director, am I walking incorrectly? It was not a matter of whether she could walk or not. Her high heels were sufficient, and her gait was steady. Wang Haowei organized his thoughts and explained. It's not about the mechanics. Rather, you appear as a domestic girl masquerading as an overseas Chinese, rather than someone genuinely returning from America after a leisurely journey. Reflect on this and give it another try. Eagerly, Gong Shui pulled out the script, found a stone to sit upon, and began contemplating her role. Yet, acting is not merely a matter of desire. It requires profound insight, which not everyone possesses, unlike Shou Sun. After a while, they resumed the scene. 3, 2, 1, action. Stop. This time, she managed to sustain the performance for 2 minutes. Wang Haowei deemed it slightly improved, but remained unsatisfied. He approached her, saying, "Let us analyze this together." Seated beside her on the stone, Wang Haowei patiently engaged in dialogue. During our meetings, we discussed the character extensively, and your understanding was quite solid. Why does it falter during filming? The issue at hand was that her portrayal of an overseas Chinese was overly pronounced, her movements lacking authenticity. I apologize, director. No need for apologies. This is merely the first day of shooting. Your inexperience makes it understandable to struggle with immersion. There is no rush. Take your time to internalize your role. Wang Haowei maintained a commendable attitude. In this era, filming progresses slowly, honed through gradual refinement, a reality everyone has come to accept. After several more attempts yielded little improvement, they shifted focus to Tang Guiqiang's scenes. Chen Qi stood astonished. Early in the morning, they had set up, rehearsed, taken breaks, and rehearsed again. By the time they were ready to shoot, they had only captured one shot, Tang Guiqiang seated on a stone, engrossed in a book. At 5 in the afternoon, they called it a wrap. Why? Because the clouds had thickened, obscuring the sun, rendering the lighting inadequate for shooting. In this age, outdoor filming is heavily influenced by natural light. Alas, only directors like Wang Kar-wai and Hou Xiaoxin would dare to approach filming in such a manner. Chen Qi assisted in moving equipment, observing the crew's nonchalance as they adapted to the situation with remarkable composure. Upon returning to the hotel for dinner, he found himself at a loss, as this peculiar rhythm of life on set was entirely unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, he amassed a wealth of experience in the theatrical realm, both as a screenwriter and a producer, tirelessly occupied for 24 hours a day, leaving no time even for external engagements. However, a leisurely pace has its own charms. He now has the opportunity to pen his own martial arts, or rather, action novels. Knock, knock, knock. Around 7 o'clock, as Chen Qi was writing, he heard a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he found director Wang Haowei accompanied by Gong Shui standing outside. Director Wang, is there something you need from me? You saw the events of the day. I thought we could further discuss and assist Xiao Gong in finding her rhythm. Chen Qi glanced at Gong Shui, who shyly averted her gaze, retreating slightly. Oh, certainly. Please. Come in. As Wang Haowei entered the room, he took a brief look around and remarked, Xiao Chen, you maintain quite a tidy space. One must not allow it to become chaotic, after all. He attempted to close the door but hesitated, leaving a slight gap. The room contained only a single chair, and Wang Haowei, being perceptive, chose to sit on the edge of the bed, leaving the chair for Gong Shui. She is 39 this year, director, married. One must not be the subject of gossip. You witnessed the situation today. I had previously discussed it with Xiao Gong and felt it fell short of expectations. As the creator of the character, what are your thoughts? Are you referring to today's performance? Indeed, concerning Xiao Gong's acting. Do you wish to hear the unvarnished truth? Isn't that obvious? Did I come here merely to amuse myself? Chen Qi cast a glance at Gong Shui, coldly articulating, stiff, unnatural, lacking in authenticity. There is absolutely no embodiment of the protagonist's spirit. With each critical word, Gong Shui's complexion paled, her fingers twisting anxiously as she lowered her head in silence. Please elaborate, Wang Haowei urged. You have spent a week in an international hotel, observing the mannerisms and speech of expatriates, and then attempting to imitate. However, I personally believe that imitation is merely preparatory. It is best not to carry it into the performance. When you mimic an expatriate, do the audience see you or the character you are emulating? The essence of the actor is paramount. Integrate your observations into your own persona and capture a singular trait, such as confidence. Confidence? Gong Shui lifted her head, her eyes blinking, appearing somewhat pitiful under the critique. Consider those expatriates. Do they not all walk with their heads held high, radiating a sense of superiority? They are affluent, while we are not, which breeds that sense of pride. Yet, you must not convey an air of superiority, as that would be off-putting. Instead, you can exhibit a sense of confidence. Reflect on this. Your father was an officer in the Nationalist Army, living a life of comfort in America, well-educated. You arrived in a car, residing in a luxurious suite at the Lushan Hotel, attended by numerous staff members. How could you possibly lack confidence? You possess virtually no gloomy emotions. Everything is upwardly mobile. If you express this aspect, your spirit and character will shine through. Continue. Please, continue. Wang Haowei urged. Chen Qi would not ordinarily volunteer such insights. But upon Wang Haowei's encouragement, he continued, to convey this, you need not delve into overly complex matters. First, you must stand tall and smile. Second, your strides should be more pronounced. Strides? Gong Shui was taken aback. Just like this. Chen Qi remarked as he stood up and walked to the center of the room. He gestured toward his trousers and said, you are wearing bell-bottoms. The legs are quite wide, and if you take small steps, they get tangled together, which looks rather unappealing. Take larger strides. The impact of your high heels should resonate with a pronounced tap. Tap, tap, as the heels strike the ground. And as for your bag, Chen Qi picked up his canvas tote, casually slinging it over one shoulder as if it were an exquisite Louis Vuitton. Despite wearing two worn-out flip-flops that resembled Hermes, he held his head high and walked with confidence, making a sound that echoed, pia. Objectively speaking, his experience with women's bags surpassed that of most contemporary women. Nowadays, many women struggle to carry even a designer handbag with grace. Just walk like this, ascend the bridge, and then behold the Junliu stone. Wow. Let your face light up with a radiant smile, and it's best to emit a laugh like the tinkling of silver bells. Keek. Uft. Gong Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing uncontrollably, while Wang Haowei burst into hearty laughter. Aren't you supposed to take a photo? Keep in mind, you are holding a Polaroid camera, which has been around for quite some time and was also purchased from Hong Kong. Who in the country has seen one of these? But as a pampered heiress, it's merely a toy. You must appear utterly at ease and adept. Chen Qi looked at her encouragingly, saying, the script is merely a foundation. Your own interpretation is what adds depth. When you stand before the camera, you are the master of this role. Do not allow it to control you. Who is Jojun? The role has been bestowed upon you. From tomorrow onward, don beautiful clothes, wear a charming little hat, and carry your camera as you traverse the mountains and rivers, without a care in the world. What does it mean to find the feeling? This is the feeling. Wang Haowei maintained a look of astonishment for several seconds, as if savoring the wealth of insight just imparted. Unlike the usual discussions during meetings that delve into character analysis and theoretical frameworks, this was refreshingly straightforward, coherent, and methodically progressive, breaking down the scene with clarity. Little Chen, where did you acquire such wisdom? After over a decade in the film industry, I could never articulate such insights. No, you flatter me. I simply have a passion for watching films. If I haven't seen 100, I've seen at least 80. I also enjoy reading various books and indulging in whimsical thoughts, all self-taught. Then you are indeed remarkable. Wang Haowei praised sincerely. Before encountering a true genius, one cannot comprehend what genius truly entails. If such a person were to join the Beijing Film Academy, wow! Gong Shui gazed at him, utterly captivated, her emotions surging. Despite his youth, he possessed such profound understanding. The most crucial part was that she could grasp it, as if he were guiding her step by step on how to perform. The greatest fear is to feel lost and unsure about how to act. What an impressive individual. Chapter 41. The Big White Rabbit 3, 2, 1, go. As the words echoed, Gong Shui approached, map in hand, glancing left and right. Suddenly, she spotted the stone bridge, her eyes sparkling with delight. She quickened her pace, her red flared trousers swaying rhythmically, resembling two blooming flowers in tow. With a light-hearted jog, she ascended the bridge, where the babbling brook lay beneath, its waters caressing the stones below. Oh, Gong Shui's lips parted slightly, a look of triumph as if she had finally found what she was seeking. She clasped the map under her arm and hurriedly rummaged through her bag for her camera, snapping pictures with fervor. Great! Wang Haowei exclaimed with satisfaction. Director! Gong Shui rushed over, her face alight with anticipation. How was that? Quite good. It captures the essence I was hoping for. Your leisurely days were not in vain. It is your patience that has made it possible. Otherwise, I would have been quite distressed. Wang Haowei believed in the philosophy of taking time to refine one's work, preferring not to shoot than to settle for less than ideal results. He had heeded Chen Qi's advice to allow Gong Shui to immerse herself in nature, carefree, solely engaging in photography, which indeed bore fruit. Gong Shui, you are making rapid progress. Tang Guiqiang approached with a cheerful demeanor, having found his own day somewhat tedious. Director, can we finally commence filming? We can indeed. Prepare yourselves. At last, they were ready to shoot. Gong Shui had successfully completed her first scene. And at the moment of the director's call to halt, her joy was nearly overwhelming. Chen Qi observed from the periphery, unperturbed. He noted that she had yet to fully embody her character, relying instead on hastily acquired techniques. Lacking a foundation in the craft, she resorted to superficial expressions and gestures to convey her role. There exist two styles of acting, the star method and the actor's method. Take Andy Lau, for instance. He has consistently relied on the star method throughout his career. This is not to say it is inferior, audiences appreciate it, and he has garnered accolades. Chen Qi, having seen Gong Shui's work in later years, believed she suited the star method well. It was only when he encountered the performances of Gong Li and Maggie Cheung that he felt inclined to discuss what it truly meant to be an actor. Of course, at this moment, Gong Shui remained blissfully unaware of the low opinion held by a select few. She reveled in her happiness, occasionally stealing glances at her surroundings. Gong Shui, you have a package. Thank you. A few days later, upon returning from a day's shoot, Gong Shui received a parcel accompanied by a letter. The distance from Lushan to Shanghai was not too great. She tore open the letter, written by her father. Dear Xia Shui, I hope this letter finds you well. We were both unexpectedly delighted to learn you were filming in Lushan, so close to home. Regrettably, due to our busy work schedules, we are unable to visit. So please do not take offense. Take care of yourself. We are all well. As a token of our apology, I have included a pack of big white rabbit candy for you to enjoy slowly. A smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of melancholy. In previous years, her father, a photographer, had been unjustly accused of having overseas ties, while her mother, an artist, was labeled a capitalist's daughter. Consequently, she faced daily reprimands and, following her high school graduation, had chosen to join the workforce voluntarily. In the countryside, she toiled in the fields, enduring hardship, and later became a cultural soldier, capable of bearing even more suffering, traversing dozens of miles each day, her feet blistered yet silent. There was no recourse. Her family background dictated that she had no right to complain. It was precisely this circumstance that compelled her to strive for excellence wherever she went, aspiring to be a model worker, thus making her daily existence a tad more bearable. Eventually, her parents regained their positions, and she joined a drama troupe. Far away in the capital, spending a decade apart from them, only able to return occasionally on leave to visit. She had always harbored ambitions of becoming a full-time actress, with a preference for being transferred to the Shanghai Film Studio. However, the drama troupe had reservations about her pursuing a film career, and were it not for the intervention of the Beijing Film Studio, she might not have been released at all. With the letter from the Beijing Film Studio in hand, Gong Shui found herself momentarily lost in thought, never having imagined she would have any connection with such a prestigious institution or partake in a production of such magnitude. Upon opening the package, she discovered a bundle of renowned White Rabbit creamy candies, accompanied by a copy of the magazine Story Club. The White Rabbit candy, famous in its own right, originated from a candy factory established in Shanghai in 1943, initially named ABC Mickey Mouse Candy, adorned with the likeness of Mickey Mouse. Subsequently nationalized, the branding was altered to the beloved White Rabbit, much to the relief of Disney's legal department. Initially, production was limited to 800 kilograms daily. Marketed with the claim that 7 pieces of White Rabbit equated to a glass of milk, a luxury item in its time. During Nixon's visit to China, he was gifted a pack, highlighting its scarcity. Her parents must have exerted considerable effort to send her even a single pack. Gong Shui, an ardent admirer of White Rabbit candies, unwrapped one and placed it in her mouth, savoring it for a moment. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She stood up with the candy bag, paused, blinked, and then ventured out. Knock, knock, knock. Little Gong, do you need something? Wang Haowei opened the door. My parents sent me a package of White Rabbit candies, and I wish to share them with everyone, but I'm unsure how to divide them. Could you assist me? Oh, White Rabbit candies are indeed a rarity. Wang Haowei quickly grasped her concern about managing the troupe's interpersonal dynamics and offered his advice readily. Since they are a rarity, let us distribute them to the key personnel, one for each, and that should suffice. No one will quibble over it. Understood. Thank you, Director. There is no need for thanks. I find you overly courteous. The people in the troupe are quite amicable, so don't worry about trifling matters. By the way, since Xiaochun has helped you significantly, do set aside a few for him as a token of appreciation. I understand. Thank you, Director. All right, off you go. I feel my lifespan shortening. She was dismissed by Wang Haowei, pursing her lips as she hurried downstairs, knocking once more. "Ah, Comrade Gong Shui, is there something you need?" Chen Qi opened the door. "My father replied, and he also sent a copy of Story Club, the very magazine you mentioned." "He included a magazine too? That is splendid. Thank you." No, I should be the one thanking you. Without your guidance in the play, I might not have found my footing. By the way, my parents sent candies. I hope you won't mind. White rabbit, a delightful treat. I'll take 2, and you can distribute the rest. With that, she turned and left, anxious not to be seen. Chen Qi shrugged and returned to his room, peeling a fruit and savoring its taste, perhaps due to psychological influence. It seemed more delightful than in later years. He picked up the magazine Story Meeting. The origin of Story Meeting is quite intriguing. In 1962, educators proposed the need for socialist education for the masses, declaring the necessity of annual, monthly, and daily discussions on the subject to foster a clearer understanding. Consequently, numerous speakers emerged nationwide, weaving tales of revolutionary struggles and red history into small stories, sharing them with farmers in rural areas. Shanghai alone had 2,000 speakers. Amid this backdrop, Story Meeting was born, a magazine dedicated to storytelling. During a particular period, the magazine was renamed Revolutionary Story Meeting, but reverted to its original title earlier this year, with the name inscribed by the renowned calligrapher Zhou Huijun. The captivating cover featuring a storyteller figurine is yet to be seen. At the height of its acclaim, the magazine established a column for celebrated authors, inviting contributions from the likes of Jin Yong, Xi Murong, Bai Xianong, Feng Jicai, Su Tong, Mo Yin, and Chen Zhongshi. Jin Yong quickly penned a story, but the editorial team found it lacking and returned it. He then selected an unpublished short piece, The Monk of Ruzhou, which succeeded. The Monk of Ruzhou is a tale from the Qing dynasty's 33 Swordsmen, which Jin Yong adapted into vernacular. His Sword of the Yu Maiden also drew inspiration from 33 Swordsmen. At this moment, Chen Qi casually flipped through the pages, finding the content rather mundane, consisting mainly of handwritten manuscripts. During the era of the humanitarian tide, many forbidden books emerged, circulated in manuscript form. Now that they have been unbanned, mainstream magazines disdain such works, leaving Story Meeting as the sole willing publisher. It undoubtedly belongs to the realm of popular fiction. He then found a call for submissions. Short stories should not exceed 15,000 words, with 3,000 to 4,000 words being particularly welcome. For medium and long stories, there is no word limit, and serialization will be considered as appropriate. After pondering, he thought that he himself did not enjoy writing lengthy pieces. Roughly around 50,000 words would suffice, akin to the length of a literary script. The remuneration is 2 to 7 yuan per 1,000 words, so let us estimate it at 7 yuan, totaling 350 yuan. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Although it was not as lucrative as a script, he had plenty of stories in mind, with a swift return cycle, making it a long-term source of income. Chapter 42, The Cotton Tree Robe, Shanghai, 74, Shaoxing Road. 2 flourishing camphor trees stand sentinel over this secluded courtyard, where a modest 3-story building resides, adorned with a sign that reads, Storytelling Magazine. Early in the morning, He Chuwei rode his bicycle to work. Having joined the magazine in 1974, he was the youngest editor. "Good morning, Chief." "Morning." He ascended to the second floor and settled at his desk. The staff at the magazine was sparse, comprising only 20 individuals, including editors, graphic designers, and distribution personnel. As a bi-monthly publication, one would presume there was ample time for compiling submissions. However, each day was fraught with urgency due to the dearth of usable manuscripts. Currently, the magazine lacked specific columns, publishing 5 serialized long stories in each issue, of which 2 were handwritten, 2 were tales of past revolutionary heroes, and only 1 was a new narrative. Under pressure, editors were compelled to either pen their own stories or scour for material. The previous day, He Chuwei had ventured to Chongming Island to visit a boastful individual known for his storytelling prowess. He meticulously extracted a dozen short tales from this man, filling an entire notebook in the process. "Shall he take a look at this manuscript? Do you think it can be published?" "Certainly." The chief tossed him a worn notebook, thick and chaotic, with illegible handwriting and tattered pages. He Chuwei had grown accustomed to this. Since the beginning of the year, he had perused countless handwritten manuscripts, all categorized as forbidden literature from a tumultuous era. Among them were titles previously mentioned, such as The Second Handshake, The Green Corpse, Embroidered Shoes, The Plum Blossom Party, and The Heart of a Young Girl. What was the fervor surrounding these manuscripts? It was rumored that a young intellectual, upon learning that someone possessed the second handshake, walked 20 li to borrow it. He crafted a makeshift oil lamp from an ink bottle and clandestinely read it in a stifling barn at night. During the summer, plagued by mosquitoes, he donned thick clothing and submerged his feet in a bucket of water, spending 5 sleepless nights to finally complete the second handshake. The Heart of a Young Girl was particularly infamous, chronicling a romantic tale between 2 young lovers, complete with risque descriptions. The so-called sexual depictions were, in truth, rather ludicrous. The earliest version remains unknown, yet as it circulated, the agitated young men and women, unable to contain their excitement, embellished it with their own imaginations, crafting absurdly naive sexual descriptions. Lacking experience, their writings were often comical, merely involving flirtations and observations of babbling brooks, akin to certain contemporary online authors who pen tales of transforming their girlfriends' figures from C to B cups, epitomizing juvenile literature. Nonetheless, during that era, The Heart of a Young Girl was a perilous yet intoxicating intellectual sustenance, circulated widely, ensnaring many. It was said that a student in Shanghai, after reading this book, began to pursue his own sister, mimicking the book's scenarios inappropriately, and was ultimately sentenced to death. Hichue swiftly skimmed through the manuscript, needing only to ascertain the general premise of the story and its suitability for publication. Any potential prohibited content would undergo meticulous scrutiny later. This story is viable. Excellent. You take charge of it. By the time this matter was resolved, midday had arrived. Hichue had lunch and took a brief stroll outside, returning just in time to see the postal worker. Your magazine receives an ever-increasing volume of letters, he remarked. I read Story Weekly every issue. Keep up the good work. Thank you, comrade. Hichue ascended the stairs with a package, opening it to find a reader's letter alongside submissions nestled in brown paper bags. He began with the submissions, the first being a news story from an amateur author in Jiangsu, who claimed to be a worker. It narrated a tale from the factory's security office, involving the capture of a thief and a pursuit of the factory's beauty. The quality was acceptable. He marked it for potential use and moved on to the next submission. The one sent from Lushan caught his eye. Upon flipping through the manuscript, he noted it was approximately 20,000 words, with somewhat untidy handwriting that was barely legible. The title read, The Cotton-Padded Cassock. What a peculiar name. He continued to the first sentence, which described the late Ming dynasty, a time of suffering for the people, where corrupt officials ruthlessly exploited the populace without concern for their lives. Heroes across the land rallied under the banner of Shaolin's true teachings to resist this tyranny, inciting the ire of the treacherous official Wang Qing, who summoned the rebellious disciple Qi Tianyuan from Wudong, commanding him to seize the cotton-padded cassock from the Shaolin temple. He Qingwei's spirit lifted. This author possessed a talent for storytelling. Although Story Weekly was categorized as a magazine, it primarily showcased oral literature, emphasizing accessibility, brisk pacing, and dramatic climaxes, akin to today's online literature. In people's literature, a novel might describe a woman as follows: in her 20s, tall and fair, with striking features and captivating eyes. However, in Story Weekly, it would simply state, she was a beautiful woman. This was also a reason why Story Weekly faced disdain, often labeled as literature for migrant workers and the preferred choice among drifters. Even capturing the attention of Finjire, who, despite being in America, still cherished her reading of Story Weekly, Hichue continued reading, noting that the subsequent text maintained this straightforward and lively style, astonishingly unfolding a martial arts narrative. It recounted how, during the time of Bodhidharma's eastward journey, he brought with him a cotton-padded cassock, a sacred relic passed down through generations at Shaolin Temple, granting its possessor the right to become the abbot. Qi Tianyuan, the rebellious disciple from Wudong, shaved his head and infiltrated Shaolin Temple, intending to acquire the cassock and claim the position of abbot. The narrative diverged into 2 threads. On one side, Ding Imo, a lay disciple of Shaolin, was traveling and encountered a horse trader named Lin Kangbo, who had 4 remarkable daughters, particularly the eldest, Lin Ying, who was both beautiful and skilled in martial arts. One day, Wang Cheng's subordinates arrived unexpectedly, attempting to forcibly requisition horses. Lin Ying secretly incited the herdsmen to startle the horses, causing a stampede across the vast grasslands, leaving Wang Cheng's men unable to pursue them and ultimately retreating in frustration. Lin Ying, along with her 3 sisters, rounded up the horses, where Ding Imo fortuitously crossed paths with them and lent his assistance. Lin Ying, impressed by his valor, developed feelings for him, and Ding Imo reciprocated her affections, exchanging tokens of their regard. Upon learning from Lin Kangbo that Wang Cheng might target Shaolin Temple, Ding Imo hastily departed southward to Songzhan. Meanwhile, Qi Tianyuan, intent on usurping the position of abbot, engaged in combat with Master Yuan Wei of Shaolin but was overpowered. Wang Cheng, arriving with troops, commanded a forceful assault on Shaolin. Ding Mo arrived just in time to rescue Master Yuan Wei, retreating to the Sutra repository. Master Yuan Wei entrusted the robe to Ding Mo and several other disciples, instructing them to depart first. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng led soldiers to seize Shaolin Temple, taking numerous disciples captive and threatening their lives to compel Master Yuan Wei to surrender the robe. Undeterred, Master Yuan Wei resolutely stepped into the blazing inferno. Abbot, Abbot, coming clean and departing clean, what can the mountains of knives and seas of fire do to me? Amidst the anguished cries of his disciples, Master Yuan Wei entered the flames, opting for self-immolation to attain tranquility. Ding Mo and his fellow disciples fled, pursued relentlessly by the imperial hounds. In a desperate bid, Ding Mo fashioned a false robe to divert the pursuers, yet was ultimately overpowered by Qi Tianyuan and cast off a precipice. Alas, this tale flowed effortlessly. Both exhilarating and sorrowful, Qi found himself captivated, experiencing a blend of joy and grief. Upon witnessing Ding Mo's fall, his heart tightened, eager to discover what ensued. Only to turn the page and find it ended? Good heavens! Qi fidgeted restlessly, akin to a lustful wild donkey, feeling tormented. What happened after the fall? How could it simply conclude like this? Chapter 43, The Fragmented Canine Editor. Editor. Qi hurried over, cradling the manuscript as if presenting a treasure, exclaiming, "You must take a look at this. What content has you so exhilarated? Just take a look, just take a look." The editor, perplexed, accepted the manuscript, while Qi stood by in anticipation. After a lengthy pause, the editor lifted his head, resembling a lustful hyena, and urgently inquired, "What happens next? Is there more?" "That's all there is." "Oh dear, this author is so frustrating. A story must be complete." The editor, equally vexed, soon regained his composure, transforming his irritation into immense excitement. "We constantly lament the absence of good stories, yet behold, one has arrived. Patience is key. True talent resides among the common folk." "I beg to differ. The true masters have gone to sprout and harvest. Who would come to our story club?" He mused. "Perhaps they are merely plagiarizing elsewhere? Do not underestimate our craft. Popular literature is what the masses cherish. I would wager that this author is indeed skilled. The very fact that he leaves us at a cliffhanger indicates his storytelling prowess." "Then do you think this requires any revisions?" Qi asked. "A few minor adjustments would suffice. The essence of the story remains intact." The editor pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let us publish it in its entirety without division. Otherwise, the allure diminishes. Our sentiments must mirror those of the readers." Encountering a cliffhanger only to have it abruptly end. He seemed to visualize the scene, bursting into laughter once more. Did the author mention any continuation? He stated that the second half is in the works. Excellent, excellent. Please condense the pages of those other stories, allocating them to brocade ropes, and ensure the table of contents is prominently displayed. Story Club publishes 90 to 100 pages per issue in a compact format, without illustrations. A full page contains approximately 800 words. Brocade robe spans 20,000 words, translating to over 20 pages, not overly lengthy. Where is the author from? He is in Lushan and mentioned he would return to the capital before winter. We must time our correspondence accordingly. Lushan? Returning to the capital? The editor scratched his head, pondering. His identity seems rather intriguing. What is his pen name? Qi returned to his desk for a moment, then reappeared with a sheet of paper. Midnight Butcher, Little Strong, I wish to achieve great things. The best Guobao row is from northeast. Jade-faced Meng Chong. Timely rain in the capital. Sleep will turn one fair. If we all disagree, let us just call him Aki. The editor was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, prompting the other editors to join in. What a fascinating character. Aki. I like it. Write to him immediately, expressing our respect and friendship. Certainly. Qi returned to his seat, but before he could begin writing, the editor added, Xiaohe, you should personally visit this remarkable individual. Very well. I shall set off tomorrow. Qi felt a surge of joy, as this suited him perfectly. What are the standards for manuscript fees? Naturally, the highest rate is offered, 7 yuan per 1,000 words. The Cotton Robe is a martial arts film from the mid-1980s, directed and written by Su Xiaoming, who currently works at Hong Kong's Lee's television station, later known as ATV. In 1981, he produced a television drama titled Hui Yuanjia, starring Huang Yuanshan, Mi Shui, Liang Xiaolong, and Wei Qiuhua, which captivated the entire Hong Kong and was also the first Hong Kong drama introduced to mainland China, gaining immense popularity across the country. The theme song, "The Great Wall Will Never Fall," speaks of the majestic beauty of the nation and became an initiation for many into Cantonese music. Subsequently, Su Xiaoming directed Chun Zhen and Huadonga, both of which were also well received, propelling Liang Xiaolong into stardom. Later, he ventured north and collaborated with mainland studios on The Cotton Robe, where Yu Rongguang played the antagonist, Qi Tianyuan, achieving instant fame. Su Xiaoming is a polymath, capable in directing, screenwriting, acting, singing, and martial arts choreography, with Li Saifeng as his disciple. Although he was at the peak of his career in the 1980s, he abruptly vanished from the public eye. Most sources suggest he transitioned behind the scenes, yet they fail to explain the reasons for the shift. At that time, the Taiwanese market held significant sway over the Hong Kong entertainment scene, with 99 of artists needing to appease Taiwan. The island prohibited Hong Kong stars from collaborating with leftist elements, and venturing to mainland China for film production was deemed utterly reprehensible. For instance, after the success of Qinzhen, Liang Xiaolong returned to the mainland, only to be compelled by Taiwan to write a letter of repentance, which he refused, asserting, "I did no wrong, I merely returned home." Consequently, he faced a ban. Had it not been for Stephen Chow's Kung Fu, he would have faded into obscurity. Su Xiaoming experienced a similar fate. Following the release of The Cotton Robe, he was swiftly labeled as a dissident by Taiwan and subjected to a comprehensive ban. However, The Cotton Robe later received the Ministry of Culture's Outstanding Film Award, prompting Taiwan to alter its strategy. After all, Taiwan aimed for unification as well. Imagine the prestige of having filmmakers recognized by the mainland returning to their fold. Thus, Taiwan proposed that if he penned a letter of repentance, refrained from filming in the mainland, and spoke of the dire conditions there, they would overlook past grievances. Su Xiaoming resolutely replied, "I shall not write." Consequently, he had no choice but to retreat behind the scenes. Even many years later, amidst the derogatory remarks from certain Hong Kong entertainers, Su Xiaoming stood up to voice his support for the nation. Do not assume that the entertainment industry in Hong Kong and Taiwan during this era was merely about entertainment. They were deeply entangled in politics, though few discussed these matters. In any case, Chen Qi had his own plans. He produced The Cotton Robe, intending to direct films in the future, and sought to bring Su Xiaoming on board, believing it unreasonable not to support one's own. He made some alterations to The Cotton Robe. Initially, the male protagonist was a monk, while the female lead harbored feelings for him. The male character, donning a tattered hat and allowing his hair to grow, refrained from disclosing his monastic identity, a rather implausible premise akin to that of a scoundrel. Chen Qi disapproved and reimagined him as a lay disciple, fostering mutual affection between the leads. This way, when the protagonist ultimately decides to formally take vows, the emotional impact would resonate more profoundly. The distance from Shanghai to Lushan exceeds 600 kilometers. He Chengwei ambled along at a leisurely pace, taking 2 days to reach his destination. Upon arriving at Guling, he sought out the hotel as per the address provided. However, he found himself somewhat perplexed upon entering. "Greetings, comrades. I am an editor from Story Weekly, and I have come to inquire about submissions." "Submissions? You must be mistaken. We are currently hosting a film crew." A staff member replied. "A film crew? Are you filming a movie?" He Chengwei asked, equally bewildered. "But the address is correct. The writer goes by the pen name Aki. Are you familiar with him?" "Aki? Oh," the staff member exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "You must mean Xiao Chen, right? His name is Chen Qi, and he is a screenwriter." "A screenwriter? A distinguished screenwriter submitting to Story Weekly?" He Chengwei was still processing this revelation when the staff member cheerfully continued. "He has gone out with the crew today. Why not wait here for a while? He should return by the afternoon. I must tell you, Xiao Chen is a wonderful person. He truly knows how to tell a story." Chapter 44. The storyteller, does he tell stories? Indeed, Xiao Chen often shares tales with us, and we all find them delightful. What does he recount? Oh, there is so much. He speaks of Sun Yukong, Wusong, Lin Daiyu, Mu Guiying. You'll see for yourself once you meet him. By the way, do you need accommodation? The attendant inquired. Yes. Is there a vacant room? You've come at a fortunate time. There is one available. May I see your introduction letter? He Chengwei handed over the introduction letter and his work ID to secure his lodging. This is one of the reasons why the tourism industry struggles to thrive. For ordinary people, embarking on a journey is no simple feat. They require an introduction letter to board a train, stay in a hotel, and even need national food ration tickets. How many individuals have spent their entire lives without venturing beyond their county? A trip to the provincial capital might become a tale to tell for 3 months, while a journey to the capital city is something altogether extraordinary. After settling into his room, Chui took a moment to refresh himself, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming encounter. As the poem goes, a natural cave born of celestial beings holds limitless beauty upon perilous peaks. The Immortal S Cave is a natural sandstone cavern in Lushan, where it is said that El Dongbin attained immortality. Over the years, this place has become adorned with wooden plaques inscribed with wishes for fortune, love, safety, and academic success. Chen Qi had also hung one here in a past life. Adjacent to the Immortal S Cave stands the Laojun Hall, dedicated to the Supreme Laojun. 2/3 of Lushan Love showcases exterior scenes, with the camera following the steps of the male and female leads to highlight the breathtaking scenery of Lushan. However, if it were solely the two of them, the visuals would be rather monotonous. To remedy this, Wang Haowei incorporated some tourists and local villagers into the scenes. Even though there were no actual visitors at present, these passers-by were crew members making cameo appearances, and Chen Qi had also participated in a few. A bit of playful banter was harmless, but he was reluctant to take on a more serious role, as that was not where his aspirations lay. Today, he was merely an extra, engaged in a game of chess in front of the Laojun Hall with another crew member when the female lead rushed over, and thus unfolded a scene. Let us run through it once. 3, 2, 1, action. Chen Qi, with one leg crossed over the other, sat leisurely at the stone table, playing chess like a retired official living on a comfortable pension. Gong Shui approached from the left, intending to enter Laojun Hall. Upon pushing the door, she discovered it was locked. Just as she was about to turn back to inquire, she heard that rascal speak. Jump down, why don't you? Chutsung jumped down. And Tangta jumped down too, so why don't you jump? Oh my. She burst into laughter. Wang Haowei scolded directly, Xiaochen. What nonsense are you up to now? I saw him about to jump the horse. If he does, I win. I couldn't help it. My apologies, director. You're the one who wanted to act. When you do, take it seriously. Why are you adding your own lines? That's called stealing the scene. Do you understand? Know who the supporting role is and who the lead is. You need to highlight the latter. Understood. I promise to present her in a favorable light to the audience. Let us do it again. Wang Haowei rolled his eyes. He had already discerned this young man's temperament. Full of whimsical chatter, he was incredibly amusing. Yet he had a knack for maintaining a respectful balance, ensuring no one was offended, and he was quite talented. Those lines he just delivered echoed lines from the chase, delivered with such vividness. Unfortunately, they felt out of place in this scene. Otherwise, she might have genuinely considered using them. 3, 2, 1, action. Gong Shui made another round. Pushed the door, and this time was undisturbed. She turned around and inquired, what is happening? It is not open. Chen Qi replied without looking up. Why? The 4 olds. All right, that's enough. Xiaochen, come here. Wang Haowei summoned Chen Qi and said, in the next scene, she will lean against the door to look inside. Catch sight of the statue of the old lord, and then bow. I find it a bit monotonous. Could we perhaps add some flair? Are we allowed to incorporate elements of Christianity? This year we are. Then let her gesture a bit. Chen Qi pointed to his head, chest, left shoulder, and right shoulder, performing a commonly seen Christian gesture of blessing. Midway through, he paused, realizing that this was a bow to an Eastern deity, and thus changed it to a prayer position. Isn't Taoism not about joining hands in prayer? She is a foreigner. After all, she doesn't understand. That's true. Wang Haowei was exceedingly pleased. This lad was knowledgeable and quick in his work, always ready with answers, operating with remarkable ease. After a period of adjustment, their efficiency improved significantly. They no longer wasted a day on a single shot, but could now film 3. Soon it was mealtime. The stagehand pushed a cart over, laden with several large buckets. Regardless of who it was, everyone obediently queued with their aluminum lunchboxes to receive their portions, eating and then returning them to be washed for the next day's use. More radishes and cabbages again? There are plenty of wild vegetables on this mountain. If we stir-fry a bit of beef and blanch it in water, then mix in some vinegar, MSG, minced garlic, and sesame oil, served hot and cold. Oh, that aroma. Do I resemble a piece of beef? Hot and cold, what a capitalist joke. The stagehand ladled a generous scoop of vegetables and eagerly asked, Chen, the great screenwriter, will you tell a story today? Of course. Then wait a moment. Come, let me give you another scoop of soup. Radish and cabbage soup. Soaking the rice may lack meat, but at least it has some flavor. Chen Qi took his lunchbox and found a stone to sit on. While everyone naturally gathered around him in a circle, all eagerly anticipating. After the stagehand finished serving, he hurried over to secure his spot, much like a congregation at the Purple Cloud Palace listening to teachings. If a few cushions were placed in front, one could easily ascend to sainthood. He took a large mouthful of soup-soaked rice and, at a leisurely pace, continued, "As I was saying, Zhu Yuanzhang conquered the southern lands, and Shen Wansan took the initiative to extend goodwill, first helping to build the city of Nanjing, contributing a third of the funds alone. Zhu Yuanzhang wished to reward his troops, and Shen Wansan voluntarily offered to supply the reward silver. Zhu Yuanzhang asked him, 'I have 1,000,000 soldiers. Can you reward them all?' Shen Wansan replied, 'Giving each person 1 tael is certainly no problem. That is an immense fortune. How could a merchant produce 1,000,000 taels of silver?' During the break, Wang Haowei, no longer stern, also enjoyed the stories. Not just 1,000,000 taels. Shen Wansan was incredibly wealthy. Who truly knows how much he possessed? Then how did he earn it? Gong Shui held her lunchbox in her left hand and a spoon in her right, taking small bites. Well, that is a long story. Shen Wansan hailed from Xinjia village, possessing 9 acres of farmland and employing over 10 laborers. In a year of severe drought, when all flora seemed on the verge of perishing, there was a laborer who managed to return each day with a bundle of tinder grass. Shen Wansan followed him discreetly and discovered that he arrived at a hillside adorned with a lush, verdant meadow. Strangely, the grass would regrow after being cut, as if it were an inexhaustible resource. Shen Wansan sought the counsel of a sage, who informed him that this mountain was known as Phoenix Mountain, a place where the phoenix does not alight unless it is a land of treasures. At this point, Chen Qi took another large gulp, followed by another. Do continue. No more. The next part delves into superstitious elements. The crowd collectively scoffed, declaring that if this were in the Diyun society, he would be booed off the stage. Unbeknownst to them, the crew had been together for over 20 days, and nearly everyone had developed a fondness for this individual, generous, warm-hearted, affable, and humorously engaging, often sharing stories. It must be noted that the 8 model operas and the 3 major battles, the tunnel warfare, mine warfare, and the South-North campaign, had been viewed by the public for a full decade. Even the highest quality becomes tedious over time. Now that the atmosphere had relaxed, people were eager for new tales. They were willing to listen to anything, even stories about cats catching mice. Yet this fellow had a frustrating habit. Whenever he reached the climax of a tale, he would excuse himself, claiming it pertained to superstition, only to launch into a new story. And so the cycle continued. In truth, Chen Qi was not reluctant to share. In this day and age, one could easily face denunciation. As usual, work concluded around 5 o'clock. A group returned to Guling, and as Chen Qi entered the restaurant, a server approached him, exclaiming, "You have finally returned. Someone is looking for you." "Who?" "They say they are from the editorial team of Story Meeting. They even came in person." Chen Qi hurried upstairs, knocking on the door with urgency. He Chui had been waiting for quite some time, and, upon seeing the young man, asked, "Hello, comrade, what brings you here? Are you the editor of Story Meeting?" "I'm the one who submitted a manuscript." "You are a Qi?" "Yes, I am Chen Qi." He Qingwei was taken aback. The youth looked far too young for such a role. Still uncertain, he inquired, "Are you also a screenwriter?" "Indeed, we are currently filming." "Remarkably accomplished at such a young age. Please come in." He Chengwei ushered him into the room, poured some water, and scrutinized him once more, smiling. "When my colleagues learn of this, they will surely be even more astonished. We have all read your bamboo cotton cassock. The chief editor specifically sent me to visit you and to make your acquaintance. It was quite a trek for me. Are you satisfied with the manuscript?" "Absolutely splendid. We have decided to publish it in the next issue of the magazine, which will be released early next month. How is the latter part of your piece coming along?" "It should be finished in a few days, approximately 30,000 words. Could you share a bit about it beforehand?" Chen Qi gladly agreed, suggesting they dine together first. And after their meal, they engaged in a detailed conversation. He narrated the latter part of Bamboo Cotton Cassock, which essentially revolved around Ding Mo being rescued by Lin Ying, their deepening relationship as they spent time together, and through serendipitous circumstances, acquiring unparalleled martial arts skills. He returned to Shaolin to seek vengeance, eliminating the nefarious antagonist. The Shaolin Temple had suffered greatly, teetering on the brink of collapse, and only Ding Mo could shoulder the heavy responsibilities. Thus, he resolved to formally become a monk. During the ordination ceremony, Ding Mo donned a kapok robe and bowed before the Buddha, while Lin Ying stood outside, observing him. A mere door separated them, yet it felt as though a lifetime lay between them. As the saying goes, how can one find a path that satisfies both the Buddha and a beloved? Alas. After Chen Qi concluded his tale, he feigned a deep sigh, unaware of the commotion across from him. When he finally looked up, he was taken aback to see Yichue in tears. Chapter 45, the first part of the martial arts tale. Chen Qi touched his nose, stifling a laugh that felt impolite. Brother, are you serious? I was merely pretending. This is too much empathy. I apologize for making you laugh. After a moment, Yichue wiped his eyes and sighed. The latter part is even more spectacular. I initially thought it would be all martial arts. Yet the romance between the characters is equally poignant. Especially the ending, it is truly beautiful. If they were together, it would indeed be delightful. But some aspects of life are beyond our control. Such a flawed beauty leaves an enduring impression. Literary enthusiast, Chen Qi labeled him. For only those with a penchant for literature would speak in such a manner. Nowadays, the pursuit of serious literature has overshadowed popular fiction, with few capable of producing quality work in the latter genre. Your willingness to write a popular novel is commendable. Our magazine appreciates it and hopes you will contribute regularly. You flatter me. I am eager to submit, yet I am uncertain about the boundaries. Do you accept stories that include elements of superstition? Such as, for instance, the tale of Shen Wansan and the treasure pot. Chen Qi recounted the story he had not finished earlier. The treasure pot? It embodies not just superstition, but also promotes the bourgeois notion of gaining without effort. I suggest you exercise caution. He Chingwei was taken aback. What about horror and suspense? Are there ghosts? None. It is merely the result of human deception or the delusions of the mentally ill. He was quite familiar with this genre, having invested in several domestic horror films, which were more about revealing skin than instilling fear. Who watches domestic horror films for genuine terror? They are drawn to the suggestive elements. Yet Yichue seemed perplexed and asked, could you provide an example? Chen Qi casually narrated a story, leaving his companion momentarily stunned, even a bit chilled, his head shaking like a rattledrum. Exercise restraint, exercise restraint. While we pursue popular literature, we cannot disregard boundaries. Then your range is rather limited. There aren't many genres available for writing. Writing something akin to the cotton robe would suffice. If it contains more martial arts content, any issues can easily be concealed. As for other genres, let us hope for a quicker liberation of thought. He Chengwei and Chen Qi engaged in delightful conversation until midnight. He was astonished to discover that Chen Qi surpassed any storyteller he had encountered, including the one from Chongming Island, who had narrated a dozen tales in one breath. Although Chen Qi did not recount as many, his understanding of story types, mastery of rhythm, and an exceptionally rich reservoir of narratives far exceeded that of others. Just like Shen Wansan's treasure pot, his creativity seemed inexhaustible. Even the casual remarks he made ignited the imagination, undoubtedly hinting at marvelous stories. Before arriving, the editor-in-chief had instructed that they should invest generously, and when Yichue felt the conversation had reached its peak, he stated, "We are pleased to offer you 7 yuan per 1,000 words. As a screenwriter, you must be aware of industry standards. As a newcomer, I am sincerely grateful for your recognition." Chen Qi, renowned at the Beijing Film Studio yet relatively unknown in Story Club, felt compelled to express his gratitude. Internally, he rejoiced, thinking, all right, I have secured a long-term opportunity. Every day, approximately 4,000 words are penned, leading to a total of 50,000 words in a span of a little over 10 days, earning him 350 yuan. By the standard, even 10 stories would only yield 3,500 yuan, which seems rather unremarkable in terms of cost-effectiveness. However, it is an endeavor he finds both effortless and enjoyable. He intends to craft narratives inspired by cinematic plots, making slight modifications before publishing them as novels, requiring little intellectual effort, but rather a labor of his hands. If the audience desires martial arts elements, he shall oblige, as he has a keen interest in the subject matter. The following day, Yichue returned. Story Collection is a bi-monthly publication, with the next issue slated for release in September, making Chen Qi's submission perfectly timed. In 1981, Southern Wind magazine serialized Liang Yushin's The Legend of the White-Haired Demoness, marking the first public appearance of Hong Kong and Taiwan's martial arts novels on the mainland. That same year, Martial Arts World briefly serialized Jin Yang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes, only to be abruptly halted. Throughout the 1980s, Jin Yang's works were relegated to the realm of pirated literature, with no publishers daring to engage with them. It was not until the early 1990s, when Jin Yang granted authorization to Sanlian Bookstore, that a legitimate collection of his novels was published. On the surface, this was a matter of copyright, however. The underlying issue was one of political stance. Jin Yong, a well-known rightist, had penned numerous reactionary articles for Ming Pao, and his eventual unshackling in the early 1990s coincided with his resignation as the paper's editor-in-chief. But why was Liang Yuxing able to succeed? Liang Yuxing was aligned with the left and maintained amicable relations with the mainland. Both Liang and Jin Yong had initially worked at Ta Kung Pao in Hong Kong, sharing a desk. Now, the first publicly unveiled martial arts novel poster form and opening is set to change hands. After a month of filming Lushan Love, it was suddenly early September. In the early hours of that day, the printing house was ablaze with lights, and freshly printed bundles of story collection were loaded onto trucks, destined for various newsstands and postal offices. The current distribution of story collection primarily spanned Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Anhui regions in close proximity. At the Shanghai train station, preparations were already underway for the upcoming National Day, which would commemorate the 30th anniversary of the founding of the nation, a significant milestone not to be overlooked. Flags were raised, and portraits of the current leaders adorned the walls, creating an atmosphere of solemnity consistent with past celebrations. Yet, upon closer inspection of the throngs of people, one could discern subtle details in their attire, the literary magazines clutched closely, and the occasional audacious jest, revealing a burgeoning desire for liberation amidst the tension between confinement and openness. Is there Flower City? No. What about Harvest? Sold out. Then what remains? Lu Wanbao, clad in a gray short-sleeved shirt and carrying a leather bag, stood out as part of the business traveler crowd, inquiring in a thick Sichuan dialect. Is there story collection? Never heard of it. How much for a copy? 2 dimes and 4 fin. Lu Wanbao hesitated, eyeing the inconspicuous little magazine, weighing his options before ultimately deciding to purchase it, for the train ride would be unbearably dull otherwise. He was headed back to the southwest, facing a journey of over 40 hours by train. He acquired a copy of story collection and found a spot in the waiting area. Upon glancing at the table of contents, his eyes widened at the prominent title, Cotton Tree Rope. What could this possibly be? He sat with one leg crossed over the other, casually glancing at the pages. Within moments, an involuntary curse escaped his lips. What a pretentious display, writing martial arts. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After a while, he uncrossed his legs, leaned forward, and cradled the book in his hands, continuing to read. In this edition of the Cotton Robe, Chen Qi deliberately added some martial arts scenes to enhance the allure of the text, meticulously detailing each move and naming them with such trite titles as Hit Fist, Shattering Foot, and 36 Techniques of Capture, as well as the overused Deadly Overlord Spear. He found them utterly banal, yet the current generation eagerly embraced this new world, ravenous for more. Lu Wanbao maintained a single posture, utterly still, revisiting certain passages repeatedly. For instance, the moment when Ding Mo first encounters Lining and her inner musings. What a handsome young man, skilled in martial arts, and he looks so honest. If we were to share mutual feelings and explore the martial world together, how delightful it would be. Alas, how shameless of me to entertain such thoughts. Such a woman, in this era, was no less than Pan Jinlian, capable of making both men and women blush with excitement. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lu Wanbao suddenly slammed his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn it. You leave me hanging here. Is he dead or alive at the cliff's edge? I can't sleep." Anger surged within him as he rose abruptly, seemingly ready to unleash a torrent of invective, only to suddenly smack his forehead. It's over. I'm missing my train. Chapter 46, the non-mainstream author Clang Clang. Hui train gently came to a halt at Chengdu North Station, its cumbersome body resembling that of a colossal beast, as passengers ascended and descended through its openings. Due to a missed connection, Lu Wanbao returned a day later, clutching a leather bag, enveloped in an unpleasant odor, yet his countenance radiated vitality and exuberance as he waved goodbye to a group of friends. I'm off now. Let us stay in touch. I will definitely write to you. Lu Wanbao felt a lingering sense of reluctance, patting the unassuming little magazine within his bag. Grateful for it, as it had rendered this journey delightful and had helped him forge numerous friendships. Initially, he had read it alone, then shared it with those nearby. And soon the entire carriage was passing it around, nearly losing it to a fellow traveler who wished to keep it for himself. Men, after all, are prone to engage in bravado and discussions of martial prowess. Naturally, debates ensued. One asserted that Ding Mo was surely not dead, claiming he had merely fallen and learned martial arts, while another extolled Qi Tianyuan's prowess, declaring his 36 grappling techniques were simply extraordinary. There were even claims of local masters back home, who could ascend rooftops with 2 large buckets of water without breaking a sweat. Together, they marveled at the hidden talents within the populace. In the vast expanse of China, with 5,000 years of history, it was entirely plausible that several ancient sages were lurking in the mountains. This spirited conversation almost culminated in a ceremonial blood oath, complete with foul offerings and burnt yellow paper. In the end, they exchanged addresses, agreeing to correspond, far more straightforward than the tedious modernity of adding each other on WeChat. In 1979, Chengdu comprised only 3 districts: East City, West City, and Jinyo. The first 2 were urban, while Jinyo was a sprawling suburb with 13 communes and a populous citizenry. Lu Wanbao, an official at the Jinyo District Cultural Center, had traveled to Shanghai on business to learn how to enrich the leisure lives of the community. The grand city truly broadened his horizons. Upon disembarking the train and boarding a bus home, he felt an insistent urge stirring within him, beckoning to be expressed. Inspiration seemed to strike as he reflected on the myriad experiences aboard the train, the fervent discussions, the impassioned laughter, and the animated exchanges among his fellow passengers. Martial arts, how the masses adored it. Eureka! How did I not think of this sooner? Lu Wanao experienced a sudden clarity and promptly alighted midway, veering towards the cultural center. The cultural center's role was to disseminate cultural knowledge and enrich community life. With Jinyo being predominantly rural, the local populace was culturally deprived, unable to access esteemed publications like People's Literature or Budding. Old Lu, you've just returned? Why come straight to the office with that odor? Ah, I found something remarkable, Lu Wanbao exclaimed, retrieving story collection from his bag. This is it. We must immediately subscribe through the post office and send it to the cultural station in the commune, arranging for someone to narrate the stories to our fellow villagers. They will absolutely love it. Calm down. Let me take a look first. His companion opened story collection, engrossed in the tales, and after a while, he became even more animated than Lu Wanbao. What a brilliant idea. We were just lamenting the lack of suitable literary works to enrich the lives of the community. In this manner, each commune shall receive a modest quantity initially to gauge public response. Should the reaction be favorable, we shall subsequently increase the order. Indeed, this is the most prudent approach. The direct distribution of Story Monthly encompasses Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Anhui, while those from outside regions may subscribe through the postal service. With the address and contact information provided in the magazine, Lu Wanbao, brimming with enthusiasm, still reluctant to return home, contemplated for a moment before sitting down to compose a letter to the esteemed author, Aki, to be relayed by Story Monthly. He began with expressions of admiration, shared his reflections on the cotton robe, and concluded with an invitation. Our Sichuan is also blessed with remarkable individuals and enchanting landscapes, such as Lousan Mountain, and the renowned Lushan Giant Buddha. You are most welcome to visit Bashu, and we shall warmly receive you. Furthermore, if granted the honor, we would be delighted to see you draw inspiration from Sichuan's majestic mountains and ancient temples to craft a novel. Of course, this is merely a personal, somewhat selfish notion. I hope you will not take offense. Having completed the letter, Lu Wanao proceeded directly to the post office to send it, while simultaneously subscribing for 60 copies of Story Monthly. The alleys of Shanghai bear a resemblance to the courtyard residences of the capital, where several families inhabit mere tens of square meters, surrounded by an array of pots, pans, and clothing lines. Water and toilets are communal. Each household possesses a toilet, and the first task of the day is to empty it. The capital is particular, and Shanghai is no less so, despite the modest appearance of this small toilet. It holds significant implications. For impoverished families, it may consist of a simple wooden barrel with a lid, while affluent households boast gilded copper fixtures, some even ornately carved. In the customs of Jiangnan, a red lacquered toilet is an essential part of a daughter's dowry, available in various sizes, aptly named the descendant's toilet, reflecting one's status. In the afternoon, as school dismissed, a young boy returned to the alley, visibly dejected. What troubles you, dear? Has someone bullied you? Inquired his mother, who was busy cooking. Nothing. Then why the long face? The boy sulked for a moment before exclaiming, everyone else can wield the deadly overlord spear, but I cannot. They can practice the Arhat fist to fend off villains, yet I cannot. His mother, puzzled, paid it little mind. A while later, his father returned, hastily grabbing some toilet paper before heading to the restroom. The boy hesitantly approached, saying, Dad, could you subscribe to Story Monthly at your workplace? What is Story Monthly? My classmate's father buys it, and it is wonderful. They've all read it, and I barely managed to borrow it for a day. Saying this, he rummaged through his backpack to produce a small magazine. Our workplace has standard procedures for magazine subscriptions. Ah, I must use the restroom first. His father, unable to hold it any longer, snatched the magazine and hurried into the public toilet, from which he did not emerge for a full 40 minutes. When he finally emerged, hunched and rubbing his legs, he trembled as he declared, "Subscribe for 1 year." Where is the chief editor? What is the commotion about? There is something significant at hand. The September issue of Story Monthly had just been released, and the responsible staff were in a flurry, hastily darting around the small building. After much effort, they finally cornered the editor-in-chief in the restroom, disregarding his current predicament, and exclaimed, "Is there any stock left of the September issue? The newsstands at Shanghai Railway Station are completely sold out, and demand exceeds supply." "Slow down. What is happening?" came the response. "It's sold out. The passenger station is also empty." This particular issue was selling remarkably well, with enthusiastic feedback from the newsstands, all clamoring for more. "Editor-in-chief! Editor-in-chief!" Just then, another individual burst in, exclaiming, "Ha! Suzhou, Wuxi, Hangzhou, Ningbo, all out of stock. How many are we short? I've roughly calculated. We need at least 30,000 copies." The editor-in-chief gasped, taken aback. Last year, Story Monthly was still named Revolutionary Story Monthly, with monthly sales barely reaching several tens of thousands. This year, after reverting to its original title and featuring popular novels, sales had surged to around 200,000 copies per month. A sudden increase of 30,000 copies represented a growth of nearly 1/6. "Where is the editor-in-chief?" A third person dashed in, equally exuberant. "Having taken a rather convoluted bathroom break, Chengdu has placed an order. A cultural center has directly subscribed for 60 copies. Along with some scattered subscriptions adding up to over 100 copies. The business was expanding to Chengdu." The editor-in-chief, hastily adjusting his trousers and disregarding his unfinished business, waved his hand decisively, "Let us convene a meeting." Soon, the editorial team of Story Monthly gathered. The distribution personnel relayed the situation, and the editors were all smiles, exclaiming, "Paper in Luoyang has become precious." It was evident that the single new novel, Cotton Robe, had directly contributed to the surge in distribution. Xiaohe, the author, "I entrust you with this matter. You must manage the relationship well. Perhaps invite him to Shanghai and give him a warm reception." "Ah, that is a splendid idea." The editor-in-chief, maintaining his composure, tapped the table. "We have just emerged from difficulties. This is no small feat with the current momentum. I believe once distribution surpasses 300,000, we should consider organizing a writers' meeting or a storytelling event, in essence, conducting activities to bridge the gap between the authors, us, and the readers. Indeed, we must hold a writers' meeting. Only then can we assert ourselves as a major publishing house." The others chimed in, envisioning a bright future. Although Aki single-handedly boosted sales, no one mentioned increasing his remuneration. In these times, compensation was fixed, while the magazine could lavishly host authors or even invite them on trips. Discussing an increase in payment or revenue share was absolutely off the table. For instance, Zheng Yuanjie, in his early days, received meager compensation. Yet he discovered that any issue featuring his stories sold particularly well. Brimming with confidence, he approached the magazine to request a raise. The magazine retorted, "How can you prove that your work is the reason for the sales increase?" Zheng replied, "It's simple. If you let me be the sole contributor, you will see whether the sales correlate with my work." The magazine responded, "Are you out of your mind?" Eventually, Zheng Yuanjie fulfilled his aspiration by founding the King of Fairy Tales, where he single-handedly contributed articles, enduring immense fatigue daily. However, the rewards were substantial, enabling him to purchase 10 apartments in the capital to accommodate readers' letters. One of these was burglarized, resulting in a 12-year sentence for the thief. The September issue of Story Monthly experienced an unexpectedly yet foreseeably robust sales surge, swiftly circulating throughout the Jiangnan region, with occasional copies appearing in neighboring provinces. Unbeknownst to many, The Cotton Robe marked the inaugural martial arts novel to emerge from the mainland post-reform. During this period, the distinction between writers and mere authors was pronounced. To be recognized as a writer, one had to join the Writers' Association, which would convene a group of critics to discuss and analyze one's work, exploring its significance before publication. Only through this process could one earn the title of writer. Otherwise, one remained merely an author. Chen Qi was merely an author, specifically of popular fiction, which was often looked down upon by the mainstream, resulting in a lack of scholarly attention to his works. Story Monthly and The Cotton Robe failed to stir any ripples in the mainstream literary scene, which regarded the small, insignificant magazine with disdain, unless it felt threatened. Chapter 47. Limitations. Chui soon returned, bringing with him the latest issue of Story magazine and a large bundle of letters, while also taking away the latter half of Murmianjiasha. The crew remained remarkably composed, fully aware of his prowess as a storyteller, which they regarded with pride. Thus, Chen Qi found a new source of amusement amidst the monotony of life on set: opening letters. These letters were largely similar, containing little of substance, and he was too disinterested to respond to most, save for one from the Cultural Museum of Jinyo District in Chengdu. This letter piqued his interest, as it expressed a desire for him to craft a novel set against a Sichuan backdrop. The land of Bashu has long been celebrated for its rich cultural heritage and remarkable individuals, with countless legends woven into its history. The tale The Sword of the Mount Shu by the illustrious Baju Luzhu is legendary, and the Amei and Qiqing sects from Jin Yong's works are equally renowned. It even gave rise to a notable sect, the Taimen of Shu, regardless of whether in martial arts, fantasy, or gaming. The appearance of this sect invariably signals the presence of concealed weaponry. Additionally, the esteemed master Hai Ding, hailing from Sichuan, further enriches this tapestry. In summary, crafting a narrative set in Sichuan is certainly a worthy endeavor. However, having just completed Mumianjiasha, he wished not to become overly burdened, opting instead to await inspiration. May I ask who you are? I am Genghua's sister. You must be Shoujun, correct? Indeed, Genghua has mentioned you. Greetings, sister. Humph. Do not call me sister. I cannot bear such a title. Outside a villa, Gong Shui and Zhang Jinling were engaged in a scene. The female lead is a Chinese expatriate in America, while the male lead boasts an impressive lineage. His father is a high-ranking official, and his mother is unwell, prompting their retreat to Lushan for recuperation. The lows of ordinary individuals and those of high officials are two distinct concepts. While one might believe the latter to be in decline, they remain ensconced in a villa. Thus, the essence of Lushan love could aptly be titled The Romance of the Young Master and the Heiress. Zhang Jinling, with a sullen expression, spoke brusquely. Genghua is not here. Two individuals just came looking for him regarding an examination. You both are constantly coming and going, seeking secluded spots for clandestine discussions, complete with contact points and secret codes. Do you comprehend what this implies? Please, do not seek him out again. Genghua is still young, with a promising future ahead. You must not be so selfish, but rather consider him as well. Zhang Jinling's role is akin to Huang Rong from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, intent on tearing apart this pair of lovebirds. Her imposing stature and fierce demeanor rendered Gong Shui as delicate as a lamb, flustered and disoriented. Excellent. Wang Haowei clapped his hands and remarked with a smile, your chemistry is growing increasingly harmonious. Your understanding of the characters deepens with each passing day. At this rate, we shall return to Beijing after the National Day holiday. Let us all take a break and have a meal. Today, at last, we are not served merely radishes and cabbage. It is transformed into cabbage and potatoes. Chen Qi queued for his meal, sitting upon a stone, refraining from storytelling. For the National Day approached, and the crew would enjoy a 2-day holiday, culminating in a celebratory evening gathering. Presently, the annual statutory holidays comprise only 7 days, 1 for New Year's Day, 3 for the Spring Festival, 1 for Labor Day, and 2 for the National Day. It was not until 1999 that it was mandated that the National Day, Spring Festival, and Labor Day holidays, combined with compensatory time off, would result in a nationwide holiday of 7 days, known as the Golden Week. Compensatory time off refers to adjusted rest days. However, did you think this was intended for your relaxation? How naive. It was designed to encourage consumer spending. Chen Qi expressed immense surprise at the crew's 2-day holiday, wondering who has ever heard of a film crew enjoying statutory holidays? Some rush productions continue filming even during the Spring Festival. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the founding of the nation, a significant milestone, and various activities are being organized across the country. We, too, must not lag behind while in Lushan. With just a week left, let us take some time to prepare a program. The conditions may be modest, but the sentiment is what truly matters. After Wang Haowei spoke, Tang Wuqiang paused for a moment and said, I have something to share as well. After National Day, I will be hosting my wedding, a date that has been set for quite some time. I wanted to inform everyone today. But due to the large number of people in the crew, my venue cannot accommodate everyone, so I won't be able to invite you all. However, I will ensure there are wedding candies for everyone. Please don't take offense. Oh, congratulations. Wishing you a century of harmony and early blessings. The atmosphere suddenly grew lively, with everyone offering their congratulations. Chen Qi asked, If we can't attend, could we at least see some photos? Yes, photos. Oh dear, I feel so embarrassed. Tang Wuqiang blushed. Yet he retrieved his bag and pulled out a notebook that contained a photograph. Upon seeing it, Chen Qi noted that the woman had well-defined features, a fair complexion, and was quite attractive. She was the doctor from the August 1st Film Studio, with a significant family background. His marriage had been surrounded by controversy, with people labeling him as a villain, blaming him for his wife's tragic fate. However, the true story is too complicated to discuss here, lest it lead to discord. It can only be said that the public narrative does not tell the entire truth. An actor portraying a leader, particularly a teacher, must undergo political scrutiny beforehand. After a meal, filming continued. Wang Haowei called Gong Shui over and said, having heard Gung Ying's words, "You've decided to voluntarily leave. In a moment, you will need to portray deep sorrow. You will run along this path, continuously, shedding tears and exuding profound grief. Do you understand?" "I understand." Gong Shui nodded. "Very well. Let us do a trial run." For this scene, she opted for flat shoes instead of high heels, wearing a purple fitted skirt and thick stockings. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Action. As the words fell, Gong Shui began to run, her expression filled with anguish. Wang Haowei was quite pleased, while Chen Qi found it hard to watch. Actors of this era often maintained a stiff demeanor, heavily influenced by theatrical styles, lacking a naturalistic approach. However, this was not entirely their fault. The film genre was too monotonous, lacking in realism. By the 1980s and 1990s, the focus shifted to the lives of ordinary citizens, and performances evolved accordingly. Wang Haowei is a talented director but cannot escape the constraints of his time. His filming techniques can be quite exaggerated. Chen Qi could easily imagine that in post-production, intense music would accompany scenes of a woman running sorrowfully through the woods, followed by sudden close-ups and abrupt zoom-outs, reminiscent of a bizarre montage. Good. It feels delightful. I desire this effect. If it works, we shall commence filming officially. Certainly, director. Gong Shui's confidence has now surged. Thus, they began the official shoot. And she dashed about once more. Little Gong, you possess quite a talent. Selecting you was indeed a wise choice. Upon concluding her performance, she was met with an avalanche of unsolicited praise. With a poised smile, she responded, though internally, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. Quite impressive. Chen Qi applauded, giving her a thumbs up, and remarked, "Your running is truly captivating. Keep up the great work." "Thank you." Gong Shui replied with a smile, turning away, gently biting her lip. Why does it feel so insincere? Although this fellow is indeed praising her, she inexplicably senses a hint of insincerity, as if her accomplishments were not particularly remarkable. Given that her performance was guided by Chen Qi, his demeanor weighs heavily on her. Chapter 48. Empathy. The town of Guling remains a commune, with a population of around 10,000. Currently, it seems unremarkable, but in the future, as the tourism industry flourishes, millions of visitors will flock to Lushan each year, placing immense pressure on Guling's land and housing, which will become exceedingly strained. As evening falls, a gentle rain begins to fall on Lushan. After dinner, Chen Qi steps outside for a stroll. Their residence is located on Hishi Road. If one walks slightly northeast, they will encounter a cluster of villas that are not open to the public, and further northeast lies the cinema. He enjoys sitting at the entrance of the cinema, though he has never ventured inside. Historically, after the release of Lushan Love, this cinema was renamed the Lushan Love Cinema, showing only that film for decades, with 1 or 2 screenings daily, setting a Guinness World Record. Xiaochen, what are you doing here? From a nearby path, Gong Shui and Zhang Jinling approach, sharing a small floral umbrella, laughing and chatting, seemingly also out for a walk. I'm just digesting my meal. Have you finished your stroll? Why aren't you using an umbrella? Would you like to borrow ours? No need. I rather enjoy the rain. Oh, you cultured folk are so romantic. We, on the other hand, are not. Gong Shui merely smiled at him, remaining silent, while Zhang Jinling continued to chatter, asking, "So, what program are you preparing for the gala?" "I'll tell a story." "No storytelling allowed. If you tell a story, I'll be upset. We've all agreed that you must sing and dance. Even poetry recitations are off the table. Isn't that a bit harsh? Are there limitations on performances?" "Haha, regardless, we're planning a small girls' choir. So consider yourself warned. Don't embarrass the male comrades. We're off now." With that, Zhang Jinling prattled on and pulled Gong Shui away. "Che, your face is even larger than Gao Xiaosong's." Once they departed, Chen Qi grumbled to himself. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the gala, forming teams to plan performances quite seriously. Even Tang Wuqiang had come to bother him, wanting to arrange a male duet. A duet? He might know a thing or two about ice and fire, but that's about it. After wandering for a while longer, Chen Qi returned to the hotel. Before he even reached his room, he spotted Tang Guiqiang in the hallway. Hey, Lao Tang. With so many people, why are you fixated on me? Having grown familiar, they no longer felt the need for formalities. With his trademark voice, Tang Guiqiang chuckled. Their images are lacking. Standing together is too mismatched. You have a good image, and we share the same height. How could we waste such an opportunity not to team up? All right, come in. Chen Qi opened the door, and Tang Guiqiang pulled a cassette tape from his pocket, whispering, Don't you have a tape recorder? I borrowed a tape from the hotel manager so we can practice. You've outdone yourself. Handle it yourself while I wash my face. Where's the tape recorder? On the table. Chen Qi picked up the kettle, poured a basin of water, and splashed his face. Meanwhile, Tang Guiqiang inquired, Is this battery operated? Don't waste the batteries. Just plug it in. Is this power source not working? Use the one by the bedside. Is it plugged in? Tang Guiqiang turned his head and frowned, saying, Isn't this peculiar? Did it go in? Did it really go in? Stop, stop, stop. Goodness, Tang Guiqiang is 27 this year and about to get married. He is not a naive young man like Guyu. He remarked, Shaochen, your knowledge is far too eclectic, at times. It can be quite frightening. He shook his head and pressed a button, causing a melody to waft through the air, with fragrant wine and soaring songs, my friend. Let us raise a glass. Let us raise a glass. In 1976, after the disbandment of the 3-1 gang, the nation rejoiced, and thus, Bisto's song was born. For decades, it has been sung continuously, remaining timeless. Come, let's practice a bit. Just a simple rehearsal, at the very least. Let us not mispronounce the lyrics and give others something to laugh about. Tang Guiqiang was in high spirits, while Chen Qi, feeling helpless, stood there like a couple of fools, obliged to listen to his lecture. Stand tall. Keep your chest open. Your emotions must be full and vibrant. When we reach this part, at a gesture, such emotion will enhance the effect. Should we be overly animated? That would be excessive. But one must maintain a focused gaze, filled with brilliance. Chen Qi rolled his eyes, surprised to find him such a dramatic character. It makes sense. How introverted can a celebrity endorsing excavators be? Chen Qi was born in 1980. The life of someone from the 80s is truly remarkable. Childhood illuminated by kerosene lamps. Adolescence marked by the dawn of computers, and youth catapulted into the era of smartphones. The absurdity of middle age, with pandemics, Sino-American tensions, and Chang'e's lunar landing. While America grapples with its new youth, has been utterly bewildering. It feels as though one has traversed the vicissitudes of 2 centuries. Since the founding of the nation, events occurring during this period have been subject to varying interpretations at each stage. Like many, Chen Qi perceives this history with a mixture of ignorance, misunderstanding, irony, and active inquiry, leading to a reevaluation. Take 1979, for instance. This year bore witness to numerous significant events. The establishment of diplomatic relations between China and America. The issuance of the message to compatriots in Taiwan. The establishment of the Shiko Industrial Zone. The conflict with Vietnam. And the initial discussions surrounding the family planning policy. Each of these was of monumental importance. Before long, it was October 1st, National Day. The Guling Hotel was festooned with decorations. Vibrant red cloth and silk draping as if they were free, hanging abundantly. Even without a film crew, as a large state-run establishment, it could not afford to be negligent. The restaurant had been prepared well in advance, with tables and chairs arranged along the walls, leaving the center as a makeshift stage. On the wall directly ahead, a portrait of the current leader was displayed, accompanied by a banner reading, "The cast of Lushan Love and all staff of Guling Hotel celebrate the National Day Gala together." Everyone sat orderly, akin to elementary school students. Chen Qi glanced at the items on the table, noting a meager selection of fruit and sweets, supplemented mainly by sunflower seeds, and curiously, a few boiled potatoes and sweet potatoes placed atop. All right, let us quiet down. We are about to begin. Wang Haowei and the hotel manager, a man and a woman, took up the roles of hosts, their enthusiasm palpable. 30 years ago today, the instructor solemnly proclaimed the birth of the new China from the Tiananmen Gate. 30 years hence, we gather at Lushan, united in our heartfelt wishes for the anniversary of our great motherland. Chen Qi tilted his head and softly inquired, who penned the lyrics? It was written by director Wang himself. Tang Guiqiang quietly responded, quite splendid. I thought you were going to disparage it with a few words. Tang Guiqiang expressed his surprise. What do you take me for? This is a celebration of our nation's birthday. Chen Qi, equally astonished, retorted, am I not serious when the occasion calls for it? Over there. Wang Haowei concluded his opening remarks and introduced the first performance. Several waitstaff from the restaurant performed the loyalty dance. Although this dance had fallen out of favor in recent years, they possessed no other routines, so it sufficed as entertainment. Following this, there were performances of Peking opera and poetry recitals, all presented by the elder generation. When it was the turn of the younger participants, however, the atmosphere shifted. Gong Shui, Zhang Jinling, and a few other female colleagues performed a delightful duet of The Sound of Gurgling Springs, a song released the previous year. The springs gurgle, the springs gurgle. The springs gurgle with sound, cascading down the hilltop, traversing the meadow. Oh! The atmosphere instantly surged, and everyone clapped along, including Chen Qi. These are indeed classic melodies, often heard in later years, and in a couple of years, we will hear camel bells, "Oh see, my hometown, young friends, let's meet," and other wonderful songs. For the next act, I sense the audience's anticipation. He is renowned as the storyteller of the troupe, yet today, everyone yearned to see him perform something different. Please welcome Tang Guiqiang and Chen Qi as they sing the toast song. The applause erupted in a fervent cheer. Chapter 49. Empathy 2. As Chen Qi reluctantly practiced his singing, he remained indifferent when it came time for the performance. What new spectacle could possibly faze him? Thus, two tall figures, both standing at 178 centimeters, positioned themselves at the center. The elder of the two possessed striking features and fair skin, while the younger exuded a charismatic allure, effortlessly charming. What a delightful pair of dashing young men. As the music began and the prelude resonated, Chen Qi dramatically extended his arm, his eyes brimming with emotion, a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth. He lightly lifted his toes, chin raised, embodying a presence befitting of Pavarotti himself. The aroma of fine wine mingled with the soaring melodies. My friends, let us raise a toast. Tang Guiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. You're quite the showman. Weren't you reluctant to perform? Laughter erupted among the audience, reminiscent of a primary school exercise where one student earnestly followed along, prompting laughter for no apparent reason. Come, come, come. In October, the spring thunder rolls, as countless people raise their golden cups. Tang Guiqiang realized his own extroverted nature paled in comparison to Chen Qi's exuberance. This fellow shouted with fervor, complete with expressive gestures, as if his heels barely touched the ground. Bravo, little Chen. Not a single note in tune. Perhaps you should stick to storytelling. Once the song concluded, the audience erupted in cheers, yet Chen Qi remained unfazed, bowing graciously. Thank you. Thank you. Returning to his seat, he calmly picked up a potato to snack on, just a trivial affair. The gathering commenced at 5 and wrapped up by 7, a brief yet enjoyable event. The sky had yet to dim completely, and it was far from bedtime. Everyone dispersed to attend to their own pursuits, with a day gone and another on the horizon. The 2-day holiday had instilled a sense of leisure among all. Chen Qi retreated to his room for a while, but boredom soon drove him outside for a stroll. He meandered along Hushy Road towards the northeast, arriving at a nearby cinema. Adjacent to the cinema lay a small grove, where a large rock beckoned him to sit. He had no particular agenda, simply lost in thought, observing the grass and trees. The film crew had come in August, and they would return in mid-October. Following that, they would shoot interior scenes at the Beijing Film Studio for another month, totaling approximately 3.5 months of production. In this era, films typically ran for 90 minutes, there was no room for wasted footage, and the number of discarded shots was minimal, emphasizing the prudent use of resources. By year's end, they hoped to complete the project, moving into post-production, with a hopeful release slated for the following year. Love at Mount Lushan. Chen Qi chuckled softly to himself, fully aware that the true test lay ahead. This was, after all, a film that defied convention and would surely face a barrage of criticism. He welcomed the challenge, finding excitement in the prospect of battle. As he sat upon the stone, lost in contemplation, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. A figure darted through the lush foliage, revealing a pair of low-heeled leather shoes with a brown perforated upper, concealing 2 small feet clad in white socks. Little Chen? Gong Shui spotted him as she emerged from behind a tree, startled. What are you doing here? Just enjoying the shade. And you? Out for a stroll? Zhang Jinling went to fetch some food from the master chef. I couldn't eat, so I came out for a walk. After a question-and-answer exchange, she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she felt no anxiety, for she was certain he would introduce a new topic. Indeed, Chen Qi remarked, your singing earlier was quite lovely. You must have rehearsed in secret, didn't you? Just for 2 days. Well, your singing is not lacking either. Gong Shui recalled his earlier performance, unable to suppress a subtle smile. I am the type who excels in spontaneous performance. Today, I was at most 70%. When I reach my full potential, I shall serenade you with another piece. Then everyone should. Coughing interrupted her, as a crew member strolled by leisurely, chuckling. Engaging in a little chat? It seems quite a few of us are enjoying a leisurely day. Are you out for a stroll as well? Chen Qi maintained his composure while greeting him. Yes, just taking a walk. The crew member, with hands clasped behind his back, continued on his way. I need to head that way, so I shall take my leave. Gong Shui felt a sudden wave of panic, attempting to walk away but inexplicably pausing. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. She yearned to voice her questions, seizing this rare opportunity. After a moment of hesitation, she turned back, softly asking, "May I inquire about something?" "Of course. During that scene I filmed the other day, where I was running and crying, did you think my performance had any flaws?" "Not at all. It was quite good." "Really? Not even a hint of imperfection?" "Everyone has praised you, after all." Gong Shui lowered her gaze, responding, "I have not studied acting, and my experience is limited. I owe my progress to your guidance and that of the others, though I may not be particularly clever. I am determined to exert my utmost effort to make this production exceptional. I hope you can tell me where I still fall short." Taking it quite seriously. "Are we?" Chen Qi was taken aback. Despite her delicate beauty, there was a stubbornness within her. "Very well, let me offer a few insights. Shall we walk over there? Do we need to go that way? It's rather crowded here for a discussion." Chen Qi rose, brushing off his trousers, and led the way down a less frequented path, away from the bustling Aichi road. Gong Shui observed him, biting her lip, and silently followed. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt and gray trousers, her youthful face devoid of makeup, starkly contrasting her on-screen persona. With her hands clasped in front of her, she maintained a respectful distance of 2 steps behind Chen Qi. This small path was familiar to her, yet today it felt unusually tranquil. After walking a short distance, Chen Qi spoke. "Your scene was indeed lacking." "Why? Did you truly cry in that moment?" "Yes." "Was it a genuine emotional response or merely tears forced from within?" "I was cultivating my emotions. Based on the outcome, it seems your emotional preparation was rather insufficient. In acting, there are generally 3 approaches: the experiential, the method, and the expressive. The experiential approach emphasizes authentic listening, seeing, and feeling. Aside from illegal acts or impossibilities, one must personally experience situations. The method approach revolves around emotional substitution. For instance, when portraying the grief of losing a father, an actor cannot truly endure such a loss, so they may draw upon other sorrowful experiences to evoke similar feelings of despair. The expressive school of thought encourages one to transform oneself into a repository of emotions. For instance, by repeatedly practicing a sorrowful expression before a mirror, one can cultivate muscle memory, allowing for the effortless evocation of such emotions in similar scenarios. The efficacy of the performance is what matters, rendering the specific school of thought inconsequential. This theory, now commonplace, struck Gong Shui as refreshingly novel. Despite her lack of formal training in acting, upon the heartbreak from her breakup with Geng Hua, she found herself in despair. Lacking similar experiences, she was urged to immerse herself in the emotions. "But how do I immerse myself?" Gong Shui inquired urgently. Chen Qi paused, standing by the roadside, gazing into the autumnal landscape as the sun set behind the mountains. Suddenly, he remarked, "I heard your parents have faced criticism." "You?" She halted abruptly, a flicker of anger gracing her gentle features. "What do you mean by that?" "Just casual conversation. You wish for my candor, and I desire the same from you." "Then why don't you speak of yourself?" "My family has no stories to tell. My parents both work at Xinhua bookstore, and our background is quite respectable." The mention of their background seemed to provoke Gong Shui further. Unsure how to retaliate, she bit her lip in silence. "It was you who prompted me to share. Now that I engage in conversation, you seem displeased. Shall we return?" Chen Qi shrugged and began to walk back. Gong Shui followed quietly. As October ushered in the chill of autumn nights, just when Chen Qi believed she would remain silent, she unexpectedly spoke. "My parents have been criticized." "What was the nature of it?" "My father is a photographer at a Shanghai studio, often capturing portraits of social elites. One of the subjects was discovered to have overseas connections, which implicated my father as well." "Then your childhood must have been quite comfortable." "It wasn't particularly good. Their salaries were merely higher, and they had many acquaintances." Gong Shui suddenly smiled and sighed. "I truly wish my father had overseas connections. You know, if we had relatives abroad sending remittances, we could receive foreign exchange vouchers to purchase exquisite items at overseas Chinese stores. I envied those children in my youth." but we simply did not have that. Once they were stigmatized, your life must have been difficult. She gently shook her head. Not really. I was just lectured daily. Assigned chores, and upon graduation, I proactively applied to join the rural workforce. Thus, you went to Yangxiao Commune? Yes. During that time, I worked the fields alongside the villagers. I didn't dare complain of fatigue, as they bore even greater burdens. Fortunately, I was knowledgeable in dance and joined a performance troupe, utilizing my spare time to entertain them. Once, while dancing, I twisted my right foot. It was excruciating, and I feared it was broken. However, the local doctor assured me it was not, and the commune insisted I continue working. I endured the pain until it became unbearable, and only then did they allow me to return to Shanghai for treatment. Upon examination, it turned out to be a fracture. The doctor warned that had I delayed any longer, my foot could have been permanently damaged. She exuded an aura of introversion and reticence, but once the conversation commenced, it seemed as though she had finally been liberated. She continued, yet, one might say it was a blessing in disguise. While I was hospitalized in Shanghai, the military came to select cultural soldiers, and the individual assigned to our unit was acquainted with my father, which led to my selection. It was 1973. Shortly after I had joined the army during a winter field training exercise, the commanding officers were particularly considerate of us cultural soldiers, allowing us to march unencumbered. Yet we were required to traverse 50 to 60 li each day. As I walked, I gradually fell behind, being small and slender at the time, trailing at the rear. Eventually, we reached a village campsite where, upon removing my shoes, I discovered a large blister on my foot, nearly the size of a small egg. I could hardly fathom how I had endured. Gong Shui glanced at him and said, I am not lamenting my own hardships. I have never dared to claim my own struggles are significant, for there are many who suffer far more than I. I have been quite fortunate. I just miss my parents. Gong Shui nodded earnestly, and when she lifted her gaze again, her eyes were brimming with unshed tears. She was the epitome of southern beauty, her features exquisite and her demeanor graceful, particularly her eyes, which seemed to shimmer with a gentle light, enhancing her delicate charm, evoking a sense of profound sympathy. Chen Qi gazed at her face and couldn't help but sigh. This year, she was slated to star in a film produced by the Shanghai Film Studio, and following that, she collaborated on several projects, naturally transitioning to the studio. In 1984, she clinched the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Awards for her performance in Under the Bridge, becoming one of the most celebrated actresses of her time. I apologize. I should not have lost my composure. Gong Shui suddenly realized she had been crying, hastily wiping her tears away, feeling both shy and awkward, as she was not accustomed to revealing her inner world. She mumbled, I seem to have spoken too much, making it difficult for you. Not at all. You have been truly remarkable. Chen Qi replied sincerely. Were it anyone else, they might have succumbed to despair or even taken their own life. Look at you. Still so positive and engaged in filmmaking. You are truly exceptional. Just remember to have a bit more confidence, just like your character. And yet you still critique me? That is an entirely different matter. A poor performance is simply poor. Chen Qi smiled and inquired, when you cried just now, was it a deeply resonant experience? I mean to ask, do you recall the emotions you felt while crying? I do. Then that's wonderful. Hold on to that feeling, for you will need it. Chapter 50. The literary conference. There exist two methods to swiftly bridge the gap between individuals. One involves engaging in a shared endeavor, whether it be virtuous or otherwise. The other is to establish a moment of heartfelt connection. At this moment, Gong Shui epitomized the latter, and having regained her composure, she recognized that Chen Qi's words bore no malice. He was merely attempting to entice, guide her. Yet, she remained shy, quietly making her way to the fork in the road when Chen Qi suddenly remarked, you should head back first. I will return shortly. She nodded, obediently taking a step ahead. Indeed, she was a sight to behold. Chen Qi gazed at her retreating figure, reminiscing about her tearful beauty moments ago. Such unadulterated charm from the Jiangnan region is a rarity in later times. In truth, Gong Shui's performance in Under the Bridge had been quite commendable, executed with remarkable nuance. Initially, her skills were lacking, limited to mere facial expressions, and regrettably, during her prime, she did not partake in more films. Today, her proactive inquiry into her shortcomings truly elevated Chen Qi's opinion of her. She was a fine young woman. As the couplet of mandarin ducks frolics together and the garden blooms in vibrant colors, one might quietly inquire of the sage, is the daughter not beautiful? He lingered for a moment longer before retracing his steps, humming idly, when a sudden inspiration struck him. Perhaps he could invite Zhu Lin to share a scene with Gong Shui, embracing the four symbols of beauty, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, each possessing its unique allure. The future generations of foolish netizens would surely erect temples in his honor, accumulating merit for him. Little Gong, you've just returned? Yes, I went out for a stroll. You should rest early. Meanwhile, Gong Shui hurried back to the hotel, dashing into her room, closing the door behind her, and leaning against it motionless, as if her mind had gone blank, lost in thought for a while. She felt she had been unusually bold today, sharing so many thoughts she had never even disclosed to her parents, fearing their concern. Little Gong? A knock on the door interrupted her reverie. She turned and opened it. Smiling, Jinling, have you finished your meal? I've had 2 servings already. Why were you out for so long? I was captivated by the evening glow. It was too beautiful to rush. Was there an evening glow today? Zhang Jinling scratched her head, presenting a piece of clothing. I'm not sure when this got torn. I'll need to trouble you to mend it. Though I can sew, compared to you, I'm like a clumsy maid. Please don't say that. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Gong Shui accepted the shirt, retrieving her sewing kit, deftly threading the needle without a trace of impatience or reluctance. In the 1960s, each person was permitted to purchase only 3 yards of fabric per year, which later increased to 6 yards as the textile industry progressed. This varied by region, with the most fortunate now allowed up to 16 yards, supplemented by an additional 16 yards upon marriage. Families with many children faced the greatest hardships, as purchasing fabric to make clothes for their offspring often left the adults to wear coarse, recycled cloth, comprising various worn-out materials torn apart and respun into fabric, rough to the touch, often causing discomfort. Thus, during these times, a torn garment was merely stitched and patched, never discarded. Gong Shui sat on the bed mending clothes, while Zhang Jinling busily offered her emotional support. Just look at you, blessed with beauty, a kind disposition, and such deft hands. How did you come to be this way? I envy you to the core. You are being overly dramatic, Gong Shui replied. I speak the truth. Whoever marries you will have accumulated 8 lifetimes of fortune. If you keep this up, I want to help you with the mending. All right. I won't say any more. Zhang Jinling was one of the 3 golden flowers of the Beijing Film Studio, renowned for her roles in The Crossing of the Yangtze, The Great River Flows, and Su Mao and His Daughters. She married and had children in the mid-1980s and retired quite early, later delving into painting and calligraphy, training under a disciple of Qi Baishe. Her skills are unparalleled, 100 times better than mine. When I return to the capital, I will seek your guidance. The clothes were soon repaired, and she joked, by the way, did you hear what Director Wang said? We'll be heading back in 10 days. I hadn't heard. Why? The Literary Congress is at the end of the month, and both Director Wang and I will be attending. You're going to the Literary Congress? How wonderful. Gong Shui's eyes sparkled with envy, to which Zhang Jinling replied, don't be anxious. When Lushan Love premieres, you will be part of it too. That is not for certain. Why not? The quality of this film guarantees its success. After Zhang Jinling departed, her words left Gong Shui in a state of anxiety. She certainly wished for Lushan Love to succeed. Yet with only 10 days until their return, a sense of reluctance suddenly emerged within her. Xiaochen, over here. When Chen Qi returned, he was called to the first-floor dining hall. The gathering had concluded, and a group was seated together, picking at leftover sunflower seeds and potatoes. With tomorrow being a day off, everyone felt relaxed. Your singing earlier was quite something. To sing the toast song in a way that resembles a ghostly wail is no small feat. I was at my best today. I'll sing for you another time. What are you all discussing? Chen Qi casually sat down, and Wang Haowei handed him a handful of sunflower seeds, saying with a grin, just so you know, the crew has officially decided to return to Beijing in 10 days. A few of us, including myself, will attend the Literary Congress at the end of the month, which gives us about half a month of rest. So we resume filming in mid-November? Yes, we should wrap up by December, making it a full 6 months. You caught me off guard with that. I'm rather reluctant. Everyone feels the same. Perhaps we will have another opportunity to return when Lushan Love is released. Chen Qi cracked open a sunflower seed, nodding along, and casually inquired, will there be a large number of attendees at this literary congress? From what I've gathered, there will be around 3,000 people, artists, writers, musicians, dancers, and filmmakers. All will be present. Wang Haowei counted on his fingers, his enthusiasm evident. This is the first literary congress since the shift in direction. Figures like Mao Dan, Ba Jin, Xia Yin, Yu Shintao, Bing Xin, Zhang Kejia, Bai Yang, Zhang Ruifang, Sun Dalin, Qin Yi, Chen Qi and Xiaoming will all be there. Just imagine. Every one of them will attend. Then you must get me their autographs. Chen Qi suddenly paused and inquired, who did you just mention? Xiaoming? Indeed. Fuqi and Comrade Shi will also be joining us. Our troops' beautiful costumes owe much to their assistance. Wang Haowei referred to Xiaoming directly, while adding Comrade to the names of the other two. Oh, may I have the privilege of meeting them? You certainly won't be able to sneak into the conference. But they should be visiting the Beijing Film Studio, so you might catch a glimpse. If I don't get to meet them, I shall hold you responsible. Chen Qi laughed. Yet his mind was already racing in countless directions. The Literary and Art Workers' Congress, the first of its kind in 1949, followed by the second in 1953 and the third in 1960, was now holding its fourth session, scheduled for October 30th. Each session garners the personal attendance of national leaders, reflecting its utmost significance. Meanwhile, Lushan hosted a National Day Gala, while the Great Hall in the distant capital also organized an event. On the eve of the new year in 1979, the long-forgotten ballroom dance re-emerged at the government celebration, signaling a potential lifting of restrictions on dancing. However, the populace dared not flaunt it, engaging in secretive dances. By the time National Day arrived, the official stance became increasingly evident with another event. Among the participants was a peculiar individual named Wang Shua, serving as a medic in the North Sea Fleet in Qingdao. He managed to secure a ticket for a family visit, only to have his worldview transformed. He witnessed countless stylishly dressed young men and women waltzing, while the melodies of the Blue Danube and the Vienna Woods filled the hall, an experience that left him quite unsettled. In an era where conservatism and liberalism intertwined, confusion and indecision prevailed, as Wang Shua articulated. I felt the world had changed. My once proud military uniform had become outdated. Those dancing had donned high heels, bell-bottoms, nylon shirts, and permed hair, their wrists adorned with digital watches, and some were even conversing in English. Upon returning to the army, I ceased writing applications for party membership, no longer rushing to clean the latrines or wash comrades' clothes to showcase my dedication to learning from Lei Feng. I informed my commander that I had a way to procure a color television set from Japan. Clutching the 3,000 yuan I had earned from cultivating seaweed in the military, I set off to Guangdong to trade for color TVs. Chapter 51. A certain reunion in Lushan, there exists a serene pool known as Long'an. Its waters are crystal clear, revealing the playful fish beneath, while the walls of the pool bear an inscription of the character for dragon, accompanied by the phrase divine dragon soaring. Surrounding this tranquil haven are ancient cliffs and trees, their gnarled branches reaching skyward, casting verdant shadows that shield the sun. The Lushan waterfalls are, in fact, a collection of cascades, with many streams flowing down. The one famously described by Li Bai as a torrent cascading 3,000 feet remains a topic of debate. Longtan is formed by the convergence of two waterfalls that plunge from above. On October 10th, this marks the final shooting scene for Lushan Love, set at Longtan. Today is particularly special as the crew has cleared the area, ensuring that all distractions are removed, for they are to film a scene featuring the male and female leads swimming together. Tang Guoqiang remains indifferent, clad in oversized swim trunks and baring his arms, unbothered by the spectacle. However, Gong Shui feels utterly mortified, wanting to bury her head in the soil. Wang Haowei, understanding her plight, patiently reassures her, saying, "Little Gong, didn't we have a wonderful conversation yesterday? You expressed your courage. Why falter now at the last moment? I'm sorry, but this outfit is far too revealing." She replies, wrapping herself in a large towel, her demeanor pitiful as she squats on the ground, clutching the towel around her body and refusing to stand. "We have made every effort to consider this issue and selected the most modest option for you." "But," she protests, her cheeks flushed. Speaking barely above a whisper, "This is not modest at all. My legs are exposed. This is a swimsuit. You cannot possibly cover up entirely and expect to swim. Adjust it yourself. I believe you can overcome this." Wang Haowei sighs, moving on to arrange other matters while Gong Shui remains crouched, her petite frame appearing even more delicate and helpless in her position. Times have changed. Such situations are not uncommon. Like in the episode featuring the spider demons in Journey to the West, where the 7 little spiders were required to frolic in the water with their arms and bellies exposed. The young women wept, insisting they came to act but could not bear to wear such improper attire, refusing to comply. Yang Jia, left with no choice, had to find a stand-in, selecting an actor portraying the black bear spirit, whose belly was both fair and appealing. Thus, the belly of the spider demon you see on screen is, in fact, that of the black bear spirit, Gong Shui. After a moment of squatting and mustering her courage, suddenly turned her head, her face flushing a deeper crimson, reaching her ears as she quickly buried her face. Not far away, Chen Qi leaned against a tree, his gaze fixed intently in her direction. After a brief pause, he cast a shadow over her, his voice resonating. Do you realize everyone is waiting for you? Today is the last day. You wouldn't want to jeopardize everyone's efforts, would you? We talked so much that night, and you seemed determined to be a good actress. Or do you intend to give up now? Is filming a simple swimming scene truly more challenging than cutting in line or surviving in the wild? Chen Qi spoke to her with calmness, having discerned her character, externally gentle yet internally resolute, possessing a stubborn ambition. Indeed, Gong Shui, with her head bowed, seemed to be in the throes of her final struggle. After gritting her teeth, she finally stood up, mustering her resolve, and slowly loosened her grip on the towel. Within lay a swimsuit of the utmost conservatism, tightly encasing the chest, subtly accentuating curves while leaving the abdomen and posterior entirely concealed. At best, it revealed two smooth and proportionate thighs. Her figure was slender, with a particularly delicate waist, scarcely filling a hand's grasp. Though untouched, it surely exuded a softness. Adorning her feet were a pair of sandals, no larger than size 35. Chen Qi refrained from lingering, deeming it an act of blatant impropriety. He stepped away, returning to the shade of a tree, and with a slight grimace remarked, I expected something far more revealing. This attire could easily pass on the streets of modernity. Have you not seen those young ladies in yoga pants, showcasing such lines, such curves, one moment resembling a steamed bun, the next a butterfly? At that moment, Gong Shui's appearance stirred a commotion among both men and women alike. Her treatment within the production was akin to her role. She embodied the essence of a foreign lady, possessing excellent qualities, a gentle and kind temperament, and a commendable work ethic. Truly the goddess Chen Qi spoke of. Both men and women found her appealing. As filming commenced, the two leaped into the water and later perched upon a large stone and launched into converse. My father said Li Bai composed a poem here. I am not well versed in ancient poetry. Do you know it? Gong Shui, her legs bare, casually rested her feet on the stone, one hand placed upon Tang Wuqiang's shoulder, her head leaning closer. Tang Wuqiang leaned in as well, chuckling. This poem is quite famous. Shall I recite it for you? Yes, please. Sunlight illuminates the incense burner, producing purple smoke. From afar, I gaze at the waterfall cascading down the front of the river. The torrents descend 3,000 feet, resembling the Milky Way falling from the heavens. Together, they gazed into the distance, as if the waterfall were just ahead, though in truth, it was invisible, to be added in post-production. Gradually, the scene pulled away. Excellent. Wang Haowei was thoroughly satisfied. Sparkling waters, handsome men and beautiful women, sweetly in love. This was the effect desired for Lushan love. Initially, during discussions, she had been troubled over how to convey such sweetness. Chen Qi offered a suggestion. Just let them exchange sweet nothings, professing their love fervently, locking eyes frequently, holding hands, blushing and racing hearts. Then find a tree to circle a few times, erupting in laughter like the clang of bells. Sweetness will naturally ensue. Having endured the torment of lackluster dramas, he was well versed in such matters. He saw no fault in employing these tropes in Lushan love. After all, who among contemporary audiences had experienced such conventions? Cut. That's enough. Wang Haowei called out. Gong Shui was the first to rise, wrapping herself in a large towel. October in the mountains was quite chilly. After emerging from the water, her body trembled as she hurried to dry off and dress. Once she was fully attired, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wearing a swimsuit felt akin to being unclothed. Chen Qi also exhaled, having had his eyes feasted upon, albeit reluctantly. There was no alternative. It was all about comparison. What life had he led in his previous existence? Online, he mingled with virtual beauties, while offline, he engaged with women of dubious repute, reveling in both realms. How unlike now? For half a year, he had adhered to a strict code of restraint, maintaining a decorum more stringent than that of a monk. His closest female companion was Huang Zhan'eying, resembling the fierce warrior Zhang Fei. Finally encountering a beauty, a gentle older sister no less, brought him considerable joy. The film crew had spent over 2 months in Lushan and were finally preparing to depart. A sense of melancholy enveloped the atmosphere, as the hotel staff shared in their sorrow. The head chef grasped Chen Qi's hand, tears streaming down his face, lamenting the absence of their jovial banter. Surrounding them, the waitstaff expressed their heartfelt sentiments. Oh, Chen, once you leave, who will regale us with such enchanting tales? When shall we see you again? Chen Qi, attempting to console them, responded with a rare sincerity and a smile. Rest assured, I shall return when Lushan Romance premieres, amidst the blossoming flowers of spring. We shall meet again. Chapter 52. The lucrative world of writing. Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi. With a lazy blink, Chen Qi awoke on the wooden bed in the outer room. Yushili gently nudged him, exclaiming, "It's time to rise. Come on, get some energy." He sat up, momentarily disoriented from the arduous train journey that had brought him home the night before. He had collapsed into slumber, mistakenly believing Yushili had finished her work. A glance outside revealed the sun shining brightly. "Why are you back so early? I made some food for you. I'll be busy again shortly. Your father and I will be home late. You'll have to fend for yourself tonight. What are you all up to? Isn't it due to the writers' conference? Our unit is responding to the event by organizing a book fair. All the Xinhua bookstores in the city are overwhelmed with work." Yushili efficiently prepared a meal, especially slicing some meat for her eldest son, cooking a dish of stir-fried pork, accompanied by radishes and cabbage, and a side of pickles. Chen Qi, having eaten too much radish and cabbage during his time at Lushan, felt a wave of nausea upon seeing them. With a bun in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, he fixated on the meat, chuckling, "With a mother like mine, I won't starve. It's good to be home. Is the food in the film crew not satisfactory? It's passable, just communal meals. When is your book fair opening?" "In a few days. You might as well stroll around. Yi Shengtao and Bing Xian will be there, at the Cultural Palace of the Working People. The last book fair was in 1957, celebrating the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution, and it was a sea of people, so crowded that shoes were lost. I'm certain this time will draw an even larger crowd. Is it all right to buy books at the fair?" "Of course. I'll go take a look. I just earned a bit of money." As he spoke, Chen Qi rummaged through his bag and pulled out a small book, proudly declaring, "Look here. Your son has talent. I've earned some royalties." "Another publication? Which magazine?" Yushili's surprise was palpable. But upon seeing the prominent title Story Club emblazoned on the cover, she exclaimed, "I told you, why don't you submit to People's Literature? Or at the very least Harvester October? We don't even regard that shabby magazine in our bookstore." "Eh? You know Story Club? Which magazine in the country don't we know? They are trying to distribute it, one channel through Xinhua bookstores and another through the postal service. Earlier this year, Story Club aimed to enter the capital, but the bookstores weren't interested. Let me see what you've written. Oh, it's still a martial arts novel. My son, after writing about romance, you've transitioned to martial arts? You'll never gain entry into the Writers' Association that way. You need depth. You must critique the past, explore the release of repressed humanity. Have you heard of scar literature? The Writers' Association loves that. You need to have scars." "What nonsense." Irritated by his mother's snarky remarks, Chen Qi rolled his eyes, snatched the magazine, and retorted, "I'm not interested in the Writers' Association. I simply enjoy writing popular pieces. Enough, enough. You should leave now." I haven't finished speaking. Go on, go on." Chen Qi shooed Yushili away, taking a hearty bite of his bun. A child with a mother cannot starve, but he can certainly be exasperated. Everyone looks down on those who write popular novels, and yet this grand courtyard is the former residence of Zhang Henshui. It boasts 7 inner courtyards. After finishing his meal, he washed the dishes and placed the leftover food in the cabinet. The bowl rack cabinet, a term unfamiliar to many born in the 1990s, refers to a modest wooden cabinet specifically designed for storing bowls, plates, and chopsticks. Do not be misled into thinking that dowries have become obsolete in this age. On the contrary, they have become more formidable. The renowned 3 turns and 1 sound consists of a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, and a radio. In addition, there are 36 legs, a double bed, a square table for stools, a wardrobe, a dressing table, and a bowl rack cabinet, perfectly summing to 36 legs. Eventually, this evolved into 48 legs, then 72 legs. It can be said that the tradition of dowries is a legacy passed down through generations. Of course, if an agreement is reached to forego the dowry, one could simply prepare a thermos, a Dongfanghong mirror, 2 sets of auspicious quilts, and a red double happiness enamel basin to facilitate a marriage. Chen Qi, having endured a long train ride, found himself languishing in bed, pulling out his small savings book. He had over 600 yuan remaining, of which 350 yuan was spent on a K-pop robe, and with the subsidy from the Beijing Film Studio, he officially surpassed the milestone of 1,000 yuan. He could now proudly claim to be a member of the 1,000 Yuan Club, a source of pride indeed. This sum was likely what his parents earned in a year. He understood that the sales of Story Weekly had undoubtedly increased, as just before his return, He Chui had eagerly met with him once more, insisting on maintaining regular contact upon his return to the capital and promising to visit Shanghai if time permitted. The flattery in his demeanor and the saccharine nature of his words were unmistakable. It was as if he were trying to hide something. Story Weekly sold for 24 cents. And with 100,000 copies, the revenue reached 24,000 yuan. If they sold millions of copies each issue, the profits would soar into the hundreds of thousands. If it were to transition to a monthly publication, annual revenues could surpass 10 million. Furthermore, Reader, which has since gone public, exemplifies how an unassuming magazine can evolve into a sprawling media conglomerate. Suddenly, Chen Qi felt a sense of empathy for Zhang Yuanjia. Although he enjoyed contributing to Story Weekly, he could not guarantee that his feelings would remain unchanged over time. The 1980s was indeed a golden era for literature, where one could earn substantial sums through writing while also building a platform. His parents worked at the Xinhua bookstore, and he pondered the value of such resources. Who would ever complain about having too much money? With a few murmurs, he tucked away his savings book and drifted back into slumber. In October of this year, the most talked about event was not the National Day Ball at the Great Hall of the People, but rather a painting. The recent expansion of the Capital International Airport included commissioning several artists to create murals for the waiting area, one of which, titled Water Splashing Festival, A Song of Life, stirred considerable controversy. The artist, Yuan Yunsheng, audaciously depicted several naked Dai girls, prompting overseas media to exclaim that this marked the first public display of women's bodies in China, signifying a true commitment to reform and openness. However, domestically, such depictions were deemed unacceptable. Relevant authorities approached Yuan to discuss possible modifications, suggesting that at the very least, the girls should wear shorts. Amidst this uproar, a high-ranking official from the central government heard of the situation, personally attended to view the mural, and remarked that there was nothing controversial about it. Artistic expression is entirely normal, he asserted, and it should be reproduced for sale to foreigners. Thus, the mural remained intact. Yet, the common people were drawn to the spectacle, excited by the unprecedented opportunity to view nudity openly. Striving to blend in, the sole purpose was to catch a glimpse of the naked form. The airport deemed it inappropriate, draping a gauzy curtain for concealment, followed by the installation of a partition. It was not until the 1990 Asian Games that the complete mural re-emerged, remarkably well-preserved, vibrant as if newly painted. In that era, a single painting, a book, or an individual entrepreneur could embody the nation's prevailing sentiments. Rumor has it that Ho Yingtung once remarked, when investing in the mainland, one feared sudden policy shifts. Each visit to the capital began with a glance at that mural. If it remained, a sense of reassurance followed. Meanwhile, Chen Qi spent a day at home before heading to the Beijing Film Studio, where Lushan Romance was being filmed in the studio, leisurely progressing as they awaited the convening of the Literary and Art Congress. Gong Shui did not return to the army, instead staying at the guest house. A couple of days later, the book fair commenced. Chapter 53. The book market. Who is that girl? She is remarkably beautiful. I don't know her. But why is she holding a lunchbox? She is the female lead from Lushan Love, just returned from Jiangxi, and is staying at the factory. In early autumn in the capital, the leaves in the courtyard were turning yellow. Gong Shui donned a light jacket, long pants, and heeled leather shoes, clutching her lunchbox while enduring the curious gazes and hushed whispers around her. Fortunately, Zhang Jinling was by her side, saying, "Don't mind them. Every time a new face arrives, they behave like this, gossiping about everyone." "It's fine, Sister Jinling," Gong Shui replied, as the two entered the cafeteria and queued for their meals. They attracted numerous glances once more. A newcomer had arrived at the factory, and she was a beauty. People were inherently gossipy. Reminiscent of the time Chen Qi joined the factory. "Xiaozhang, you're back from Lushan?" A man standing in front of Zhang Jinling turned to glance back. He was in his 30s, of modest height, with a large mouth and eyebrows that arched upwards, resembling a Bulbasaur. "Yes, I just returned a few days ago." "And who might this comrade be?" "She is from our group and is currently staying at the guest house." "Oh, hello there." The man greeted with a smile. "Hello." Gong Shui looked up timidly, like a little rabbit. "I am the assistant director at the factory. My name is Huang Jinzhong." "I am Gong Shui. It's a pleasure to meet you." Huang Jinzhong exchanged a few pleasantries before he collected his meal and joined a table where several others were seated, suggesting a close-knit circle. Zhang Jinling leaned closer and whispered, "He is the assistant director of the second collective, working on Xiaohua, and he already has children." "Xiaohua? He must be quite accomplished." Indeed, he possessed some talent, yet it had no bearing on them, so it was best to remain polite. Earlier, It was mentioned that the Beijing Film Factory had 4 major creative collectives, with Wang Haowei leading the third. Although Gong Shui was not entirely familiar with the details, she understood from Zhang Jinling's tone that they were not in the same league. As the two began their meal, a voice called out, "Sister Jinling." "Oh, Xiao Kaizi. How's your filming going?" "Just a little more and it'll be done, so I came to mooch a meal." The newcomer was an 18-year-old girl, vibrant and charming, full of energy. The cafeteria served as a gathering place for chatter, with groups forming here and there, discussing everything from book markets to plans to go to the airport to see naked women. Before long, Chen Qi and Liang Shaoxing also arrived, sitting across from them and looking around. "Where's Lao Tang? He went to get married." "Oh, I almost forgot. He still owes us wedding candy. You should have seen him. He has been so pleased with himself lately, his mouth is practically reaching the sky." Suddenly, Zhang Jinling lowered her voice, saying, "Do you know what his wife does? Isn't she the doctor from the Bai factory? It's not that simple. The other day, I overheard him chatting with Director Wang. His wife comes from an extraordinary family. Her father is at least a major general." "Is that so?" Yang Shaoxing interjected, astonished. "I've never heard anyone mention that. Listening to you speak is impressive. In this city, one merely scratches the surface, as there are many offspring of high-ranking officials," Zhang Jinling remarked. "Indeed, in the capital, even a falling brick could strike a few." Chen Qi nodded in agreement. "In this era, encountering the progeny of the elite is rather commonplace. Unlike in future times when they operate in secrecy, quietly reaping benefits without revealing their identities. Aside from Miss Han, who is as lively as a spirited child, calling out, 'Grandpa, Grandpa,' the goddess of the elder generation." Chen Qi then posed a question, "By the way, do you have any plans today? I wish to wander through the book market. Would you care to join me?" "Of course," Zhang Jinling replied enthusiastically, and Gong Shui added with a smile, "I was just thinking of going to purchase a few books to read." Chen Qi glanced at Kai Ming, feeling it would be inconsiderate to leave her behind. Thus he invited, "If you have no plans, why not join us?" "Sure. I absolutely adore reading," Kai Ming eagerly responded, having anticipated this invitation. She continued, "I rode my bike here, so you need not worry about escorting me. Even if you didn't invite me, I would still want to check it out. I heard you Shintao, Zhang Kejia, and Bing Xin are all coming today. Oh, how I adore Bing Xin. I must get her autograph." Her chatter seemed endless. Ugh, such a noisy one. Chen Qi rolled his eyes. Everyone shared a fondness for the book market, and they were all in agreement to go. However, just before they set off, an unexpected addition to their group appeared, a little girl. "Why are you tagging along with us?" she queried. "I doubt I would willingly follow you. My father is busy, so he sent me with you." "Oh, steady your bike. Ah, you're going to run me over." During the morning, Jiang Shan sat on the back of Kai Ming's bicycle, shouting at the person ahead, "If you keep yelling, I might just collide with something. You wouldn't dare. I'll tell my father. I'll tell your father about your incessant screeching and foul language." "When have I ever used foul language? Do you not understand the meaning of slander?" Jiang Shan, infuriated, shouted, "Kai Ming, why don't you crash into him? What weight do I have compared to him? You really think that would work?" Kai Ming replied, pedaling her bike, turning her head. "Come on, Xiao Chen, you're quite a hefty fellow yourself, weighing over 100 pounds. Does it amuse you to bully children? Better to wait until she grows up before I start bullying her, or I'd be the one acting like a rogue." "Ah, that makes sense," Jiao Shan exclaimed, her eyes wide. Chen Qi burst into laughter, appreciating Kai Ming's wit. "Well done. You may just help me locate Guida sooner than I expected." Nearby, Yang Shaoxing rode with Guyu, watching Chen Qi with envy. They could not engage in such light-hearted banter with young ladies, despite the fact that one was 18 and the other 12. Further along, Zhang Jinling rode with Gong Shui, who gazed at him curiously, surprised by this more childlike side of him. The group departed from the Beijing factory, passing Shikahai and heading south alongside the Forbidden City, eventually arriving at the Palace of Culture for the Laboring People, located east of Tiananmen, formerly known as the Grand Ancestral Temple. It was a site where the royal families of the Ming and Qing dynasties honored their ancestors. The phrase "to be honored in the Grand Ancestral Temple" originates from this location. After the founding of the nation, it was renamed the Palace of Culture for the Laboring People, a fitting title indeed. Heavens, so many people. Surely over 10,000, right? Not just that. I read in the newspaper that over 300,000 books were sold in just 3 days, including those from Tangshan. They parked their cars and gazed in astonishment at the throng of humanity, a diverse mix of men, women, and children, transcending social classes and occupations. Some were clad in fine attire, while others wore tattered garments, yet all wore expressions of joy, brimming with excitement. As the saying goes, they had been pinned up for far too long, yearning for various experiences. The crowd moved inward, towards the cedar grove of the Cultural Palace, a place where the ancient cypress trees stood tall and evergreen. 7 book-selling stalls were interspersed among the gnarled branches of these magnificent trees, set up in the open air for the sale of literature. Each stall was overflowing with eager patrons, and the air was filled with spirited discussions, as some shouted to secure a coveted book, while others recited poetry aloud or sat on the ground, engaging passionately with strangers. Some even brought large sacks to fill with their purchases, leaving with bags brimming with literary treasures. In such an atmosphere, even Liang Shaoxing rolled up his sleeves, ready to dive into the fray. Jiang Shan pouted, clutching the hem of Kai Ming's garment, fearful of being swept away in the crowd. It's rather crowded. Can you manage? Chen Qi asked, somewhat perplexed. Gong Shui smiled, responding, of course, I am not so fragile. Then let us go. Let us plunge in. Chapter 54 UFO 1 People flocked to the bookstalls with fervor akin to General MacArthur's rush towards Christmas. At 7 major book-selling points, an array of literature was on display, encompassing social sciences, arts and literature, children's literature, natural sciences, and engineering technologies. Even the engineering section was teeming with eager patrons. As Chen Qi and his companions entered, they were immediately dispersed by the crowd. He adjusted his shoes and turned around, searching frantically until he spotted Jiang Shan. With remarkable tenacity, she had maneuvered to the front of the stall, clutching it tightly. He hurried over and called out, whereas Kai Ming, she got swept away in the crowd. Just stay here for a moment. I'll buy you a few books. I don't need you to buy me anything. I'll ask my dad for money when I get home. Do you think it's free? Chen Qi gently patted her head and turned his attention to the stall, which was selling children's literature. He casually picked up a renowned series, 100,000 Whys. This collection, penned by a Soviet author in 1929, was later introduced to China and spawned numerous versions with increasingly dubious content, eventually even including the Bermuda Triangle as a legitimate topic in astronomy and geography. Chen Qi held no prejudice. He too had once believed in the Bermuda Triangle, even in self-doubt. What do you want to read? I want to read an interesting novel. Then you should head to that stall over there. No way. I can't take that home. My dad would kill me. Jiang Shan was just one of the many rebellious elementary students, yearning to explore something different yet hesitant to venture beyond the familiar, indecisively browsing through the selections. Chen Qi chose a set for her, saying, let us get this one. Your dad will definitely not scold you. 5,000 Years of History. First published in 1979 and edited by Lin Handa and Xiao Yuzhong, comprised 5 volumes. After its release, it sold over 5 million copies, becoming a classic of its generation. It's so expensive. Are you really buying it for me? Jiang Shan was taken aback by the price. 1 volume cost 73 cents, totaling 3.65 yuan for all 5. Her daily allowance was merely 2 cents, just enough for a few ice pops or sunflower seeds. It's just a small amount. Chen Qi, with a substantial sum of money in his pocket, found it hard to justify not spending it. Finally having the chance to indulge, he was not at all stingy. He purchased a set of 5,000 Years of History and several children's literature magazines for Jiang Shan, while also acquiring a copy of 100,000 Whys and 5,000 Years of History for himself, not for reading, but for collection. The older versions were quite intriguing. He led Jiang Shan out and secured a chair in the pine grove, saying, you can sit here and read for now. Don't wander off. I'll go look for the others. Okay. Wow, if you were always this well-behaved, it would be wonderful. Who told you to always bully me? Jiang Shan wrinkled her nose at him, dismissing him as she immersed herself in her book. Chen Qi squeezed back into the crowd and soon found Kai Ming. Tapping her shoulder, Jiang Shan is over at that chair. Let us gather there in a bit. I got it. I got it. Kai Ming replied without turning back. This is a literary and artistic stall, bustling with people. Not far from Kai Ming, Gu Yu is delightfully engrossed in a book, while Liang Shaoxing appears to have entered a treasure trove, eager to purchase everything, yet constrained by a modest purse. Chen Qi glanced around, somewhat taken aback by the level of openness. The stall boasts a considerable collection of modern Chinese classics, and to his surprise, numerous classical masterpieces are also present. He never expected to see works like Journey to the West and Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, which are steeped in feudal superstition, displayed openly. Familiar names such as Hugo, Balzac, Chekhov, and Tolstoy are also among the offerings, alongside literature from America, Japan, and Hong Kong. Naturally, the likes of Qiong Yao, Sen Mao, Jin Yong, and Gu Long are conspicuously absent. Chen Qi selects a 1970 edition of Journey to the West and a 1972 comic adaptation of The White Bone Spirit. Particularly impressed by the latter's illustrations by Mr. Wang Yiqiu, whose artistry is simply remarkable. Why is Journey to the West so uniquely published? It is due to Sun Wukong's perceived spirit of resistance, encapsulated in the lines, "The golden monkey rises with 1,000-pound staff, the jade sky clears 1,000 miles." The latter lines proclaim, "Today we cheer for the great sage Sun, for the demon mist has returned anew." Meanwhile, Gong Shui has lost track of Zhang Jinling. Standing before a stall, earnestly perusing a book. As she reads, a voice from behind inquires, "How many have you bought?" "Not yet, but I wish to purchase this." She replies, holding up a copy of Jane Eyre. "I suggest you wait. The film adaptation just premiered domestically this year and has garnered significant attention. The publisher will surely release a new translation. What you have is an edition from the Republican era, which may not flow smoothly." "Oh, then I'll wait." Gong Shui obediently sets the book aside and picks up The Hunchback of Notre Dame, asking, "Are these foreign classics all old translations?" "Mostly, yes. If you like them, you can still buy them for your collection." "Collecting? I have no space to store them." She shakes her head and inquires, "What about you? What have you bought?" "Quite a lot. It's all over there on the chairs. Once you finish selecting, we can regroup." Today's expenses are on me." "Buy as much as you wish. I have my salary, no need for your concern. Go see what others are getting." Upon hearing this, Gong Shui cannot help but chuckle, pulling out a small wallet from her pocket, which she shakes playfully. It is crafted from blue fabric, with tight stitching and beautiful embroidery, featuring several compartments. Likely made by herself. Truly, she is a lady of means. While others use handkerchiefs, she utilizes a wallet. Gong Shui bites her lip, as the mention of her background pricks her conscience. This insufferable person keeps bringing it up. Chen Qi, unfazed, whistles cheerfully, "I want to spend money, but it seems impossible. Where can I voice my grievances?" Today, 7 individuals have gathered, with Chen Qi being the third youngest, yet he assumes the role of the organizer, directing affairs. Around midday, everyone finally congregates beneath a towering ancient cypress, where a pile of books rests on the chairs, and they excitedly recount their acquisitions. Liang Shaoxing has selected a multitude of classics, while Gu Yu and Zhang Jinling have chosen a few novels. To everyone's astonishment, Kai Kaizi has amassed an impressive collection of popular science books, and Gong Shui has bought around 10, encompassing various genres. Chen Qi exaggerated, stacking dozens of books high. He initially intended to search for ancient texts and old books but found none, planning to visit a Chinese bookstore when time permitted. This era presents a splendid opportunity for treasure hunters, as rivals are nearly non-existent. Even Ma Weidu, that persistent enthusiast, remains a milling machine operator in a factory. "Why do you purchase so many books on films? The Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, my goodness, you even have titles from Hong Kong." "Do you marvel at Chen Qi's acquisitions?" "To broaden my horizons," replied Chen Qi. "I am currently a screenwriter. Yet I do not wish to remain confined to this role for eternity. It is akin to your experience in the theater troupe. Would you desire to play minor roles forever?" "Certainly not," came the response. "Precisely, for one always aspires to ascend to greater heights." Chen Qi excused himself momentarily, returning shortly with Yushioli, who held a bag bound with a string. She smiled and said, "You must all be friends of Xiao Qi. What a coincidence. I was just over there assisting." "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Auntie." The group, encountering his parents for the first time, promptly greeted her. Yu Xioli, instinctively maternal, discreetly surveyed the group. Zhang Jinling, too large. Jiang Shan, too small. Kai Ming, adequate. Her gaze then fell upon Gong Shui, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the attractive young woman, fair and delicate, though uncertain of her age. She appeared rather youthful. Yu Xioli mentally noted this, bundled the stack of books into the bag, and warmly invited everyone to her home for a meal. The group politely declined, engaging in a complete display of social niceties. After completing their book purchases, Chen Qi and his companions rested beneath a tree, awaiting the arrival of Yu Xintao and others, who were eager to see their finds. Not far off, a group had gathered, animatedly discussing a topic, their voices rising in excitement. Chen Qi caught snippets of their conversation, his expression shifting subtly. "Nonsense. Are there really aliens in this world? Last year, the People's Daily reported on UFOs. Could that be false? The People's Daily can spout nonsense too. You know, I must admit, I once witnessed something peculiar. 3 years ago, while in the countryside, I got up one night and saw a light in the sky, indistinct and lingering for a few seconds before vanishing. I suspect it was indeed a UFO. Chapter 55. UFO 2. Last year, the People's Daily published an article on UFOs in its supplement, officially introducing the term to the domestic audience and swiftly nurturing a cohort of amateur researchers. The passage of time is often wondrous, connecting seemingly unrelated entities. For instance, Zhang Shuoyang has listened to Jay Chou's songs, and Song Miling has watched Happy Camp, though these claims remain unverified. Nonetheless, it is indeed true that in 1979, the Chinese were engaged in the study of extraterrestrial beings. Their discussions quickly captivated many, including Jiang Shan, who perked up her ears and inquired, "Is a UFO a flying saucer?" No, it refers to an unidentified flying object, regardless of what it is. Anything unfamiliar can be termed a UFO, Chen Qi explained. Just as he finished speaking, a young man from the group suddenly turned his head and interjected, "Hey comrade, I disagree with your viewpoint. UFOs clearly refer to flying saucers." "Oh, right, you make a valid point." Chen Qi had little interest in debating, yet the young man persisted, stepping closer and asserting, "Comrade, UFOs possess a rigorous scientific framework. We speak with scientific discourse and clear factual basis." He suddenly adopted an air of mystery, glancing around at the crowd, and added, "I am about to reveal something that should not be disclosed. Do not be astonished, for this is the truth of our world." "Is this world governed by ancient deities?" Chen Qi was taken aback. "Deities? No, UFOs are not a matter of feudal superstition." The young man vigorously shook his head, confidently commencing his narrative. "It is said that in 1947, in a place called Roswell, Utah. Roswell is in New Mexico. TSK. Do you understand, or do I?" He continued, "You know what I do. I am from BJ Aviation Academy and possess knowledge that you are unaware of. Now, regarding Roswell, it was on a night of torrential rain." The young man animatedly recounted the legendary Roswell incident to the populace of 1979. Ultimately, this event was concealed by the American military, which had established a base there for the clandestine study of extraterrestrial beings. Why is American technology so formidable? It is precisely because of their research on aliens. Well, he concluded the tale, leaving the audience in astonishment with rising excitement. The American imperialists are full of deceit. China and the U.S. have established diplomatic relations. Let us not speak in such a manner. If aliens landed in America, they would be capitalist extraterrestrials. We ought to oppose that. Do we have aliens in our country? When Nixon came to China back in the day, he didn't bring any specimens for us to witness. Indeed, I heard that the Americans brought back several hundred pounds of lunar soil after their moon landing. Yet when we established relations, they only gifted us 1 gram. How stingy. Brilliant. Chen Qi felt as though he were witnessing a scene from 20 years of observing strange phenomena, finding it particularly amusing. He asked, "So, do you believe in extraterrestrial beings?" "Absolutely. The universe is so vast, there must be planets with environments akin to Earth, thus capable of nurturing life." The young man replied earnestly, "Let us engage in a friendly discussion." Chen Qi gently touched his nose and chuckled. "First and foremost, the definition of extraterrestrials is rather imprecise. You have yet to encounter one. On what basis do you classify them as humanoid? How can you ascertain that they must possess a human form? They could very well be silicon-based life forms, or perhaps a tree, a stone, a mass of liquid, a nebulous consciousness, or even a squid. My apologies for the unintended bias. Therefore, I propose we refer to them as extraterrestrial life instead. Secondly, you mentioned that deities are a manifestation of feudal superstition. The ancient text Shi recounts that in the 30th year of Emperor Yao's reign, a colossal spacecraft emerged from the West Sea, radiating a gentle luminescence, which people dubbed the Guanyue Cha. This description closely resembles the contemporary concept of a UFO. Yet, the ancients, lacking understanding, perceived it as a divine phenomenon. Now, let us consider this from another perspective. Could the legendary gods be, in fact, higher dimensional beings residing within the cosmos? Those indescribable entities? Look at the vastness of this universe. How diminutive humanity truly is. We ought to approach the cosmos with reverence, bearing in mind a crucial truth. Weakness and ignorance do not inhibit survival. It is arrogance that does. The youth shuddered, as though enlightened by the wisdom of the Trisolarans. His face lit up with fervor, his eyes sparkling. "Comrade, your insights are profoundly sensible. I have been narrow-minded, unaware that UFOs could be interpreted in such a manner. No, let us merely exchange ideas. No, your understanding of the universe's mysteries qualifies you to be my mentor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Chao from BJ Aviation Institute, and along with a few classmates, I am an avid enthusiast of UFOs. We have formed a UFO interest group. Might you share your contact information? We would love to pay you a visit. Let us forego that. My interest in UFOs pales in comparison to my fondness for a plate of twice-cooked pork. You must leave your contact. Otherwise, I shan't let you depart. Chen Qi regarded the young man, perhaps in his 20s, plump and naively bright, reminiscent of university students of the future, indulging in a UFO interest group. Quite bothersome. However, he soon reconsidered. As the 1980s approached, two fervent movements would sweep across the land, one being the craze for Qigong and supernatural abilities, and the other, an obsession with UFOs. After all, even Zhang Yimou claimed to have witnessed one. The Qigong fervor was sensitive and tricky to navigate, if given a choice. He might have dabbled in the realm of mysticism, but alas, it would lead to a dead end. The UFO fascination intrigued him. It could extend into the realm of science fiction, which, albeit overlooked in this country, was not something he despised. Why not make a friend? Who knows when it might come in handy later? Thus, Chen Qi exchanged contact information, and Jiang Chao departed with exuberance. Everyone, please remain quiet. Form a line on both sides. Let us allow our esteemed authors to pass through. No pushing, no shoving. They have come to visit us, and we should not inconvenience them. It would be unfortunate to have the meeting cancelled. As afternoon descended, the entire book fair stirred with excitement. People rushed to the sides of the entrance, jostling for position, leaving a pathway clear in the middle. Not long after, applause erupted like a tempest, as a procession of literary texts made their way along the narrow path. Yi Xingtao's collected 3 to 5 do, Zhang Kejia's poignant remark, some live though they have perished, while others who have died still linger on. Bing Xian's Little Tangerine Lantern and Lu Xiaodong's Yuan Qian Rice graced the gathering. At the venerable age of 85, Yi Xingtao greeted the crowd with vibrant energy and clarity of speech, prompting an even more fervent round of applause. They had all convened for the writers' conference, taking the opportunity to visit the book fair, thus demonstrating their support for the artistic endeavor. The book fair of 57 had seen the presence of Mao Dun as well. Zhang Kejia, inspired by the moment, penned a poem on the spot, gazing upon one enthusiastic face after another, akin to the morning sun just emerging from the mountains. Though we may be 70 or 80 years of age, we still yearn to live and write for another 20 years. It must be said, the poem was quite straightforward. Bing Xian, at 79, contributed a few words for the book fair, though her reputation was somewhat tarnished, attracting criticism from many. It is said that even in death she found no peace. Her gravestone was defaced by her grandson, who painted the words "failed to teach her children" in bold letters. This act was reportedly in response to her son's infidelity and subsequent divorce, with the grandson seeking justice for his mother. Lu Xiaodong, the youngest at 43, had gained fame at a tender age, having joined the Writers' Association as a teenager and being hailed as a prodigy, a representative of the Hahua Dian school alongside Sun Li. He has a son-in-law named Sima Bubei and a close friend who holds a prominent position. The appearance of these literary figures sparked a fervent excitement among the attendees, akin to that of meeting a celebrity, as they sought to shake hands, exchange a few words, and perhaps acquire an autograph. Chen Qi held a particular admiration for Wang Xingqi, yet lamented his absence. Chapter 56, Stage 2. To become a leader, one must first learn to foot the bill. Zhang Jinling, Gong Shui, and Kai Ming use their own funds, as they possess the means, whereas Jiang Shan, Gu Yu, and Liang Xiaoxing acquire their books at the expense of Chen Qi. He has become a parasite at the Beijing Film Studio, living off their resources while attempting to undermine their foundations. Despite his current insignificance, he has been subtly cultivating his own circle, just like Gu Yu and Liang Xiaoxing. At the slightest beckoning from him, these two would readily assist him with side projects. As evening fell, the group returned to the Beijing Film Studio, and the trio retreated into room 302. Chen Qi unloaded bundles of books, untying the ropes, but with no space to place them. He had no choice but to lay them on the table, lamenting, "I've purchased too many. Having so many books in a guest house is quite troublesome. If only I had my own place. Who among us owns a house?" Liang Xiaoxing remarked. "I still live with my parents, and old Liang has a cramped 8-square-meter dormitory. You are the one with the best conditions. Forget about houses. I'm 30 and still single." Liang Xiaoxing shook his head. Speaking of marriage, Gu Yu perked up, sitting cross-legged on the bed, saying, "To be honest, today was my first outing shopping with a woman, and it felt remarkably different." "What was so different? Do tell." Chen Qi chuckled. "Let us start with Sister Jinling. I wasn't well acquainted with her before, but today she struck me as quite remarkable, open-hearted, and a bit motherly with her warmth. As for Sister Jiang Shan, she is both intelligent and adorable. If she aspires to an artistic career, she would undoubtedly make a fine actress serving the people in the future. Regarding Kai Ming, her thoughts often elude me. I find her quite enigmatic. Yet she is a good person. And then there is comrade Gong Shui. Upon mentioning Gong Shui, Guyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. I have not interacted much with her, but she seems like a radiant full moon, shining high in the sky, illuminating the lives of us mere mortals. Liang Shaoxing chuckled. Men, after all, possess an appreciation for beauty. What do you think of her, little Chun? You've had more interactions. She is truly lovely, a gentle older sister. Chen Qi replied. Oh, a gentle older sister. Guyu narrowed his eyes, gazing dreamily into the distance. As if those 5 words held more allure than any poetic description could convey. They did not connect Gong Shui and Chen Qi, as there was a significant age gap between them. After some time, the two took their leave. Chen Qi adjusted the books once more, feeling that they occupied too much space. Despite the guest house's comforts, it lacked the essence of personal sanctuary. With 1,000 yuan in hand, it was neither a small nor substantial sum. It certainly wouldn't procure anything of significance, let alone a house. The prospect of purchasing a commodity apartment in the capital remained distant, waiting for developments in Fangzhuang in the Asian Games Village. Currently, there was only an expatriate apartment built in the 1960s along the West 3rd Ring Road, ranging from 120 to 160 square meters, costing over 100 yuan per square meter. Either expatriates would purchase directly with USD, or they would send money back for their relatives in China to buy. As USD would always hold its value, this construction was merely a means to attract foreign exchange. In the meantime, he might as well venture into antiquities, competing with Ma Weidu, the elder female auctioneer, and Li Chumping in their trade. Chen Qi suddenly felt a sense of amusement. In this era, there are many who have amassed fortunes through the trade of antiques, yet such endeavors are often viewed with disdain. Thus, they concoct tales of tireless struggle, which is utterly distasteful. As night enveloped the surroundings, he flicked on the light and settled at his desk to organize his thoughts. If the initial objective was to craft a screenplay and enjoy complimentary accommodations, that goal had long been achieved, and it was time to progress to the next phase. His current undertakings were limited. He was engaged in writing a script, composing a novel, and perhaps managing that shabby tea stall run by Huang Zhenaying. The domestic film industry would not become commercialized until the 1990s, a distant prospect indeed. Film is a powerful medium. Yet the current populace either does not know how to wield it or lacks the courage to do so. The upcoming Literary and Art Congress presents a splendid opportunity to connect with comrades from Hong Kong. In terms of his novel, he aimed to establish a popular magazine. The year 1980 was on the horizon, ushering in a new decade marked by a tumultuous ideological landscape, with the populace oscillating between confusion and desire, a truly bizarre era. He was eager to delve into the fray. At the Beijing Film Studio's 3rd soundstage, an opulent suite was meticulously constructed for the interior set, and Gong Shui had just completed several scenes depicting everyday life. Wang Haowei waved his hand and declared, "Tomorrow, we shall convene for a grand meeting. We will take a 17-day break, with a portion of the filming still pending, but we are certain to wrap it up by December. Everyone has worked hard during this period. It's the perfect time for a holiday, yet I expect you all to return with unbridled enthusiasm and immediately immerse yourselves in work." A resounding applause erupted, temporarily halting the production of Lushan Love. On October 30th, the Literary and Art Congress commenced, followed by various associations such as the Association of Fine Arts, the Writers Association, the Dramatic Association, the Music Association, the Film Association, the Song Association, and the Dance Association, each holding their respective congresses, culminating in a closing ceremony on the 16th. Numerous activities and banquets were interspersed throughout. Among the entire cast, only Wang Haowei, Tang Guiqiang, and Zhang Jinling were qualified to attend. However, within the Beijing Film Studio, many more were present, from the studio director Wang Yang to esteemed directors, actors, cinematographers, and art designers, forming the core of domestic cinema. Chen Qi found himself amidst the crowd, exiting the soundstage when a factory worker approached him and said, "Shaochen, I saw that you have a package." "Oh, thank you," he replied, making his way to the entrance. Upon reaching the reception office, he indeed found his name on the small blackboard indicating a package awaited him. Goodness, what could be so bulky? He wondered. It turned out to be a collection of reader letters, along with a sample issue of the November story meeting, and finally, A letter from He Chue urging him for updates. The essence of the letter was as follows. The latter half of Mumian Jiasha is about to be released, and readers are eagerly anticipating it. We are also filled with confidence and have sent you a sample issue in advance for your feedback. By the way, may I inquire if you have penned any new works? Do write promptly. Surely, you have not written a single word, have you? Do not provoke my impatience, otherwise I shall venture to the capital to challenge you in person, perhaps even staging a dramatic scene at your doorstep. What a fool, Chen Qi scoffed. Urging for updates is futile. When the time is right, inspiration will naturally flow. Clutching the upper and lower halves of the cotton tree robe, he hurried down the stairs and made his way to the literature department of the main building. Director Jiang. Ah, Xiaochen, I was just about to seek you out. How much did Shanshan spend on books the other day? Please, do not belittle me. You have been of such assistance. It was merely a few books. One matter must be separated from another. No, consider it a gift for the children. A gesture for the youth. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qi handed over 2 copies of Story Monthly, stating, during my leisure at Lushan, I managed to write a story, and fortune smiled upon me as it got published. I would be grateful if you could take a look. Oh, impressive. Young man, your creative energy is commendable. Jiang Huayan praised, but upon glancing at Story Monthly, he frowned and remarked, this type of magazine. I wrote a martial arts novel, yet they declined it. Very well, I shall take a look. Chapter 57. Fuqi and Shihui in the second year of reform and opening up, during the year of the Earth Sheep, in the golden autumn of the capital. A grand assembly convened in the main hall of the Great Hall of the People, where a multitude of esteemed individuals gathered, both young and old. On this day, the sky was bright and clear, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. The surroundings had long been secured, as representatives arrived in batches from their accommodations, engaging in warm greetings, taking photographs, and granting interviews to the media while awaiting entry. Ho Baolin arrived with his son, Ho Yaowen, who, dressed in his work uniform from the Railway Performing Arts Troupe, bore a striking resemblance to the elder Ho. Jiang Kuan and Li Wenhua were also present. Set to perform at the evening banquet, Jiang Kuan was merely 29 years of age. The actress Wang Wenwan, known for her portrayal of Lin Daiyu in Yu Opera, was exchanging pleasantries with Chang Xiangyu, who at 56 had toured the nation during the Korean War, donating a MiG-15 fighter jet, and posthumously honored as a People's Artist by the State Council. The current young Chang Xiangyu is her great-granddaughter, the Tibetan singer Tata Zhima, known for her songs Sing a Mountain Song for the Party and On the Golden Mountain of Beijing, was engaged in conversation with the lyricist Xiao Yu, while the composer Lu Ji listened nearby, amused. Notable figures such as Mao Dun, Ba Jin, Ai Qing, and Xia Yin made their appearances in succession, adding to the atmosphere. Jiang Huayan, serving as the head of the literature department at the Beijing Film Studio, was also in attendance, though he appeared weary and yawning. What's the matter? Director Jiang, were you too excited to sleep well last night? Lu Xiaoqing jested. I was engrossed in a book and inadvertently read all night. What book could captivate you so? Xiaoqin's, of course. Oh, has Xiaoqin penned a new work? What is it about? Upon hearing Xiaoqin's name, many gathered around, only to disperse in disappointment upon learning it was a martial arts tale. Wang Yang overheard this and inquired, he has written a martial arts novel? Yes. It was published in Story Weekly. Objectively speaking, the narrative is quite suitable for adaptation into an entertainment film. Please bring it back for me to review. As they spoke, the time to enter approached. The two adjusted their attire, straightened their postures, and wore solemn expressions. This gathering held profound significance not only for them, but for all cultural workers, as they sensed an impending relaxation of the environment, heralding the arrival of a true spring. Over 3,000 attendees entered in groups, stepping into the spacious venue adorned with a colossal red star overhead. Wang Yang surveyed the room, searching for familiar faces, and suddenly spotted someone across the way, signaling with a nod, reciprocated by the individual seated within the Hong Kong delegation. This time, a considerable number of representatives from Hong Kong had arrived. The most captivating among them was undoubtedly Xia Meng, a native of Shanghai. She relocated to Hong Kong with her family in 1947, joining the Great Wall Film Company as an actress, achieving remarkable fame as the eldest of the 3 princesses of Great Wall. In 1966, she moved to Canada, married, and established a clothing factory. Although she had originally retired from acting, she could not resist the enthusiastic invitation from the mainland, prompting her attendance at the Writers' Congress. Now at 46, she retained her graceful figure, clad in a stylish yet dignified black vest and sporting amber-tinted glasses. The most widely circulated tale about her pertains to Jin Yong's infatuation, which led him to infiltrate the Great Wall Company as a screenwriter, solely to pursue Xiaoming. However, fate proved indifferent. Xiaoming became Jin Yong's elusive muse, her essence transforming into various characters, immortalized in his martial arts novels, such as The Little Dragon Girl. While it is true that Jin Yong worked as a screenwriter at Great Wall, the reasons behind his employment remain shrouded in mystery. Although Xiaoming never married Jin Yong, their private rapport remained amicable. When she later ventured into film production, she sought Jin Yong's assistance in naming her movie, resulting in the title Casting Off into the Angry Sea. At this moment, she sat gracefully and serenely, captivating the attention of many colleagues from the mainland, given her legendary status. Yet, the mainland filmmakers were more focused on a couple seated not far from her, who were also nodding in acknowledgement to Wang Yang. We must adhere to the principle of flourishing diversity, advocating for the innovative use of foreign influences while drawing from the past for contemporary relevance. In artistic creation, we encourage the free development of various forms and styles and promote the open discussion of divergent viewpoints and schools of thought. The Literary Federation Conference is traditionally of high caliber, with leaders attending in groups. At this moment, a prominent leader occupied a high platform, delivering the opening address, beneath which hung a portrait of an esteemed educator. The intricate labor of the arts necessitates that artists unleash their creative spirit. What to write and how to write can only be explored and gradually resolved through artistic practice. In this regard, interference should be minimal. When the notion of refraining from interference was articulated, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, which encapsulated the core philosophy of this conference. There is a renewed sense of liberation within the artistic community, prompting many to exclaim, "Spring has arrived." Wang Yang enthusiastically clapped below. Recalling how the North Film Studio had faced significant turmoil in previous years, producing merely 1 or 2 films annually. Last year, however, they finally regained momentum, delivering 8 films. This year, they have 7 in the pipeline, and he is optimistic about an even more fruitful production next year, particularly with a diverse array of genres, as he has always aspired to create entertainment films. After the main leader spoke, a secondary leader took the stage, a close friend of Liu Xiaoding. Following him, Mao Dun spoke, albeit tremulously at the age of 83, passing away 2 years later. In summary, the conference lasted a full day, culminating in a banquet that evening. The following day, another grand event took place, continuing into the evening activities. It was not until the 4th day that Wang Yang finally caught his breath and returned to the studio for a moment of rest. At the North Film Studio, early one morning, Wang Yang paced restlessly in his office. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as someone entered to report, "Director, visitors have arrived." "No, I'll go down to greet them." At 63, Wang Yang descended the stairs briskly, and indeed, he encountered a man and a woman approaching. The man, in his 50s, was tall and lean, while the woman, in her 40s, despite the signs of age, retained a striking and graceful visage, captivating in her presence. "Comrade Fu Qi, Comrade Shihui, Old Wang. It has been too long. I hope you are well." Fu Qi laughed heartily, striding forward with vigor, extending his hand to clasp Wang Yang's firmly. Shihui smiled. "Speaking in the soft dialect of Wu, it is reassuring to see you in such good spirits. This sentiment could easily have been mine. Witnessing your well-being brings me comfort as well." Wang Yang and Shihui exchanged firm handshakes, filled with emotion. Prior to Hong Kong's return to Chinese sovereignty, numerous Chinese enterprises had already established their presence here, such as branches of the Bank of China, China Travel Service, China Resources, and China Merchants, alongside media outlets with Chinese backing like the Ta Kung Pao and Wenwei Pa. Additionally, the film industry was represented by 3 companies, Great Wall, Phoenix, and New United, along with a cinema chain, effectively embodying state-owned enterprises rooted in Hong Kong. Fu Qi was a renowned actor and director at Great Wall, holding immense prestige, while Shihui was also a celebrated actress of her time. In 1967, a plastic flower factory in Hong Kong mistreated its workers, sparking a wave of strikes as laborers took to the streets to confront the police. The situation escalated, eventually transforming into a tumultuous 6-month ordeal. Fu Qi and Shihui emerged as leaders in this turmoil, initially arrested and imprisoned. When the British Hong Kong government proposed to send them to Taiwan, they defiantly declared, "Whoever attempts to send us to Taiwan will receive a corpse in return." Consequently, the government repatriated them to the mainland, where they stood resolutely at the Luahu Bridge, unwilling to depart. Ultimately, they were incarcerated for a year due to the impasse. It is best not to elaborate further. Those intrigued may seek out the details themselves. The trio of princesses from Great Wall. Xia Ming wisely safeguarded her well-being by fleeing to Canada, yet she returned to bridge connections between the film industries of both regions. The second princess, Shi Hui, alongside her husband Fu Qi, chose to remain, steadfastly supporting the company even during its most challenging times. By the 1980s, they continued to contribute until their retirement in the early 1990s. They had a daughter named Fu Mingxian, who portrayed Guo Fu in the Gu Tianle and Li Ruodong version of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Chapter 58. Different voices. The three ascended the stairs, entered the office, and closed the door. Fu Qi casually settled onto the sofa and inquired, "Old Wang, how does the situation appear this year?" "Same as always. All the factories are constrained, overly concerned with costs, and dare not produce grand works," Wang Yang replied. "Then mobilize the national film studios to negotiate with Zhongying." Shi Hui chimed in with a smile. "The root of the issue lies not with Zhongying, but with the state. What good would negotiations do? Zhongying offers merely 700,000 for a film, and as production costs rise, all studios are stuck at that figure. What quality films can emerge from such limitations?" Wang Yang scoffed, adding, "I've been in communication, but if I'm truly pushed to the brink, I'll directly appeal to the central government. Do not underestimate the power of Beijing. It can reach the highest authorities. Mentioning an appeal is no idle boast." He shook his head and shifted the topic. "What about your Shaolin Temple?" "Not good." Fu Qi's expression darkened. "We have already filmed a third of the content and sent the sample to the capital. Mr. Liao is dissatisfied. The Japanese are displeased. And we are even more unhappy. We must start over." "What? Such a grand production, and you intend to begin anew? Do you have enough funds?" Wang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "I spoke with the Japanese. They are willing to add 700,000 Hong Kong dollars. If we tighten our belts, we can scrape together several 100,000, which should suffice. I've enlisted director Zhang Xinyan to return. The script is being rewritten, and the cast is being reselect. Alas, it's all rather vexing." Fu Qi lamented with a bitter smile. "Mr. Liao, whose full name is Qingji Liao, is the son of Liao Gong's Hong Kai. He serves as the director of the Overseas Chinese Affairs Office and the Hong Kong Affairs Office, fully responsible for matters concerning Hong Kong. Earlier this year, he met with leftist film companies in Hong Kong, specifically requesting a martial arts film. High-ranking leaders in the country, being old revolutionaries who have seen the battlefield, generally have a fondness for martial arts, with several being practitioners themselves, such as General Su. Additionally, there is the 286, who adores martial arts novels and reads a few pages each night before bed. The leftist company accepted the task, but lacked funds, leading them to approach a Japanese monk named Zhong Daochen. He had studied Shaolin martial arts in China and later established a Shaolin martial arts alliance in Japan, amassing over 100,000 disciples. He was willing to purchase the Japanese rights to the film, prepaying 550,000 Hong Kong dollars. Consequently, the leftist company crafted a script based on the tale of the 13 monks rescuing the Tang Emperor, adopting a rather serious tone. The protagonist was not the later young monk Jue Yuan, nor was there a romantic subplot. They found a director in Hong Kong and gathered a troupe of actors from the Hezijia Theater, the lead named Wu Gang. After filming a portion, when they reviewed the footage, they found it heavily stylized, lacking authentic martial prowess, with a mundane storyline and poor visual effects due to the harsh outdoor conditions. Everyone was dissatisfied, leading to the decision to reshoot. Mr. Liao and we had struck a pact, agreeing to produce 36 new films of various genres within 3 years. We pressed on despite the challenges. After all, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, lacking both funds and personnel. As Wang Yang began recounting the tale, he wore a peculiar expression, thinking, "What a coincidence. Old Wang, do you have an idea? I just saw a film yesterday that was about Shaolin Temple." "What a coincidence," Fu Qi replied, equally astonished. Wang Yang rummaged through the drawer of his desk and retrieved 2 small magazines, remarking, "However, these recount tales from the late Ming Dynasty, depicting the Shaolin Temple's resistance against the court's enforcers, imbued with a strong sense of chivalry. There is even a romantic subplot. What a pity. Our rewritten script also draws from the tale of the 13 monks saving the Tang King, and since the costumes and props are already prepared, we cannot change it. Nevertheless, do take a look. I find the romantic segment quite compelling, especially the conclusion." Upon his suggestion, Fu Qi and Shi Hui each took a copy of Story Weekly, flipping through it casually. They did not delve deeply but scanned it for a general understanding. Shi Hui focused on the latter half, where the ending described the male protagonist deciding to renounce the world to become a monk for the sake of the Shaolin Temple, while the female protagonist stood outside the Grand Hall, watching him, separated by a mere door, yet already severed from the mundane world. It concluded with 2 lines of poetry. How can one attain perfection in this world without disappointing both the Buddha and the beloved? Sure, Huey's eyes brightened, and she nudged Fu Qi, exclaiming, "This ending is truly wonderful. We can utilize it. Let me see." Fu Qi also perused it, nodding in agreement. "In our new script, we've made a young monk the protagonist and infused it with many comedic elements. We are still deliberating whether to incorporate a romantic subplot, after all. How does one suitably add romance to a monk's story? If we follow this line of thought, the logic holds. Can we locate this author?" Sure, Hui inquired. "He is at Beijing Factory, the same person who penned Lushan Love, for which you were tasked with sourcing costumes." "Oh, what an intriguing coincidence." Sure, Hui chuckled, saying, "I truly wish to meet this individual. No rush. During the upcoming seminar, I will have him come over. This young man's intellect is quite exceptional." Wang Yang initially intended to study Mummy and Jiasha to see if it could be filmed, but given the greater demand from Hong Kong, he was willing to part with it, though he needed to consult Chen Qi first, as he was the author. Why have I been summoned to this meeting out of the blue? Chen Qi was just about to visit the Chinese bookstore when he was unexpectedly called over by Liang Shaoxing for a meeting. Liang whispered, "The Hong Kong comrades have arrived. We are holding an internal seminar. The attendees are all key creative personnel from the factory, and your presence indicates the director values you. Just look around. You are the only external personnel here." "External personnel? I am merely a vendor of tea." As the two entered the conference room, they found it rather sparse. With only about 40 individuals, all core members of the 4 major creative collectives. Upon his entrance, the crowd expressed surprise. "Old Wang, what is going on?" "Fu Qi has taken a liking to one of his ideas and wanted to discuss it, so I invited him to the meeting. I understand your appreciation for talent, but we must adhere to protocol. This is an internal seminar. What if it leaks out?" questioned a vice director named Sun Wenjin. Wang Yang, aware of his transgression, chuckled sheepishly. "This will not happen again. This will not happen again." Chen Qi, bearing the weight of numerous gazes, found a corner to sit. Understanding well, he was merely an outsider residing in the guest house. The better treatment was inconsequential, but if he truly stepped into the inner circle, well, which organization is ever devoid of its internal strife? "Quiet, please." As everyone gathered, Wang Yang personally presided over the meeting and stated, "First and foremost, we extend a warm welcome to comrades Fu Qi and Shi Hui from Hong Kong. Despite their busy schedules, they have graciously accepted my rather audacious invitation to organize this internal symposium. Today, we ask them to share insights about the current state of Hong Kong cinema, which will greatly aid us in understanding the external film industry." Applause erupted, and Fu Qi raised his hand to signal for quiet. Born in Shenyang and raised in Shanghai, he spoke with a hint of an accent and chuckled. "The last time I visited was over a decade ago. In the blink of an eye, I too have become a person of destiny, and I feel deeply moved. Director Wang has asked me to discuss Hong Kong cinema. So let us begin from a decade ago. As many of you are aware, our leftist company has been engaged in a protracted struggle against the rightist company supported by Taiwan, with Hong Kong serving as our battleground. At that time, we held numerous advantages and defeated them soundly, capturing 1/3 of the market share with our films. We had an abundance of renowned directors, actors, screenwriters, and cinematographers. And we even boasted a cinema chain comprising 8 theaters. I still vividly recall the fervor surrounding the release of Lushan Mountain in Hong Kong. Yet, times have changed. After the tumult, upon reevaluating the situation, it is evident that Hong Kong cinema has fully entered an era of commercialization, with everything measured by box office success. However, this does not imply that the struggle has ceased. Our battle continues unabated. Taiwan has fostered an organization known as the Free Association, specifically aimed at courting Hong Kong film practitioners while suppressing us. Taiwan remains the largest market for Hong Kong films, and for a film to be screened there, both the director and actors must join the Free Association and become members. This is akin to a loyalty oath. Each year, this organization orchestrates events for Hong Kong stars to visit Kinmen to extend military greetings and to celebrate the birthday of the late Chen Qi, as well as the Double 10th Day, what they refer to as the National Day of the Kuomintang. They lavishly celebrate each year, and almost all Hong Kong stars participate, offering gifts. There are also sycophants who openly bribe, solely to ensure that their films receive favorable treatment. Earlier this year, Hong Kong's TV collaborated with Guangdong to record a program celebrating the Spring Festival, featuring 29 artists. Before heading to Guangzhou, they were required to register with the Free Association and submit a letter of contrition, essentially stating, "We have a contract with TVB, and I cannot refuse the work arranged by the company. My heart still aligns with the party and the nation. Please forgive me." As Fu Qi spoke, he suddenly found it difficult to continue, prompting Shi Hui to gently pat him on the shoulder. Taiwan had long since enacted prohibitions, blacklisting any directors or actors who collaborated with us. A ban from Taiwan equates to the obliteration of one's acting career, which instills fear in those artists, deterring them from aligning with us. I must speak candidly. The leftist faction is facing formidable challenges, relying heavily on a few elderly comrades for support. Many comrades have found it increasingly difficult to persevere and have chosen to depart. In the past 2 years, our 3 companies have collectively produced 5 films. Yet the box office performance has been lackluster. The rapid development of Hong Kong cinema has left us with a significant gap, and we have fallen behind. However, our participation in this cultural and arts conference, coupled with the central government's supportive stance, has instilled in us renewed confidence. With the backing of our motherland, we believe that we shall surely restore our former glory. We neither belittle ourselves nor set our aspirations too high. At present, the most crucial task is to enhance our production capacity and create several impactful works to re-establish our foothold in Hong Kong. This heartfelt discourse resonated within the conference room, leaving it in profound silence. The attendees, both astonished and sympathetic, recognized the arduous path faced by their counterparts in Hong Kong, who must contend with the colonial government, right-wing factions, and the constraints imposed by the mainland, often finding themselves caught between 2 opposing forces. After Fu Qi spoke, Shi Hui offered her insights. Wang Yang remarked, "Feel free to pose any questions. It took great effort to bring them here, and we must not let this opportunity slip away." Laughter ensued as an elder director broke the ice, inquiring, "Are you still producing films with realistic themes?" "Absolutely. Realism is our foundation, though our audience is dwindling." "What are your thoughts on the new films from the mainland this year?" "They're all excellent. I can sense a vibrant energy within them. I was pleasantly surprised by Look at This Family, a comedy. I hope to see more films like it." "Will you create films that reflect life on the mainland?" "That is quite challenging. The colonial government would never approve them for release. To put it plainly, the first hurdle for mainland films, or those we create on mainland themes, is censorship. They scrutinize every frame, certain images, names, and even lyrics cannot be included." Fu Qi and Shi Hui patiently addressed the inquiries, which revolved around art, technique, and boundaries. Suddenly, amidst the harmonious dialogue, a voice broke through, asking, "May I inquire which film topped the box office in Hong Kong this year?" Chapter 59. Audacious inquiry. Upon hearing the question, all eyes turned towards the young man in the corner. Fu Qi also cast his gaze in that direction, somewhat astonished that someone on the continent would inquire about box office figures. Nevertheless, he responded, "As of now, the highest-grossing film is the foreign production 007, Space City, with over 7 million Hong Kong dollars in revenue. If we consider local productions, the top contender is Jackie Chan's Drunken Master, a martial arts film that has grossed over 5 million. He pondered aloud, how many martial arts films are in the top 10? Fu Qi was uncertain and whispered a few words to Shi Hui. There should be 3 or 4, as many Hong Kong films incorporate martial arts elements, though they are not strictly martial arts films. Shi Hui scrutinized him and inquired, "Who is that person?" "That is Chen Qi." Wang Yang interjected with a smile. "Oh." Shi Hui's eyes sparkled with delight. A few months ago, the studio organized a viewing of the internal film Drunken Master, which also starred Jackie Chan. "Is he not the most popular in Hong Kong? What is the matter with you, young comrade?" Before Fu Qi could respond, Deputy Factory Director Sun Wenjin chastised, "You're bombarding with questions. How can others inquire further? And what are these questions about box office? The quality and ideology of the film are of utmost importance. But box office figures are also significant, aren't they?" Chen Qi replied innocently. "As film industry professionals, we must prioritize art. We cannot be fixated on box office, as that reflects a severe bourgeois mindset." "Oh yes, you are quite right." Sun Wenjin's irritation grew, sensing a sarcastic undertone. Enough. The young comrade is merely curious." "It's no issue," Fu Qi interjected, aiming to ease the tension. "To answer your earlier question, Jackie Chan is indeed the brightest star in Hong Kong at present, wielding tremendous influence. Do you have any further inquiries? Are his films popular overseas?" extremely popular. Drunken Master garnered 1.9 billion yen at the Japanese box office and attracted over 800,000 viewers in South Korea. Much like Bruce Lee, he is recognized as the next martial arts superstar from Hong Kong. Thank you for your response. I have no further questions. Chen Qi smiled, having inadvertently stifled further inquiries from the group. Ultimately, Wang Yang summarized a few points and concluded the meeting. As the gathering dispersed, Wang Yang called out, "Young Chen, come here for a moment." Oh, he approached amidst various meaningful glances, internally rolling his eyes at the office politics that seemed to transcend eras. Not everyone possesses the benevolence and generosity of Wang Haowei, especially as he had just been so self-satisfied, appearing quite out of place in such a conservative environment. I suspect more individuals may emerge in the future. However, it matters not. Striving alongside others is a delightful endeavor. Upon entering the office, the couple regarded him with warm smiles, their age suggesting they viewed him as a child. "Sit down, young Chen. It seems this is our first conversation," Wang Yang initiated, chuckling. "However, I've known about you for quite some time and have been eager to find an opportunity, and today, it seems, we have one. I have perused your bamboo cotton robe and found it quite commendable. What inspired you to delve into the realm of martial arts?" "My parents worked at the Xinhua bookstore, so I have been exposed to various literature since childhood." He once again resorted to this feeble excuse, maintaining a composed demeanor as he rambled. "During my time at Lushan, I found myself with ample leisure and thought to craft a story. Concerned that literary magazines might reject it, I specifically submitted it to Story Weekly. As for my motivation for creation, it is quite simple. As a man." Chen Qi paused momentarily, then asserted confidently, "Is there any man who does not appreciate martial arts?" The three of them erupted into laughter. Shi Hui, hailing from Nanjing, spoke with a Jiangnan accent, saying, "Here's the thing. We are currently filming a movie centered around Shaolin themes and believe that certain elements of bamboo cotton robe are excellent. We would like to incorporate them into our narrative. What do you think?" "Which elements are you referring to?" "The romantic storyline between the male and female leads. We wish to draw inspiration from it, and ideally, we would like to use the ending as is. Rest assured, you will be well compensated." No, I have heard of your illustrious endeavors and genuinely admire them. It is merely a few lines of text. Feel free to utilize them. Discussing remuneration feels beneath me. However, I do have a small request. Please, do share. Would it be possible for the screenplay to bear my name, even if it is placed in the last position?" "Of course, that can be arranged. Your story is immensely beneficial to us, and it is only fitting that your name appears." Shi Hui replied readily. "Ah," Chen Qi sighed, reflecting that in this day and age, cultural figures are indeed held in high regard. The great screenwriters of the future often employ several writers beneath them. The prominent screenwriter crafts a framework and outlines the main plot, while the specifics are entrusted to the writers, who may not even receive credit. Forget about respect. As long as they can have their names attached, how many screenwriters would be willing to crawl on the ground? Fu Qi took a liking to this young man, and, after some contemplation, decisively stated, "Let us proceed this way. I find bamboo cotton robe quite appealing, and I wish to purchase it along with the addition of an ending." "Well, that sounds agreeable. After all, we are quite weary from acquiring scripts." Shi Hui responded. Wang Yang interjected with a question. "Do those folks from Hong Kong not even write the scripts for you?" "Indeed, even when they occasionally lend a hand. It must be done surreptitiously, using pseudonyms for fear of being discovered. That sounds terribly difficult for you," Wang Yang lamented. After some casual banter, the conversation returned to the matter at hand, with Fu Qi clarifying, "However, I must make it clear that while we are purchasing the script, we have a specific filming schedule each year. Bamboo cotton robe will not be activated in the near future." No worries. I feel immensely honored that you have taken an interest," Chen Qi replied outwardly, though internally he was scoffing at the notion of a specific schedule, attributing it to their financial constraints. In truth, he was quite surprised by this turn of events. The creative elements and conclusion of bamboo cotton robe had already contributed to Shaolin Temple, and he could simply draft a new ending. This task seemed rather simple. When Shaolin Temple became a sensation, the subsequent Shaolin-themed productions were merely derivative works, invariably concluding with the male lead becoming a monk while the female lead shed tears. There is nothing inherently wrong with following trends, provided the quality is assured. The most troubling scenario is when a poorly made film attempts to capitalize on trends. And I am referring to you, Shanghai Fortress. After solidifying the arrangements with Fu Qi and Shi Hui, they lingered for a while longer before rising to take their leave. Chen Qi directly handed over the cotton tree robe without inquiring about the remuneration, assured that he would not shortchange himself. The fact that the leftist faction would be producing the cotton tree robe perfectly aligned with his intentions. He would also bring Su Xiaoming on board. Those certified by Taiwan as affiliated with the bandits are all part of the same circle. You are quite clever. Aware that merely attaching your name can enhance your credentials, should Shaolin Temple succeed, you too shall gain renown. Just a bit of cleverness. I hope you find it amusing. No, this is not an improper means. Your request is entirely reasonable, though their filming pace is slow, even slower than ours. So you will need to be patient. Wang Yang initially intended to discuss the prospect of entering the Beijing Film Studio, but thought it prudent to wait until Lushan Love was released, as he needed to consider the opinions of the studio personnel. Just as he was about to conclude their meeting, he noticed the other party hesitating to speak. Do you have something further to say? Director, I am an outsider, and today marks my first conversation with you, so I should not presume to speak. But I genuinely have an idea. What idea? You just heard that martial arts films are immensely popular in Hong Kong and abroad. Japan has garnered 1.9 billion yen, with Korea attracting countless viewers. Could Shaolin Temple not also succeed? That is uncertain, as the film industry is rife with unpredictable factors, while this film may flourish. The next could falter. Wang Yang shook his head. Indeed, but having attended the symposium, I pondered, if it seems improbable, please dismiss my ramblings. I think, since foreigners enjoy our martial arts films, we should produce more of them. Chen Qi gazed at the old director and uttered, domestically, it would undoubtedly be well received. If we could venture overseas, perhaps, just perhaps, we might earn foreign exchange? What did you say? Wang Yang suddenly stood up. Chapter 60. Capitalizing on capitalism. Is there any possibility for us to earn some foreign exchange? Xiaoqin, do you comprehend the implications of your words? You must take responsibility for what you say. Old director, it was not my assertion. I merely summarized the thoughts of Comrade Fuchi. Wang Yang scrutinized him for several seconds, then cautiously opened the door to glance outside before locking it again. He gestured for his companion to take a seat on the worn-out sofa and said, Please elaborate on your ideas. We might not capture the interest of foreigners with other genres, as they may not comprehend them at all. Chen Qi adopted a serious demeanor and replied, However, martial arts is a form of physical expression. Two individuals who speak entirely different languages can communicate through gestures. The same applies to martial arts. It transcends cultural barriers. When two fighters engage, audiences worldwide can grasp the essence of their conflict, can they not? The brilliance of their performance is universally recognizable, is it not? The films of Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan have garnered immense popularity abroad. And I believe this is the reason. Please continue. More importantly, martial arts films do not contain elements that may instill fear in Western audiences. They are primarily entertaining, devoid of ideological struggles, thus facing less scrutiny. Moreover, we possess two significant advantages. First, our nation has cultivated a wealth of martial arts talent and a robust pool of actors. Second, the breathtaking landscapes of our motherland provide ample opportunities for visual storytelling. Hence, I propose that we embark on creating martial arts films, aiming to distribute them overseas to earn money from the Japanese, the British, and the Americans, capitalizing on the opportunities within capitalism. Wang Yang inhaled sharply at the audacity of such a notion, finding it utterly fantastical and daring. Yet, he could not deny that his aging heart began to race with excitement. Chinese cinema has long remained insular, previously engaging only with the Soviet Union, Eastern European socialist states, and Yugoslavia, with such exchanges being sporadic due to the ever-changing international landscape. Following the reform and opening up policy, foreign films were the first to be liberated from bans. Titles like The Chase and Jane Eyre were screened on the mainland, along with the hosting of a British Film Week. However, the question of how to propel domestic films onto the global stage had yet to be contemplated. In 1979, the number of moviegoers in the mainland soared to a staggering 29 billion, averaging 28 viewings per person annually, a phenomenon unparalleled in history. With such a thriving market yet to be fully tapped, who even considered venturing abroad? Furthermore, domestic films were monopolized by China Film Group, making overseas distribution their responsibility, detached from the film studios. However, Wang Yang, feeling a surge of youthful exuberance, stood up and began to pace slowly around the room. We shall produce a film. Comrades in Hong Kong can assist us in its distribution. They can directly release it overseas or screen it in Hong Kong, earning some revenue to supplement our efforts. Even if it fails to attract overseas buyers, we can still showcase it on the mainland. where martial arts films undoubtedly have a promising future. I have long aspired to create several entertainment films. If we can sell them, that would be splendid. If we truly manage to generate foreign exchange, my friend. Wang Yang suddenly halted, fixing his gaze on Chen Qi and enunciating each word with fervor. UI. And all our dedicated colleagues will emerge as great heroes of our nation. Chen Qi chuckled to himself, amused by the old man's fervor. 10 minutes later, he exited the office, carefully closing the door behind him. They had reached a consensus on the idea of making films to earn foreign exchange, a venture that would undoubtedly require a protracted process. The first step was, of course, to write the screenplay, a task he willingly took upon himself, albeit with a request for some materials to be sent from Hong Kong. He specifically sought detailed data on the overseas release of Hong Kong films for reference. Unbeknownst to him, noon had arrived, and everyone had gone to lunch, leaving the main building nearly deserted. As he strolled through the corridor, he felt a sense of emptiness, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoing from afar. In the era preceding TikTok, when discussing China's most successful exports, one would invariably mention Kung Fu. Kung Fu. Kung Fu. However, the true hallmark of China's successful export was that individual, yes, that very person, especially in the tumultuous times he had come from. Amidst rampant conflicts and extraordinary happenings, that person was frequently referenced in the West, even during the years when the Iranian president's word was law. Alas, for various reasons. One could only attribute it to Kung Fu. Descending the stairs, Chen Qi inhaled the crisp autumn air, his heart ignited with fervor. After all, as he often mused, having traversed time, he ought to accomplish something significant. He could not merely indulge in collecting antiques, purchasing properties, and pursuing starlets. Well, the starlets were still worth pursuing. Antiques were worth collecting as well. It would be a missed opportunity not to seize a bargain. He was not a mere antiquities dealer. He was a collector. Chen Qi scratched his head, realizing that with starlets and antiques, he would inevitably need to buy a large house. Ultimately, it circled back to mundane matters. Suddenly, he thought of his gentle older sister, lost in thought about the starlets. He looked up and spotted Gong Shui strolling down the small path beside the guest house, seemingly taking a leisurely walk after lunch. She noticed him too and approached, inquiring, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. Just finished a discussion. The cafeteria should still be serving. You should go grab something." "I'm not very hungry. I'll pass. The crew isn't filming today. What have you been up to these days?" "I've been reading in my room." "That sounds rather dull. Tomorrow, I plan to wander around the streets. Would you like to join me? We can invite Zhang Jinling too." "Sure." Gong Shui nodded, appearing genuinely unable to refuse. Or perhaps she was simply inherently agreeable. Having said this, Chen Qi ascended the stairs from one door while Gong Shui meandered for a while before departing through another. The guest house was divided by gender, with half of the building allocated to each, separated by a partition. Why not have both genders on the same floor? Because each floor only had one communal washroom and toilet, necessitating numerous trips up and down, which could lead to some careless individuals being seen in less than tidy states. An undesirable situation. Returning to his room, Chen Qi found he was not particularly hungry, but rather a bit drowsy. After a brief nap, he awoke revitalized and ready to work. The foreign exchange film would have to wait. He truly needed to review the materials from Hong Kong to address his objectives accurately. This endeavor was a secret shared only between him and Wang Yang. Until they secured foreign exchange, no one would know the true purpose of the film. In 1979, China's foreign exchange reserves amounted to a mere $840 million. The following year, the situation worsened, plunging to a deficit of $129 billion. The rabbit is impoverished. And you have no idea what the nation has done to earn a bit more foreign exchange. The overseas Chinese apartments mentioned earlier are merely trifles. In this era, if one can bring in foreign currency, it is not merely a matter of paternal lineage, but a matter of ancestral legacy, a treasure of merit and virtue for future generations. As long as Chen Qi refrains from committing heinous acts such as murder or arson, and only possesses minor flaws in romantic conduct, it can all be brushed aside. At this moment, he laid out his manuscript paper and took up his pen to write. First, he intended to craft a news story for Story Weekly, as he still needed to earn his manuscript fees. His mind was already clear, and with a swift motion, he began to write with remarkable ease. Before long, he had penned an opening. In the early years of the Republic, there stood a temple named Nanzhou in the coastal region of Guangdong. While it appeared to be a sanctuary of Buddhist purity, it was, in fact, under the control of a gang of nefarious individuals engaged in the heinous acts of seducing women and trafficking human beings. The gentleman from Chengdu wished for him to compose a tale from Bashu, but Chen Qi had no time to attend to that request. For heaven's sake, custom works require additional payment. The story he was currently crafting was, in fact, renowned and evoked countless memories for those born in the 70s and 80s. The Invincible Mandarin Duck Legs. Chapter 61. Do you wish to enter the Beijing Film Studio? The inspiration for Invincible Mandarin Duck Legs originates from a folk legend of the Chaosan region, titled Mandarin Duck Iron Shoes. The term iron shoes refers to a type of pointed high-heeled shoes worn by women in the Qing dynasty, while the protagonist is skilled in leg techniques. In the 1980s, this legend was adapted into a literary script, and in 1988, a film was produced. However, aside from the concept of leg techniques, the film bears little resemblance to its original narrative. The martial arts style of this film is quite antiquated, yet it garnered significant popularity in mainland China. Later, it was sold to Hong Kong, where it had already become outdated, in a bid to boost box office sales. The unique decision was made to involve the well-known actor Cao Chali, who was indeed the familiar figure you know. Additional risque scenes were filmed, transforming it into a Category 3 film to attract viewers. Chen Qi submitted a piece to Story Weekly purely to earn some remuneration. He had no intention of sharing his truly compelling stories, opting instead to reserve them for his own magazine. He toiled for an entire afternoon, managing to write around 2,000 words. Rubbing his wrist, he exclaimed, "Damn it, I need to find a helper. How can I still be a wage slave after time travel?" Coincidentally, it was dinner time, and he donned his jacket before heading straight to the cafeteria. Upon finding Liang Xiaoxing, he got straight to the point. "I am drafting a piece for Story Weekly, but I have other commitments that may divert my attention. If you don't mind, could you lend me a hand?" "What sort of assistance do you require?" Young inquired. "The total word count is approximately 50,000, divided into 2 parts. I can manage the first half, but I lack the time for the latter. I would like you to take the lead in completing the story according to my outline and character settings. We can consider this a collaboration, and we will split the payment, contingent upon successful publication." Liang Xiaoxing hesitated, responding, "I typically write realistic fiction and have no experience with martial arts narratives." "That's all right. You can start with a few thousand words, and we'll find our rhythm together. This type of writing becomes more intuitive as one progresses. Shall I give it a try?" "Absolutely. You should certainly try." "All right. Just call me when you need me." Liang nodded vigorously. Although he held little interest in writing martial arts stories, he was very much motivated by the prospect of remuneration, as he had a family to support. This year marked the beginning of his writing career, primarily focused on short stories. In this era, he was well aware of the meager earnings from short fiction, perhaps only a couple of hundred yuan, with just one piece completed annually. However, writing for Chen Qi was different. It did not require the relentless pursuit of inspiration or excessive mental strain. Liang Xiaoxing would eventually gain recognition in 1982 when his work This Is a Magical Land won the National Short Story Award, with his pieces being labeled as part of the sent-down youth literature. This genre diverged significantly from scar literature, which outright rejects the past and emphasizes suffering. While some viewed their time in the countryside as a hardship, others genuinely devoted their passion and sincerity to the land. For this latter group, a complete denial of the past equated to a denial of their youthful years. The essence of Liang Xiaoxing's writing epitomized a struggle against adversity, depicting battles against wolves in the vast wilderness, contending with snowstorms, and triumphing over swamps, ultimately cultivating fertile, rich soil. While his experiences were fraught with confusion and pain, he fundamentally affirmed his journey. Thus, Chen Qi believed he could adeptly compose popular novels. If possible, he even wished to narrate the tale of Ghost Blows Out the Light to him. Liang Xiaoxing, during his time with the Heilongjiang Production and Construction Corps, had carved out a substantial niche, driven by a materialistic ethos that banished superstition, a notion quite logical indeed. At Xiamen, the Arrow Tower had undergone a remarkable transformation. Along the eastern side of the tower, a row of makeshift stalls constructed from wood and oilcloth had appeared, adorned with several signs proclaiming offerings such as large bowls of tea and various goods. Ever since the leaders had concluded their inspection, the tea stands had experienced rapid expansion. Not only had they absorbed 20 individuals from the neighboring area, but they had also opened numerous channels for sourcing, bringing in a wealth of surplus goods. What was deemed surplus in the marketplace was a hot commodity here, as no tickets were required. The alteration of any entity inevitably stems from a certain contradiction. The growing army of unemployed youth had stirred considerable concern within the government, prompting a green light for resource allocation, which in turn catalyzed the flourishing of various cooperatives in the capital. Huang Zhenaying had now ascended to the position of deputy director. She managed her operations with increasing finesse, currently brandishing a stack of socks while calling out, "Take a look, new thick socks just arrived. The chill has descended upon us. Our stock is limited. First come, first served." The renowned Xiamen large bowl tea attracted throngs of customers daily. With a single shout from her, the area quickly filled with eager patrons. While Huang Zhenaying was engrossed in her sales, a voice rang out, "Warm a bowl of wine and bring a dish of fennel beans." Do you know how many ways there are to write the character for fennel? Ah, we have exchanged the secret signal. Ha ha ha, Comrade Chen Qi. Huang Zhenaying entrusted her duties to another and turned around to find that ungrateful young man standing before her, flanked by two women. "Comrade Zhenaying," Chen Qi exclaimed, shaking her hand firmly, and introduced, "These are the two actresses from the crew, Gong Shui and Zhang Jinling. They have come out for a stroll today to grab a bite. Greetings. Welcome. Come this way and sit down. It's chilly today. Let us enjoy some hot soup and sample our wontons." Huang Zhenaying guided them into the stall, which had ample space furnished with tables and chairs. She scurried to a narrow adjoining room and soon returned with 3 steaming bowls of wontons, expertly prepared. Chen Qi took a bite and remarked, "The support from above is substantial. There are even some dried shrimp in here. Can you guess how much we earn in a month now? 5,000? It's even more than that. More than 30 people rely on this stall for their livelihoods. By the way, you'll have to start calling me Deputy Director Huang. I've stepped into an official role. And who is the actual boss?" Chen Qi inquired playfully. "Why, it's Aunt Wang." He laughed. Pfft. Chen Qi nearly choked. "Aunt Wang is the director? She is merely a street official with a titular role. In reality, I call the shots." Huang Zhenaying, sitting confidently with her legs apart, declared, "I've applied for a storefront with the district. We do have a place, though it's a bit far from here. I believe our foundation lies at Xiamen. We cannot stray too far. The district will help us set up a stall for now, and we'll consider the housing later." "What about winter?" Chen Qi asked. "We'll hang a cotton curtain, set up a stove inside, and manage just fine," she replied resolutely. "I have decided not to allow the children from the opera school to come anymore. They would suffer in this cold weather. That little girl named Liu Bei still speaks of you." Huang Zhenaying, with her rapid-fire speech, finished her thoughts with enthusiasm, then turned her gaze towards Zhang Jinling and glanced at Gong Shui, saying, "You are from the south, aren't you?" "Yes, I am from Shanghai. It's evident. Even when eating wontons, you carry yourself so delicately. Look at how you sit. Oh dear, I wouldn't even know how to position my legs like that." Gong Shui felt a bit embarrassed, prompting Chen Qi to quickly interject. All right, go on with your business. I must attend to you all. There's no need for that. We will leave once we finish our meal." Chen Qi shooed her away, and Zhang Jinling chuckled. "So this is the Comrade Zhenaying you mentioned? Just as you described. Her personality is truly delightful. It's my first time meeting such a straightforward girl." Gong Shui concurred. "She is quite something, rather carefree. When we were young, she would ride on my back, and I could never manage to outmatch her." "So, your work has always revolved around the tea stall?" "Indeed. When I say I sell tea in large bowls, no one believes me. What a waste of talent," Zhang Jinling remarked, swallowing a wonton with sincerity. "Have you ever considered coming to the Beijing Film Studio? I've discussed this with Director Wang, and she expressed her hope for your arrival." "I follow the arrangements of the organization," Chen Qi replied solemnly. "Oh, come now. Everyone knows how much Director Wang values you. With his temperament, once Lushan Romance is released, he will surely bring you on board." After finishing her statement, Zhang Jinling suddenly turned her head and added, "Gong, have you ever thought about coming to the Beijing Film Studio?" Chapter 62. Embracing her, Gong Shui was taken aback by the question directed at her. She regarded Zhang Jinling as a close friend and felt comfortable enough to share her thoughts, stating, "I have always wished to work at the Shanghai Film Studio so I could live with my parents." "At your age, you still desire to live with your parents?" Zhang Jinling remarked. "I left home in my teens and have been wandering ever since. Of course, I long to return to Shanghai." "Is it difficult to gain entry into the Shanghai Film Studio?" Chen Qi inquired. "Indeed, it is challenging. I have no previous collaboration with them. They are unfamiliar with me. Why would they hire a complete stranger?" Gong Shui sighed, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Don't be disheartened, sister. Staying in the capital would be splendid. You would share the screen with Yulin." Chen Qi contemplated for a moment and added, "I believe that since you aspire to be an actress, you should seize any opportunity that presents itself, rather than ending up with nothing. Director Wang is a talent enthusiast. If Love at Lushan performs well, he will surely consider transferring you." He continued, "Just like Lu Shaoqing. How much did she sell for?" 80,000. Zhang Jinling gestured a number with her fingers. Look at that, an 80,000 transfer fee. By the time you sell, it will surely double, and you won't see less than 200,000. Do you think we are commodities? Besides, how could I possibly be worth 200,000? Gong Shui shot him a glance, dismissing his words as nonsense. Yet, a pang of melancholy struck her. Once love at Lushan concluded in December, she would have to return to the army. She felt grateful for this opportunity, relishing the atmosphere of the film crew, absorbing experiences like a sponge, and she was reluctant to part ways. If she wished to avoid returning, she would need to land another role. However, securing a film is no simple matter. One must select a theme, write a script, hold discussions, and cast actors. What were the odds that she would be chosen again? That would be incredibly fortunate. Chen Qi lifted a large bowl and finished the wonton soup, letting out a satisfied belch. Are we done eating? Let's go? He stood up, pulled out some cash, 2 yuan neatly arranged on the table, and said, Comrade Zhanning, may I borrow a tricycle to take some items home? Go ahead. Why repay me? We are like siblings, albeit from different fathers and mothers. Of course, we must keep accounts clear. The companions at the tea stall were unfazed, with the elder explaining to the newcomers, this is Teacher Chen, a sly one who has never worked a day yet teaches us to nod yes and shake no. They had already shed the long gowns of Confucius. Chen Qi was different. He was unwilling to endure such hardship, so upon realizing the situation upon his arrival, he lifted his gown and fled. The tea stall had a tricycle for transporting goods, which he borrowed, heading southward towards the trust shop at Qianmen. The trust shop was a place for buying and selling secondhand goods, as well as offering consignment services for a small fee. Cameras, watches, crafts, clothing, and furniture could all be found here, attracting many treasure hunters, colloquially known as picking up leaks. The common understanding of picking up leaks is purchasing a piece of valuable porcelain for just a few coins. Such occurrences do indeed happen, but encountering one in a lifetime is rare. After all, who doesn't recognize a valuable item? Yet it is expensive. In these times, people are impoverished, and only a select few are willing to spend money on antiques. In the 1980s, Ma Weidu spent 2,000 yuan on a set of folding screens, a sum originally intended for purchasing a color television, a luxury few would dare to forego. Thus, the notion of seizing opportunities arises during such times. Remarkable treasures abound with minimal competition, granting one ample chances to acquire them. Of course, if one were to possess the backing of a significant figure, like the elder matron who sold antiques to Hong Kong by the truckload, that would indeed be impressive. Or consider Li Chunping, who spun tales of being supported by a Hollywood starlet while inheriting a fortune, all reflective of the distinct characteristics of the era. This morning, Chen Qi perused a thrift store, and now he has emerged with a gramophone, several vintage vinyl records, and 2 chairs, all loaded onto a tricycle as he rides home. Upon entering the alleyway, he halts at the courtyard entrance. Zhang Jinling assists him with the chairs, while Gong Shui cradles the gramophone, curiously observing the spacious compound, and inquires, Is this the dormitory of the Xinhua bookstore? Indeed, it's the place that nurtured me. Chen Qi replies with pride, That house is my home. He opens the door, places the items inside, and chuckles, I appreciate your help, ladies. I couldn't resist bringing in these delightful finds. Look at how you phrase that. Women can hold up half the sky. What's the big deal about moving a few things? Zhang Jinling responds nonchalantly. Years later. Such words from her could leave someone speechless, she reflects. Gong Shui surveys the modest abode, noting its cleanliness and orderliness, with an abundance of belongings, some rather valuable. Spotting the bed, she smirks. Is this where you sleep? Is it long enough? For me, it's just right. My feet can rest here. Chen Qi comments, bringing in a long bench to extend the bed's length, saying, It's a bit short, but it's wide enough for 3. Your words are somewhat ambiguous, comrade. Zhang Jinling, now married and wise to the ways of the world, admonishes him lightly. Without even a sip of water, she soon departs. What can I do? A man accompanied by 2 women at my age and her age, there are those who speak but do not listen. I must tread carefully. Chen Qi muses, patting his face. He then rushes back to the Xinhua bookstore, calling out to Yuxioli, Mom, I brought some things home. What did you buy? Oh, are you leaving already? A gramophone. Chairs, make sure that chair made of Wang Wali wood isn't used for firewood. As evening falls, after dinner, Gong Shui usually strolls in the courtyard. With the film crew not in production, her life feels rather monotonous. Meals resemble mere intervals of freedom, while she often finds herself confined indoors with books. Lacking many friends, she is not one to actively seek social interactions. Having spent the day outside, she feels a bit fatigued yet content. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Comrade Gong Shui?" Turning around, she processes the recognition and replies, "Director Huang, are you out for a walk too?" Indeed, 100 steps after a meal is beneficial for health. Huang Jianzhong smiles as he catches up, adding, "Your crew hasn't started filming yet, has it?" The chaos from the meetings can disrupt the flow of shooting. Interruptions can easily lead to a loss of momentum, which can be hard to regain. "Ah, I am quite well." She initially intended to linger a bit longer. But now, feeling disheartened, she said, "I shall return to the guest house. Thank you for your concern." "Oh, very well. I still have a few laps to complete." Huang Jianzhong observed her retreating figure, comparing it to that of his wife, and could not help but acknowledge the stark difference. After 20 years of sharing a bed with an actress, he felt too restrained in this environment to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. He merely admired her beauty and engaged in awkward small talk, to which she responded politely. "Pretty boy." Huang Jianzhong scoffed, unsure whom he was actually reprimanding. Gong Shui returned to her room, and before she knew it, night had fallen. She sat at the desk, retrieved some stationery, and began to compose a letter to her parents. "Today, Sister Ailing mentioned that I might have the opportunity to join the Beijing Film Studio. I had never contemplated this before. Having been away from home for 10 years, I long to return to your side to accompany you properly. This desire remains unchanged. Entering the film studio is my aspiration. Lushan Love will conclude next month, and I shall return to the army. I feel quite reluctant to part with everything in the crew. And I can only confide in you. Please do not scold me for sounding like a child." Meanwhile, in room 302, Chen Qi was in a state of agitation, his hands aching from writing for invincible lovebirds. "I need a computer. A typewriter would suffice," he muttered to himself. "How can I handwrite an 800-word essay and then be expected to compose tens of thousands of words?" After much grumbling, he finally completed his daily writing goal and jumped up in relief. It was past 11 at night when he finally washed up and lay down on his bed, his mind drifting to those two Wang Wally chairs. Oh, the elegance of their lines, the richness of their texture. What a pity they could only be squeezed into his small, dilapidated house. The conversations from earlier in the day resurfaced about entering the Beijing Film Studio, entering the Shanghai Film Studio, and so forth. He paid little heed to it. This matter seemed simple. All he needed to do was support her. Chapter 63. Lilian Jie knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Early that morning, Chen Qi knocked on the door of the factory director's office. Wang Yang was cheerfully sipping tea and said, "Take a seat. The guest will arrive shortly." "What have you been busy with these days?" "I've been writing for Story Magazine." "Oh? Is it another martial arts piece?" "Yes, it's titled Invincible Lovebird Legs." Chen Qi briefly recounted the story, and Wang Yang nodded, saying, "It sounds quite intriguing. I truly wonder where you derive such an abundance of fight scenes. Others manage one story a year, while you produce 3. It's precisely the action that makes it easier to write. If you asked me to delve into something profound, I wouldn't know how." He paused momentarily, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Old director, is the remuneration from Hong Kong in Hong Kong dollars or renminbi?" "Of course, it's in Hong Kong dollars. But is there any foreign exchange certificate involved?" "Well, your situation is somewhat unique. I'm not entirely sure. You can inquire at the bank when the time comes." Wang Yang replied. The foreign exchange certificate is quite renowned. However, prior to that, there was a form known as the Overseas Remittance Certificate. Overseas Chinese would send foreign currency to relatives in the mainland, which banks would directly convert into renminbi while also allocating a certain amount of overseas remittance certificates. Domestic relatives could use these certificates to purchase many coveted items not available in the market, such as canned sardines, luncheon meat, cunning milk powder, instant coffee, and Western clothing. The common people could hardly fathom the treasures within. Even during the nation's most challenging times, this supply remained uninterrupted, allowing many to enjoy a lavish lifestyle through these certificates. Domestic relatives received preferential treatment, prompting overseas Chinese to remit more foreign currency, serving as a means to absorb foreign exchange. Hong Kong dollars were included in this as well. However, regarding Chen Qi's case, being remuneration and specifically from a Hong Kong state-owned enterprise, whether there would be any overseas remittance certificates remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to them, it was already mid-November. The writers' conference had concluded, and Fu Qi and Shi Hui had returned to Hong Kong, introducing a leftist director to stay briefly at the Beijing Film Studio. After a short wait, the individual arrived. A man in his 40s, broad-faced with prominent ears, strode in with a gusty air, exuding a hint of the old literary scholar's charm. Upon entering, he immediately smiled. "Old director, my apologies for the intrusion. Xin Yin, it has been a long time. Wang Yang grasped his hand tightly, gesturing towards Chen Qi. This is that talented young screenwriter. Greetings. You are indeed a promising youth. The man introduced as Zhang Xin Yin was the newly appointed director of Shaolin Temple. He had always been aligned with leftist cinema and later directed films such as Hero of the Yellow River and Kung Fu Kid's Romantic Adventures. After some pleasantries, he directly stated, "With winter upon us and the exterior scenes lacking beauty, I shall consider this a preparation phase. I brought a few people with me to organize preliminary matters, primarily selecting actors. Come spring, when the flowers bloom, we shall commence with Shaolin Temple. This is the most prudent approach." "How do you plan to select the actors?" Wang Yang inquired. "Let us refrain from using Peking opera performers. This is a martial arts film. I wish to find a group with genuine martial prowess. I am acquainted with a young man from the Beijing martial arts team, named Li Lianjie. A few years ago, during the visit of the Chinese martial arts delegation to the United States, he returned via Hong Kong, where he performed for a week to report back to his compatriots. I accompanied him in filming a documentary for that week." Zhang Xinyan, with his cheerful demeanor, spoke candidly. At that time, he was only 11. And his martial arts skills were exceptional. Now, nearly 16 or 17, I plan to see how he has progressed. His participation in the visit to the United States indicates the nation's regard for him. He must be a national champion, right? Indeed. However, that poses a challenge. The martial arts team is unlikely to release him unless you contact the National Sports Commission. I shall initiate discussions. After this, Zhang Xinyan turned to Chen Qi, smiling as he remarked, "I have read your cotton pulp robe, and it is excellently written, perfectly suited for Shaolin Temple. I hope you won't mind if I intrude for a moment to discuss the script with you. Please, do not say that. I am here to learn from you." As early winter set in, Beijing grew increasingly chilly. The Shikahai area, particularly Hohai, has always been a popular recreational spot for the locals. As temperatures dropped further and the lake froze over, throngs of people flocked to skate. In this western region, there exists a renowned sports school, the Shikahai Sports School, which was the precursor to the Beijing martial arts team. Zhang Xinyan settled at the Beijing Film Studio, demonstrating remarkable initiative, and within a few days, he had arrived. With Chen Qi eagerly following, he, too, needed to scout actors for foreign exchange films. Director Chen, Coach Wu, the ace coach of the martial arts team, Wu Bin, warmly welcomed them, though he inwardly questioned the necessity of such cross-disciplinary pursuits in an era when specialization was more common. Why intertwine martial arts practice with film? Nevertheless, since they had come from Hong Kong, it was only fitting they should be allowed to observe. This way, please, our team is currently in training. Recently, during the national games, the team performed admirably, but the children had become somewhat complacent, their training lax. This was unacceptable. In martial arts, stagnation equates to regression, and relentless practice is essential. Chen Qi aptly chimed in. "Indeed, I have heard that you secured several gold medals, first in the nation. You're too kind. It's not yet 10 medals, much effort is still required," exclaimed Wu Bin, his eyebrows nearly soaring in enthusiasm as he led them into the training hall. There, a group of teenagers, some barehanded and others wielding double swords or swords, engaged in vigorous practice. That female athlete over there is named Li Xia. She is the champion in traditional weapons from the national games, Wu Bin pointed out. And that one is Good Shunyan, the captain of the women's team. She is formidable, 5th-generation disciple of Bagua Zhang, 19th-generation heir of Qin-style Tai Chi, and 2nd-generation heir of Hunyuan Tai Chi, her Bagua Zhang said, is particularly impressive. He continued, indicating another, that is Wang Kun, the captain of the men's team, who excels with the spear and is the national runner-up. Wu Bin proudly highlighted several of his outstanding disciples, and finally, with a gleam of pride, he pointed out, that young man is Li Lianjie. He is only 16 years old and won 5 gold medals at the national games. 5. As he spoke, he called Li Lianjie over. Officially, Li Lianjie's height is 169 centimeters, but he appears slightly shorter, clad in a blue training uniform, with short hair and an energetic demeanor. Upon catching sight of Zhang Xinyan, he exclaimed with delight, "Director Zhang, what brings you here? I specifically came to see you. How have you been?" "I am well. I just earned 5 gold medals, and my salary has increased." "Ah," Wu Bin quickly interjected, realizing that this youth, though a martial arts prodigy, possessed a rather impulsive nature, speaking without restraint about matters such as salary. Zhang Xinyan's eyes gleamed. Li Lianjie, with his handsome visage and remarkable skills, was undoubtedly the best candidate for the lead role in Shaolin Temple. What was even more precious was his star quality. This elusive quality often determines whether an individual can achieve stardom. For instance, Wu Yu, with his pronounced brows, striking eyes, exceptional abilities, and commendable acting, remains merely lukewarm in popularity. As Zhang Xinyan conversed with Li Lianjie, Chen Qi searched the surroundings, marking out individuals like Wang Kun and Gu Chunyan. He then spotted a young woman. Uncertain, he inquired, "Coach Wu, who is that?" "Huang Qiuyan. She excels in snake fist and dual swords." Indeed, it was Huang Qiuyan. Chen Qi nodded. She was Li Lianjie's ex-wife. Various stories about Li Lianjie had circulated. Rumors of abandoning his wife, changing nationalities, and matters related to the One Foundation, debated endlessly online, but need not be reiterated. One thing was certain: Li Ji was truly remarkable. In any case, Chen Qi had his own plans. Such individuals could be of use, and he had ample ways to ensure their compliance. Chapter 64. The currency of foreign exchange is indeed a father. Subsequently, Chen Qi discovered another individual, seemingly in his teenage years, who appeared somewhat solitary, practicing his martial arts alone. His appearance was commendable, albeit tinged with an air of sternness. "Coach Wu, who is that?" "Oh, he is a Chinese-American, fond of martial arts. His mother sent him here to study last year. This child's Mandarin is quite poor, and he rarely interacts with others, preferring to train alone. His name is Zhen Ziden." "How old is he?" 16. Chen Qi glanced at Zhen Ziden, then at Li Lianjie, and naturally envisioned the scene of Huang Feihong battling Nailin Yuanshu. Unfortunately, both were too young, their temperaments still tender, limiting the roles they could portray. Finally, Zhang Xinyan finished his conversation, and Wu Bin led a few individuals away. Just as they departed, a group of teammates encircled Li Lianjie, bombarding him with questions. "Who were those people? What did they want from you?" "They're directors from Hong Kong, looking to cast me in a film." "Wow, a movie? That is fantastic. I love watching films, and I want to act too." "Don't even think about it. The team would never agree to that." Li Lianjie joined the martial arts team at the age of 11, having toured numerous countries, performed martial arts for Nixon, and even shaken hands with Kissinger. Having been received by high-ranking officials, he was a child who had truly seen the world, not an ignorant youth. He scratched his head and chuckled, secretly eager. After all, acting in a film was certainly more appealing than remaining in the martial arts team. From a distance, Zhen Ziden watched enviously, having overheard snippets of the conversation. "A movie? I want to act too." All right, enough chatter. Continue training." Wang Kun, the male team captain, and Gu Chunyan, the female team captain, emerged to maintain order, urging their juniors to focus, though they themselves harbored aspirations of their own. Wang Kun later starred in films such as The 13th Sister of the Heroine, Golden Dart Huang Tianba, Invincible Mandarin Duck Legs, Tai Chi Master, and Young Zhang Sanfeng, showcasing remarkable skills and a commendable image. Though he sadly passed away at the age of 48. Gu Chunyan appeared in Martial Arts Chronicle, Big Knife Wang Wu, and the Young Family Female Generals, eventually relocating to Singapore to establish a martial arts school. In essence, Zhang Xinyan's arrival planted a seed of ambition within these young hearts. In an era where professions were largely fixed, farmers remained farmers, workers stayed workers, and athletes were confined to their roles. Venturing into different fields was viewed as an act of impropriety. However, there existed two pathways to transcend one's rigid class: literature and film. Such a narrow-minded perspective. Such antiquated thinking. Film is an exceptional medium for promoting traditional martial arts, yet it is regarded as a bane, utterly unreasonable. An hour later, Zhang Xinyan emerged from the sports school, venting his frustrations vocally, visibly incensed. He had fervently articulated his case to the school leaders, yet they remained obstinate, their demeanor laced with a hint of condescension, implying that they were national champions with experiences in the United States and Japan. What merit did filming hold? Please don't be upset. This is quite a common situation. Chen Qi interjected, adding, Li Lianjie alone can secure 5 gold medals. He is a treasure wherever he goes. He was connected to the martial arts team, which in turn was linked to the Municipal Sports Commission. Without him, a significant portion of the achievements would be absent, and no one would dare to take responsibility. You should find a way to meet with Mr. Liao. If he intervenes with the National Sports Commission, the martial arts team will be released. Otherwise, even if you seek actors locally, they will still refuse. Indeed, such is the nature of the situation. Zhang Xinyan nodded, smiling. Young Chen, at such a tender age, you possess a remarkable understanding of the ways of the world, don't you? It's all thanks to the old factory director. I barely grasp the intricacies involved, he replied modestly. Ah, You're being humble again. After spending several days together, Zhang Xinyan was highly satisfied with his performance. The screenplay for Shaolin Temple had two writers, who had already laid the groundwork, while Chen Qi was mainly responsible for offering insights on the romantic scenes. Each suggestion was spot on. For instance, given that Shaolin Temple is a sacred Buddhist site, how could the male lead be seen frolicking with the female lead all day? Chen Qi proposed that the female character could simply be depicted as a shepherdess in the valley. This solution, which had troubled Zhang Xinyan for half a day, was resolved in an instant. He did not wish to involve himself too deeply in Shaolin Temple. Merely having his name attached as a writer sufficed. As the production timeline was exceedingly lengthy, having commenced filming in 1979 and only released in 1982, Zhang Xinyan spent 6 months casting actors, and after finalizing the selection, gathered them in Zhengzhou for unified training, which took another 6 months before filming could begin, followed by an entire year of shooting. With that amount of time, Chen Qi could have produced 2 films. Moreover, his own foreign exchange film also featured martial arts, and he might have to compete for actors with Shaolin Temple. Chen Qi accompanied Zhang Xinyan back to the Beijing Film Studio. Upon arrival at the entrance, the elderly guard in the reception room stopped him, saying, "Finally, you're back. The postal worker has come by several times. Are you Chen Qi? There's a package for you, along with a withdrawal notification. You'll need to sign for it. I'm terribly sorry, but I have matters to attend to today. Thank you. No worries. This is a remittance from Hong Kong. Please continue to contribute to the country's foreign exchange." The postal worker, with a heart full of enthusiasm, rode away. Chen Qi brushed past the inquisitive old man, clutching the mail, and hurried back to the guest house. He shut the door and immediately tore open the package, revealing a substantial stack of documents, followed by a glance at the withdrawal notification that caught his eye with the mention of the Great Wall. This was the payment for Mu Mianjiasha. He felt a thrill akin to that of his previous experience with Lushan Love. Although Hong Kong cinema did not place much emphasis on scripts, once selected, the compensation was undoubtedly more generous than that of the mainland. The current market rate there typically ranged from 10,000 to 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. And if a renowned writer was commissioned, it could reach as high as 50,000. Being a newcomer from a modest background, he estimated it would be approximately 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Chen Qi couldn't help but jump with joy. He had guessed correctly. He relished the feeling of starting from scratch and gradually earning money, experiencing profound satisfaction. The average exchange rate in 1979 was roughly 100 Hong Kong dollars to 31.35 Chinese yuan, translating to just over 3,000 yuan. He was one step closer to becoming a 10,000 yuan household. Suddenly restless, he hopped on his bike and raced back to Qianmen amidst flashes of lightning and thunder. First seeking Aunt Wang for a proof, then returning home for his household registration book, and headed straight for the bank. In this day and age, remittances typically begin with the sender providing a receipt, which the recipient then presents at the bank to withdraw the funds. Chen Qi approached a counter, retrieving various documents from his bag, and stated, "Hello, comrade. I would like to withdraw some money. Please hold on." The staff member took the documents, glanced at them, and was taken aback. The remittance originated from Hong Kong, which was not unusual, but the amount was astonishing 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. It is customary for Hong Kong compatriots to remit only a few hundred yuan to their friends and family on the mainland, so such a sum was unheard of. She immediately grew suspicious and inquired, "Comrade, what is this money for?" "It's my manuscript fee." "Manuscript fee?" She appeared increasingly bewildered. "I wrote a script for a company in Hong Kong, and that is my payment. Doesn't it state Great Wall as the sender? And what is your occupation?" "I work for the Qianmen Tea Snack Cooperative, selling large bowls of tea, and I have a certificate from the street office." Can a manuscript fee from Hong Kong really amount to $10,000? Capitalism is truly corrupt. The staff member remained uncertain and called over a supervisor. The two whispered amongst themselves, occasionally glancing at Chen Qi, and then ushered him into a small room, smilingly asking him to be patient. Eagerly, Chen Qi thought, "Are they suspecting me of espionage?" As expected, another individual entered, exuding an intimidating presence, questioning him extensively, yet ultimately saying nothing definitive and instructing him to continue waiting. Just as impatience began to set in, Director Jiang Huayan arrived. "Director Jiang, what brings you here?" "Having located you at the Beijing Film Studio, I felt compelled to vouch for you. We were all quite startled, wondering what trouble you had encountered, only to find it was a matter of manuscript fees." At that moment, relevant bank personnel also arrived, smiling as they said, young comrade. We appreciate your cooperation and hope for your understanding. No worries, no worries. I trust my next visit won't entail such a lengthy process? Certainly not. Everything has been clarified. Will I receive a remittance voucher? Chen Qi inquired eagerly. The representative hesitated, apologizing. To be frank, your situation is rather unique. Although the funds were sent from Hong Kong, it is from a Chinese enterprise. After some deliberation, we believe it should not be classified as a remittance voucher, and we hope you won't take offense. Just as this was conveyed, another individual suggested. Look at you, so young and already capable of writing scripts. You should be even bolder. Submit your work overseas, earn dollars or pounds, and then, should the funds arrive, you will undoubtedly receive a remittance voucher. Another chimed in, indeed. Historically, remittances have been for family support, home purchases, and weddings, rarely for manuscript fees. With your talent, wouldn't it be delightful to contribute more to the nation's foreign exchange? Oh dear, with such generous support, I fear I might not be able to bear it. You can handle it, you can handle it. A young talent, and quite handsome too. Who else could we choose but you? Chen Qi, who normally dispensed emotional value to others, found himself unexpectedly on the receiving end of flattery, especially from those in finance. This notion of liberation of thought only served to reinforce one undeniable truth. Foreign exchange truly reigns supreme. Chapter 65. Enlightenment at Longchang. The demeanor of the banking personnel towards Chen Qi was not exaggerated. In this day and age, when ordinary citizens receive remittances from overseas relatives and visit banks to withdraw funds, the staff typically engage in warm and friendly conversations. They often suggest, do write more letters to your relatives, mentioning the preferential rates you receive, encouraging them to send more foreign currency. This is particularly prevalent in the southeastern coastal regions, where the diaspora is most substantial. One should not underestimate this initiative. The remittances sent by overseas Chinese for family support can amount to tens of millions of dollars annually. Chen Qi, in collaboration with the leftist company, had a firm stance, yet the tangible benefits were somewhat lacking. This time, without the remittance vouchers, he genuinely intended to pen a screenplay for a local Hong Kong company or craft a novel to submit to the United States, hoping to earn some authentic income. He directly deposited the converted RMB, and the figure 4,000 gleamed brightly on his savings passbook, representing his total assets. That would be sufficient to marry 8 wives. In the afternoon, Chen Qi returned to the Beijing Film Studio. After briefly perusing the items sent from Hong Kong, he proceeded to the main building to seek out Wang Yang and requested access to the archives. As previously mentioned, the main building of the film studio consists of 3.5 stories, with the half-story designated as the archives, which also houses numerous books and serves as a reading room. Typically, it is quite deserted. An elderly factory worker opened the door for him, advising, "Please return the books to their original places once finished, and ensure they remain clean and intact. If you wish to take any back to the guest house, please register them." "Understood, rest assured," Chen Qi replied. He entered the room, surveyed the rows of bookshelves and a few tables and chairs, exhaled deeply, and immediately set to work. He began selecting various publications related to Soviet and Yugoslav cinema, finding a seat to immerse himself in reading. At present, Sino-Soviet relations remain tense, normalizing only in the mid-1980s. Yet cinema serves as a harbinger of friendship, having taken the initiative. Following China's reform and opening up, Soviet films were unbanned, and occasionally, domestic films were sent to Eastern Europe for screening. Relations with Yugoslavia were relatively cordial, leading to frequent exchanges. These two socialist camps, comprising nearly 300 million people, predominantly produced war films that reflect the working class, celebrate laborers, and critique capitalism. The Yugoslav market is vibrant, while Romania also possesses considerable dynamism. Chen Qi diligently recorded various details and searched for information related to European cinema, soon cluttering the table with materials. He needed to assess the receptiveness of these nations to specific genres of films, ensuring he did not inadvertently produce something that might offend their sensibilities. Although he was not well versed in this area, having had no prior exposure, he was quite familiar with the American market. The rise of New Hollywood, characterized by figures such as Coppola, George Lucas, and Spielberg, had already culminated in their landmark works. Star Wars notably propelled Hollywood into the era of blockbuster films. Returning to the topic of martial arts cinema, the first Hong Kong martial arts film to premiere in American theaters was Shaw Brothers' The Greatest Kung Fu, starring Lo Li, who later became involved with the cast of Dream of the Red Chamber, leading to a tragic outcome when she committed suicide after moving to Hong Kong with him. This film grossed $20 million at the box office, primarily due to the naive foreign audience's unfamiliarity with martial arts cinema. A few months later, Bruce Lee's The Big Boss premiered in the United States, earning $280,000, followed by Fist of Fury at $340,000. And the immensely successful Way of the Dragon, which grossed $25 million. However, The Game of Death did not fare as well. With global earnings just over $100,000, Chen Qi scrutinized this set of data as if he could decipher its intricacies. The Legend of the First Fist benefited from a fortunate circumstance, while both The Big Boss and Fist of Fury struggled due to the American mainstream's disinterest in such themes. Why did Way of the Dragon succeed? Because it was released just a month after Bruce Lee's untimely death, providing a sensational hook. Along with the portrayal of Americans being bested in combat, the American audience, confident in their own strength, remained unperturbed by their on-screen defeat. As they wore faces that had never known subjugation, their true concerns lay elsewhere. Was there a call to action for the working class? Did it harbor anti-capitalist sentiments? Were there any shadows of educators? This included everything from photographs, badges, songs, to quotes. In essence, as long as the film did not challenge fundamental beliefs, they were willing to indulge in the entertainment of combat. Chen Qi summarized his thoughts, meticulously filling pages with observations. He categorized the internationally popular martial arts films into three types. The first category comprised blockbusters like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Hero, and Fearless, featuring major stars and grand productions with stunning visuals and comprehensible themes for foreign audiences. The second category consisted of smaller films purely focused on martial prowess, characterized by relentless action from start to finish, exemplified by Iron Monkey and The Legend of the Drunken Master, where action design took precedence. The third category encompassed art films, cloaked in martial arts, yet delving into profound spiritual themes, such as The Assassin. Many kung fu films performed poorly at the overseas box office, instead finding their audience through VHS and DVD rentals. For instance, The Legend of the Drunken Master had mediocre box office earnings abroad, yet garnered $16,750,000 from American rentals. However, given that the VHS market was just beginning to develop, such considerations were not paramount. The Beijing Film Studio could allocate a maximum budget of $700,000, ruling out any blockbuster endeavors. Even if sufficient funds were available, the hardware conditions were inadequate. Thus, the only feasible option was to produce smaller films, perhaps incorporating scenic depictions of the homeland to entice the unsuspecting foreign audience. With the critical element being the martial arts choreographer, Chen Qi's mind began to churn with ideas, yet he was troubled. The action design in mainland productions had evolved from traditional martial arts forms, while Hong Kong had already transitioned through a phase of rigorous styles, with Jackie Chan's acrobatics and Sammo Hung's flamboyance gaining popularity. With the emergence of Sui Hark's innovative martial arts films, the creativity had reached new heights. Foreign audiences now favored a visceral, impactful style, ideally with a Hong Kong choreographer who expertly mastered techniques akin to the character Wang Yuyan. However, how could such an environment be convincingly replicated? Engrossed in contemplation within the data room, Chen Qi lost track of time, the words on the pages before him fading into obscurity as darkness enveloped the room. Stretching his neck, he gathered a stack of papers and stepped outside. It was precisely the end of work hours, and his colleagues looked on with curiosity. "Xiao Chen, what are you up to?" "Oh, nothing much, just researching a few things." "Have you found inspiration? What type are you planning to write?" "I haven't settled on anything yet, but once I do, I will certainly let you know." He was merely going through the motions. After leaving the main building, he took a glance at the photography studio. The literary and art conference concluded, and the filming of Lushan Love would continue, anticipated to be completed by mid-December. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, he secluded himself in the reference room. Rumors circulated in the Beijing studio. Goodness, what is Xiao Chen up to? He has been poring over books for 3 days, burning the midnight oil and neglecting his rest. Just look at that pretentious demeanor. Does he think he is achieving enlightenment like a sage? On the 4th day, Chen Qi finally abandoned the reference room and knocked on the director's office door. Come in. Have a cup of tea." Wang Yang personally brewed the tea and remarked with a smile, "Everyone knows you've been in seclusion for your training. Now that you've emerged, do you have any ideas?" "It's not bad. I've had a few sparks of inspiration," Chen Qi replied. "Let me outline 3 concepts for you. The first is a tale of a Western swordsman. The second revolves around the story of the master thief, Yan Zili San, and the third narrates the life of the Tai Chi Grandmaster Yang Luchen. Chapter 66, he practices Shaolin, While I embrace Tai Chi, the so-called Western swordsman naturally refers to the character from the swordsman of Xuanqi town. This cinematic piece is artistic. It unfolds swiftly, with hardly a blink, emphasizing a profound ambience. Such an approach would undoubtedly falter in the mainland, as Chen Qi seeks to enrich the combat scenes while adhering to the narrative structure of the original film. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang inquired, "Are we heading to the northwest for location shooting?" "Indeed. You may regard it as a Chinese Western film. With the desolate grandeur of the Lus Plateau and the rugged spirit of the swordsman from Guangzhou, it would surely captivate the Hong Kong audience, and even more so, the foreigners." "That sounds rather intriguing. What is the second story?" Wang Yang asked. Chen Qi began recounting the tale of Yin Zili San. Thanks to the dissemination of Hong Kong films and television dramas, figures such as Huang Feihong, Hong Shiguan, Fang Shiyu, and Yiwen have achieved considerable fame on the mainland. Yet, the northern martial artists are comparatively few, with only the likes of Hui Yuanjia and Dao Wang Wu gaining recognition. Yin Zili San could also be included. A television series aired by CCTV in 1999 garnered significant attention, starring Zhang Li, Lin Fangbing, and Li Qi. Chen Qi envisioned him as a folk hero, robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished, resisting both the authorities and foreign invaders, an image that has since become well-known. Wang Yang's eyes brightened at this, and he exclaimed, "This is excellent. Let us keep it on hold for now. Please continue." The third story revolves around Yang Lushan, a historical martial arts master whose descendants still live today. To avoid complications, we shall use a pseudonym. Yang Yuqian will suffice. Yang Yuqian hails from Hebei, born into a prosperous family. From a young age, he practiced martial arts and, upon hearing of a master named Chen Zhengying in Qinjigu, he sought to become his apprentice. However, Qinjigu's Tai Chi was not taught to outsiders, so he devised means to secretly learn the art. During this time, he met Chen Zhengying's daughter, the female lead, who fell for him at first sight. This segment can include some comedic elements, adding a lighthearted touch. The two frolicked around the scenic spots near Qinjigu, playfully chasing one another amidst laughter, capturing the beauty of the landscape. It would be splendid to accompany this with music, perhaps even compose a song for enhanced effect. Upon discovering this affair, Chen Zhengying was furious and intended to revoke Yang Yuqian's martial arts training. Coincidentally, enemies arrived, and amidst the chaos, Yang Yuqian saved the female lead. Chen Zhengying, in light of this act, chose to forgive him and took him on as a disciple. Yang Yuqian, being exceptionally gifted, progressed rapidly. However, Chen Zhengying's adversaries, based in the capital, returned one day using poison weapons to injure him. Yang Yuqian journeyed north to the capital in search of an antidote during the Daoguang era, a time filled with opium dens and foreign presence, creating a bizarre spectacle. The enemies wielded considerable power, yet Yang Yuqian negotiated through a martial arts enthusiast prince, leading to a challenge in the arena. Yang Yuqian triumphed over several formidable opponents, gaining fame and establishing his own school in the capital, aspiring to strengthen the nation through martial prowess while simultaneously promoting Tai Chi, ensuring its legacy endures to this day. Wang Yang listened in silence, pacing the room before remarking, "You certainly know how to cater to their tastes. The national leaders have a fondness for this. Liao Gong enjoys practicing Tai Chi, and Deng Gong even more so. Your intentions are quite transparent." Last time, Comrade Fuqi shared a story about Liao Gong. He mentioned that Chinese martial arts are divided into two main schools, Shaolin and Tai Chi. Since Shaolin has already been portrayed, it is only fitting that we focus on Tai Chi. Chen Qi shrugged and remarked, "There is no other way. We must first consider the issue of approval. If we cannot secure that, then all our efforts will be in vain. Even if we do obtain approval, there will undoubtedly be those seeking to create trouble, and we must cater to their whims. Furthermore, Tai Chi more authentically represents Chinese martial arts. It possesses history, stories, and culture. Why should we not pursue it? But can you guarantee it will sell overseas? Are you asking me to sign a military order? Director, I'm merely 19 years old, and I just wish to earn some foreign exchange for my country. Surely, you wouldn't place all that responsibility on my shoulders? Get lost. If something goes awry, I will take full responsibility. It's not your burden to bear." Wang Yang cursed him and said, "I just get a bit impatient when I think of foreign exchange. Now, tell me specifically about this Tai Chi. You have strong connections. Could you inquire if the character of Yang Lushan can be portrayed? I've heard that their family tomb has been demolished. This film is purely martial arts. As long as the story holds together, it's sufficient. Focusing on two aspects, showcasing splendid scenery and delivering exciting fight sequences. I suggest hiring a fight choreographer from Hong Kong. They are experienced and adept at designing action. This is quite challenging. Do you have any other ideas? Lastly, to what extent would you allow my involvement? Chen Qi suddenly inquired. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, regarding him with keen interest. The film studio operates on a seniority basis. Newcomers spend 3 years doing menial tasks, followed by 3 years as assistants, then 3 years as assistant directors. And only after a decade can they hope to direct a film, unless they come from prestigious families, like Tian Zhuangzhuang, who had already directed 4 short films while still in school. Do you wish to be a director? Forget it, even if you possess immense talent. And even if I wield substantial power, I cannot appoint you as a director. There are hundreds of eyes watching us. No, I have no desire to be a director. Chen Qi intended to propose a role as a producer, but upon reflection, he realized that such a title does not exist in the mainland. He said, "If possible, could you offer me a position as a planner? I would be quite content to contribute my opinions during the production process." Planner? Wang Yang clicked his tongue, acknowledging the young man's ambition. However, since he needed to rely on the youth, he was prepared to accept the accompanying risks and responsibilities. Though he chose not to voice this at the moment. Instead, he said, "You write the script. I will look into other matters. Oh, and by the way, I think the story of Yin Zili San is also promising. If you have time, please include that as well. You can't pressure me like this. I already have more than enough work on my plate. In any case, I believe we should expedite our efforts, ideally. We want to unveil Tai Chi before Shaolin Temple is released to avoid accusations of following trends." After their discussion, Chen Qi hurriedly left, bounding down the stairs. He felt a surge of excitement. The story of Yang Yuqian largely draws inspiration from Wu Jing's television series, Tai Chi Master. He meticulously sifted through the material, distilling a main narrative while adding his own elements, ultimately condensing it into a film. Liao Gong's words rang true. Despite the myriad forms of Chinese martial arts, the most renowned are undoubtedly Shaolin and Tai Chi. Tai Chi also boasts a significant audience overseas, with many foreigners traveling specifically to learn the art. Even Keanu Reeves starred in a film titled Tai Chi Hero, though it was rather poorly received. In comparison to Shaolin Kung Fu, there exists a notable scarcity of films centered around Tai Chi. However, this genre has consistently maintained a market abroad. Aligning perfectly with Chen Qi's aspiration to earn foreign exchange, it is indeed marketable. As for the quantity of sales, with the national foreign exchange reserve standing at a mere $840 million, if he could generate $3 million from a single film, he would be deemed a success. Returning to the guest house, Chen Qi finally sensed a hint of work-related pressure. He had to write Tai Chi Master while Lushan Love was still in production. Fortunately, he had completed the first half of Invincible Lovebirds, leaving the latter half to Liang Shaoxing. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. He mused to himself, "Let us keep writing. I've chosen this path. After all, what can one do with a heart full of passion?" Chen Qi stretched his neck and instantly embraced the mindset of a diligent worker. Chapter 67. A final touch in every martial arts film. There lies an essential inquiry. What is the ultimate purpose of martial arts training? Whether it be for the nation or for personal well-being. Even the most mediocre films must address this notion, for it constitutes the very essence of the genre. Without it, the narrative lacks foundation. Young Lushan, while teaching in the capital, harbored no grand aspirations. His sole desire was to promote the art of Tai Chi. However, such a portrayal would be inadequate. It demands elevation. Thus, Chen Qi sought to elevate his narrative. Born in 1799 and passing in 1872, Yang Lushan lived through the reigns of the Dao Guang, Xianfeng, and Tongji emperors. A period marked by the tumultuous decline of the Qing dynasty, the Opium Wars, and the sacking of the Summer Palace. Chen Qi drew inspiration from this historical backdrop, constructing a largely fictional narrative wherein the protagonist, a young man journeying to the capital, witnesses the prevalence of opium dens, the frailty of the populace, and the arrogance of foreign powers, which ignites within him a desire to cultivate martial arts for the strength of his nation. This encapsulates the film's thematic intention. Film is not documentary. If one were to scrutinize the truth, many martial artists from the late Qing and early Republic eras are shrouded in ambiguity, with A.M. Lang of genuine and spurious accounts. Much like the concept of traditional martial arts, it invites both ridicule and reverence, often inciting heated debates. Chen Qi devised a framework and began to craft character profiles, the protagonist, the heroine, supporting characters, and comedic relief. As he penned the female lead, he hesitated, pondering the considerable age disparity. Adjustments were made. The heroine, afflicted with a congenital ailment, hesitates to pursue romantic engagements, yet unexpectedly finds herself drawn to the younger male lead, who admires her gentle beauty and graceful intellect. Chen Qi scratched his head, realizing he had become emotionally invested in his own creation. Achoo! Achoo! In the special effects studio of the Beijing Film Studio, Gong Shui, swathed in a heavy military coat, sneezed twice. Are you all right, Xiaogong? Wang Haowei inquired. I'm fine, really, she responded enthusiastically. Let us continue shooting. Gong Shui promptly discarded her coat to reveal a vibrant purple dress, her legs clad in thick stockings. Despite the winter chill, the scene mimicked summer from Lushan Love, depicting the heroine being driven away by the protagonist's sister, retreating to her room in sorrow as torrential rain poured outside, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The set was transformed into the opulent interior of a suite, with Gong Shui leaning against the window, a pot of flowers perched on the sill. Above her, a rain-producing device cascaded water while fans simulated fierce winds, and lights flickered to evoke the drama of lightning. This, indeed, represented the rudimentary special effects of the time. Excellent. Ready for the next scene? Wang Haowei commanded, settling into a chair to review the script. Only 8 scenes remained, and they could wrap up the filming in 3 days. She calculated the expenditures, particularly the usage of film stock. In this era, film was allocated in fixed quantities. Based on the storyboard, they estimated the number of shots needed, for instance. If Lushan Love had a runtime of 90 minutes, Wang Haowei received enough film to capture 270 minutes of footage, adhering to a ratio of 1:3. Directors with slightly lesser credentials are often faced with a ratio of 1:5. If filming remains incomplete and the film stock is exhausted, it falls upon the director to devise a solution. Thus, it is evident how much animosity Jiang Wen has endured. Meanwhile, Chen Qi entered quietly, being a screenwriter. He made occasional visits. Wang Haowei beckoned him over and inquired, I haven't seen you for several days. They say you've been in seclusion? Not at all. I've merely been researching materials as I'm currently crafting a new script. A martial arts one? Indeed. I truly fail to understand why you are so invested in martial arts. Your considerable talent could be directed towards more noble pursuits. Wang Haowei shook his head, stating, in a couple of days, once our filming obligations are fulfilled, I shall host you all at my home for a farewell dinner. Shouldn't we each bring a bottle of wine, a dish, and some meat? You can prepare the rice. You, my friend, could never produce anything of value. If you wish to contribute, we all know you are quite the little landlord. Wang Haowei shot him a glare, choosing not to respond. Chen Qi chuckled, sitting for a while before casually flipping through the work schedule, noting that only 8 scenes remained. Among them was a scene where the female lead mistakenly believes the male lead's father would not accept her, preparing to leave with her luggage, only to be blocked by the male lead and his party. The father would say, you are a good child, and so on, ultimately consenting to the marriage. Until now, he had refrained from commenting on the actor's theatrical performance style, as it was characteristic of the era. However, as the conclusion approached, it would not hurt to experiment a bit. Gong Shui had not seen Chen Qi for several days, and upon spotting him, she felt a wave of joy. She regarded him as a good friend, a talented young man who could impart much wisdom to her. If one were to pinpoint a distinction, it was that in his presence, she found herself unwittingly relaxing, a sensation she cherished. A man capable of easing a woman's tension is indeed noteworthy. Conversely, a woman who can calm a man is worth her weight in gold. Just then, Wang Haowei called for a break, and Gong Shui, wrapped in a military overcoat, approached with a cheerful smile. Did Director Wang mention we are to dine at her home? Indeed, she specified that you should bring some meat and vegetables. I shall bring a fish, and Lao Tang will bring an excavator. You jest. Director Wang would never say such a thing. Gong Shui sat beside him and paused briefly before turning her head. Why would Lao Tang bring an excavator? Exactly. You all are bringing food. So why am I bringing an excavator? Tang Guiqiang also approached. I was just joking. There is no reason. Chen Qi, having not seen him in a while, scrutinized him and remarked, you seem quite well, with bright eyes and a lively spirit, though your gait appears somewhat unsteady. I presume married life is treating you splendidly? Ah. How can you, a young comrade, say such things? What decorum is this? Tang Guiqiang exclaimed, covering his face as he departed. Chen Qi found great amusement in this. He had developed a peculiar penchant for teasing celebrities, regardless of age or gender. He dared to jest with anyone. I wish to discuss a matter with you. After sending Tang Guiqiang away, he picked up the work schedule and pointed to a particular scene, saying, Lushan Love is nearly complete. Might we dare to try a bold new approach in our final act? Am I not performing adequately? Gong Shui's initial reaction was one of self-doubt, as she eagerly inquired. Did I not perform well? No, you were remarkable, came the reassuring reply. I merely suggest you attempt something different. For instance, in this scene, you believe your relationship with Geng Hua has reached its end, and you are ready to pack your bags and return to America. Suddenly, his family arrives, and astonishingly, his father consents to your union, even urging you to call him father. Chen Qi paused for a brief moment, contemplating the peculiarity of the situation. This emotion could manifest explosively. You might shout father and leap into his embrace. Alternatively, it could unfold gradually, beginning with hesitation, followed by joy, culminating in an ecstatic outburst. Gong Shui furrowed her brow, finding the task daunting. If it seems too challenging, you may choose to express it more explosively, Chen Qi suggested. You need not provoke me. I possess the courage, yet I struggle to translate that into performance. It is quite simple. Just remember a few key expressions. When hesitant, your gaze should flicker. When joyful, a smile should grace your lips, accompanied by tears cascading down like pearls. Finally, you may unleash a triumphant shout. How is that simple? Gong Shui exclaimed, her eyes widening. How can I control when my tears will fall? You can do it. Chen Qi responded with a grin. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Recall the feelings of that evening. Chapter 68. What defines a leading lady in a romance film at the Beijing Film Studio? Hot water in the bathhouse is not available every day. One must choose the right day to bathe. Today, there is hot water. That night, Gong Shui returned from her bath, wrapped in a military coat, shivering as she hurried into her room to embrace the warmth of a heater for a moment. Having spent several years in the capital, she still found winter to be an uncomfortable experience, both dry and frigid. Once her body had warmed, she combed her hair and stood before the mirror, gazing intently with a smile playing at her lips. After a while, her eyes began to sting, and eventually, tears flowed unbidden, yet her smile remained intact. In her mind echoed Chen Qi's voice, if you keep your eyes wide open without blinking, they will eventually tear up. This is known as external skill. Meanwhile, cultivate your emotions within, recalling the feelings of that night to allow your tears to flow gently. This is internal skill. An actor must possess their own unique qualities. You can start with crying scenes and become the most beautiful crier in all of China. It should not be a messy outpouring of snot and tears, but rather a delicate cascade, like pearls falling. Yet your expression must not convey sorrow. Smile while you weep. With only 2 days remaining, there was ample time for her to practice. Had Gong Shui watched any Qiong dramas, she would have understood that this method of crying is standard for every leading lady, Qiong protagonists. Regardless of their moral compass or dramatic prowess, must always cry beautifully. Chen Qi had been teaching her the ways of a star, rather than the craft of an actor. The star's approach is appealing and easily mastered, pleasing to audiences, and often rewarded. Gong Shui practiced diligently for half the day, her facial muscles twitching from the exertion. Rubbing her face for a moment's respite, she resumed her practice. Driven by her strong ambition and a nagging feeling that the man harbored a certain disdain for her acting skills, which stirred a sense of defiance within her. As December approached, the filming of Lushan Love was finally nearing completion. Fine snowflakes drifted through the capital, blanketing the city in a delicate white. Chen Qi arrived at the studio early, greeting this person and that, before finally sidling up to Gong Shui and quietly inquiring, "Are you confident?" "Not really. But I want to give it a try," she replied, biting her lip, a hint of worry creeping in. "Will Director Wang scold me? He will only think you didn't perform well. He is unaware of our arrangement. If you don't convey it, just rely on your usual acting style. It's fine, you can always attempt again later." She nodded vigorously. "I'll say a few words. We have 1 major scene and 2 minor ones left. Let us aim to complete the tasks today without delays. Everyone must remain focused. If I notice anyone slacking, don't blame me for being harsh." In this era, leaders and managers in any industry possess the skill to engage in ideological work. Wang, ever the vigilant director, waved his hand dramatically, declaring the day's work to commence. They began with the 2 minor scenes, which were completed smoothly, followed by the pivotal scene Chen Qi had described. Tang Guqiang, Zhang Jinling, and the veteran actors portraying their parents were all present. Prepare for a rehearsal. 3, 2, 1, action. Tang Guqiang and the others stood nearby, while Zhang Jinling wore a look of discontent, for according to the narrative sequence, her character had yet to accept the leading lady. She needed to wait for the segment filled with profound love for both the mountains and the motherland before her acceptance could unfold. Gong Shui donned an exquisite white blazer, her back turned, reluctant to face the moment. The elder actor portraying her father stood behind her, offering words of comfort. I have heard from Gung Hua that you are a fine young lady. Your father, though residing abroad, still holds our homeland in his heart. Forgive me, my child. Some matters may seem easily resolvable to you youthful souls, yet for us old warriors who have battled through life, they are not as simple as reading a newspaper or singing a song. We must ponder and engage in an internal struggle. Write to your father, expressing that our nation's realization of the four modernizations necessitates unity, solidarity, and stability. I welcome him to return and witness the new era of our homeland. Gung uncle. Gong Shui slowly turned around, and the elder actor chuckled. You ought not to call me uncle anymore. What should I call you then? You should call me father. Gong Shui froze, recalling the muscle memory from the past couple of days, first astonished, then filled with joy, yet tears did not fall, leading her to think, how unfortunate. Cut. Wang Haowei called out, perplexed, Xiao Gong, what expression is that? Are you on the verge of tears or laughter? I'm sorry. Director, I failed to grasp the emotion. Not a problem, let us do it again. Cut. 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 Xiao Gong, come here. Wang Haowei was not angry, merely bewildered, inquiring. What is going on with you today? Is something troubling you? Nothing. I sense you are not present. Your expression is quite odd. If there is anything, do share with me. Director, I just need a bit more time to cultivate the emotion, if you could grant me that. Very well, let us take a break. With the wrap-up approaching, Wang Haowei was not in a rush. Gong Shui wrapped herself tightly in her military coat, feeling quite aggrieved as she huddled on the stool. Casting a furtive glance at Chen Qi, who surprisingly gestured helplessly. This is really difficult. She hung her head, covering her ears, momentarily sealing herself off. Striving to recall the emotions of that night. What transpired on that night? It felt like ages ago. Oh right, it was on the day of the National Day celebration. She had gone out for a stroll and encountered him. They spoke about acting and walked together along a tranquil path, remembering the rosy hues at dusk. For reasons unknown, she had shared so much with him about Shanghai, her parents, her arduous teenage years in the countryside, laboring in the fields, and later becoming a cultural soldier, covering dozens of miles each day, her feet blistered. Yet she dared not utter a word, fearing others' opinions. Yet, I truly felt pain back then. The emotions surged like a tidal wave, washing over her mind and awakening her senses. Suddenly, she felt it. Though she could not articulate it, she recognized it as the sensation Chen Qi had described. Director. I am ready. Are you truly? Yes. Very well, let us go again. The elder actor continued to feed her lines. You ought not to call me uncle anymore. What should I call you then? You should call me father. Gong Shui lifted her gaze, resembling a startled little rabbit, wavering in uncertainty. Yet, a faint smile graced her lips, though tears, like pearls, cascaded down her cheeks. In that moment, Wang Hao instinctively leaned back, yearning to elevate her sight for a clearer view. From her perspective, Gong Shui's visage transformed into a rare gem, radiantly beautiful and luminous. She believed no audience member could resist such a sight, and a pang of regret washed over her. Oh, how splendid it would have been to capture this in a live performance. Father. With the final surge of emotion, the scene reached its zenith. Bravo! Wang Hao exclaimed with fervor, initiating applause. The crowd, taken aback, could not help but murmur among themselves. Previously, they were uncertain of what the heroine of a romance film should embody, but at that moment, they collectively felt she epitomized perfection, so exquisite, so tender. Even in tears she appeared stunning. Gong Shui's cheeks flushed, her emotions still simmering. It was her first experience of such exhilarating performance. She glanced at a certain someone, who, for the first time, offered her genuine praise, raising a thumb in approval. Chapter 69. Farewell Dinner. The Beijing Film Studio spans a vast expanse. The front serves as the factory area, while the rear is designated for residential quarters. In the living area, several long, narrow buildings stand, each floor featuring a lengthy corridor that connects numerous small apartments. Each unit is modest in size, forcing kitchenware such as pots and pans to be stored in the corridor, which, during mealtimes, becomes permeated by the aromas of cooking oil. Presently, conditions remain bearable. However, by the 1980s, the increasing number of employees at the studio rendered housing insufficient. Singles could sleep in their offices, yet for those married or with children, securing accommodation led to fierce disputes. One actress, Guy Lily, had spent several years at the studio. At one point, when another actress married and coveted her single dormitory, she brazenly pried open the door while Guy was away filming, discarding her belongings and occupying the space without hesitation. It must be said, housing has always held paramount importance. Upon finishing a day of shooting, as dusk fell, The main creative team, Tang Guoqiang, Gong Shui, Zhang Jinling, and Chen Qi, gathered in the corridor building. Come in, come in. You arrived just in time. I've just returned from the market, exclaimed Wang Haowei, warmly welcoming them. Make yourselves at home. Please, enjoy some candy and sunflower seeds. Chen Qi surveyed the apartment, which was approximately a mere 10 square meters, extremely cramped, yet impeccably tidy, the shelves overflowing with books. It was evident that Tang Guoqiang's wife possessed considerable talent, while Zhang Jinling, newly married, had also received a similar apartment. Gong Shui felt a twinge of envy. She still resided in a communal dormitory while serving in the military, lacking her own space. As for Chen Qi, he was known for his resourcefulness, able to charm his way through life. After some friendly banter, Wang Haowei said, Please, make yourselves comfortable. I specifically purchased meat to prepare a few dishes for you. How could we let you do that? We shall take care of it. They insisted. Not at all. You are the guests. After some polite exchanges, Gong Shui volunteered to assist, and though Chen Qi could cook, he preferred to avoid the effort. He slipped outside, where the air was filled with the diverse aromas of various families preparing their meals, a delightful and peculiar medley. Gong Shui rummaged through the ingredients and exclaimed, You even bought ribbonfish? That is quite a catch. Genuine winter ribbonfish from Zhoushan. Have you ever been to Zhoushan? I visited a couple of times in my childhood. The ribbonfish truly is remarkable. Look at this size. You must have purchased the most expensive one, right? It's 3 yuan and 80 cents a pound. Look at that. Wang Haowei reveled in the emotional validation he received from her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and praising, This is what it means to live well. Jinling, you could take a lesson from her. You're a bit too careless. Yes, I only know how to eat. Zhang Jinling replied nonchalantly. In 1957, the southern ribbonfish experienced a bountiful harvest, with Beijing procuring 150,000 pounds of fresh ribbonfish, and the following year acquiring over 1 million pounds. This fish, abundant and affordable, proved ideal for widespread promotion. Officials from various streets and communes spread the word, touting the high iodine content of ribbonfish, which could help prevent goiter, while also being delicious, encouraging everyone to buy it. Thus, the people of Beijing began enjoying southern ribbonfish. Zhoushan's ribbonfish is the finest, with quality assessed by size. The wider the fish, the more valuable it is. What do you wish to prepare? Let us stew it. That is how we always cook it. Stew? Actually, braised is quite tasty as well, and sweet and sour is delightful too. Gong Shui smiled as she suggested, but someone, like a specter, chimed in with a critique. Hey, your Shanghai cuisine is rich and oily, while we prefer a lighter taste. Does Director Wang's household seasonings come free of charge? Frying it before stewing enhances the flavor, doesn't it? Is oil not free either? Gong Shui turned back to glare at him, exasperated by his incessant annoyance. Go inside, you are just in the way. Wang Haowei ushered him into the house, adding, Little Gong, let us stick to stewing. It's more festive to serve everything in one pot. All right, as you wish, Gong Shui nodded, swiftly gathering a basin of ribbonfish. Although oil is precious, today is a feast, so she added a bit more than usual, igniting the honeycomb coal stove and placing the seasonings carefully, allowing it to simmer gently until a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Oh, we're hosting guests. This aroma must be from the ribbonfish, right? Could you spare us a piece? Came the neighbor's light-hearted banter. You didn't share any of the big pork knuckle with us yesterday. Now hurry inside. The neighbors emerged, teasing, while Wang Haowei shed her director persona, transforming into a homely matron. The more she observed Gong Shui, the more she took a liking to her, saying, Little Gong, when will you return to the army? Tomorrow, Gong Shui replied. You're such a good child, impeccable in every regard. We shall collaborate again when a suitable role arises. Thank you, Director Wang. Gong Shui smiled. Due to her upbringing, she possessed a somewhat ingratiating personality, fearing to offend others and caring deeply about their opinions. Her demeanor around Wang Haowei was certainly purposeful, but it was distinct from Liu Shaoqing's fierce ambition. Liu Shaoqing would risk everything solely for advancement. Before long, the meal was served, featuring a large basin of stewed ribbonfish surrounded by several side dishes, rice, steamed buns, and a carefully prepared bottle of wine. Is anyone drinking? Asked Tang Guoqiang. There are more ladies present, so I shall abstain. Not keen on explaining your return home, are you? Tang Guoqiang shot him a glance, too weary to respond. Chen Qi interjected, Old Tang's not drinking, neither will I. Then allow me to say a few words. Wang Haowei, sensing his role as the host, took the lead. From the inception of the script for Lushan, love penned by Shao Chun to now, after several months. We have finally completed the filming. It has been an immensely pleasurable experience, with everyone getting along splendidly, devoid of trivial disturbances. You may not have much filming experience, but you cannot fathom how rare it is to have a peaceful crew. Therefore, I extend my gratitude to you all. Let us toast with tea instead of wine. They clinked cups and began to eat, revering the meal, for in these times, a feast is a rare delight. Chen Qi picked up a piece of ribbon fish, perfectly stewed until the bones were tender and the meat succulent. He deftly removed one side of the bones, and, along the central spine, he slurped it up, exclaiming, "Ah, how delicious." After savoring a couple of pieces, he eagerly ladled some soup, asserting, "Drink the soup. It's the most nutritious part. The essence of the ribbon fish lies within it. Just eat without all the chatter. Who doesn't he know how to drink soup?" Tang Wuqiang retorted, dissatisfied. "It's best with rice soaked in the soup. That's truly delightful." Chen Qi prepared a bowl of rice, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Embarrassed to ask for another serving, he picked up a steamed bun and studied it for a while. "What troubles you?" inquired Tang Wuqiang. "I was pondering if I were to slice it into bun pieces, fry them in oil, then coat them with a generous layer of sesame paste, followed by a thick sprinkle of fine white sugar. Oh, what delight that would bring." Laughter erupted, and Zhang Jinling's round face quivered with mirth as she remarked, "Little Chen, you often carry yourself like a miniature adult, yet at mealtime, you revert to a child." "What child? Have you ever seen a child my size?" he retorted. "At times. You embody the very essence of childhood, complete with a mischievous spirit," Wang Haowei affirmed. "This is called childlike innocence. You simply do not comprehend." With no filming tasks at hand, the group felt relaxed, engaging in pleasant conversation from all corners of the world. Each had their own motives. Wang Haowei's invitation was a means to cultivate relationships, yet it did not hinder the camaraderie among them. "Xiaogong, are you returning to the army tomorrow?" "Yes." "Then Chen Qi's assignment is also complete. Will you not depart as well?" "Not I. I am currently immersed in writing a new script, enjoying the hospitality of the guest house." He unabashedly flaunted his boldness. Wang Haowei candidly shared, "As a screenwriter residing in the factory, it is inconsequential. To everyone, you remain an outsider. However, should you choose to truly integrate, you will encounter an entirely different reality." "I understand. I have already sensed that certain individuals regard me with disdain," Chen Qi chuckled. Chapter 70. Farewell for now, please. No need to see me off. It's rather chilly, so you should head back. After a dinner gathering, a few individuals parted ways. Zhang Jinling, who also resided in the dormitory, took the lead in leaving. Tang Wuqiang waved his hand and rode away on his bicycle, leaving behind two people who strolled leisurely toward the guest house. Fine snowflakes continued to drift down, and the dim yellow lights within the factory area barely illuminated the path. Gong Shui, clad in a military coat, rubbed her hands together, feeling a deep sense of reluctance towards Lushan love. Chen Qi, bundled up in a thick cotton jacket, layered with a smaller one beneath and a sweater inside, felt the biting cold of winter that was far more intense than in later years. "Are you moving anything tomorrow?" "Just a few pieces of clothing. There's nothing much to transport." "Oh, then I shan't offer my assistance. Honestly, I don't need help. I'll just pack my things and leave." Gong Shui glanced at him with a hint of envy. "I like your talent. You were fortunate enough to continue residing here." "Just average. Ranking third in the world," Chen Qi quipped, referencing a popular phrase from an earlier era. "Your performance today was quite commendable. It captured the essence I had in mind. With this experience, you will find similar situations much easier to navigate in the future. Tears will flow effortlessly, and you shall become the most beautiful actress crying in the nation. I would rather not have such a title. It feels rather strange. You are still young. Once you savor the sweetness of success, you will understand. Don't forget to practice in front of the mirror when you return, perfecting various expressions to form muscle memory. I remember, it's called the expressionist method. Do not underestimate it. 99% of individuals merely embarrass themselves, while only 1% can truly embody the expressionist approach. Many misunderstand this method, thinking it inferior to the experiential or method acting, but it is not a matter of theory. It hinges on the individual actor's capabilities. The core of expressionism is transforming oneself into an immense repository, perpetually absorbing muscle memory, which demands arduous dedication and practice. Yet, the vast majority lack this commitment. Take Yang Mi, for instance. When she portrayed Guxiang, she exhibited a certain charm. However, after numerous lackluster roles, she realized she could manage with just a few expressions. And since neither directors nor fans cared, why exert oneself further? Previously, when discussing celebrity acting styles, Yang Mi often came up. "Please, She hardly exemplifies a legitimate acting style. A true celebrity acting style means achieving a score of 70 to 80 across all roles, yet never truly merging with the character to reach above 90. Not everyone should attempt to claim that title. If we delve deeper, what should we call the likes of Yang Mi, Yang Tianbao, and Lu Haozuan? They fall outside the mainstream. I wouldn't even want to mention them. The crunch of shoes on the delicate snow resonated distinctly in the winter night. The distance from the dormitory to the guest house was short, and as they slowed their pace, they soon arrived. Standing at the base of the building, Gong Shui gazed at him, contemplating her words carefully before speaking softly. You know I'm not eloquent. Yet I do not believe that keeping my thoughts hidden will allow the other person to comprehend them. How should I put this? I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Without you, I could not have completed this work. I have few friends in the capital, and I regard you as my good friend. In the future, if you ever require my assistance, I will certainly come. Is this too formal? I never was good at speaking like this. Gong Shui lowered her head, and the few sentences she uttered took considerable courage. I understand your intentions. It's nothing significant. You have simply satisfied my desire to guide others. Chen Qi glanced at the door behind her and said, Your unit has a telephone, right? Provide me with the number, and I will reach out if something arises. Yes, I will give it to you tomorrow morning. You will be returning home for the Spring Festival, correct? Please also share your home address with me. My home. Your residence in Shanghai. In case I cannot find you, I would like an address to write to. This seemingly jesting remark made Gong Shui's heart leap unexpectedly, a feeling she had never contemplated before, yet she quickly suppressed it. She gently bit her lip. The dim yellow light in front of the door mingling with the pure white snow reflected in her eyes. After gazing at him for a moment, she nodded and said, Yes, I will provide you with both. You should head up now. I must return. Farewell. They each ascended the stairs. Upon returning to her room, Gong Shui felt a tumult of emotions. She experienced a sense of melancholy at leaving the production crew, alongside the ripples of feeling stirred moments ago. She was uncertain about what that fellow intended to convey. Was it merely a desire to write to her, or something else entirely? Though she lacked experience, she was not naive. Despite the age gap, she had never contemplated crossing such boundaries. But what if he truly meant something more? This led to a sleepless night. After the completion of Lushan Love, the production entered the post-production phase. Nowadays, without the conditions for live sound recording, all dubbing is done in post. Future audiences, well-versed in the intricacies of dubbing for actors, would find this commonplace. The pursuit lies in the overall artistic quality of a work rather than the individual actors, especially since there is no need to attend film festivals. For instance, in Dream of the Red Chamber, apart from Deng Jie's original voice, all others were dubbed. Similarly, in Farewell My Concubine, Yang Leeson provided the voice for Leslie Chung. In preparation for the Confestival, the credits deliberately omitted Yang Leeson's name. Therefore, Wang Haowei would likely summon Gong Shui back to record a segment for review. If it sufficed, she would dub it herself. Otherwise, a professional voice actor would be employed, though that would have to wait until after the Spring Festival. If all goes well, Lushan Love could be released by next summer. As the new year approached, Chen Qi ceased writing his script and granted himself a few days of respite. He rented a camera, indeed. Renting was possible and meandered through the streets and alleys of the capital, capturing various photographs. There was no ulterior motive. He merely wished to leave a trace of his first year here, which also marked the final year of the 1970s. Comrade Jianing, could we discuss your aspirations for the 1980s? I simply hope to earn more money. Each day upon waking, over 30 siblings depend on me for their livelihood. You, for heaven's sake, are not working, merely wandering around with a broken camera. Get lost. Mom, the 1980s are approaching. Do you have any visions for the future? You should find a partner soon. It's time to settle down and, upon marriage, acquire a home. Where will you find a house from your cooperative? It is hardly feasible for 4 family members to share a single room. It troubles me greatly. Shao Kai, what are your aspirations for the year 1980? As for me, I yearn for world peace. And you, Lao Yang? I hope to earn a bit more from my writing. Guyu, what about you? Please don't cast me as a lumberjack in the drama troupe. I've worn myself out with that role. I wouldn't mind being a communications officer instead. At least that SA position associated with advanced technology. Shan, don't come any closer. Chen Qi observed that the general public's quality could use considerable improvement. They couldn't even articulate a coherent thought. Eventually, he sought out Wang Yang. Wang Yang was seated in his office, smiling. What have you been up to these past few days? Leave a mark, will you? Don't move. Let me take your picture. Chen Qi indeed captured a photograph of him, as such images would serve as historical material in the future, treasures to be cherished. I inquired about young Lushan. His descendants are in the process of renovating his tomb, which could be documented. Are you returning home for the new year? Yes, I am. Then it would be prudent for you to complete the script by January, lest the spring festival cause further delays. I assure you it will be finished in January. You need not worry. By the way, would you care to share your hopes for 1980? Haha. I do not harbor any grand ambitions. Merely wishing for the continued improvement of Chinese cinema and earlier reforms in our systems. Wang Yang chuckled. Reforms? Chen Qi paused, then quickly understood, laughing as he exited. Left alone in the room, Wang Yang spread out a thick stack of documents on the table. These contained the financial statements for all projects at the Beijing Film Studio this year, along with budget estimates for films set to commence production next year. Chapter 71 in 1980, every film produced by the studio was uniformly acquired by China Film for a sum of 700,000 yuan, which they would distribute nationally, rendering the selling price irrelevant to the studio. The advantage of this arrangement was a guaranteed return, but the downside was a hindrance to development. The maximum cost per film was capped at 700,000 yuan. Exceeding this threshold would result in losses. However, with costs escalating year by year, the studios found themselves constrained to producing only smaller films, hesitant to take risks. China Film took the lion's share of the profits. Yet this revenue was mandated to be submitted to the state treasury. Only upon receiving these funds could the government allocate resources to the studios for rural screenings, theater renovations, and the construction of cultural infrastructure. In essence, the financial situation remained dire. At that moment, Wang Yang perused this information. The Beijing Film Studio had produced 11 films this year, as dictated by the national quota, including Lushan Love. He was convinced that Lushan Love would be a hit. Yet the studio would not benefit financially. Next year, they had Tai Chi on the agenda. According to Chen Qi's description, it would require elaborate period costumes and sets, as well as a nationwide search for martial artists, ideally bringing in action directors from Hong Kong. This was clearly a massive undertaking, and the budget of 700,000 yuan seemed insufficient. Wang Yang was an ambitious individual. If a film were to be made, it must be executed to perfection or not made at all. Having traveled to Europe for research, he noted that they had long been analyzing box office trends, market dynamics, and audience attendance, while his own country remained shackled to outdated systems. Throughout the year, he had been in discussions with China Film, striving to secure better terms. Either the studio should gain independent distribution rights, or the acquisition price should be increased, as 700,000 yuan was far too paltry. Naturally, China Film disagreed. Wang Yang embodied the spirit of reform, possessing both progressive ideals and the limitations of his era. He could not envision the potential negative consequences of loosening distribution controls. His sole focus was on initiating reform. Wang Yang rose slowly from his seat and strolled to the window, just in time to see Chen Qi scurrying about the studio with a battered camera, eagerly questioning Lu Shaoqing for her thoughts, which made him chuckle. This year, subtle changes had occurred at the Beijing Film Studio, coinciding with the arrival of this young man. A blend of romance and martial arts, all delightfully unconventional yet perfectly suited to his tastes. As a veteran revolutionary who had journeyed to Yan'an in 1938, he was never one to shy away from challenges. Perhaps he should engage China Film in further negotiations. If all else fails, he would directly appeal to the central authorities, determined to pry open this avenue. Whatever the outcome, he would shoulder the responsibility. Finally, he returned. On the last day of 1979, Chen Qi, bundled in thick cotton clothing, struggled back to Dashilan on his bicycle, a distance of over 10 kilometers. His face was flushed, his ears nearly frozen. Having neglected to wear a hat, the biting wind whipped at him, and he could not stop his nose from running. Truly a tumultuous journey, despite the frigid weather. Dashilan buzzed with activity as the new year approached. Crowds thronged the streets, business thrived, and even if one could merely buy some candies for the children, it was still a celebration. Passing by Maju Yuan, an esteemed hat shop established during the Jiaqing era, Chen Qi made a point to glance inside. There was an old saying from the late Qing dynasty: with Maju Yuan on your head, Ni and Sheng on your feet, dressed in bodice yang, and a waist adorned with si dahong. In those days, it was all about top-tier luxury, truly authentic. A fine sheepskin hat would suffice, for it is remarkably warm. Chen Qi turned into the alleyway, and upon entering, he noticed a throng of people gathered at the courtyard entrance, chattering excitedly. Slow down. Slow down. Can you afford to take a tumble? Open the door, open the door. He immediately spotted his father and called out, "Dad, what is going on? Your son has returned. And Zhang Shu's family has bought a television." Chen Jianjun replied, "A 9-inch black and white television, quite impressive. Xiao Qi, come watch it tonight. It will be lively with so many people." Zhang Shu's smile nearly reached the heavens. He was the first in the compound to acquire a television. "Oh, I truly must witness this 9-inch black and white marvel." The crowd clamored into the courtyard, protectively surrounding the modest package in Zhang Shu's arms. Chen Jianjun, beaming, followed suit. While Chen Qi headed home first. "Mom, why don't you go take a look? What is there to see?" Yushili was busy preparing dinner, responding with irritation. "Back then, when you received your manuscript payment, if we had actually bought a television, would he be so smug, grinning like a Cheshire cat? Your father is such a fool. What is so captivating about a broken television? And he even follows him home. Mom, you should consider this. Zhang Shu spent 400 yuan on a 9-inch black and white set. That's a foolish expense. It might drop in price next year. And he would be at a loss. Color televisions are expensive now, but in a few years, they will become affordable. And with a larger size. It would be wiser for us to purchase then, wouldn't it? Now that sounds like a sensible argument." Yushili's mood lightened, transforming back into Chen Qi's caring mother. She rubbed his rosy cheeks and said with concern, "Look at you, all frozen. Hurry inside and warm up." Chen Qi dashed into the house, shedding his cotton coat like a snake shedding its skin, removing his cotton shoes, and drew his hands and feet close to the stove to warm up. It felt rather novel. He hadn't experienced such cold in years. In the future, during winter, he would simply wear a sweater and a down jacket. Ride in a car with air conditioning and enter a home with heating. There would be no chance of freezing. After a while, as dinner was prepared, Chen Jianjun returned. Still smiling. "That television is splendid. We shall all watch it tonight. You can go, but I will not." The secret to the couple's enduring marriage was partly due to Chen Jianjun's understanding of when to keep quiet. Noticing his wife's displeasure, he swiftly diverted the topic. "Son, you finished filming. Aren't you supposed to return to the tea house?" "Not necessary. I'm writing another script and staying at the guest house. But spending all your days at the Beijing Film Studio is not ideal. Don't they intend to recruit you?" Yushili inquired. "The director has that intention. But nothing is certain yet. The Beijing Film Studio is a good establishment. You must take it seriously. Once you're associated with it, people will regard you with more esteem, and your wife won't have to worry. They even provide housing. You can't possibly expect that shabby tea house to offer you a place. As for housing, it's uncertain. I've seen their dormitories, and they are quite crowded. The employees are all waiting. How could they prioritize me?" Concern washed over his parents. Despite his substantial earnings, many view him as a miscreant in these times. The belief that securing a position in a state-owned enterprise is the ultimate truth has persisted for 4 decades. Countless young individuals have resisted this notion, only to ultimately concede its validity. Yushili quietly consumed her meal when she suddenly raised her head, pondering, is private housing feasible? The policies are too ambiguous. Presenting certain risks, Chen Jianjun remarked. "Perhaps we should inquire further. Let's start by asking around." Chen Qi glanced at his parents. Aware of a place in the capital known as the Overseas Chinese Apartment, followed by the Fangzhuang area, he was uncertain when private property transactions would be permitted. But it wouldn't hurt to investigate. Truth be told, he was reluctant to return home, partly due to the unsatisfactory living conditions. The outer room merely accommodated a bed. And with a mere door separating them, every sound was distinctly audible, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. While it was certainly advantageous to stay at a guest house for free, having a home of his own would be quite delightful. In this era, private residences were likely traditional courtyard houses, offering ample space. He envisioned planting trees, a pomegranate, a jujube, a persimmon, a pear, a begonia, and a lilac, each vying for beauty. How splendid that would be. "Hurry up, come on. It's starting. Don't push." Uncle Zhang had become the most dashing figure in the compound, with many clutching their bowls and stools, eager to claim a seat. By 7 o'clock, the beds, floors, doorways, and outer room were teeming with people, reverently gazing at the 9-inch black and white television set displayed on the table. Yushili, with her dignity intact, had chosen not to attend. While Chen Jianjun eagerly squeezed his way inside, Chen Qi leaned against the doorframe, half-heartedly engaging, primarily to witness the television programming of the era. "Ah, it's on. Don't move. It's starting." The familiar voice of a host rang out. "Good evening, dear viewers. Today is December 31st, the lunar calendar XXX, marking the last day of 1979. The television screen revealed a face Chen Qi recognized, though somewhat unfamiliar. The striped wall served as a backdrop for a middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit, seated with an air of formality, the script visible in his hands. This was Zhao Zhengxiang, age 39. The news broadcast had commenced last year, with him as the first generation of announcers. Initially, there had been only sound without images. And it was only this year that visuals were introduced, featuring solely him rather than a male-female duo. The small room fell silent as over 20 pairs of eyes fixated on the television. Zhao Zhengxiang read extensively from his script, with minimal visuals accompanying the news. Yet the audience remained captivated. The mere ability to see someone on television was enough to excite the crowd. The 30-minute news broadcast concluded, and teacher Zhao casually announced the upcoming segments, a health education feature followed by the enchanting television documentary Legends of the Three Gorges. Currently, there was no weather forecast. After the health segment, Legends of the Three Gorges would air. The content was quite straightforward, showcasing the stunning scenery of the Three Gorges, accompanied by narration and music, an ethereal experience in this age. Chen Qi leaned against the doorframe, listening to the audience's gasps and murmurs of discussion. This is the Yangtze River's Three Gorges, truly beautiful. I must visit at least once in my lifetime. Refrain from speaking, listen to this song. Instantly, silence enveloped the space as a mesmerizing female voice emerged, accompanied by an enchanting melody. Your silhouette, your song, forever etched in my heart. The audience, akin to Chen Jianjun experiencing Teresa Tung for the first time, became transfixed, as if they had heard the voice of the heavens. Tomorrow approaches. Yet the chance to meet you is rare. Only the breeze carries my deep affection. This was a segment from the Legend of the Three Gorges, specifically the Peace Country loved by Li Gai. Chen Qi also smiled, relishing the completion of the song before heading home. His father returned late. He lay on the cold, small bed in the outer room, covered with 2 quilts, while his parents remained awake, turning on the radio to continue their nocturnal activities. He pondered various thoughts, drifting in and out of consciousness, until he vaguely heard someone proclaim, as the chimes of the new year resonate, 1980 has begun, wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 72. Achi and Igwe, dear young friends, let us gather and send our farewells to the crematorium, where all shall be reduced to ashes. A heap of you and a heap of me, strangers to one another, all destined for the countryside to become fertilizer. After the new year, Chen Qi hummed a vibrant tune as he returned to his loyal North Film Studio. He rode up to the entrance, executing a stylish skid, and called out to the concierge, Old man, you rascal, back again? You'll be here for a while, causing me trouble." Chen Qi handed over a package of Dechimin, waved his hand, and left. The old man curled his lip, acknowledging that the lad was decent, showing respect to his elders. As the saying goes, even a 7th-rank official would show respect at the gates of a prime minister. He was the doorman of the North Film Studio, yet the second-generation folks in the studio often failed to accord him the same respect. Speaking of which, the 15th of next month marks New Year's Eve, and those second-generation students at the Film Academy would soon be on winter break. Chen Qi arrived at the guest house, and room 302 was as he left it. He boiled a kettle of hot water, steeped some fragrant tea in an enamel cup, pulled a chair close to the radiator, removed his cotton shoes, and placed his feet on the heater to warm them. In no time, the heat penetrated his socks, and he felt his body gradually warming up. He cradled the large cup, sipping tea while perusing the latest issue of Story Weekly, swaying uncomfortably. This guest house felt as warm as home. The September and November editions of Story Weekly featured the cotton robe, and the January issue presented the first part of the Invincible Mandarin Duck Legs. As he read, he stumbled upon a brief article that proclaimed, "Since the revival of the name Story Weekly last year, we have garnered increasing support from our readers, yielding gratifying results. As the new year approaches, this publication will host a modest spring tea gathering, inviting several authors and readers to come together." Chen Qi had been invited to this gathering, but he hardly possessed the leisure of capitalism to attend, thus he graciously declined. Meanwhile, Story Weekly boldly proclaimed its ambitions within the magazine, exuding a sense of pride in its growth. It appeared that sales were quite promising. He stroked his chin, his desire to engage in magazine publishing intensifying. His notion of publishing pertained to finding an organization to affiliate with, not a private venture. Private endeavors were certainly not permitted. The early 80s was indeed a favorable time for magazine publishing, with processes relatively uncomplicated. Perhaps he could affiliate with the North Film Studio? As he pondered this, he suddenly heard someone downstairs calling for him. Opening the window, he spotted a figure craning his neck, shouting, Someone at the entrance. At the entrance. Got it, thank you. Chen Qi donned his cotton shoes and wrapped himself in a cotton coat, meandering down the stairs, expecting to see Huang Zhanyi. He was taken aback to find an unexpected visitor. Old he? Xiao Chen, at last I found you. It feels like ages since our parting at Lushan. The visitor was He Chengwei, the editor of Story Weekly, looking travel-worn and frozen, clutching a large bag. Come in, Chen Qi urged, pulling him into the courtyard and calling out to the concierge. Old man, this is my friend, come to see me. The smoke ban is certainly in effect here. The old man grunted in response. Such nonsense. This is the Beijing Film Studio. Can you just stroll into the Shanghai Film Studio? What brings you to the capital? On a business trip? Just to see you. As they arrived at the guest house and entered the room, He Chengwei chuckled. Your esteemed self is quite busy and unable to attend the tea gathering, so the magazine sent me to pay you a visit. With the Spring Festival approaching next month, I brought you some local specialties. I hope you won't mind. He opened a large bag and began to reveal its contents. Here are some white rabbit cream candies. And these are the 5 spice beans from the Old City God Temple. This is a type of rice cake. Oh dear, it's all squished. And this one, called Choming cake. He presented a box of pastries with an air of pride, explaining, it comes in both fluffy and firm varieties. The fluffy one is best enjoyed cold, while the firm one needs to be steamed. You are excessively courteous, traveling such a long distance just to bring me gifts, Chen Qi remarked, feeling a flicker of gratitude that quickly dissipated like smoke. It's merely a tactic to win me over. You're just continuing to work for the Story Club. After all, the publishing house is even sending lavish gifts to authors. He prepared tea for He Chengwei to warm him up and inquired, have you found a place to stay? If not, you can squeeze in here with me. Yes. Fortunately, I inquired before coming. Everyone says finding accommodation in the capital is difficult. It's nearly impossible to find a hotel. The editor-in-chief helped me contact a friend, and I'm staying at his home. I'll be heading back the day after tomorrow. Winter offers little in terms of entertainment. Perhaps we could visit the Forbidden City or the Great Wall. Indeed. We have always wanted to invite you to Shanghai for a proper reception, but alas, you are far too busy. I truly have no time, as I am working on a new script. Chen Qi paused, then added with a smile, just consider my vanity. Haven't any film studios inquired about Mumian Jesse or Undefeated Mandarin Ducks for adaptations? He Chengwei mentally rehearsed his response, decisively taking the blame. It's likely that Story Club does not have a wide enough distribution or reach. Your stories are so captivating. Given time, they will surely make it to the silver screen. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. Chen Qi mused that the current reluctance of film studios to produce martial arts films was likely the reason behind this. Once Tai Chi is released, things will change. After chatting for a while, he produced the latter half of Undefeated Mandarin Ducks, saying, I'm working on a new script, and since you're here, you might as well take a look. Collaboration. He Chengwei felt a sudden jolt in his heart. As he read through a few pages, he felt slightly reassured. But upon reaching the conclusion, he finally exhaled in relief. Regardless of the collaboration, that was a matter for the authors. He was only concerned about the quality. The ghostwriter's skills were commendable, and the style of storytelling was quite similar to his own. That sufficed. How shall we sign it? He goes by the pen name A Guai, and we form a duo called A Chi and A Guai. From now on, any work signed with both names signifies our collaboration. He Chengwei twitched at the corners of his mouth. Very well. After spending some time together, Chen Qi treated him to a meal before he headed to his friend's house. Chen Qi wandered around the room, eyeing the pile of items before him. Suddenly, he selected a few things, placing them into a bag, and also stuffed in a page of manuscript, before shouldering the bag and stepping outside. Nowadays, the area beyond the second ring road has transformed into suburbs. The Beijing Film Studio is located on the North Third Ring Road, surrounded by farmland and pig farms. Heading west, near the North Third Ring Road, there lies a small theater connected to a large courtyard, the home of the General Political Department drama troupe. The small theater serves as their rehearsal space and has since been renovated and renamed the Bai's Theater. Gong Shui had just finished her lunch and was resting with everyone. Upon her return, she was immediately assigned to rehearse, reprising her previous role as a minor character, a nurse. Naturally, transitioning from the leading lady of Lushan love to a nurse brought about a psychological disparity. Gong Shui, someone is looking for you. I see. Who is it? She stepped out of the rehearsal hall, bewildered, and upon catching sight of a familiar figure, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? I need to discuss something with you. Chen Qi opened his bag, smiling as he said, The editor from Story Meeting came to see me today and brought a plethora of delicacies from Shanghai. I thought of you being from Shanghai, so I brought some for you. Oh, no. They brought those for you. It's not appropriate for you to give them to me. Gong Shui promptly waved her hands in refusal. I've already brought them. You can't make me take them back. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you. He pulled out the page of manuscript and said, You can draw, can't you? Would you be able to help me illustrate a few pieces? I've written some descriptive text. Please take a look and see if it's feasible. Chapter 73. Navigating the challenges of filmmaking. Gong Shui's father is a photographer and her mother is an artist. From a young age, she has been immersed in the world of painting and calligraphy, demonstrating considerable skill, and she is also adept at dancing. Upon receiving a peculiar description, she felt an unsettling aura. It read, The Jar People. Some unscrupulous sorcerers would confine abducted children in jars, administering medicine to them over an extended period. Those who survived would grow within the confines of the jar, with only their limbs and head protruding. Distinctive features included pallid skin, 2 crimson patches on their faces, claw-like hands, a visage reminiscent of a child, a small melon-shaped cap atop their heads, and braids cascading from the back. The jars were as dark as ink, adorned with large, auspicious characters. Gong Shui furrowed her brows and inquired, Why would you choose to paint this? It reeks of superstition. It serves a purpose, came the reply. Can you replicate this style? If you intend to use it seriously, I fear my portrayal may not meet your expectations and could hinder your endeavors. Don't worry. Just create it. I will return before you head home to provide you with the text, so you can work on it there. It's quite sensitive to discuss superstitions within the military. All right. Gong Shui agreed readily. Chen Qi retrieved the draft paper and proceeded to showcase various local specialties, exclaiming, These are delightful treats. This is the famous white rabbit milk candy, the 5 spice beans from the old Qing Wang temple, and this, the Tiao cake, oh dear. It's all squished out of shape. This one is particularly good. It's called Chongming cake. He became a veritable echo, reciting, There are both fluffy and firm varieties. The fluffy cake is best served cold, while the firm one requires steaming. Gong Shui pressed her lips together and smiled. As a native of Shanghai, let me enlighten you. Steam the firm cake, add some sweet fermented rice, and it transforms into a delectable sweet soup. Look at that. It would be a waste to give it to me. You should keep it. Despite her repeated refusals, she ultimately accepted it, and Chen Qi departed swiftly on his bicycle. Upon returning to the rehearsal venue, a comrade immediately noticed the additional bag and exclaimed, Xiao Shui, who brought you such delightful gifts? Is it something delicious? What delicious treats? Several others gathered around. It's a gift from a friend. Let me share it with you. Faced with such enthusiasm, she distributed everything except the Chongming cake, clasping her hands together inwardly, silently apologizing. The white rabbit candy was, of course, the most popular, and as her comrades savored the sweets, one teased, I bet it's from a male comrade. It can't be from Tang Guiqiang, can it? P.S. married. Oh. So it must be from another male comrade who has feelings for you. Just a friendly reminder, you must report any romantic involvement to the organization for approval. That's absurd. Don't stir up trouble. Gong Shui, caught in the middle of the playful banter, felt her cheeks flush, but thankfully, the rehearsal continued, allowing her to escape the teasing. Before long, night fell. In the communal dormitory, the regiment's schedule was very disciplined. Everyone washed up and settled into their beds. Gong Shui lay on the upper bunk, staring at the ceiling, contemplating the upcoming spring festival when she would be able to return home. She felt quite content, never expecting that Chen Qi would genuinely seek her out for assistance with her artwork. The notion of the Jar People was rather sinister, evoking an unsettling fear within her. However, since a promise has been made, it must be executed with diligence. In the director's office, Wang Yang held the script, maintaining one posture for quite some time. Feeling no fatigue, rather, he was invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm, occasionally exclaiming in delight. Particularly, upon reaching the climactic conclusion, he noted that Yang Yuqian, under the mediation of Prince Rong, decided to challenge the 7 Heroes Tower. The prince, a martial arts enthusiast, had gathered the 6 greatest masters of the world and constructed the 7 Heroes Tower, which comprised 7 levels, each guarded by a formidable expert, with the prince himself overseeing the 7th level. Over the years, countless heroes attempted to conquer the tower, yet none had succeeded in reaching the 5th level. The first master, Jin Feng Jin, a Korean wanderer, was renowned for his leg techniques, having once kicked a black bear to death, earning the title of the wind-chasing divine leg. The second, Howard Du, a Mongolian warrior, possessed a physique akin to a mountain, resembling an ox, and excelled in wrestling, endowed with innate strength, known as the indomitable Vajra. The third, Meng Meng, the king of sticks from Miaojiang, delivered fierce and rapid strikes with his staff, dubbed the Southern Celestial Divine Staff. The fourth, Janama, known as the Thunderclap Hand, wielded extraordinary hard qigong. The fifth, a female ninja from the IGA clan of Japan, Maple Blossom, specialized in flying claws and hidden weapons, skilled in stealth techniques. The sixth, a drunken monk, was unparalleled in foundational skills, a master of both fists and palms, growing stronger with every sip, exuding a masterful demeanor, as a poem states, in drunkenness. The heroic spirit cannot be contained, like a long rainbow piercing through the heavens. Excellent. Wang Yang, filled with fervor, slammed the table. This was indeed the script of Tai Chi. Chen Qi, who conducted serious business without delay, presented the script before half of the month had passed, and Wang Yang, enamored, muttered to himself, "The Seven Heroes Tower. This plot is simply splendid, absolutely splendid." The concept of challenging levels is a unique narrative device. The protagonist battles through successive challenges, with adversaries escalating in strength, showcasing various martial arts styles, ultimately vanquishing the final boss. This is a common trope in novels, films, and games. Yet in this era, it is exceedingly innovative. Bruce Lee's posthumous work, Game of Death, follows a similar structure, which could have set a milestone if it had been completed. Wang Yang continued reading. And Yang Yuqian naturally defeated the Seven Masters, obtained the antidote, and brought fame to his name. After finishing, he remained silent for a long while. The story is indeed a remarkable tale, one that would undoubtedly captivate audiences if brought to the screen. Yet, the script also reveals the paramount importance of martial arts design, which is the core issue. He called for Chen Qi, and soon, he arrived. "Old director, please have a seat." Wang Yang gestured, observing him for a moment before sighing. "Had you not mentioned earning foreign exchange, it would have been one thing. Had you not written Tai Chi, it would have been another. I could have simply approached Zhongying to negotiate for a higher acquisition price, as a final wish. Yet you had to bring it up, reigniting this old man's passion. This film must be made, and it must be executed impeccably. However, the challenges are abundantly clear. Young man, you have presented me with a formidable dilemma. Old director, you are being too modest." Chen Qi replied, shedding his previous nonchalance, and earnestly stated, "Since you have agreed to produce it, I shall devote myself to the utmost. If Yang Yuqian can conquer the Seven Heroes Tower, what obstacles can we not overcome? Moreover, you are a seasoned revolutionary. What hardships and obstacles have you not encountered? The new China has already been established." Ha ha ha, what a splendid remark. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed that the three formidable mountains had been toppled, and now they were merely making a film. Following this, he summoned someone, and shortly thereafter, a man in his 50s entered. Chen Qi had encountered him during a meeting. His name was Zhu Dexiang. Previously affiliated with the Shanghai Film Studio, he had been sent by the government to study in Moscow, and upon his return, he remained at the Beijing Film Studio, having served as a director and art designer, and now held the position of deputy director. The Beijing Film Studio had two deputy directors. Zhu Dexiang oversaw production while Sun Wenjin, who harbored a disdain for Chen Qi, was responsible for personnel, administration, and discipline. Chen Qi had always been somewhat detached from the internal workings of the Beijing Film Studio and had not engaged extensively with its personnel. Wang Yang's decision to summon Zhu Dexiang could only signify one thing. He was a trusted confidant. Chen Qi understood this well and was indifferent to the notion of factional alignment, while others engaged in relentless power struggles. Ultimately treating their workplace as a divine entity in pursuit of personal gain, he was not of the same ilk. Chapter 74. A difficult beginning within the confines of the office, three individuals engaged in a clandestine discussion. The atmosphere was indeed peculiar, as both Wang Yang and Zhu Dexiang, seasoned comrades with revolutionary experience, were joined by the youthful Chen Qi. Theoretically, it seemed improbable for such a disparity in age and experience to convene. Yet Chen Qi had proposed a pathway to earn foreign exchange and even crafted a screenplay. Consequently, he rightfully occupied his place at the table. The primary concern regarding Tai Chi was its cost. Chen Qi articulated, "If we capture all the scenes of ascending the tower, that would amount to 7 duels, easily encompassing 20 minutes. Following the conventional approach of producing a 90-minute film, we would only have 70 minutes to tell the story at the outset, which could lead to a hasty conclusion. To achieve a more polished narrative, we must extend the duration, ideally to between 100 and 110 minutes. These days, Films exceeding 90 minutes do exist, such as the Shanghai Film Studio's Murder Case 405, which runs for 102 minutes, though such instances are relatively rare. I share your sentiments. The Tower Ascent must be comprehensive, or else it would be a wasted effort. Wang Yang concurred. Zhu Duxiong added, regardless of the final budget, it is prudent to save wherever possible. Xie Tian is preparing tea house, which requires numerous costumes and props from the late Qing dynasty. We could certainly borrow those items, and thus save a considerable sum. However, Yang Chun, does Tai Chi need to portray some old Beijing streets from the late Qing? If so, that would necessitate outdoor sets, which is a substantial undertaking and will undoubtedly incur significant expenses. A moment of silence enveloped the room as Zhu Duxiong fell into contemplation. Chen Qi, aware of the situation, deliberately paused before cautiously suggesting, although outdoor sets require investment, once we complete filming, we need not dismantle them. We could retain them for future productions set in the late Qing or the Republic era. Given the flourishing film industry and the ongoing development of television, it is evident that there will be an increasing number of audiovisual works in the future. By preserving this outdoor set, we could even lease it to other production teams, generating additional income. Suddenly, Zhu Duxiong's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Old Wang, has Ti Ling Zifeng been clamoring to film Camel Xiangzi? Indeed, that is the case. He also wishes to construct a street resembling Shixi Paifang. Do you recall? Camel Xiangzi. Wang Yang, cigarette in hand, took a couple of deep puffs before responding. Camel Xiangzi is set during the warlord era, which is quite removed from the late Qing. Could that pose an inconsistency? We could modify the signage of the shops to reflect the late Qing style, and with a few additional constructions as necessary. Wouldn't that be more economical than building an entirely new street? Ah, what an excellent idea. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with agreement. As one of the 4 prominent figures at the Beijing Film Studio, Ling Zifeng directed the classic film Camel Xiangzi in the early 1980s, featuring Zhang Fengyi and Xiqing Gaohua. In an effort to authentically recreate the old Beijing landscape, he constructed a 150-meter-long street at the studio, which later underwent several expansions to cover an area of 14,000 square meters. This became the renowned Ming and Qing Dynasty Cultural Street, where films such as Farewell My Concubine, My Fair Princess, Prime Minister Lu Luogua, and Kangxi's Private Visits were filmed, marking it as the first film and television city in the country. Our production has yet to commence. We are merely contemplating a strategic approach. Wang Yang shook his head and inquired, Old Zhu, how much would it cost to secure Ling Zifeng for this street? After some preliminary calculations, we estimated at least 200,000. 200,000. Wang Yang exclaimed, taken aback. He rose and paced a couple of times, then waved his hand decisively. Let us proceed. Not only for Camel Xiangzi and Tai Chi, but Xiao Chen's idea is quite astute. Once filmed, we can retain the street scenery for future use. And what about the funding? I will approach the Ministry of Culture to request a special grant. Zhu Duxiong further explained to Chen Qi, Camel Xiangzi is a classic. If we assert that we are filming a classic, the higher-ups will be inclined to support us. If we claim we are making a martial arts film, we might as well go elsewhere. I see. Chen Qi nodded vigorously. Tai Chi begins from a humble standpoint, borrowing from the strengths of others. We must ride on their coattails. After all, they have tea house and Camel Xiangzi, while we are merely engaging in inconsequential brawls, devoid of sophistication. Ultimately, we must elevate our standards. Wang Yang sighed. I need to negotiate with China Film to raise the acquisition price. If the price increases, I can allocate a larger budget. This matter is my responsibility. Your task is to ensure the film is executed well. Xiao Chen, do you still wish to invite a martial arts director from Hong Kong? Yes. Ideally the one from Drunken Master, whose name is Yuan Wuping. You have seen that film. The choreography is nothing short of exquisite, and I wish to engage him. Comrade Fu Qi attended the seminar, and you heard how elusive they are in Hong Kong. It's challenging to secure their services, especially since their fees are high, which would inflate our costs. Perhaps we could explore options on the mainland? Old factory director, how will we design the last 7 fight scenes in Tai Chi? We must present something novel to captivate audiences both domestically and abroad. Please attempt to make contact. If they are unwilling to come. Chen Qi paused and added, I could offer something in exchange. The 4 major Hong Kong studios, including Sammo Hung and Jackie Chan, are currently thriving and are unlikely to come to the mainland. Lau Carleung excels in southern martial arts but also looks down on the mainland. When Shaolin Temple sought a new director, they first approached him, but he declined, leading them to Zhang Xinyan. Yuan Wuping is distinct from the others. While the three are both front and backstage stars, he operates behind the scenes, making his collaboration with the mainland relatively more flexible. Moreover, he is devoid of any troublesome matters and designs according to the director's requirements. He has collaborated with the mainland on several occasions, including in Kung Fu Hustle, Tai Chi Master, and Water Margin. Seeing his earnest request, Wang Yang had no choice but to acquiesce, then asked, "What about the lead? Do you have someone in mind? I would like Li Lianjie to portray Yang Yuqian. He is of suitable age, possesses an appealing appearance, and is camera-friendly. Why do you all favor Li Lianjie? Because he truly excels in martial arts. Zhang Xinyan has already been booked. How do you plan to proceed? Shall we wait until Shaolin Temple is completed? That would take ages." Although Wang Yang valued Chen Qi, he would not indulge him indiscriminately. Chen Qi pondered for a moment and inquired, "If I can persuade Director Zhang to yield to us, would you be amenable? If he consents, I shall undoubtedly agree." "Very well. I shall take charge immediately and endeavor to assemble a group of actors before the Spring Festival. You must pledge to fulfill this mission. Should you fail, you will be held accountable." "Ah, a pledge holds weight only for Ma Su. Do I resemble Ma Su in any way?" This remark amused Wang Yang greatly, prompting him to wave his hand and shoo Chen Qi out of the room. Zhu Dexiong watched with keen interest and remarked, "Old Wang, you truly have a fondness for this lad. In these challenging times of reform, he is but a young man without connections. If I do not serve as his support, who will?" He continued, "Once he matures, I sincerely hope he can create a ruckus akin to Sun Wukong's upheaval in the Heavenly Palace." Wang Yang considered for a moment and suggested, "Let us initially assign him on a temporary basis, granting him the title of planner. The Beijing Film Studio does have a position for a planner, which is associated with the literary department. A film is born from its script, and the literary department has the dual responsibility of liaising with writers and proactively searching for themes, scouting screenwriters, and crafting the script. By holding this title, Chen Qi would essentially signify that Tai Chi is birthed from his vision." Chapter 75. Internal conflicts require a meeting for discussion. In the office of the Deputy Factory Director, Sun Wenjin candidly conveyed his thoughts to Zhu Dexiong. Zhu Dexiong inwardly rolled his eyes, as everyone in the factory was well aware of the other's character. Even calling him a featherweight would be an understatement. "Old Sun, you must provide me with a reason," he insisted. "He is far too young. How can someone so young be entrusted with planning responsibilities? It's merely a temporary assignment, and he hasn't truly been employed. A temporary assignment is still unacceptable. You are not accountable for the quality of the work, and I must ensure that this gate is well guarded. It cannot be a mere matter of bringing someone in." "Then you should speak to the factory director yourself." Zhu Dexiong was too fatigued to engage in further debate. Sun Wenjin, undeterred, promptly rose and knocked on Wang Yang's office door. "Old Wang, while I appreciate your talent for nurturing potential, one must adhere to certain objective principles. Planning roles should be assigned to seasoned veterans, not such youthful candidates. Last year, you invested 80,000 to secure Lu Shaoqing. True, Lu has flourished. But can you assert that every individual you favor will similarly thrive? Wouldn't that lead to a mass exodus of talent?" Wang Yang, clearly exasperated, replied, "I understand your concern for the factory, yet this individual is genuinely promising. It is merely a temporary assignment. Your signature is all that is required. Should any issues arise, you will be held accountable, and I shall reserve my opinion." Sun Wenjin departed after leaving a remark, swiftly making his exit. To describe this individual as entirely unworthy would not be entirely accurate. In his position overseeing personnel, administration, and discipline, it was imperative for him to establish his presence, or else he would be disregarded altogether. Furthermore, he was inherently conservative and had never been on amicable terms with Wang Yang. The biting cold wind swept through as the harshest days of winter settled in, approaching the eve of the Spring Festival. It was ironically the busiest season for government agencies and state-owned enterprises. Employees were preparing for the new year. The finance department was closing the annual accounts. The labor union was busy organizing gifts, and leaders were attending various tea parties and festive gatherings. Wang Yang had been particularly busy lately, scarcely finding a moment to breathe. On this particular morning, he made his way to the Ministry of Culture in East City to attend a national spring tea party for the film industry. Currently, there are 16 film studios across the nation qualified to produce feature films, including Beijing Film Studio, Changchun Film Studio, Shanghai Film Studio, Bai Film Studio, Zhejiang Film Studio, Xi'an Film Studio, Amei Film Studio, Xiaxiang Film Studio, Tianjin Film Studio, Inner Mongolia Film Studio, Youth Film Studio, Guangxi Film Studio, Children's Film Studio, Fujian Film Studio, Yunnan Film Studio, and Shenzhen Film Company. The first four are undoubtedly the leading giants in the industry. Ame is poised to gain momentum once Hans Samping assumes leadership, while Seeing awaits the emergence of the fifth generation. For now, they remain in a subordinate position. Old director. Despite Wang Yang's amiable demeanor towards his colleagues and his nurturing of younger talent, he was a prominent figure outside the factory, respected and esteemed. Even in the depths of High Z, he would find a place to sit. Numerous directors approached him, their attitudes marked by respect. With only Su Sangchu from Shanghai Film Studio cheerfully inquiring, "Old Wang, it has been a while. How is your health?" "Quite well, certainly better than yours," Wang Yang retorted. "But it seems you have more gray hair considering we are the same age. Look at me." Su Sangchu touched his own hair, while Wang Yang scoffed, dismissing the comment. He had always disapproved of this individual, finding him to be deeply entrenched in bourgeois ideals, with a penchant for wearing suits and ties. However, the individual in question possesses remarkable capabilities. Under his guidance, the Shanghai Film Studio has produced a series of classics, including Hibiscus Town, Midnight, The True Story of Hu, The Horseman, Old Stories from the South of the City, and others. Notably, Lushan Romance was also a product of the Shanghai Film Studio. The attendees gathered in the conference room, with tea and dried fruits adorning the table, engaging in light-hearted conversation, creating an atmosphere of ease. Yet, with the arrival of one individual, the ambience shifted subtly. The directors exchanged displeased glances. This individual was Ding Daming, a leader from China Film, notoriously unpopular among his peers. Ding, accustomed to such sentiments, remained unfazed, sporting a cheerful demeanor, and intentionally seated himself beside Wang Yang and Su Sangchu, both of whom shot him disdainful looks. Presently, the film industry falls under the purview of the Ministry of Culture, not yet the National Radio and Television Administration. Hence today's attendees are leaders from the Ministry of Culture. As a casual tea gathering rather than a formal meeting, the leaders were relaxed, with one humorously recalling last year's tea gathering, where esteemed individuals congregated to discuss various topics and envision the future. Remarkably, a year has passed in the blink of an eye. I will be brief. Last year, everyone accomplished their respective tasks, and the quality of the works is evident for all to see. This year, the projects you submitted reflect great ambition. Old Wang, your intention to film Tea House and Rickshaw Boy is commendable. With Lao Shi's recent rehabilitation, it is indeed time to adapt more of his works. Upon hearing this, Su Sangchu interjected, "Are you planning to film Lao Shi?" To which Wang Yang retorted, "What, are you dissatisfied? What a coincidence. We are planning to adapt Lushan's The True Story of Hu. That sounds splendid. Let us compare notes when the time comes. No need to wait. We have a film titled Night Rain on Beijing this year. I can offer you a ticket to come and watch. What do you have this year? Surely it isn't that Lushan Romance you plan to pit against us? The competition between the Beijing Film Studio and the Shanghai Film Studio is fierce, with each constantly monitoring the other's movements." Wang Yang was not surprised that Su Sangchu was aware of Lushan Romance, as he was also familiar with Night Rain on Beijing, which indeed was a bold endeavor. He could not afford to concede verbally and continued to spar with Su, while the two prominent figures engaged in their banter. Discussions flourished among others, covering a myriad of topics. Suddenly, a director rapped the table, inquiring, "I have heard that some colleagues are proposing the establishment of a professional and authoritative film award. Is there any truth to this?" "I have already been informed and I wholeheartedly support it. Our country is in dire need of such an award. Let the Film Association convene to deliberate on the specifics." "We shall not delve into that today," the leader from the Ministry of Culture replied with a smile. "I have something to address as well." Wang Yang tapped the table, stating, "You all must be aware of what I am about to say, yet I will reiterate. I have always advocated for a unified production and distribution model. We must be granted distribution rights. What necessity is there for such demands?" Ding Daming from China Film was the first to respond. "Distribution is our responsibility. You, old director, should focus on artistic production. Producing also requires sustenance. Either you raise the purchase price or the purchase price is set by the state. Can you simply demand an increase? What is established by the state cannot be altered. We all recognize the current predicament if this delay continues. How shall we proceed with film production?" Wang Yang slammed the table, and Ding Daming, unwilling to cower, stood his ground, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The gathered crowd had grown accustomed to such confrontations, as it seemed nearly every meeting culminated in a similar display, while they too harbored thoughts of dissent. The presence of the formidable Wang Yang kept them in the shadows, offering only moral support. the leaders of the Ministry of Culture. Feeling helpless given the gravity of the situation, attempted to mediate. All right. Why bicker during such festive times? We shall deliberate further on this matter. Humph. Wang Yang scoffed and fell silent. The atmosphere returned to normal, and after some idle chatter, the meeting adjourned. With each factory head planning to remain in the capital for a few days to engage in recreational activities. As groups of attendees began to disperse, Wang Yang suddenly called out, "Old Su." Su Sangchu turned around. Wang Yang stepped closer and whispered, "Although we have our differences, we must unite this time. After the Spring Festival, I intend to submit a petition to the central authorities. What is your stance on this?" Su Sangchu regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "As long as you dare to submit the petition, I shall be the first to support you." "That's good to hear. You do possess some courage." Wang Yang chuckled heartily and strode away to connect with other factory heads. This initiative could only be spearheaded by the Northern Film Studio, as it lay at the heart of political power. Chapter 76. The King of Mantis Fist. Boom. Boom. A green train, departing from the capital city and heading towards Jinan, sped along at a brisk pace of several dozen kilometers per hour, flanked by a pristine blanket of white snow and the scattered warmth of village hearths, revealing the rugged and expansive northern landscape in all its glory. "Comrade, 2 lunchboxes, please." "Here is the money." Chen Qi handed over 70 cents and received 2 aluminum lunchboxes in return. He first offered one to Li Wenhua across from him before opening his own. The stewed cabbage and potatoes, swimming in savory broth atop a mound of rice, exuded a delightful, warm aroma. As it was 2 weeks before the Spring Festival, the railway passenger service was buzzing with anticipation, poised for an imminent surge. Choosing this moment to travel for work was a self-imposed trial, yet Shun had no choice. He needed to finalize several actors before Zhang Xinyan to negotiate effectively. Xiaochun, Li Wenhua, savoring his meal, suddenly spoke. "In my many years at the Beijing Film Studio, I have never seen a script go from conception to preparation in just 20 days. Your speed is unprecedented. That's why I invited you to oversee the project. As a mere junior, I could hardly manage a film on my own. I must rely on your expertise. They say you are quite the diplomat, and indeed, you possess the gift of eloquence." Li Wenhua smiled, his demeanor towards Chen Qi simultaneously courteous yet cool, with a hint of scrutiny. He was the director appointed by Wang Yang for Tai Chi, age 51, originally a cinematographer who later ventured into directing. With notable works such as Golden Dart Huang Tianba and Invincible Mandarin Duck Legs to his credit, Wang Yang had undoubtedly conveyed his concerns. It must have been uncomfortable for someone of such seniority to collaborate with a youth. Chen Qi, having navigated many social circles in his past life, knew how to handle such individuals. It was simple: grant them the respect they craved, and all would be well. "Would you care for some hot water?" "Perhaps later. Since there are few people right now, let me fetch some for you." No, it's quite all right. I can manage." Chen Qi took his enamel mug and went to get hot water. After finishing his meal, he proactively tidied up, returning the aluminum lunch boxes. Indeed, they were meant to be returned and certainly not given to fellow passengers. With such conduct, Li Wenhua found it difficult to be overly aggressive and remarked, "You know, I had heard of you before you joined the studio. I read that letter you wrote in the China Youth Daily." "How embarrassing," Chen Qi replied modestly. "It was well written. Especially that line about facing the sea and the spring blooming. My daughter loves it. She even wrote it down in her notebook." Before he could finish, a girl from the adjacent seat suddenly exclaimed as if connecting to Wi-Fi, "Oh, are you Chen Qi?" "Indeed, that's me." "What a surprise." Hello. The girl eagerly extended her hand, and Chen Qi shook it, listening as she excitedly recounted, "I'm also a sent-down youth. I joined the cooperative last year. I was so lost at that time, feeling life was meaningless, until I came across your article. I even wrote you a letter. Why didn't you reply? Perhaps the China Youth Daily didn't forward it to me. It was handled by them. They can be rather annoying. Regardless, I must thank you. You provided me with immense encouragement. That line about facing the sea and the spring blooming, is it an independent statement, or is it part of a poem?" "This is." Chen Qi scratched his head, perplexed by how to recite the poem. He felt that reciting poetry on the train was somewhat awkward, so he remarked, "It was merely a sudden burst of inspiration, a line I scribbled down." Yet, the imagery of the poem was already present. The young lady, evidently a literary enthusiast, responded, "The sentiment of this line is so warm, brimming with beauty and yearning. You should take the time to explore it further and compose a poem." "I will do my best," Chen Qi replied, feeling quite weary. Here he was, squeezed into a train car, consuming potatoes and cabbage, enduring various odors, all while contemplating casting choices and, in the distance, worrying about the artistic endeavors of his homeland. Moreover, he had to engage in conversation and attend to the feelings of fans. The burden of 2 capitals and 13 provinces rested heavily upon his shoulders. The young lady, after a moment of excitement, pulled out a magazine, a revival of the poetry journal from 1976, with its inaugural editor being Zhang Qijia. Have you read this? I buy every issue. My favorite is Shootings to the Rubber Tree, which I can recite fluently, if I love you. It will not be like the clinging vine flower, flaunting itself on your lofty branches. What a resilient and beautiful spirit. She began to recite the poem. Why don't you submit your work to the magazine? Your writing is exceptional. It surely deserves publication, she inquired. I've recently shifted to writing popular literature. Like martial arts romance, he replied. Oh, how can you write popular literature? The disappointment in her eyes was palpable, tinged with a hint of frustration, but thankfully, it dampened her enthusiasm, and she ceased her chatter. In this era, possessing the ability to write poetry, play the guitar, and dance hip-hop essentially grants one preferential mating rights. Do not be misled by the notion that this age is overly conservative. While it is generally restrained, there are pockets of openness. Those who know how to indulge, from high-ranking offspring to common folk, have repressed their desires for too long, and now they burst forth uncontrollably. Chen Qi had no desire to partake. He held no interest in poets, 99 of whom were mentally unstable. Gu Cheng was particularly notorious, as was his wife, and even that mistress was unwell. They were a family of eccentrics. Traveling to Jinan was far easier than going to Lushan. One could arrive within a day, departing in the morning. They reached Jinan railway station by night. The young lady also disembarked here, leaving Chen Qi a note, presumably with her contact details. Although he wrote popular literature, he was still quite handsome. Chen Qi turned and tore it up without even glancing at it. Li Wenhua, observing with keen interest, asked, "Why did you tear it up?" She had a sincere intention. What need is there for excess in a chance encounter? Chen Qi replied, "What do you mean by excess? You possess talent. And that young lady admires your gift. Isn't that a form of fate? We met by chance on this train, but I have no interest in her. Which signifies that our connection ends here. Once we disembark, we are merely strangers in the world again." His words carried a certain weight. Li Wenhua nodded. His impression of Chen Qi slightly elevated. On the fertile land of Qilu, where martial virtue has thrived since ancient times, many notable figures have emerged. One such individual was Kai Guiqin, who, alongside Hui Yuanjia, co-founded the Jingwu Sports Association in Shanghai, befriended Qiu Jin, served as an instructor at the Guangzhou military governor's office, and even donated 200,000 yuan during the Korean War. His son is named Kai Longan. In 1943, a group of foreign nationals made quite a stir in Shanghai, setting up a competition in the martial arts community, which formed a Chinese team to participate. At the tender age of 15, Kai Longan managed to throw a white Russian contender 13 times. Born in 1928, he only passed away in 2015 and had served as the captain of the national martial arts team. His stature is so esteemed, a master-level figure, that Chen Qi could certainly not invite him. Rather, this engagement was centered around another renowned expert. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chen Qi and Li Wenhua arrived at the sports working team in SD Province, which had transformed into the Sports Technical Academy in 1984. The two presented their credentials at the entrance and, after a brief wait, were greeted by a middle-aged man with a prominent hairline and a genial demeanor, speaking in a thick dialect from Jiaodong that was somewhat challenging to comprehend. "Greetings. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Are you Coach Yu?" "Yes, indeed. I'm Yu Hai." Chen Qi shook his hand and felt the robust grip, his fingers as thick as radishes, notably his forearms, particularly at the wrists. Typical of praying mantis style, were both thick and strong. A blow to the temple from such hands would surely leave a mark. "I understand you were expecting us. Everyone is exceedingly pleased. We will cooperate with your endeavors, but you must also understand that decisions regarding personnel are at the discretion of the higher-ups." "Understood, understood. Please, just show us around." The trio entered the courtyard, and Chen Qi engaged Coach Yu in conversation. "What style do you practice?" "7-star praying mantis. My master is Lin Jingshan." "That is indeed a legendary master. It is said that great masters produce remarkable disciples. I hear you also have knowledge of staff techniques?" "I possess some understanding of staff and sword techniques, though my practice is lacking." "How can that be? You've already claimed championships. For us ordinary folk, We might as well dig ourselves into the ground. You are too humble. You are truly a contemporary great. Oh, you young man. I am not worthy. Not worthy at all. Yu Hai beamed with joy, resembling a blooming rose. Meanwhile, Li Wenhua observed him closely, utterly amazed by his achievements, age, and his demeanor. Broad-headed and with an aura of authority that was both imposing and amiable, he perfectly embodied the character Chen Jiangying from the script. The leader of Chenjiagu, Master De Yang Yuqian, and the father of the female protagonist. It was as if he had been tailor-made for the role. While others cast their films by first establishing characters and then selecting actors, Chen Qi assembled his narrative by first identifying the actor and then crafting the character, a precision more accurate than that of state-owned enterprise recruitment. Chapter 77. The Interception. Yu Hai, a native of Yintai, is a renowned figure in the realm of international martial arts performances, currently serving as the head coach of the Shandong martial arts team. The training facilities for the Shandong team are somewhat lacking, as the resources available are directly linked to performance. The more gold medals one accumulates, the better the resources become. For instance, Li Lianjia began counting his years of service at the tender age of 11, receiving a stipend of 500 yuan for each international trip. Last year, he secured 5 gold medals at the national games, resulting in a substantial salary increase to 880 yuan per month, reaching the pinnacle of his pay scale. Similarly, Wu Jing enjoys preferential treatment within the martial arts team. While others partake in communal meals, he savors milk, a privilege afforded to him due to his status as a champion. At this moment, the three entered the training hall, where a group of athletes was diligently training. Yu Hai mistakenly assumed that Li Wenhua was the one in charge. Thus, he enthusiastically introduced him, while Li Wenhua jotted down notes in a small notebook intermittently. Chen Qi, on the other hand, was merely scanning the ranks for familiar faces, finding them markedly inferior compared to those from the capital. After a prolonged search, he suddenly spotted an individual, tall and slender with an elongated face, thick eyebrows reminiscent of crayon Shinchan, and notably large nostrils. His overall appearance was quite peculiar, exuding an air of capability as he wielded a broadsword with remarkable flair. "Coach Yu, could you call that individual over?" he inquired. The young man was Sun Jiankui, the national runner-up in swordsmanship, possessing commendable prowess in boxing as well. Yu Hai beckoned Sun Jiankui, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon learning that representatives from the Beijing Film Studio were present, his eyes lit up. "Directorly. Chen the planner, just call me Xiao Chen." "Hello, Xiao Chen. Are you interested in making a film?" "Absolutely. I adore watching movies." "Are you producing martial arts films?" "Indeed. I've noticed your impressive sword skills." "Do you practice staff techniques?" Chen Qi asked. "If you require me to, I will certainly oblige." Sun Jiankui replied resolutely. "Very well, we shall discuss it further later." Although not particularly skilled in staff techniques, he had previously portrayed the character of the drunken monk in Shaolin Temple, showcasing his extraordinary talent. After gaining fame from Shaolin Temple, he spent some time in Hong Kong, even playing the eunuch in Tai Chi Zhang Sanfeng. Chen Qi was contemplating casting him as the Miaojiang staff master in the 3rd level of the tower, as his unique appearance was well suited for the role. After completing the casting, he disengaged from the task, feigning interest to accompany Li Wenhua for a while before moving to an office. Yu Hai prepared tea and remarked with a smile, "From a personal standpoint, I hope you do not select our promising talents, as they are being groomed for gold medals. However, if they are not suitable, you likely wouldn't be interested either, so it's best to await the leader's decision." "Coach Yu, do you believe that martial artists participating in filmmaking is a deviation from their profession?" Chen Qi inquired. "Well, let me ponder that." Yu Hai reflected before responding honestly. "We do not oppose filmmaking. It is indeed a commendable method to promote martial arts. We have traveled to numerous countries, including the Soviet Union, America, and France, where they hold a profound admiration for Chinese martial arts. However, relying solely on delegation tours to perform in each country is rather cumbersome. A film could be produced and made available for all to see. We are not well versed in filmmaking, so please forgive any missteps in our understanding." "Not at all. Your insights are indeed astute. Film is indeed an excellent medium for dissemination." After Chen Qi finished speaking, he fell silent, yielding the floor to Li Wenhua. Although Li Wenhua was somewhat displeased, he could not deny the young man's uncanny insight. The two individuals he had chosen were indeed the same ones Li had in mind. "We believe that Sun Jiankui is quite suitable for a particular role. There is another candidate, though I am uncertain of his willingness." "Who is it?" "I can persuade him. What a splendid opportunity to star in a film. Not seizing it would be a grave mistake," Yu Hai said with enthusiasm. "That was your own assertion. Don't deny it, Chen Qi replied with a smile. Those who practice martial arts keep their word. Very well. We shall consider your agreement as confirmed. Now who is it? It is you. Ah, you stared in disbelief. You want to cast a coach instead of a team member for the film? In our youth, we were indeed dashing figures in the martial arts world. But at this age, how could I possibly act? We wish for you to portray the master of the male protagonist. This role is of great significance. Being the second most important character. Oh no, that one do. I have never acted. Those who practice martial arts keep their word. You can't just turn your back on this. Well, Yuhai hesitated, yet a spark of excitement flickered within him. Having already received all the honors he could aspire to, and now in middle age, he found himself yearning to explore new ventures. He pondered, what if the leadership disapproves? That is our concern. You simply need to confirm your acceptance. If you are not deterred, then I shall agree. Excellent. This matter is settled. You are now part of our Tai Chi crew. We have selected you, and will make the necessary preparations. Should others come seeking your participation, remember that priority goes to those who arrived first. Those who practice martial arts keep their word. What I have agreed to is yours, Yuhai declared, thumping his chest. That is settled then. Chen Qi did not approach Li Lianjie directly, as Li had already been reserved by Zhang Xinyan. Instead, he sought out supporting cast members for the project, aiming to secure them ahead of Zhang. He was unperturbed by Zhang's potential absence. Knowing that the Shaolin Temple would surely also be selecting from the martial arts team, thus overlapping in choice. After some discussion, Chen Qi added, Coach Yu, we are still in need of a formidable antagonist, someone of a similar age to yourself, with a commanding presence and exceptional skills. Do you have any acquaintances you could recommend? After a moment's contemplation, Yuhai suddenly looked up. I do. There is someone. He is also from Yantai and has been invited by the Ningxia martial arts team to serve as a coach. So he is currently in Ningxia? What is his name? Li Wenhua inquired. His name is Yu Chengwei. Chen Qi and Li Wenhua spent 2 days in Jinan before continuing southward to Zhujiang. The martial arts team in Zhejiang province was impressive in its own right. Although Li Wenhua found it somewhat uncanny, he acknowledged that they were methodically searching province by province. After wandering through the martial arts team for a while, they selected a candidate named Hu Jianxiang, a master of both swordplay and staff techniques, as well as Southern Fist. A national champion who had portrayed one of the 13 monks in the Shaolin Temple. He had subsequently starred in films such as Shaolin Kid, North and South Shaolin, and Drunken Master 3. However, Chen Qi surprisingly failed to recognize his primary objective. In a moment of panic, he thought that the butterfly wings had been blown away. Fortunately, the coach remarked, we have a player who was persuaded to withdraw. Would you like to see him? Persuaded to withdraw? What happened to him? He was injured once and took several herbal remedies. The poor lad foolishly used an aluminum pot to brew the medicine, resulting in the loss of his hair and eyebrows. His appearance was quite dismal, and thus, we could only persuade him to withdraw. Can he be called here? Certainly. The two waited another day. The following day, they encountered an even more peculiar-looking young man, dressed in an old coat in the chilly weather, suggesting a less fortunate background. He wore a hat that covered his head snugly, and upon examining his face, it was evident he had no eyebrows. Chen Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Li Wenhua's eyes sparkled. Such an appearance was truly rare. A natural antagonist. Hello, director. I am Ji Chunhua, 19 years old. Do I wish to act in a movie? Yes. He gestured expressively, willing to try anything. Ji Chunhua removed his coat and executed a series of punches with precision. After completing his routine, Chen Qi inquired of Li Wenhua, what do you think? It's acceptable. This kind of image would be useful in any role, and the audience will surely remember him. All right. Then it's settled. Thank you, director. Thank you, Chen. Chen the planner. Ji Chunhua bowed repeatedly, nearly in tears. Having been persuaded to withdraw from the martial arts team, he felt despondent and nearly suicidal. But unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope had emerged. The title Chen Qi came with a convoluted job description, yet he paid it no mind, smiling and saying, you can just call me Xiao Chun, await further news. And we'll sign a simple agreement. Remember, you are part of the Tai Chi crew. That night, at the guest house, Li Wenhua was washing up while Chen Qi curled up in bed, wrapped in a small quilt, shivering as he wrote. The south lacked heating, and the cold was relentless, making him hesitant to remove his clothes. Xiao Chen, why haven't you washed up yet? Li Wenhua entered with a basin. Chen Qi replied, it's too cold. I'm afraid I'll freeze to death after washing, lacking the courage to leave my warm cocoon. When I first came to the south in winter, I felt the same way, but I got used to it after coming here often. Li Wenhua chuckled, pausing before suggesting, how about you have a sip of liquor? It might warm you up. Is there any liquor? I noticed a small liquor shop nearby. I'll go buy some. Along with some peanuts. All right. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Qi remained huddled, stubbornly refusing to leave the warmth of his bed. Li Wenhua shook his head, noting that while this lad was lazy, he was also quite resilient and possessed a professional spirit. Though he wasn't particularly diligent, sometimes he could be quite slack. Initially, Li Wenhua assumed he was arrogant, relying on the factory director as support, but after spending time together, he found him to be an interesting young man. Alone in the room, Chen Qi continued to ponder. Zhang Xinyan's sluggish filming had inadvertently given him an opportunity. Currently, he had secured 4 prominent figures: Yu Hai, Sun Jiankui, Ji Chunhua, and Hu Jinxiang. Yu Chunhui was too far in Ningxia and would have to wait until after the Spring Festival. The Guangxi martial arts team still had Xiong Xinxin, who played the role of Ghostfoot 7. We should recruit a few more characters from the martial arts team in the capital, including protagonists, supporting roles, and adversaries, to complete the ensemble. The antagonists are particularly crucial. At the 7 Heroes Tower, there ought to be no less than 7 formidable experts, don't you think? Chapter 78. The Poetic Prodigy a few days before the Spring Festival. At the General Political Drama Troupe, on a frigid morning, Gong Shui meticulously prepared herself, emerging with a large bundle in hand. Clad in a military coat, hat, gloves, and a scarf wrapped tightly around her, only her eyes were visible. She glanced around, feeling a twinge of apprehension as she approached a figure. Had she forgotten something? No. Then let us be off. Chen Qi mounted his bicycle, swinging his long legs, while Gong Shui followed a few paces behind, gracefully settling onto the rear seat. One hand clutched her bundle tightly, while the other gripped the edge of the seat, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Just days earlier, he had come to deliver some manuscripts, inquiring when she would return home. He had insisted on accompanying her, despite her reluctance to trouble him. Yet he had been adamant. And she had ultimately acquiesced now. At this moment, she began to regret it, feeling awkward with her hands unsure of where to rest and at a loss for words. Fortunately, Chen Qi was quite the chatterbox, braving the wind as he remarked, "I've written a martial arts script and just returned from casting actors. You a screenwriter? Personally seeking actors? I hold the title of planner, allowing me to be involved throughout the process." Ah, congratulations. Human nature is to admire one as peers, especially a good friend. Gong Shui felt genuinely pleased, exclaiming, "Just look at you. You're only 19, oh no, 20 now. How many of your contemporaries can boast such achievements? At your young age, you've penned 2 scripts. In comparison, I feel as if I've aged into oblivion. By the way, who is the director? Li Wenhua. Have you heard of him? Of course, he was once a renowned photographer. How do you get along? Quite well. Very harmonious. That is good to hear. He is an elder, so you should communicate often on certain matters. But with your temperament, I doubt you'll encounter any issues. Why do you sound like my mother, lecturing me? I speak as a friend older than you, sincerely considering your interest well. I shall refrain from further commentary." Gong Shui knew he couldn't see her, and she playfully wrinkled her nose in response. "Humph. Older friend." Indeed, Chen Qi smirked, so clearly defined. "And one day you will be calling me father." They braved the cold wind, riding to the train station. In this era, the Spring Festival travel rush differed from future times. Most people relied on long-distance buses. It was only when coastal regions attracted a multitude of migrant workers that trains became the primary mode of transport. Yet, with China's vast population, even if fewer people were traveling by train now, the station remained bustling and crowded. Traveling from the capital to Shanghai, passing through Tianjin, Hebei, Shandong, and Jiangsu. Many were on short trips, like Gong Shui, returning home to visit family. With no seats available, she placed her bundle on the ground, lowered her scarf, and exhaled into the chilly air. Her lips were beautifully shaped, the upper lip a graceful arc, while the lower lip was full and plump without appearing excessive. Reminiscent of a flower in bloom. "There is still over an hour left. You should head back. I can wait on my own. It's fine. I'd just be sitting around if I went back. That seems too much trouble for you. You've already called me your only good friend. How could I not lend a hand? I never said only." Gong Shui quietly retorted, more as if she were conversing with herself. There were no friends from her alma mater by her side. Each year, she would return home bearing a heavy backpack, departing in tranquil solitude. This year, however, marked the first occasion someone accompanied her. Chen Qi, considerate as ever, flitted about, purchasing a magazine here and some snacks there, even acquiring a roll of toilet paper. The atmosphere felt distinctly different. Finally, the ticket check commenced, and passengers formed a lengthy queue. Chen Qi procured a platform ticket, a common gesture in those days. Eventually, platform tickets would be abolished, erasing the sight of friends and relatives bidding farewell at the train station. He secured a window seat, which was quite splendid. "I've placed your bag here. You can see it easily," he remarked. "Take this out. There is some food inside." Gong Shui felt utterly pampered, unaccustomed to such attention after years of independent living. The neighboring passengers teased her, jesting about how he was her suitor, a fine match, prompting laughter that filled the carriage with a joyous ambience. As the bell chimed, Chen Qi disembarked. With a long whistle, the train jolted to life. Gong Shui waved at him through the window, watching as he gradually faded from view, until he finally vanished. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Apart from parting from her parents, it seemed this was the first time she felt the pangs of separation. What a dreadful performance! And he dares to call himself a renowned director. They scoffed. "I've never encountered such a so-called famous director. He even wept when we critiqued his work. How embarrassing. What kind of director is he? He used to work in art, and this is his first attempt at directing." On a street outside the Beijing Film Studio, 3 young adults in their 20s were making their way towards the studio, animatedly discussing their recent viewing experience. One, disheveled with a scruffy beard, was named Tian Zhuangzhuang. Another, bespectacled with a strong jawline and a deep voice, was Li Xiaohong. The last, tall and striking, with a profound gaze suggesting a poetic soul, was Chen Qi. All 3 hailed from influential families within the studio. They had entered the directing department of the Beijing Film Academy in 1978 and were now enjoying their winter break. Idling about. As one of the foremost film academies, the institution frequently screened new films for student critique. Yet, these individuals, brimming with pride, often dismissed the director's efforts, sometimes shedding tears in the process. Their conversation revolved around a film they had recently watched. Despite their shared background, there was an evident hierarchy among them. Li Xiaohong's mother was merely an associate director, marking her the least privileged. Chen Qi's father, Chen Huaikai, primarily directed opera films and, while experienced, held a moderate status. Tian Zhuangzhuang, however, was of the highest pedigree. His father, Tian Fong, was the first studio director, while his mother, Yulan, portrayed Jiang Jie in Eternal Life in the Flames, a celebrated actress of the New China and the head of the Children's Film Studio. Regardless of his arrogance, Chen Qi had to show deference to Tian Zhuangzhuang. As the trio entered the studio, they continued onward when a squeaky sound caught their attention. A man on a dilapidated bicycle meandered past them. "Who is that? He looks unfamiliar," Li Xiaohong mused. "New recruit at the factory? No, his name is, Tian Zhuangzhuang, who's always well-informed, thought for a moment and said, yes, called Chen Qi, recently transferred here on loan." "On loan? From which production studio was he before?" "Not a film studio. I heard it was a tea stall." Chen Qi's face twisted in disgust as he couldn't help but curse. How the hell can a tea peddler get into the Beijing Film Studio? "It seems I've written a script, though the specifics elude me. Within these school walls, we remain blissfully unaware of time's passage, while the world transforms at breakneck speed. How curious that all manner of dubious characters now find their way in. Let us go and observe. Let us test his true capabilities." If the renowned director dares not provoke Tian Zhuangzhuang, would he still hesitate to challenge a mere newcomer? Born into an aristocratic lineage, gifted with literary talents and poetic flair, educated at the prestigious Capital Fourth High School, such is the definition of elite pedigree. Regarding the students of Fourth High, the renowned director once remarked, "Most take pride in their father's accomplishments, regard themselves as natural-born revolutionaries, believe in their noble bloodlines and pure ideologies, considering themselves destined for national leadership, fervently yearning for glorious achievements." Listen, such was his upbringing since childhood. In 1978, when he aspired to enter Peking University's Chinese literature department but failed, he reluctantly settled for the Beijing Film Academy. In the years that followed, the esteemed director remained perpetually impassioned, brimming with narcissism. Naturally, he would look down upon a mere street vendor peddling bowls of tea. Chapter 79. Flatterer's Chen Qi was filled with enthusiasm, while Tian Zhuangzhuang remained indifferent. Embodying a rather Buddhist demeanor, Li Xiaohong played the role of a follower. The trio quickened their pace, traversing a landscaped area until they reached the main building. A small square in front of the main edifice was bustling with people, and a blue BJ-130 light truck, produced by the second automobile manufacturing plant in Beijing, was parked there. The vehicle was brimming with Spring Festival gifts, as union representatives stood atop it, distributing items to the crowd. Why does everyone aspire to join reputable organizations? Besides the daily benefits, the myriad of perks during holidays is enough to evoke envy from outsiders. Decades later, a distinguished workplace remains esteemed. Yet it also becomes populated by many who merely receive a couple of rice dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival, a mooncake for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and a few red envelopes at year-end in a group chat, which are snatched up as year-end bonuses. Come sign here. A calendar, a basket of apples, a crate of pears, a portion of ribbon fish, and a selection of candies. When will the rice and oil be distributed? Tomorrow. In these times, fruits are delivered in baskets or crates, devoid of myriad cardboard boxes. Ribbon fish and calendars are standard fare. As the three approached, Chen Qi was also there. Watching the commotion, Li Xiaohong stepped forward, cheerfully greeting. Hello, you must be Xiao Chen? And you are? I am Li Xiaohong. Both my parents work at the factory. I've heard of your esteemed name. No need for such humility. I have long been aware of your reputation. I've known of several talented individuals studying at Beijing Film Academy, yet I have never had the pleasure of meeting you. Chen Qi, unexpectedly encountering a benefactor, felt both astonished and delighted. Li Xiaohong then introduced her companions. Ah, Chen Qi beamed with joy, swiftly stepping forward to grasp the director's hand, his sincerity palpable. It is an honor to finally meet you. Uncle Chen has often spoken highly of your talents. I have long wished to learn from you. Uncle Chen? Who is that? The director momentarily faltered, but he had come seeking something, and, wearing a stern expression, remarked, No need for flattery. I hear you have written a screenplay. I dabble in literature myself, and we. Just as the director prepared to dismiss him with a few words, a voice called out from the crowd, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Director Wang. Chen Qi turned and hurried over to Wang Haowei, saying, These apples are quite heavy. You should carry them yourself. I can deliver them to your home later. I'm on my bike. All right, what else would I call you for? Chen Qi lent a hand and returned, apologizing. My apologies. Please continue. I was saying, we can discuss. Xiao Chen. Jiang Huayan also called from the other side. Can your bike carry more? Help me take a portion. Of course. Go ahead and place it on. Chen Qi dashed back, playfully kicking Jiang Shan, who dodged and made a face at him. Since I'm already taking two, it wouldn't even matter if I had one more. Sherwin, mother of Guyu, was visibly upset while collecting her items, exclaiming, Every year we collect here at the main building. How many times has this been mentioned? Must I move it myself? My son is weak. Should I carry it, or have old Gu do it? You are a long-serving employee. We'll deliver it to your home. Who asked you to come personally? Responded the union representatives with playful grins. Forget it. Those things you sent home are just leftovers. Last year it was a basket of rotten apples. Thank you for your trouble, Xiao Chen. You and Yoko are like brothers to me, so your business is my business. These big directors, these great artists, once they put down their cameras, they're just ordinary people too. They fight for housing, haggle over salaries, worry about daily necessities, and rejoice over holiday bonuses. The three of them stood nearby watching. Li Xiaohong remarked in surprise, You've got quite the connections, you know everyone. Bootlickers. The big director snorted disdainfully, only to suddenly hear, Kaiga, Dad. It was Chun Huaikai, who had arrived and was now picking through the apples, muttering, Every year it's the same rotten apples. Never anything decent. Hey, Xiao Chun, that S. Kaiga over there. You two should get acquainted. Stay close in the future. We've already greeted each other. Let me help you carry those. No need, no need. With his son present, of course, he couldn't let an outsider handle things. Chen Huaikai waved at the big director. Come here. What are you standing there for? The big director had no choice but to approach. His left hand sagged under the weight of a bundle of ribbon fish, his right hand under a basket of apples. In that instant, life felt unbearably distant. What are you all doing here? Wang Yang emerged downstairs, drawn by the lively scene. The big director immediately broke into a smile, his thick eyebrows practically curving to the ground. Old director, we just got back from a stroll. Ah, good. Go collect your things then. Wang Yang nodded, then spotted Chen Qi and beckoned. Xiao Chen, come here. What is it, old director? Let us talk over there. Wang Yang led him to a quiet corner. We've heard back from Hong Kong. Yuan Wuping is asking for 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. If we bring in martial arts instructors, it's 15,000 per month per instructor, payment guaranteed, injuries or illness notwithstanding. That expensive? I think they just don't want to outright refuse us, knowing we're not well off. They're quoting a high price to scare us off. Let us wait until after the new year. I'll try trading them a story, see if that works. Prepare multiple options. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. After this advice, Wang Yang left. Chen Qi hurried back. My apologies. What were you saying earlier? What was I saying? Nothing worth repeating. The big director stalked off with his ribbonfish, unwilling to lower himself to the level of such a vulgar man. Tian Zhuangzhuang, however, found him rather amusing and chuckled. Will you be back after the holiday? Let us find time to talk, get to know each other. Sure, sure. Let us meet up when we're free. Chen Qi's bike was already loaded with several bundles. He mounted it and rode off to deliver them to the tenement buildings in the back. On the way, he passed the trio again. Tian Zhuangzhuang waved. Li Shaohong glanced, but made no gesture, while the big director stared straight ahead, petty as ever. Chen Qi thought to himself, of course I know they're petty, why else would I use a pseudonym? Feng Xiaojiang once said something along these lines. I come from a humble background. To make a name for myself, I've had to compromise my principles at times to please others. People like me and Zhang Yimou, we've hacked our own paths, with no connections to rely on. In today's art scene, it's all about who you know. In 1978, Tian Zhuangzhuang took the entrance exam for the Beijing Film Academy, completing it in just half an hour before rushing outside to enjoy an ice pop. The examination focused on analyzing Heroic Sons and Daughters, a film in which his father starred. And he had grown up surrounded by discussions about the film's production among a circle of uncles and aunts. Later, upon entering the academy, while his classmates were still getting acquainted with the equipment, Tian Zhuangzhuang had already begun shooting short films with the three giants of the cinematography department, Zhang Yimou, Ho Yong, and L.V. Liu, behind the camera for his work. After graduation, he directly joined the Beijing Film Studio. Although director Chen came from a less illustrious background and was assigned to the Children's Film Studio, Zhang Yimou, lacking any connections, was sent to the distant Guangxi Film Studio. Determined to take the helm of the fifth generation's pioneering work, 1 and 8, Zhang made a solemn promise to the studio. If the film failed, he would serve as a cinematography assistant for a decade. While others could accomplish such feats before graduation, he had to wager his youth on the future. This sentiment was echoed among actors as well. For instance, Hu Jun's father was a vocalist in the Navy song and dance troupe. And during his entrance to the Central Academy of Drama, he sang My Son in Italian. In the Beijing circle, Guan Gij boasts a lineage. Her grandfather, Guan Shuizing, was the president of the Beijing Tui Artists Association. She debuted at the age of 8 in The Promise, at 11 in The Warring States, and at 13 in If You're the One Too. Who could rival such a pedigree? Wang Jiwen is even more remarkable, her grandfather being a legislator in Taiwan, who later retired to Hong Kong, which allowed her family to relocate there. Chen Qi may have an ordinary background, yet it surpasses that of Feng Kuzi and Zhang Yimou. Now working at the Beijing Film Studio, he inevitably interacts with these second-generation filmmakers. The young Li Shaohong, seemingly indifferent, finds great amusement in the directors, often seeking to provoke them even when they are not looking for trouble. Although the young director was proud, he still exhibited a degree of humility toward his predecessors. It was only after winning the Palme d'Or that he truly felt liberated. As for Tian Zhuangzhuang, Chen Qi believes it would be beneficial to build a rapport, as it may prove advantageous in the future. Chapter 80. The Shanghai household. The term Longtang refers to a narrow alleyway, often marked by a large iron gate at its entrance. Upon entering, one finds a slender passage flanked by rows of shikumen houses. Each shikumen typically comprises 7 or 8 rooms, including bedrooms, side rooms, pavilions, and kitchens, resembling the traditional sihiyuan of the capital. The shikumen has evolved into a vibrant communal living space for families of all ages, bustling with life and noise. In Shanghai, on Chongqing North Road, one particular morning, a longing erupted with activity as neighbors leaned out from their small windows, greeting a procession of visitors below. The whole family is out early today. Oh, little Shui, you're back. It's been a year, and you've grown even more beautiful. Indeed, I just returned, Shui. This is your Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang? Yes. Do come by for a meal another day. Amidst the curious gazes and the dense array of drying clothes, the travel-worn Gong Shui was ushered into a shikumen by her eager family. While the courtyard houses in the capital also accommodate multiple families, the shikumen is a unified structure. Here, 3 households reside, each allotted 2 rooms with a shared kitchen and no private bathroom. All are colleagues of Gong Shui's father, and their interactions are amicable enough. Upon her entrance, she was warmly greeted by the other 2 families, and after a brief exchange, she finally retreated to her own room. The small space quickly became crowded. Gong Shui's father, in his 50s, had a lean face and lively eyes. Her mother, surnamed Zhuang, possessed delicate features resembling those of Gong Shui. She had previously been a government worker and now assisted at the Shanghai People's Fine Arts Publishing House after retirement. Gong Shui's maternal grandfather, Zhuang Xianshi, hailed from Changzhou and was a minor official during the late Qing dynasty. He studied in Japan around the same time as Lushan and later established a women's normal school, becoming a pioneer of modern education in Changzhou. Subsequently, he worked for the Ministry of Education under the nationalist government and, during the Japanese invasion, declined an offer from the puppet government in Nanjing to continue as a teacher. After the founding of the People's Republic, he served as a curator at the Shanghai Museum of Literature and History, forming friendships with notable figures such as L. Simeon and Ba Jin. Zhuang Xianshi passed away in 1965. While not a renowned figure, he was considered a local sage, and his contributions are well documented. However, this also led to the confiscation of Gong Shui's family possessions, including many of her grandfather's treasured books and artworks. Gong Shui has an older brother and sister. Her brother works in art at the publishing house, while her sister is employed at a factory. She also has a younger sister, Gong Ying, who later pursued a career in acting, featuring in productions such as The Bao Family and Ji Gong. Upon her return, the family had much to share, their conversation weaving through laughter and tears, a delightful chaos that lasted until Zhuang Mama finally rose to prepare a meal. Today, they were hosting a welcome home feast for their daughter, and the other two families, displaying commendable courtesy, vacated the kitchen. Gong Shui's siblings had established their own families and departed after the meal. Young Gong Ying, still living with their parents, shared a bed with Gong Shui upon her return. As evening descended, Gong Shui, having endured 2 days of train travel, felt her fatigue entirely dissipated by the joy of returning home. She reclined on her bed, illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, perusing the manuscripts that Chen Qi had prepared for her. This peculiar object is quite strange. Besides the bizarre jar figure, there are the sounds of water flowing into one's mind, and the flickering candlelight in the mural that ignites at a mere touch, alongside a roasted chicken that can be wielded as a knife and a bowl of chicken noodle soup that can be consumed on the spot. Such superstitions are utterly archaic. In mainland China, one would surely face dire consequences within 5 minutes. However, Gong Shui knows that Chen Qi, being a man of integrity, must have a different purpose for it. Sister. Gong Ying entered after freshening up and leaped onto the bed. Gong Shui lifted the quilt and embraced her. The two sisters bearing a striking resemblance to one another, a pair of beautiful blossoms. What are you looking at? Oh, what is this jar figure? It's so peculiar. I don't understand either. A friend asked me to help him draw it. Since he asked you to draw, you just went ahead? Aren't you afraid of being caught? That would be disastrous. I've hidden it even while in the army. I only drew it at home. Gong Shui set down her drawing paper and, with a smile, said to her younger sister, when I was filming Lushan Love, this friend assisted me greatly. Now that he has a small favor to ask, how could I not repay him? I just fear that my drawing won't do justice to his request. Perhaps I should consult our parents tomorrow. Well, Gong Ying regarded her with a playful expression. Shaking her head, you're different now. There's an indescribable feeling about you. What do you mean different? You've changed since returning last year. It's a feeling I can't quite articulate. What do you know, you little girl? You're just rambling. Oh, you seem to be blossoming. I've never seen you care so much for anyone before, even consulting mom and dad. Who are you trying to impress? Stop it, or I'll hit you. Suddenly, Gong Shui, embarrassed and angry, began to tussle with her sister, their laughter filling the room. Perhaps their voices were a bit too loud. As a voice from the adjacent room called out, Xiao Shui, still awake? Yes, I'm not sleepy yet. Your mother is also awake. Come over for a chat? Gong Shui shot her sister a glare before draping a garment over herself and walking into the other room. Her father was already up, seated in a chair, while Mother Zhuang extended her hand with a smile. Come here, don't catch a chill. Giggling, she displayed her youthful demeanor in front of her parents, slipping in and asking, Dad, what did you want to say? Regarding the letter you wrote us earlier, your mother and I have discussed it at length. The reason we haven't replied is that we wanted to wait for your return to have a thorough conversation, as it pertains to a significant choice in your life. Gong's father spoke in a formal tone, continuing, although we know some individuals at the Shanghai Film Studio, including your Aunt Zhang Ruifang. The studio is quite diverse and not easily swayed by one person's opinion. Your transfer is not a simple matter. You mentioned that Lushan Love was quite good. Will it be released this year? Hopefully, it will premiere in the summer. Then let us proceed this way. Once Lushan Love is released, we will reach out to see if we can facilitate your transfer. If you find it difficult to get in, we suggest you consider the Beijing Film Studio. They seem to hold you in high regard. However, I wish to remain by your side. Gong Shui pressed her lips together. Silly child. Your primary objective should be to become a dedicated actor, You must first gain entry to the production studio, and the location is of little consequence. Once you are part of the Beijing Film Studio, your schedule will be much more flexible. When there are projects, you will shoot, and when there are none, you can return to see us. It will be just the same. I must admit, your parents possess a remarkable clarity of thought. Only by entering the studio can one truly penetrate the film industry. With a foothold, one can ascend. Gong Shui had previously adhered rigidly to her own ideas, yearning to return, but upon reflection, she found merit in their reasoning, and thus replied, "All right, I will heed your advice. Wherever I can go, I shall go. I will be able to voice for Lushan Love when I return for the Spring Festival." "Very well, when it is released, be sure to inform us." Mother Zhuang affectionately ruffled her hair and engaged in light conversation for a while before Gong Shui returned to her room. Gong Ying was already asleep, and she quietly climbed into bed, her thoughts a tumultuous whirl, ultimately coalescing into a singular resolution. "I shall first perfect my painting.